Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome everybody to the Utrecht Regional Championships 2026. It is a beautiful morning here. The Pokemon action has started unrolling and everybody is ready to become the last champion in Scarlet and Violet here on the European side of things. I am Luak Josh Cromie and I have the esteemed pleasure to be joined by such a panel of commentators this weekend. We've got Barishak Josh, Jamie Boyd and David Partington. How are we feeling, guys? One last ride for Scarlet and Violet.
Let's go!
Woohoo! Jamie, what about you?
Last one, like, a little bit bittersweet, to be honest. Like, obviously, we want to give a massive send-off to Scarlet and Violet, but it's the last one. But also, it's the last one! Like, yeah, it's mixed emotions. So it's really hype, but also a little bit bittersweet.
So many memories. I mean, how are you feeling at this point? 3 years is a long time.
3 years, and I just watched those highlights of all those championships, all those regional champions, and seeing that we're just on our last chapter for the Scarlet Violet era and crowning one more champion this weekend. Really excited.
And who knows, it could indeed be the best chapter yet of the Scarlet and Violet journey. Obviously, we are here in Utrecht, and we've had an incredible 2026 season so far, but a lot of these events have already played out. We're getting more and more gray on this graphic.
And that's because we are getting very much closer to Worlds in San Francisco. Of course, we have Utrecht this weekend, Turin in a few weeks' time for the European scene, and NAIC in New Orleans, which will be another fantastic event in already an amazing location.
It really is the pinnacle of Pokemon play there at the World Championships. And in San Francisco, a decade after it was there in 2026 and 2016, my maths needs checking, it's early in the morning, just, I think, goes to show the history that Pokemon is having through here. I mean, Jamie, what one are you most looking forward to on this roster?
Yeah, I think the fact that this is almost the crunch point for a lot of trainers, because we need to get that qualification, and the amount of championship points that some trainers have are on the verge. So whether they're going to be able to get those points going forward into the last few tournaments, because we've got this last one in Scarlet and Violet, we've got one more in Turin that's coming up. This is getting to a very crucial time for a lot of these trainers that are maybe just being that tiny little extra push.
I mean, you're right, those championship points are so crucial. We need them in order to qualify for the World Championships, right?
Yeah, unless you end up winning the entire tournament, of course, and can get that direct invitation. But if you do particularly well, you can see the amount of championship points that you do get, and that will really, really help some of those trainers that are just a little bit below the cutoff from where you need to be. There's going to be plenty of trainers that are very safe at the moment and are aiming for those travel awards as well. Of course, you need to be in the top 80 at the end of the season over here in the European region, factoring in that there's going to be some direct invitations as well. So it's probably going to be in the 90s is where you need to be. But of course, if you can get into that 80th position, then you're feeling pretty safe right now.
Yeah, I believe we have 11 direct invites here on the European side of things. So a lot of incredible champions already locking up that World Championship qualification. But it's not just the championship points you're able to make here at competitive Pokemon events. You can get fantastic memories and a few other great things to take away too.
I mean, these regionals these days, they award up to $6,000 for the winner. Not only can you qualify for a World Championship, but this prize money can help you to fund your trip and maybe fund even more tournaments in this or next season. So seeing that $6,000 for first place going down to top 16. On top of that, we also have some booster packs of the current series typically. So it's a lot to take home from this tournament.
I think as well, regardless of what, game we play in Pokemon, we just love that joy of opening those booster packs as well and maybe sharing and trading with your friends, which is always great to see. You mentioned the European leaderboards there, Jamie, so I think it's good to take a little bit of a look at them and see which trainers have really run away with those championship points. We have a lot of trainers who are in the 4 digits on that leaderboard, and some of those names we might even be able to keep an eye out for later in this tournament, because the leaderboard, that really is where you can establish yourself as a key Pokemon trainer.
It certainly is. And here are some of our very key Pokemon trainers who've done so well. If they've got a little golden ticket next to them, they've already got that direct invite there. And so they're taken out of the pool of those 80 European qualifiers into Worlds. So right at the top there, a previous world champion, Eduardo Cunha, with 1,621. What? 121?
Numbers today. What is it?
What is going on? That must work in some languages, right? Doing very well here. And Lewis Marco as well, coming off a really hot finish last weekend in LA. Already in 4th place here, already locking it up. And I think here again this weekend.
Yeah, and of course, Eric Rios with 14-0-0 as his amounts of championship points.
Sounds right.
Yeah, and some other trainers, of course, the ones that don't quite have the direct invitation, haven't won a championship championship just yet, but there's going to be plenty of opportunity for some in the future because some have got incredibly close. Like Giuseppe Musico isn't a champion in his own right in previous seasons, so no surprise to see players like him right at the top as well.
And of course, this 16 trainers, these are the ones that are really locked in, already have those invites, have so many championship points, but it's not the same tale for everybody. You know, on that leaderboard, there's a couple of trainers who are in that cut-off position, possibly, you know, having to really compete in these last couple of events in order to try and lock in that qualification.
I mean, this is your last chance here in Utrecht, and next week or in a few weeks in Turin time, we'll see the cutoff rankings and see how players who maybe are just on the spot of qualifying or just outside of the rankings, to make sure that with those championship points from these regional and special championships, but also from local tournaments, we still have like a few weeks left of local tournaments, and I mean that might really make the difference here. We're currently seeing 84th to 91st, so these are the players that were on the cutoff. Currently in, so 701 CP seems to be like the magical number at this time of the tournament or season, but we also see there's 8 more trainers outside.
And it's got to be difficult for those 8 trainers in the gray there as well, because we still have a couple of events on our calendar. There's still all to play for, but it definitely is getting less and less and more intense, more pressure with every tournament.
100% it is. There's a lot of players who really want to get enough CP. And of course, it's not just this weekend. This is Utrecht here, but there's going to be the locals as well that our trainers can go to, the cups, the challenges, and of course, Turin, our special event, our other EU regional level event that we've got in a few weeks' time, and NAIC being the final pinnacle. So even though they might be here, there's still a lot of opportunity to get that little bit higher. And of course, for our players who are beyond 91 or 99.
And I think that's what makes it really interesting as well. You know, throughout the entire season, a lot of trainers have their eye on that grand prize. They want to be able to make the World Championships. But when you start getting to this point in the tournament, that's where you have to really think, you know, have I got the right team, the right composition? How are we going to be able to make this work? And only a couple of weeks ago at the Prague Regional Championships, we were able to crown a Nuller champion. I mean, Jamie, we had the privilege of being present at that event. It was amazing, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. We saw some both great innovation, but also some tried and true teams piloted to mastery as well. So I'm curious to see if that's going to continue and what the trend's going to be, which ways it leans towards. We're going to send off Scarlet and Violet with what we know, or are we going to have one last chance for something particularly interesting?
And in case you missed that epic action at the Prague Regional Championships, we've got a little bit of a video recap to clue you all in.
Pokemon Regionals returned to the city of Prague, and over 500 players entered the tournament. This would be the second last major tournament in Europe played on the Scarlet and Violet games. By this stage of the Regulation I format, there were distinct team archetypes, and Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta emerged as the dominant restricted pairing throughout Phase 1. Another archetype was balanced setup with Terrapagos, a strategy favoured by the defending 2018 Prague regional champion and Czech local David Kutesh. But players proved that creativity never stops, with Eduardo bringing a wildly anti-meta Giratina team that proved its value by winning spectacularly on stream and allowing its trainer to advance to Phase 2. Ultimately, the finals came down to 2 exceptional players, Louis Fonvier and Victor Medina. For Louis, this was his first year playing in the Masters division. For Victor, this could be the regional where he finally broke his second place curse after getting second place so many times. Game 1 started very well for Victor, with his Smeargle winning the speed tie and putting the opposing Smeargle to sleep. From there, Victor picked apart his opponent's team and sealed a decisive victory. This could be it. Just one more win and Victor would finally be a champion. But in Game 2, Louis did not risk a speed tie, protecting his Smeargle on the first turn. This gave him the opening he needed to remove Victor's Smeargle, taking the victory and forcing a Game 3. The final game became the Battle of the Smeargles. But Louis' Smeargle carried Ruination as well as Spore, and with a speed drop on the Trick Room, it became the biggest threat on the field. The combination of Smeargle and Calyrex Ice Rider was too much for his opponent, and when the dust cleared, Louis emerged as the Prague Regional Champion. If you want to watch more exciting Pokemon games, head on over to pokemon.com/broadcasts.
I don't think I've quite recovered from the battle of the Smeagol's there. What about you, Jamie?
Yeah, that was such an intense finals between two fantastic trainers as well. Yeah, the Smeagol shenanigans were ever present in that match and actually flipped each game into a very unique game to go into it. Like, the Moody's were incredibly impactful, whether there was a speed boost or an impactful speed drop of all things that came into play in the game 3 as well. Yeah, that was very, very fun to watch.
I think that's always the wild thing, right? When you see the Smeagol speed drop and everyone's cheering, that's not normally what we see when Smeagol is in play. But our two finalists played incredibly well throughout the whole tournament, not only with Smeagol by their side, but also with some key restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, we have the Calyrex Eyes and Koraidon here. I really like the opening of the Smeagol and Koraidon. It had so many options, so many tools into the opposing team and different openings. And then the ever-present Calyrex Shadow and Zamazenta, of course. Also, like, shoutouts to Lewis in his first season as a Masters Division player, taking down Victor in finals to be crowned a champion. That's quite an achievement.
Yeah, it's really incredible, really, isn't it? Like, and looking at his accolades as well going into that match, he'd got multiple top cuts already in the other 2026 season regionals as a master, leading up to this, as well as all that senior, like, astounding, amazing, like, results that he'd gotten already. So to come in here with a really unusual team as well, not even something that's quite standard either, and defeat a player like Victor Medina is a really testament to how great Louis already is and even could be even better in the future.
You know, it was the team that was able to get top 4 at the World Championships and was actually the team that knocked Victor Medina out of the top 8 at that World Championships as well. So maybe the thorn in his side, that Koraidon Calyrex Ice team that Victor does have, because of course he was sticking with the same team that he got top 8 at the World Championships with, and then again ends up losing to that same team of 6.
I assume maybe coming into this tournament, Victor is going to have really cracked the code into dealing with those 6 Pokemon. But there's a lot of other teams throughout our top 8 that did incredibly well that I think trainers obviously will need to have prepared for in this particular tournament. There was a lot of Zamazenta.
Yeah, it looks like Zamazenta and Calyrex seem to be dominating here in Europe. I mean, we see some Miraidon mixed in as well there. But yeah, Zamazenta definitely seems to be a staple here in the European metagame. On top of that, we see like Dragonite also making an appearance twice in top 4, actually. Might be the Choice Band variant next to the Qianpao, extra support. But yeah, like, I mean, one more Pokemon that's probably sticking out to me is the Volcarona, though, on Mark's team.
Yeah, I think that no one was really prepared for just Miraidon Zamazenta going into this, because it was a duo that was somewhat reasonable back in the first round of Regulation I, but then dropped off completely. And then, yeah, paired with the Volcarona, I think it makes perfect sense. You've got Electric Seed to be able to boost up and counter opposing Zamazentas as well, which you've said is the most common restricted Pokemon that we can see in that top 8. So Volcarona, I think, makes perfect sense.
I love how we've had quite a few Qianpao Dragonite teams going around too. It's been such a staple in previous regulations, even without our restricted Pokemon. But here it still finds its place there, particularly when you've got a Qianpao combined with that Zamazenta. Really nice pairing where Zamazenta works as best as you could imagine it to with Sword of Ruin, where it doesn't really like reduce the power of body press, but it does increase its power when it's used upon the opponent that is being affected by the Sword of Ruin. So a really nice combination there that isn't really affected by Intimidate as much as you would otherwise think it would.
I'm glad you mentioned Qianpao as well, because it's one of my favorite Pokemon out there, alongside the other Treasure of Ruin duo with the Chi-Yu. And I feel like both of these Pokemon in this regulation in particular have been so dominant and so well placed.
Yeah, Chi-Yu was obviously able to win the World Championships as well, taking the spot over Incineroar once again. That's the wrong Fire Dark type. It was Chi-Yu that was able to take the World Championships this year. Yeah, and I think when we're in such a powerful meta like the Regulation I with a restricted Pokemon, being able to reduce the defenses or special defenses of the opponent Pokemon to do even more damage makes absolute perfect sense. And we've seen multiple times why that is the case.
Lots of key Pokemon to keep an eye on, whether it's restricted, supportive, or even just, you know, a little bit of a rogue choice, a Toxapex, or even a Giratina that we've seen from time to time. We've recapped a lot of the Pokemon action that has happened before, but if you don't want to miss out on any of the Pokemon action to come, make sure to follow along at all of the broadcast situations. You can make sure to catch us at pokemon.com/broadcast. You can catch all of the action here, there, and anywhere that Pokemon is displaying it. And to make sure that you do not miss out, you need to make sure you are following those channels. Play Pokemon on Twitch and YouTube. You can watch not only the live action, but you can go back and watch some of the incredible matches that we're talking about from wherever they have been broadcast. Now, I know we say this every single event as well, but I think, Jamie, you're a big fan of the #PlayPokemon, correct?
Well, yeah, because this is the last Scarlet and Violet event that we have in the European region here. So obviously we want to hear what your favorite moment has been throughout the entirety of the Scarlet and Violet era, not just this season. We're going back right to the beginning. What's your favorite moment? Please let us know with the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Yeah, how are you celebrating the end of Scarlet and Violet? How are you commiserating the end of such an incredible era? Make sure to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know who you're rooting for, which Pokemon you want to see, and all those Pokemon art and Pokemon pets. We love to see that as well. But as much as we love hearing from you, I think it's time for you to hear a little bit more from us and our players, because Jamie and David, I believe you guys are up first. You've got a job to do. We've got to teleport these guys over to the desk, and we'll be right back with our next round here at the Utrecht Regional Championships.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Jamie, I'm very excited. It is the final Scarlet and Violet event, and we're going to be getting into round 2 really, really shortly. But first of all, how are you feeling about this event right now?
Yeah.
Because to be honest, it's like a culmination of years, right? And now we're in this final event for EU, and the final streamed event, I believe, too. And that must have a lot of feelings inside both of us, right?
Yeah, no, there's definitely excitement for, wow, this is the last one. Let's go out with a bang, right? But also, yeah, it's the last one. It has been years, and now we're going to just be putting an end to this chapter. But it's going to be a great end to the chapter. I am going to be very, very sure of that.
100% here too. So we're going to have a look at our notable matches for our round 2 here. And who we will be featuring is highlighted in red at the top, and it is Ivar Vliga versus Kevin Salvetto.
Yeah, great match to start us off here. We were actually just mentioning previously we were able to see Mark Munda get top 8 in the Prague Regional Championship with the team that I think the same 6 that Ivar is ending up riding. Maybe there was definitely at least the Volcarona paired with the Zamazenta and the Miraidon, which we were mentioning.
Yeah, a really strong team. And yeah, Ivar of the Netherlands as well. So bringing back a very strong team at the moment that seems to be kind of going around the local scene here. But of course, other notable matches going on at the same time is Lewis Markle, one of our players to watch here. And for good reason, right? 4th in the EU regional leaderboard, top 4 at LA, and already a runner-up in last year's event.
Yeah, so we're definitely one to watch out for as we progress through the tournament. Going down, we've got a UK showdown there with Sam Bentham versus Jack Clark. And yeah, that could be quite crucial because I think both of them are maybe in the awkward position in terms of championship points, so definitely want to be progressing there. And of course, we did see the sneak peek of Francesco Pierpari still running that Electric Sea Terrapagos that I think that he was the first to actually pilot to great success.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. He did very well in the previous season of Regulation Set I believe. Kind of really pioneering with the Sinistra, particularly too, which seems to have really popped off over in LA, particularly. Aaron Trailer getting that finalist position with that amazing Terrapagos Miraidon and Sinistra core here. But of course, now we're focusing on these two players who you can see on the screen now. And what a showdown it's going to be.
Yeah, for sure. Like, speaking of memories across the Scarlet and Violet era, I remember facing Ivar when he was running that Dudunsparce team.
Ah, you do.
And that was certainly something, because I believe, as far as I remember, that was the first time that Ivar popped onto the scene with a very, very cool team. Like, it had a Dudunsparce, a Squawkabilly, of all things as well, and I only just managed to squeak through all of those rock slides. Like, yeah, I was flinching all over the place. I definitely remember that one quite vividly.
And I think he also had a Tatsugiri, but no Dondozo either. I think it was Storm Drain Tatsugiri, perhaps even with like Rapid Spin to get rid of like
it was Rapid Spin,
the toxic debris from like the core and stuff. So creative and making it so far with a very interesting team as well.
Yeah, and using quite a cool spin on the Miraidon and Zamazenta team that we do have here as well. Going to be facing quite a classic team coming out from Kevin Salvetto, who is definitely a very, very strong trainer in his own right. Has had a lot of success in the grassroots scene that we've seen online as well, and should be able to bring all that experience to the fore here, as we're about to see the accomplishments of both of these trainers. Ivar was able to get top 8 at the Lille Regional Championships last year, and look at that, wow, all the way back in 2017. I didn't realize Kevin was that veteran of a player going all the way back there.
Well, he's obviously something is going to really help with his aging. I don't know, he just looks like he has so much youth, you know? Like, he used to give us our secrets, to be honest. So on Ivar's end, we have multiple top cuts there. Top 16, top 8, and a EUIC top 16 this year as well is no mean feat. At the time, the biggest tournament ever, and so that is an incredible achievement there on Ivar's end. But yeah, Kevin equally, over the years, getting some very notable achievements with a world's top 64 as well. Like, how do you kind of balance out those different levels of top cuts versus the kind of intensity of the, I don't know, the whole tournament itself versus international versus regional? Oh, so much to debate.
Yeah, I think you just need to take every game at its time at this point. Going to be facing loads of great trainers, and we got what seems to be quite a cool team here coming out from Ivar. There's no surprise to see if you are running Miraidon and Zamazenta paired up with the Chien-Pao, because you've got that classic electric and ice coverage, and you've also got the Sword of Ruin helping the Zamazenta with those body presses. And the Dragonite is definitely something that's been picking up with Chien-Pao, but it has usually been with just the Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, but it seems to be quite successful here for Ivar paired with Miraidon over that Shadow Rider.
Yeah, with that and some more supportive Choice Scarf Miraidon set as well that we've seen on those Terrapagos teams as well, that we've seen with the Snarl and being able to outspeed so much. Even the Choice Scarf Urshifus, that's more of a common Choice Scarf pick. You can just nail it with that Volt Switch or that Electric Diff if you need to, and switch on out and start to reset your electric terrain in the future. Yeah,
and it was actually quite a supportive Volcarona as well, not the Electric Seed one, but Electric Seed is incredibly common on Lunala here when we see a team of Pokemon that we are going to be quite familiar with. And I think it's almost surprising at this point to see Choice Specs on the Miraidon on this team, right? Even though that's by far the most common item that we saw in the first round of Regulation I, and it was able to win the International Championships over in North America. But then we saw the shift to Life Orb at the World Championships that was able to get top 8s by Kosuke. And now I think the Life Orb, as far as I've been able to tell when I've seen this team pop up in Regulation I the second round, it's been Life Orb, but Kevin may be sticking with what he was used to back in the first round and sticking with that Choice Specs.
And it was Life Orb on Emilio Forbes' team as well last year, last week even, at LA, when they also just won their 4th regional.
Yeah.
So, yeah, now going with more interesting duo though of Miraidon and Lunala, arguably kind of popularized by Federico Camporesi, kind of doing very well with this combination, once in the GC and then again at the next kind of regional. So a tried and tested composition, but definitely not a common one, and maybe one duo that a lot of players going into this tournament might kind of not necessarily prepare for, or maybe hope they don't face if they have more of a bad matchup into it. So, Jamie, in your experience, what do you feel like Miraidon Zamazenta is like into Miraidon Lunala specifically?
I would surely just give the advantage to the Miraidon Zamazenta, mainly because it's not the most common of duos. It's been around, but it's not the one that most people prepare for. Like, there's other duos that are way more common but to be able to prepare for. As we get into this game, we'll have to see what we're going to see from both of these trainers. It is just Chien-Pao and Dragonite immediately coming out from Ivar. Then it's Incineroar and Miraidon for Kevin.
Okay, Hydron Engine going up first, and then the Sword of Ruin, really crucially information there. Miraidon and Chien-Pao having the same speed stat means that that's really crucial information for both players here. So it could be that a potential speed tie, but it also could be that this Miraidon is naturally faster than this Chien-Pao, maybe saying that it's adamant-natured instead of that jolly nature. And of course, then Incineroar following up with Intimidate. It's always going to be slower than the other two.
Yeah, of course it is, and it's not going to be too impactful into the Dragonite, of course. Yeah, the Chien-Pao with the Focus Sash is always run as fast as possible, whether that's adamant or jolly. But the Miraidon actually could have just gone for the attack there if it was the faster, but just immediately switching out into the Lunala.
Perhaps afraid of the double priority double up there with the extreme speed and the Sucker Punch, which wouldn't have mattered with speeds whatsoever. So here is a Terra here. Yes, we are going to see this too much over the next few weeks after today or tomorrow. So let's enjoy it while we can. That Terra normal onto the Dragonite, which has been so good at doing across multiple regulations, locking in with a much better defensive typing, and yeah, a great switch from Kevin there, switching in what was going to take a lot of damage and absolutely almost nothing now going into this first turn.
Yeah, but that was actually quite a lot of damage from that knockoff into the Dragonite. That is a huge momentum swing immediately for Kevin there. Very nicely done. The Ice Shard and Extreme Speed would have been able to knock out that Miraidon, and I think even if it had gone for a defensive terrestrialization, because that Extreme Speed is so powerful when paired with the Chien-Pao, but now it's really not going to be doing the damage that you want now that Dragonite doesn't have its choice band anymore. So really, really nicely done. At least you did go for Ice Shard and break the Shadow Shield on the opposing Lunala, because there's no Sucker Punch available on the Chien-Pao. It did have to be that as the priority, but that is one of the benefits now. Sucker Punch fails on a switch, but Ice Shard still does that damage, and any damage into a Lunala on the first hit to break Shadow Shield is always impactful.
100%, especially when you have a 4 times weakness there in the dark and that Ghost type on Lunala that means that you can one-hit KO it with something like an Incineroar that might be coming in here with the threat of that knockoff going into the next turn. But first, the responding Terra now from Kevin's end, and it's going to be that Lunala. Makes sense. You want to go with that Terra Fairy, which is otherwise largely uncontested on Evar's team, apart from that Zamazenta that could be in the back, but has Heavy Slam, which doesn't do a whole lot of damage anyway. So first of all, it's that crunch. Yep. But that Terra, again, Kevin playing very defensive. Flare Blitz into the imposing Incineroar too. Again, a defensive play from Ivar. So not a lot of damage being traded at the moment, but it's going to be that Trick Room now that Kevin's setting up. So I think we might see a bit more of a momentum swing going into the following turns.
Yeah, now that Chien-Pao's going to be very threatened by either the Moonblast or even just the Flare Blitz here. So at least the Lunala has become fake-outable, and again, I'm not going to be able to say that too much when Terra disappears, but yes, the Lunala is now fake-outable, so you can put a stop to Chien-Pao being KO'd this turn to a double-up by the Incineroar going for fake-out into either target here. I think I'd prefer the Lunala, mainly because you don't want to be taking a Moonblast for massive damage, but I guess as well, the Incineroar could be going for U-turn rather than Flare Blitz to be able to break the focus session. Maybe you want to put a stop to that pivoting action, because if Ursaluna gets a free switch in, that could be very, very devastating.
But it's Zamazenta coming in first, though. Daunted Shield activating for the first time and the only time in every game. Flare Blitz into the Lunala, though, doing under half damage generally there. But getting a burn there, that could make a difference here in this game versus a very bulky Pokemon, and seems to be what is quite a long-paced game as well, so that damage is going to add up. But first of all, Kevin's U-turn going first inside the Trick Room at the moment here, which is maybe not exactly what you want. You might want to be going after Evar's Pokemon have moved, but it looks like Kevin's going to have to bring in something at the moment to bring in. It is that Urshifu, so going absolutely last, and then it's the Lunala straight up afterwards. So interesting speed interactions here, dealing a lot of damage to that Incineroar, and then the burn chip on that Lunala once again.
Yeah, so it seems like the Incineroar on Evar's is pretty slow if it got that Flare Blitz off first, so should still be underspeeding the Urshifu. Yes, you can Aqua Jet to be able to KO the Incineroar even in the Trick Room, but you really want to be going for Surging Strikes here, and I don't think you actually mind if the Incineroar goes first, because the Flare Blitz shouldn't KO the Lunala from the range it's at, and the burn will actually add up quite significantly over time. But the Urshifu's in quite a nice position because the Zamazenta can't go for its terrestrialization anymore because the Dragonite went for it immediately. You could just go for that Surging Strikes into the Zamazenta very, very comfortably here.
But first, it's going to be a knockoff to reduce that damage a little bit in that choice band. So that is one way to reduce the Urshifu's damage here. You can't intimidate it, but a Moonblast following up, though, into Zamazenta. With that Terra boost, not as much as you might hope, but at the end of the day, it is a Zamazenta. It is super bulky. So there's that Surging Strikes, as you called out, Jamie, doing a lot of damage there generally, and perhaps now putting it in range of another Moonblast from Kevin's Lunala here. So what is it going to respond to, though? It is that Body Press into the Urshifu. Big damage, but it's not a KO KO very crucially here, and it might be able to get another attack off here if Incineroar does not target it down.
Yeah, but now that the choice ban has been knocked off, it can just switch up into Aqua Jet into the Incineroar instead. So if you hadn't have knocked off the choice ban, you could have been able to KO with Flare Blitz now because it would have been locked into that. But then you had to knock off in order for Zamazenta to be able to survive that attack. Because based on that damage, the choice ban might have been able to tip it over the edge into a KO. It had been quite close. But yeah, now you can go for Aqua Jet into Incineroar and then Moongeist Beam into the Zamazenta, or maybe Moonblast once again. The reason why he's going for Moonblast, even though it's a tiny bit weaker than Moongeist Beam, is because there is a Terra Normal Dragonite that could be switching in on that. So I think Moonblast is still probably preferred here. It's not going to be the Aqua Jet. The Urshifu is instead switching out.
So it has to be that Incineroar now coming in at the back here. Well, it could have also been the Miraidon, but Incineroar is a very nice switch in here into steel moves that could come out from Zamazenta in that Heavy Slam or into the Incineroar. Perhaps be able to keep this Lunala alive from this Flare Blitz, which it does. Great switch in from Kevin there, because now Lunala should be able to follow up here with what's likely that Moongeist Beam there. Okay, so basically banking on that Zamazenta staying in, doing enough damage, and is getting that KO on that very powerful Restricted. And the only one Eva brought to this game.
Yeah, it does seem so. So that's a very, very nice swing of momentum once again for Kevin. But you can see the impact of that burn. That's been 3 turns now that the burn has been adding up on, and it's down into the red. So probably is in range of even the Ice Shards coming out from the Chien-Pao. And you've got either Pokemon coming in, the Dragonite or the Chien-Pao, that will have access to that priority. I probably prefer the Dragonite, mainly because the Incineroar just switched in and has Fake Out pressure, but it is going to be the Chien-Pao instead. So you can go for a Fake Out into that, and then potentially double up with a Moonblast. But Lunala's surely got to be in range of that Incineroar on Eval's side, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you are the last turn of Trick Room now, and so Eval kind of going for safely for the Protect on Chien-Pao's end to kind of make sure you just don't get doubled up here, like a really obvious Protect here. So let's see if Kevin kind of takes advantage of that.
Yeah, we'll see. No Fake Outs coming out. It's just Flare Blitz, and that's just a little bit of chip damage into that opposing Incineroar. Not quite KOing itself to the Flare Blitz, but that U-turn will definitely do it. Gonna get that Incineroar for Kevin right out of there, pivoting back out. Lunala won't be able to do anything this turn because the Chien-Pao is protecting, but Trick Room's about to run out, and we did see that the Miraidon was theoretically faster than the opposing Chien-Pao, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that come in. But at the same time, Urshifu, yep, it is going to be the Urshifu coming in. You've still got Aqua Jet potential to be able to get that priority going when the Trick Room is about to expire.
And it's just, we're interested to see actually if the Urshifu is naturally faster than the Dragonite as well, as they both have Aqua Jet or both have priority moves, but with the extreme speed on Dragonite's end, that actually is naturally higher priority than Aqua Jet does. So even if the Urshifu was naturally faster than the Dragonite, extreme speed would still come out first and be able to snipe that Urshifu down, and then the Chien-Pao can safely target down the Lunala in this turn too.
Yeah, I think what Kevin's probably going for here is just sacrifice both the Lunala and the Urshifu to get that paid switch into both Incineroar and Miraidon. Then you can go for Fake Out's Chien-Pao, Electro Drift into the Dragonite. You won't be KO'd because the extreme speed won't be as powerful without the choice ban, and then the Incineroar will theoretically just beat that Chien-Pao.
So there's the extreme speed into that Urshifu, as you've choreographed so far, Jamie. Let's see how this plays out. And yeah, Chien-Pao is definitely going to be faster here. We know this Lunala isn't going to be able to take any hits at the moment. So yeah, 100% accurate. Crunch into that Lunala, setting up for this end game now, where Kevin gets to bring in that really fresh Miraidon and that Incineroar for that extra Fake Out.
Yeah, this should be pretty straightforward now for Kevin. I don't think there's anything that can particularly stop just Fake Out into Chien-Pao, Electro Drift into Dragonite. Because this Chien-Pao doesn't have Sacred Sword, that's very uncommon in Regulation I for Chien-Pao to be able to have access to. Therefore, this Intimidate's going to stick on the Chien-Pao, and it just really won't be able to do the damage to the Incineroar. So maybe you need to go for the extreme speed into the opposing Incineroar to try and get that chip damage, and then bank on the fact that Icicle Crash can critical hit the Miraidon to KO it, and that it was a speed tie, and you actually do end up moving first before the Miraidon. But I think at this point, Fake Out and Electro Drift, that should be able to seal the game.
So yeah, Evar going for the safe protect there, knowing Kevin's out at the moment and knowing that Evar likely needs to go for some critical hits to be able to get this game. So here's the Fake Out. What is coming next? It's probably going to be that extreme speed from this Dragonite to get as much damage as possible. Can it put this Miraidon or Incineroar in range of the Chien-Pao attack? That definitely is going to do a lot of damage. But yeah, as you said, the Electro Drift here, it is that choice specs now. Dragonite's bulky, but not that bulky. Sorry, Dragonite, down you go. And now it's all down to this Chien-Pao for Evar.
Yeah, but we saw, as we pointed out on that very first turn, or even turn 0, as it were, that the electric terrain activated before the Sword of Ruin, so we should be seeing that Miraidon move first. If the Icicle Crash does end up moving first, it does need a critical hit or a flinch. And I don't even think a flinch would help at this point, because the Incineroar can go for U-turn and then Flare Blitz to KO the opposing Chien-Pao, but it is still going to be that Miraidon moving first, so that will be the first game for Kevin.
Yeah, there it is. Going down to that Focus Sash here, and Chien-Pao should be able to knock out this Incineroar. But, Jamie, surely it could still be a speed tie, potentially.
I guess so.
Surely. And then, like, Chien-Pao can then still kind of get an Icicle Crash off next turn if it decides to win the speed tie this turn.
It decides to win the speed tie. Sure. I wish that my Pokemon just decided to win the speed tie.
Yours just don't?
No.
Oh, right.
No, about half the time they don't. We'll have to see. No, Miraidon's still moving first. Okay, so consistently moving first there for the Miraidon. But even if that had been a speed tie and the Chien-Pao would have moved first, it would have either had to be multiple Icicle Crash flinches because of the Intimidates or a critical hit. So the odds were still way in Kevin's favor, but we've seen the Miraidon consistently move first, take that KO, and take the first game for Kevin.
Okay. Kevin's obviously feeling pretty good right now, and with that Miraidon kind of endgame there, seal that up really nicely after kind of dealing all that little extra chip damage into Evar's Pokemon there. Like, we saw like plenty of really good defensive switches there for Kevin. Do you think Evar could be able to capitalize a little bit more, even if the same Pokemon were brought in the game too?
Yeah, I think so. Like, the first turn was a massive momentum swing in Kevin's favor, because all Evar was able to achieve was break the Shadow Shield, but then lost the Choice Band on the Dragonite for the sake of that. And you saw in the endgame, the Incineroar would have been KO'd to the Choice Band Extreme Speed, but not the just regular old Extreme Speed, even though it took a huge amount of damage, not quite enough. So I think Evar needs to be careful of that, because it might be quite telegraphed that, yes, Extreme Speed and Ice Shard is KOing this Miraidon, so I will defensively switch. But I don't think there's really a true punish to that, apart from going for Crunch into the Miraidon, which actually is still entirely reasonable. You do pretty respectable damage, and Crunch and Extreme Speed should be able to KO. But there's no reason why Kevin can't also switch it up here. There could be the Whimsicott adjustment going for Tailwind as well. You could just immediately lead with a Lunala and set Trick Room up. So there's still adaptations that can come out from Kevin's side of the field, but I do think Evar does need to do something on his end.
It's quite tricky when you're leading with like choice banded Pokemon, for instance, because you lock yourself in so hard, don't you, into your game plan. But it doesn't look like it's the Dragonite lead this time. It is that Chien-Pao, but now with the Zamazenta for Evar, and it's going to be the Miraidon and the Incineroar for Kevin.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to assume at this point that it is an adamant Chien-Pao, given that it was still the Hadron Engine activating before that Chien-Pao's Sword of Ruin. We might just see a double protect here, because it would get rid of the fake out turn and also see what the Miraidon is locking itself into, and then you can adjust from there. And I don't really see too many downsides. There's no reason to take a risk here, but we are seeing actually just immediate terrestrialization coming out straight away from that Incineroar of all things.
Okay, since we're not going to that Terra Bug, which has been really popular in Regulation Set I specifically, because you can then resist Zamazenta's Body Press without them being weak to counteract Shadow Rider's attacks, for instance. So Kevin, kind of respecting the option of Evar just going straight for the attacks here. But yeah, as you said, Jamie, there's kind of not a lot of reason for Evar to not do this play, unless he's predicting a Whimsicott in the back here. But it's really paid out for Evar here, because not only has he seen that Miraidon's locked into Volt Switch, but also that Kevin spent the Terra instantly on this turn, which really leads this Miraidon wide open, because it can't go for that defensive Terra Fairy in front of this Chien-Pao.
Yeah, I think that was quite a preemptive Terra there for Kevin, given how, like, no drawback-wise double protect was coming out from Evar, because it burns two things. It burns the fake out and also sees what the Miraidon locks into. So, but like, obviously the Incineroar didn't go for fake out. So on this turn, I think it would have been incredibly reasonable to go for that defensive terrestrialization. But now it's easier for Evar to be able to adjust around that. You're probably not going to body press this Incineroar anymore. It's very likely to be a target down into the Miraidon instead, or even just heavy slam into the Incineroar if you want to be doing some respectable damage as well. But now you can also just Icicle Crash and crunch the Incineroar for really good damage.
So here comes Volt Switch first. It's that Chien-Pao. That is so much damage from what is otherwise a relatively weaker move on that 70 base power, but just showing the power of Miraidon with that Choice Specs, and why Kevin has thought, right, why did we ever switch off of this Choice Specs Pokemon, right? Let's get back into this. So Kevin's going to think about what they need to bring in at the moment here, because obviously Zamazenta and this Chien-Pao are still yet to attack here. And so Urshifu given its typing, is probably a nice defensive switch, as we can see into this crunch.
Yeah, if that had been Lunala, that would have done a huge amount of damage. But, of course, the body press help with Sword of Ruin does huge damage and is able to pick up the KO on that Urshifu. I think that crunch chip was probably necessary to get that KO. But speaking of KOs, a Terra-boosted U-turn coming out from the Incineroar, able to do that one last bit of HP to the Chien-Pao, knock itself out, and get that pivoting going once again.
Good job, Incineroar, with that Terra bug, making great use of that U-turn there. And so, yeah, with Miraidon in the back that could still come in, at least you can lock yourself into something else at the moment. And you can maybe go into Electro Drift instead this time, because then you can at least try and threaten a little bit more damage down to the Zamazenta, which is otherwise quite an issue. But now Lunala is on the field this time, activating that Electric Seed, which is exactly what you want here. But yeah, the thing is, with that pivoting action, Ivar has the ability now to respond to what Kevin has brought in.
Yeah, and can't defensively terrestrialize the Lunala anymore, so in the face of this Incineroar that's switching in for Ivar, that might be an issue, but of course you're going to intimidate it with your own Incineroar, and you've got the Electric Seed, and therefore you don't have an item, so Knockoff won't be doing as much damage, and also the Shadow Shield is completely intact at the moment. So it seems like we're seeing the Incineroar on Kevin's side of the field get that Intimidate first. We saw the Incineroar on Ivar's side move first in Trick Room, so that is likely going to be the speed order once again coming out from both these trainers. So that means that Kevin has the fake out advantage on this turn, but no fake outs once again.
Okay, I think we saw Ivar locked in here, and it's a Knockoff coming up later for this Incineroar, but not before the Moongeist beam first. Into that Zamazenta, dealing probably the necessary chip to put it in range of what Miraidon has in the back. And so yeah, there's the faster U-turn coming out from Kevin's end, doing, yeah, Terra boosted. That's great, Incineroar. Yeah, that's really good. Okay, Miraidon should be coming in at the moment now, but I think Ivar is definitely going to get off this Knockoff. But it is a -1, and without an item. Do you think it's going to KO, Jamie?
Lunala's incredibly bulky. I think it's going to survive this attack, even though it is quad effective. Yeah, you can see that actually shrugging it off quite comfortably.
Yeah, that's pretty fair, honestly. And actually, may still not be in range of a heavy slam coming out from the Zamazenta either, given how much damage it did through the Shadow Shield too. So it might be safe enough to kind of still get off one more attack before the Incineroar can then take it down with another knockoff in this turn. But now you can see both these Pokemon are very much in range of Miraidon attacks. But where do you target down if you're Kevin?
Yeah, I know, you were just scoffing at the U-turn damage, but that U-turn damage has probably put the Incineroar into range of Electro Drift, right? So, well, it's not Electro Drift, though. It is Volt Switch instead. Yeah, Electro Drift would have done it there.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's been put in range of another U-turn. So actually could be quite impactful here, especially because obviously the Incineroar's coming in for that another round of Intimidate, right?
Yeah, it's set up your Incineroar so you can U-turn sweep. That's the team's
exactly that.
Yeah, okay. So body press into the useful Terra Bug. Okay, Kevin's really pulling out all the stops with this Incineroar here, but it looks like it's the Moonblast actually to finish off this Incineroar now, which I do like here. You've been able to deal the damage with your massively powerful Miraidon, but then it's not Miraidon taking the hit, it's the Incineroar in the back instead, which is a really nice synergy for the entirety of Kevin's team.
Yeah, it's really nice here. Dragonite is still the last one coming out for Ivar, and we'll have to choose what it's going to lock into. There's nothing really great into the Lunala because it's stayed as a ghost type now, so if it does lock into extreme speed, that's not going to be able to do anything at all to the Lunala. And then you're stuck with a -2 Zamazenta that can heavy slam it, and that's probably like a 4-hit KO factoring in. It is now -2 from the Incineroar. It kind of has to be extreme speed to deal with the Miraidon that's waiting in the back, but then you have to have the Zamazenta deal with the Lunala, and I don't think it's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't look likely, does it? And so Ivar might be kind of getting into the realms of fishing for critical hits at this point, given Kevin's defensive backbone and how healthy that Miraidon is in the back. But if anything's going to do damage, it is Choice Band, Extreme Speed, Terra Normal boosted Dragonite here. Zamazenta going on the Protect here. And where is this Dragonite going to target? We know it's got to be into that Incineroar, right? This Lunala's already Ghost type. But is it going to be that KO into this defensive cat? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it was. No Sword of Ruin necessary there to be able to pick up that KO. No knockoff to get rid of the Choice Band to reduce the damage. No U-turn to get that Miraidon in. But, of course, Miraidon will be able to switch in here after the Incineroar's KO. Just a Moongeist Beam into the Zamazenta instead of a Moonblast into the opposing Dragonite. Oh, and look at that. Perfect timing for the electric terrain to disappear, because here it is once again.
Yes, perfect for Kevin, not quite perfect for Ivar. And there it is, just so you cannot even stall out the electric terrain either. Miraidon just really online now to deal all the damage it needs. Ivar needs, most likely, this critical hit from this extreme speed to be able to get this KO. Even then, it may even be close, given any sort of defensively bulk training on this Miraidon here. But it's something that Ivar needs to bank on for him to be able to take this game, because then Zamazenta is the only thing that's going to be able to deal with this Lunala, and if Dragonite doesn't take down Miraidon, Miraidon's going to take down the Zamazenta.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's been outspinning a Chien-Pao, so it's probably not very bulky here, but oh yeah, critical hit would have done it. That was a lot of damage, but it's Electro Drift into the Zamazenta instead, and that is going to seal it now, because the Dragonite locked into extreme speed, it cannot deal with this Lunala at all, and even then, like, the Miraidon's still going to be able to threaten absolutely massive damage. Like, here's the Moonblast. It will do a bit of damage. Like, that's all right. That's like a 3-hit, maybe 4-hit knockout. But the extreme speed is a zero, like an infinite hit knockout, right? So won't be able to break through the Lunala. Ivar's going to realize it, throw in the towel. Kevin Salvetto takes round 2 here in Utrecht.
Massive congrats to Kevin Salvetto there. A really dominant game, honestly. Really closing out really nicely with that duo of the Lunala Miraidon against the 2 duos, kind of, right, in that Zamazenta, but also you've got the Chien-Pao Dragonite duo there that was really shut down and just not allowed to really do much at all. Even once the Dragonite had its extreme speed and Terra Normal online, there were just so many targets it wasn't doing a lot into.
Yeah, like I was a little bit dubious of the immediate terrestrialization from the Incineroar there. Like, it could have been turned 2. I think the double protect was pretty telegraphed, and you could have just done it on the second turn, but it did actually take a body press while also being a bug type on the field already, and I think that actually maybe the U-turn Terra boost actually did come into play, because I don't know if that Moonblast un-Terra boosted would have KO'd that Incineroar, and then that would have allowed either some pivoting action or the knockoff actually KO the Lunala, freeing up the Dragonites potentially. So yeah, actually the bug terrestrialization quite impactful there.
This is where I would say, like, Terra bug U-turn new meta, but like this is the only like event left in EU. So.
Yeah, and we've seen it a little bit before.
We have seen a little bit exactly before, and yet there are 2 more events coming up next weekend as well. But anyway, focusing on this game, like, do you think Ivar could have done anything different? Because obviously we saw that Ivar, like, was only really bringing the Zamazenta and not their own Miraidon. Do you think Choice Scarf Miraidon had any place here?
Yeah, it's always awkward when you feel the need to bench one of your restricteds. And Miraidon is still perfectly reasonable in this match, especially because Ursaluna wasn't brought. I think that's probably the Pokemon that was putting Ivar off the most. But given it was Urshifu over Ursaluna, I think the Miraidon would have had a place here, especially because the Miraidon on Kevin's side was faster than the Chien-Pao very consistently. So if you had your definitely faster Miraidon with a Choice Scarf, that could have actually been quite crucial.
Yeah, so perhaps something that Ivar maybe could have practiced a little bit more going into like this tournament potentially, but hard to know if Zamazenta Miraidon's going to come up on your radar, because it really wasn't that common in both LA and Prague either. So could be a matchup that he just kind of was trying to hopefully dodge, and then, or maybe knows that Zamazenta's pretty good into that, or maybe expects that into this matchup they usually bring the Ursaluna, and so Miraidon's terrible. But obviously Kevin has maybe played this matchup a little bit more, and obviously comes out on top.
I mean, it's a team of 6 that we've seen a lot, right? And it's probably one of the teams that you will have prepared for against the most. But I think your preparation is probably against the Life Orb one now, right? That's just, at least in the second round of Regulation I, because it was so successful at the World Championships, I think the Life Orb was by far the most common. You mentioned Amelia Forbes won with the Life Orb Miraidon last weekend in Los Angeles as well. So then now if your prep is against the Life Orb one, well then suddenly you're not ready for the extra damage that the choice packs can bring.
Yeah, definitely not. And so there's so much like intricacies on both of these teams when you've got the Chien-Pao Dragonite kind of duo, but then you've got your restricted pairings that you want to go for too. But like, what do you see winning this event though, Jamie? Like, do you see either of these compositions winning it at all?
I think that it would be entirely reasonable to see just Miraidon Lunala once again, because it's already been proven to win. I can't remember if there's any Miraidon Zamazenta that have won. I'm not getting any that come to mind. It's got top 4 at an international. I remember that Eric Riss was able to take that with a Covert Cloak. Teal Musk Ogopon was able to make top 4, I think it was. And it's a North American international, if I remember right. So it's a good duo. It's able to find success, but it hasn't found the most success. So this is, like we said, is it going to be the tried and true teams, or is it going to be last chance hurrah, I'm going to go all out with this duo that I actually believe in?
Yeah, it's a great question as well, because like as soon as you can find something that is a little bit more niche, that maybe kind of takes the team or the whole tournament by surprise, then you're going to put yourself in an advantage.
Yeah, you will, and Kevin's put himself in a huge advantage now by taking the second win here in Utrecht, and we're ready to hear from him, so please take it away.
Thank you so much, David and Jamie, for talking us through that first game. It is now my honor to sit next to Kevin Salvetto, the winner of our second round. How are you feeling?
Hi, good morning. I'm feeling quite good. Quite good.
We watched quite an extensive game here. It looked like you were in control throughout the whole set. So my first question is, especially with the first turn of the first game, that looked like the perfect swap in. Like, how did you practice this matchup going into this tournament, and how sure were you that this was your play to make?
Well, usually against Zama Chen Pao, I like to put pressure with Insi and Miraidon, or instead of Miraidon, Lunala. I like to use the Terabug to click a safe U-turn on the Chen Pao, and there I noted after setting up the Trick Room, I'm in a good spot. This time, I preferred to use Miraidon since I knew he could bring Dragonite, and preferred to do damage on the Zama before, since my Miraidon was faster than his Chen Pao, we saw. The plan worked. The pressure that Inchi and Miraidon gave turn 1 gave me advantage with the Pokemon joining the field after them with the U-turn Volt Switch and giving me momentum after.
I mean, especially that first knockoff in that set, like weakening, crippling a little bit the Dragonite after Terra.
Yeah.
I guess you then also felt more comfortable terraing your...
It gave me a better spot in the ending situation of the game, where its Dragonite was putting less pressure thanks to the knockoff at the start.
Yeah. You mentioned the Terabug on Incineroar. In the second game, your opponent led with the Qianpao and the Zamazenta, and it felt like in turn 1 you immediately went for the Terabug. It seemed like a very good play on your end, but I mean, you could have maybe also waited 1 turn. So, like, how did you feel about the Terabug option straight in turn 1?
I needed to have Incineroar safe for the late game to put the Intimidate on Zamazenta or Chen Pao to have Lunala winning Galon, as it did in the end, because he had not enough damage on the Lunala thanks to the Intimidate. So having the Fake Out and the Intimidate for the late part of the game was needed. So that's why I spent the Terabug on Incineroar. And after turn 1, when he went for the double product, I was such in a good spot. I just had to decide where to go with the Volt Switch. I preferred to go on the Chen Pao because after Chen Pao was killed, I knew he had almost no pressure on my Lunala, and that's what happened. He didn't switch Chen Pao out and he got punished. I was careful putting Urshifu instead of Lunala on the turn, so my Lunala could enter the field with much HP and win along.
We saw last weekend in LA, Life Orb Miraidon actually made a huge role and won the tournament. Did you ever consider Life Orb instead of Choice Specs? Like, what was your thought process going into this tournament?
That's the same team that I used this summer at World Championship, and I'm feeling comfortable with Team with Miraidon because it gives me a lot of advantage also in mirror matches. And since that's the team I used this summer, and I feel more confident with those sets on the Pokemon. I hadn't much time to prepare for those last 2 tournaments, so I decided to bring what I'm more confident with.
We're like quite late in the season. Can you quickly talk us about your current ranking and how you feel about qualifying for the World Championships?
Yeah, right now I'm quite in a rogue spot in the edge, but I still have won this tournament. I can get chippies from the tournament, and I can improve my results with Turin. That is gonna be the first tournament with champions in Italy, and I'm so excited, and I hope to make it with those 2 tournaments too.
All right, thank you so much for talking us through your round. Any last shout-outs?
To Federico and Luca, which are the creators of the team and are always helping through all the Regai with the team. And always, not only during Regai, they're 2 good friends. And to Will Server, my team, they're teammates also. And to Valeria and Michelangelo that are always supporting me and always gave me support.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk us through your set. We will take a short break and be right back with the next round.
I need to be ready to work for it and ready to fight, even when I'm afraid. So it's given me a kind of courage that I don't think I would get from anything else. 2017 regionals in Virginia, my best friend Kazuki Kanehira was playing his first tournament. And we had both brought a kind of similar Mimikyu Snorlax team. And I went undefeated in Swiss, which was fine, you know, like my achievements or whatever. But what was really exciting was watching him succeed. And he made top 4 of that tournament, and I was just sitting there like beaming, like watching him succeed at his first tournament, watching him be excited, watching him be happy. That was, you know, all I could have asked for. The thing that's really beautiful about competitive Pokemon is that I get to see everything from people. I get to see the lows, I get to see the highs, I get to know people in a way that I wouldn't ever know them otherwise. And so I think being so connected to other people that way and being able to fit it in as part of the rest of my life is immensely gratifying. I look up to almost everyone I play, just to be clear. But I mean, like, Wolf just won a regional, and I definitely look up to the way he plays. The way he manages risk is really impressive to me. And James Evans has played some amazing Pokemon this whole year, and he keeps fighting, and he's like totally public with other players about what he's doing, what he's trying to do. I think that's awesome. And I'm inspired by my friends. They've helped me a lot. I think anyone who keeps it up and shows that passion for the game, that's kind of like a fundamental appreciation for it, I'm inspired by. My goal this season is to play beautiful Pokemon. 15 years, you know, obviously it's nice to win worlds or have that dream, and I want to, but you win worlds by winning one game at a time. So I'd prefer to make all of those games as wonderful as I can make them and do this game the justice and honor that I think it deserves.
I started playing Pokemon 10 years ago. A lot of my friends were into it, and I don't know, the game just looked really fun. My favorite Pokemon would have to be Flygon. I like Flygon a lot. It just looks so cool, and I'm a big fan of Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, those games. The furthest I've traveled to play Pokemon would probably be down to LAIC, Brazil. Not this year, but, you know, in years past, I'd say. I would say the person I look up to most in the competitive scene is Michael Zhang, you know, a player who thinks very differently about the game, a good friend of mine. The highest I've ever placed at a Pokemon event would have to be getting first at a regional tournament. That's the best I've done. I've done it 3 times, but, you know, always looking to do better. Internets, worlds. I try to eat something simple, something easy. I love a burrito. I don't know. I might not finish the whole thing, but you can save the rest for later. I would say between milkshakes and smoothies, I'd probably pick smoothies. I'm a big fan of boba, and, you know, you usually find boba in those. Maybe not so much in milkshakes. It's a much easier drink to have at any point in the day. I would say I really liked going to Japan. Japan was such a unique place, something so different than anywhere I've been before. And going there for the World Championships last year, it was a good time. When I listen to music, I usually like alternative stuff. I went with Sprigatito because I'm a big fan of the kitties, and I was really, you know, excited to see what it ended up evolving to. Meowscarada is a really fun evolution. I like it a lot.
Welcome to Peculiar Picks, a series where we highlight Pokemon with almost no tournament usage, but one day catches everyone off guard and storms the competition. This time, we're looking at the scaly Pokemon Kommo-o, and why more trainers should be preparing for it. Kommo-o first saw play back in the Sun and Moon era with its signature move, Clangorous Soul Blaze. It hit both opponents and raised all of Kommo-o's stats. It was so powerful that it won 3 regional level events in 2018 within 7 days of each other. However, the era of Z moves came to a close a year later, and Kommo-o's usage with it. Its rare typing, powerful moves, and high stats were not enough to compete with other Dragon or Fighting type Pokemon that trainers wanted on their team. And having a 4 times weakness to Fairy, one of the best types in the game, made things even worse. It was over 3 years, and with the discovery of the Terrestrial phenomenon, that Kommo-o finally emerged from its slumber. This was the Iron Defense Body Press set. Kommo-o could boost its already awesome defense stat with Iron Defense to become an unbreakable physical wall. And those boosts also bolstered the power of Body Press, enabling massive amounts of fighting type damage that couldn't even be stopped with Intimidate. And with the new Terra mechanic, Kommo-o could patch up that frightening Fairy weakness. So within weeks of this discovery, US player Michael Zhang used this Kommo-o to win the 2023 Sacramento Regional Championships. It seemed like the old days of the all-seeing, all-boosting Kommo-o were over, but its C-move still lives on in its signature status move, Clangorous Soul. This move boosts all its stats by 1 stage at the cost of 1/3 of its HP. And at the 2024 Latin America International Championships, two-time LAIC winner Ashton Cox realized the immense potential of this strategy. With a well-rounded supporting cast and the Throne Spy item to boost special attack even further, Ashton's Komodo became a huge threat. And with Terrifier boosted flamethrowers, it could both resist Fairy and take down threats like Golden Go that would otherwise sponge up Dragon-type damage. This strategy's effectiveness was too much for almost all the players to handle, and Ashton finished top 4, almost winning LAIC for the 3rd time. So let this be a lesson to never underestimate Komodo, and know that when you least expect it, this peculiar pick might just be at its most powerful.
Hi, I'm William Bassolino, WJ Box for as your username. It feels unbelievable. I worked so hard in the last 10 years. Like this January marks 10 years of career, and I really wanted to celebrate some way, and I think I found the best way to celebrate.
So many years of competing. William Bassolino is your Birmingham regional champion.
The games against Poke-Alex in top 4 were the best games I ever played. Like against an opponent so strong, make it look that I deserved it. Like I read him, and I think that moment was the moment that I realized I have to win it all. I lost the 3rd round against a team that I just don't like to face. And going to one, I said, no, I'm too angry. But then I spoke with some friends, and I decided that all that emotion, I have to transform it into focus. And like from there, I just win it all. I think Ogre-Pon, Hearthflame, I didn't use her at all in Reg F and first in Reg G. But then trying her in this team, I just fell in love because of her versatility. Okay, I have a new favorite Pokemon. I always said I had 3 dreams. One was to get streamed on this stage. The second one was to win a major, so like a regional or an international challenge. And the third one is to win Worlds. I started playing in the 3rd of January 2015 with the idea I want to be the very best. And now I just set another brick towards that goal.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, as we have got in motion for the very, very last of the Scarlet and Violet era regional championships over here in Europe. My name is Jamie Boyt. I'm joined now by Lou, Akshos, Chromie. And how are you feeling as we start to click closer and closer to that last little bit for Scarlet and Violet?
Honestly, I'm feeling very nostalgic. I think as well that was a very suspiciously clean start for our tournament here, because the last time when we were in Prague, we had moody boosts going everywhere. So to be able to see such calm and composed Pokemon really does show just how flexible and versatile this format has been.
Yeah, and against a duo you're probably not as prepared against, Kevin was able to pilot the tried and true 6 Pokemon of the Miraidon and Lunala very, very effectively against a duo that is, like, it's been popping up here and there, but it's not been one that's been on most people's radars, but still being able to take it down, the Miraidon and the Zamazenta, was very, very nicely done.
I think as well, Miraidon Zamazenta, as we were talking about with Prague, that was one of the most dominant cores that we saw, you know, dominating through the top 8 there. And being able to see trainers now adapting for it, preparing for it, but also on the other side of things, maybe thinking, this is my last chance to bring my favorite Scarlet and Violet Pokemon to the tournament. And so we might see some rogue choices in there as well. And I wonder which one is going to prevail. The tried and tested core Pokemon that has gone through all of these different regulations, or maybe something that's a little bit more of a wild card. Yeah,
and it doesn't have to be the non-restrictors as well.
Very true.
This is the last chance for a restricted that hasn't won yet. And I think the main one on everyone's radar now is Terrapagos, right?
Yes, it is.
Because it got so close last weekend, able to take 2nd place, but it hasn't yet won any of the tournaments. And this is its absolute last chance for it.
I am a big Terrapagos believer. It was one of the things that I have been talking about throughout the entire season, because I think it's such a unique Pokemon. It has really nice flexibility and so much damage potential. Yes, you have to invest some setup time. You have to maybe go for a Calm Mind or a substitute to be able to get it to its full potential. But once it's able to start steamrolling through your team with those Terra Starstorms that hit both both of the opposing Pokemon, it can be really formidable. But as you've said, it's not been able to take home that gold quite yet. Aaron Traylor getting so close, bringing it to second place recently in LA. I thought that was finally the moment, you know, almost the end of the year, the time for Terrapagos to reign supreme, but it just wasn't quite to be. I wonder if it's going to happen this time.
Not quite. And it was mainly the innovation of the Electric Seed pair with Miraidon. We wouldn't have thought of Miraidon and Terrapagos as a common restricted pair, but it started to pick up right at the end of Regulation I in the first round, and now is a little bit more common, it would seem, and we're able to see what the common restricted pairs that we do have in this tournament are. And it's, again, no surprise. Like, it's no surprise here. Actually, okay, little bit of a surprise to actually see Zamazenta and Miraidon in the 4th position, even though we just saw it on stream. I was just saying it's not one of the most common, but apparently it is.
That's very true, actually. You know, seeing it in play here, particularly when we see Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider being the most dominant. But I think one of the key themes is you've got to bring one of your purple Pokemon restricted here, whether it's Miraidon, Calyrex, or that Lunala as well. A Pokemon that has been so well-versed to be able to provide, you know, support through Trick Room. You have Wide Guard. You also can do that devastating damage with a Meteor Beam, dealing with those pesky Incineroars and Flyers that we see around.
Yeah, and interesting to see that just Shadow Rider is only paired with Zamazenta at this point. Like, it's obviously its best restricted pairing that we've seen very commonly, but there's plenty of others. Like Koraidon was able to get second at the World Championships. I wonder where that is in relation to this, because obviously we're only showing the top 4. Maybe it's in 5th. Who knows? That's
very true. Koraidon's definitely out there. A lot of trainers do lean into it, but I think when you want to combine your restricted with a special attacker and a physical attacker, Zamazenta's really the one that you put into that slot. They have great coverage to cover each other's weaknesses here, as well as just being able to have that really reliable body press support. The same way that Calyrex is able to have that Astral Barrage that's very consistent damage, often hitting a lot of targets. Body press also gives that same reward.
Yeah, it does for sure. It would be curious to see what would be maybe the least common restricted but still appeared as well, because that's especially with this is the last chance, because we saw things, well, the Giratina made a day 2 appearance in the Prague Regional Championship that we just had. Like that's something that I would also be curious about. Like who brought the Kieran White to the tournament as its last chance?
I want to know if there's more Giratina out there, because in Prague we got to see a little Giratina do very well. I mean,
pretty big
okay, you know, it's just a phrase. Doing incredibly well throughout day 2, and Rayquaza, I believe, as well had an appearance. So I wonder if more trainers have maybe been inspired to go with some of those more off-the-wall picks.
Yeah, but whether we are using the tried and true ones as well, we did just see the pairings where it doesn't have to be, well, it's Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. As I mentioned, Shadow Rider can still pair with other things. Koraidon's going to pair with some things as well, so we'll have to see where that is in relation to just for the restrictors that we used from each of these trainers, because it's not going to be exactly the same percentages, because you can see Miraidon's in first, but it wasn't first in terms of restricted pair.
I mean, you said, I wonder if Koraidon is 5th. Well, there it is, in 5th spot there. Just behind that Lunala, and critically, the Hoenn duo of weather. We've got Kyogre and the Groudon. I think Kyogre definitely has had a lot more usage. It can still have quite a bit of flexibility out there. You can have the rain support. You can do decent damage with Ice Beam as well, targeting a lot of Pokemon that have that vulnerability to it. But at the same time, Groudon has been a Pokemon that I think is just a firm favorite, deep-rooted in the hearts of many trainers, and they want to keep bringing it, even if it is not the most, I suppose, versatile at the moment, even if Precipice Blades is not the most accurate moves. I think the love that a lot of trainers have with it and that bond between trainer and Pokemon is why it is still here on our graphic.
Well, it's one of the best restricteds against Miraidon, and that's the most common restricted that we have, so it makes perfect sense. But I guess Terrapagos isn't winning this tournament. Where is it? It's not even top 8 now.
I mean, it's out there, Jamie.
It's got to be out there, but it's less than 6% usage, so it's unlikely at this point, I would say.
I mean, it is a rare gem of a Pokemon. You look at it, it's very sparkly, and those are precious things. They are not far and few between. There are only going to be a few smatterings of sparkles out there, but they are out there, I believe, in Terrapagos. But it looks like our trainers here are maybe believing in these 8 Pokemon a little bit more.
Yeah, it does seem so. I'm curious to see how the Kyogre and the Groudon does perform in this tournament, given that they are collectively over 16% usage. Like that's actually quite significant and might be the highest combined that they've ever been, because the first 6, there's no surprise to see them in the top spots. But yeah, Kyogre and Groudon. Let's see how they perform going forward.
Who do you think they're paired with? Because I think Groudon and Lunala have had quite a good of history together in the past. Possibly as well, you know, Kyogre could work well with something like the Zamazenta, maybe even the Calyrex Ice Rider to give a physical support there. What do you think?
As far as I've seen meta-wise, both pair with Ice Rider the most commonly, which, like, Kyogre makes perfect sense. You turn off the fire weakness that Calyrex does have. Maybe it doesn't need to terrestrialize it anymore, and Ice Rider is able to Glacial Lance all the grass types that would be resisting your Water Spout, so that pairing makes a lot of sense. Groudon and Ice Rider probably isn't as much of a intuitive restricted pair, and it's usually that you pair Imprison Calyrex with Groudon, because Groudon doesn't like facing Ice Rider, so one of the best counters to Ice Rider is Imprison Ice Rider, because then you just are facing one restricted, effectively.
And I honestly really like the flexibility of Calyrex Ice Rider, which is why I think it's one of those reliable Pokemon. It's gone through an evolution of sorts. We saw it, I think, at the beginning just on Trick Room teams, and it was this hard Trick Room mode kind of Pokemon, but then some trainers ran those calculations and figured out you can have this kind of hybrid option in Tailwind to be able to operate very well.
Yeah, and I think speed control is incredibly important going into this format because you've got such hard hitters. Being able to hit first is actually quite crucial.
Very important.
And that usually comes down to the supportive cast around the restricted Pokemon, right? So, yeah, we'll be able to see now what the most common unrestricted Pokemon are going into this final tournament. There's going to be no surprises here. Yep, called it. No surprises. I am not surprised.
No surprises, but in a way, a little bit of, I want to say, competitiveness amongst these Pokemon. Whimsicott and the Rillaboom and the Amoonguss always vying out to be the #1 grass type of usage. But it looks like that pivoting pal duo of the Incineroar and the Rillaboom siding that Urshifu does really complete that Fire Water Grass course so beautifully.
Yeah, look at that. Almost 20% ahead this time. Like we know Incineroar's the most common. It's been the most common for a while. It's not usually that far ahead until maybe phase 2. So the fact that it is almost 20% ahead in phase 1 now, I think that's probably come down to Iron Hands, because usually you only have one of those Pokemon if you're going for a fake out strategy. And given that it just won a regional in Los Angeles last weekend, that's going to be why we see Iron Hands now on this graphic, because like we saw in Prague, we were both in Prague, it wasn't on that graphic at all. And it was usually just the pivoting pals that was the fake out Pokemon. But yeah, now that Iron Hands just won a regional, it's reminded us, yes, this was an incredibly strong Pokemon. It's won the World Championships twice. Of course it's really good. So yeah, that's probably the reason why we're seeing Iron Hands crop up, because it was able to win that regional just a week ago.
I think that was the thing in Prague, though. I think we saw it on one of the graphics, and then we just didn't see it at all in the tournament. So it maybe just didn't have, I guess, the partners by its side at this point, or the utility, the matchups, whatever, just didn't go Iron Hands' way in Prague. But as you mentioned, coming off LA, it's now going to be the Pokemon that's a hot favorite coming into this. And you have to contend as well with Pokemon like Miraidon that can set that electric terrain and activate the Quark Drive to help out a lot of these future Pokemon.
Yeah, it does help a lot. And Chien-Pao pairs perfectly with Miraidon as well. We've mentioned the ice coverage paired with the electric coverage is really, really nice. And it does, yeah, I think there's not many other Pokemon that really just truly benefit from the Hadron engine. But then there's things like, well, the Chi-Yu can reduce the special defense, and therefore Miraidon itself is going to do a lot of damage. Whimsicott is obviously paired a lot with Miraidon on that Miraidon Lunala team, and then you're able to go for Light Screen to be able to reduce the damage coming your way and get the Tailwind to be able to get that speed control, because we were mentioning speed control is actually quite important in this restricted meta.
It is, and I think that's why Farigiraf as well is on the rise, because speed control doesn't just mean Trick Room and Tailwind, it can also be priority moves, Sucker Punch, Thunderclap, Grassy Glide, Fake Out. We see these time and time again, and Farigiraf with his Armor Tail ability is able to block all of that priority on the field. And I think because priority can be so disruptive and can really make or break an endgame situation, having a reliable Pokemon like Farigiraf to turn that offline on the battlefield can make a really useful utility Pokemon.
Yeah, it definitely can, and it's a world champion as well. We were mentioning like the Pokemon that's won the World Championships. What's that? So Incineroar didn't for the last 3, and that's always a fun.
That's wild. That's
I know,
so wild.
because Chi-Yu was able to take that top spot in the most recent World Championship when Incineroar got second. Whimsicott, Iron Hands, and Farigiraf were all on the team that won 2 years ago in the World Championships as well. So yeah, and Ursaluna, Fluttermane as well. They just won the World Championships previously, but then Incineroar was in that top spot but didn't win.
That's sometimes the way the cookie crumbles, right? Not every day can be the right day for that Pokemon, but I love to see Chi-Yu doing so well. I think David was talking about Sword of Ruin with the Chien-Pao earlier on when we were opening the show, but Chi-Yu is one of these Pokemon that has such good partners in crime. Fluttermane, for example, using its Beads of Ruin ability to lower the special defenses, allow these good special attacking Pokemon to really wreak havoc on the field.
I mean, it can do the damage itself, right?
That's so true,
especially if you pair it in the sun. Like, an overheat from Chi-Yu does loads of damage. I was about to say a lot, but it's more than a lot. It's a huge amount. And also we get to use the shiny Chi-Yu as well. That's
so pretty.
It's my favorite shiny. Like the blue of the Chi-Yu. It's lovely, and I'm sure that might actually be the reason why some trainers want to use it, because this is the last chance we get to use it for probably quite a while. So yeah, that might have actually influenced the top 12 graphic. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I fully agree with you. My favorite shiny Pokemon is Ponyta for a very similar reason.
It used to be mine, because the blue flame,
the blue flame, it's so cool. And then Chi-Yu, you know, also rocking the same kind of style, which I really like to see. But our next Pokemon match is actually going to be a community choice. So you guys get to be involved with selecting what match you want on the broadcast to enjoy spectating and that we are going to enjoy commentating.
Yeah, and we see here some very interesting teams coming out. So Jay Ballister versus Ralph Blink going to be that World Championship winning team coming out for Ralph. And look at that, an Okidogi coming out for Jay. That's a Pokemon we saw maybe in Regulation F a little bit, but not at all in Regulation I.
Yeah, a little blast from the past coming through there as well. We've got that Indeedee for a little bit of psychic terrain and redirection support. Always very useful to have in play. But taking a look at some of the other teams, Andrea's team is running that Farigiraf and the Iron Hands as well that we were just talking about, paired up with the Grimmsmile, one of these prankster Pokemon that can be so supportive with Light Screen or Reflect to give you a little bit of a defensive boost, as well as maybe even throwing a Thunder Wave for disruption across the field.
Yeah, I particularly like screens in this format because the restricted Pokemon are so strong. Well, when you're hitting a screens Pokemon, it's not going to be feeling as strong. And yeah, as we look down, we see that Iron Bundle coming out from Naomi that was able to win the regional last weekend. But on a different cast, we've got Calyrex Shadow Rider instead of Ice Rider paired with the Miraidon with that Iron Bundle. Going to be facing down Wading there. And that's a team that is all out offensive. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the choice specs on that Calyrex Shadow Rider for Wei, because around that team of 6, that's what it tends to be.
Yeah, and Jay, Giovanni, Wei, and Florian are all in the cutoff rankings as well. So they are in contention to try and lock in this championship points in order to get that World Championship qualification. They are not safely locked in for San Francisco, so there's a lot on the line for them in this tournament. Florian running that Koraidon that you mentioned earlier, setting up the sun for that beautiful Chi-Yu to be able to deal even more offensive damage in the sun.
Yeah, and still facing down the World Championship winning team for Nick here. And yeah, I don't think there's an obvious standout for me coming forward here. Like the Okidogi was probably the most unique Pokemon that we can see here. We've got the choice specs Calyrex Shadow Rider. That's always interesting to see just how much damage that can do. Koraidon Ice Rider isn't the most common pairing, even though it won our most recent regional championship in Prague. And it's a different team around that Koraidon Ice Rider as well. Yeah, I can't decide. And it's fortunate that it's not me deciding, right?
Exactly. The pressure comes off your shoulders a little bit. We're throwing it out to you guys, the viewers, but it sounds like no matter what you choose, everybody is going to be delighted. I personally have my eye on Naomi's team, though. I love Iron Bundle. I think it's one of these Pokemon that a lot of trainers underestimate or forget about until they come and face it down and see its absolutely unfathomable speed and offensive pressure as well. And when it's paired up with something like that Clefairy as well, that's going to give it a little bit of a friend guard boost as well as provide some redirection support, it can really keep Iron Bundle safe, and that's something that Pokemon like the Roaring Moon or even the Whimsicott on Wayside would have to watch out for. So I think that could be a very interesting positional match for the Iron Bundle.
Yeah, and on that team as well, it's usually a Carmine Calyrex because you want to compound your special defense boost that you gain from Carmine with the Friend Guard that you get from the Clefairy as well, and maybe even Electric Seed from the Miraidon helping out, who knows as well. It's usually Covert Cloak is the most common, but there's no reason why it couldn't be Electric Seed, and then the Iron Bundle, like you mentioned, could be helping with that speed control as well.
I think that's the thing as well. A lot of these Pokemon have gone through an evolution of what item you are putting on them. Again, Pokemon like the Calyrex, we've seen, you know, seeds on it before. We've seen Life Orb. We've sometimes seen Focus Sash on Calyrex Shadow Rider. And coming down into the last tournament for Scarlet and Violet, it's like, which one do you choose? Which is the last item that you want to ride out into the sunset with?
I mean, I ran Electric Seed at the World Championships. That, like, I really back Electric Seed Calyrex Shadow Rider because you gain a huge amount of Bolt, and you also lose your knockoff extra power because you've sacrificed your item for the Electric Seed. So you
missed the opportunity to say knockoff ability.
I guess
that would have been a great one for the Jamie Boy dictionary.
I know, with all my fake outable and all that now, but who knows? Yeah, but what we do know is who has won this round of notable matches, who we're going to be able to feature on this stream. Any of these matches would have been great to see, and who it's going to be, it's actually going to be, it's going to be Andrea versus Giovanni for this feature match.
Oh, love to see this in action. Pokemon Jamie and I have been talking about the Iron Hands, the Farigiraf, and that Grimmsnarl as well. Andrea is going to be showcasing, and Giovanni having that Dragonite Chimpao, absolute dynamic core. They work so well together, as well as that classic combination of the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta. I think it's a great way for Giovanni to showcase why this has been such a dominant pair in Scarlet and Violet so far.
Yeah, and there's been quite a few Italians that have been placing very well with this team. Simone Sanvito and Leonardo Bononomi able to get top 4 at the Prague Regional Championship just gone with that exact team of 6 as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if Giovanni is maybe potentially team building with those Italians as well, and able to so far put on a really good performance. And we'll have to see if that's going to be the case going forward against an Ice Rider Maridon team that is definitely not the conventional version.
Very true, and I'm looking at that little Mungus as well and thinking, could that get up to a few tricks? Can that maybe stop Andrea going for the trick room mode that could potentially be on that team? Particularly with the electric terrain that Maridon's able to bring through, it may not be a happy time for a Mungus, so I'm going to look forward to seeing how these trainers are going to pivot these Pokemon around.
Yeah, we will have to see. I'm curious what the Volcarona is going to be, whether it's going to be the pure support set or if it's going to be the Electric Sea Quiver set, because both are incredibly reasonable, especially with this composition, because you can either go for, well, I want Trick Room, so I'll Rage Powder and Trick Room to guarantee it, or you've got screens. Well, so if I've got screens, and if I get a Quiver Dance, and I also have an Electric Seed, well, then suddenly that's going to compound with all the multipliers that Volcarona will be very hard to take down. So, yeah, I think that's quite a nice addition on the Ice Rider and Maridon if you've got that Grimmsnarl with the screens.
Grimmsnarl could really set up these restricted Pokemon for success on Andrea's side, being able to provide that defensive, or especially defensive support. I think that's where Chi and Pao on Giovanni's side is going to be so critical. So much to contend with these trainers. Thank you so much, viewers at home, for picking a great match, and I'm sure it's going to be a great one to enjoy. Our trainers will be getting seated and ready, so we'll have to build up a little bit more anticipation. I mean, taking a further look at these Pokemon, the restricted duos, do you think there's any rotation that could come through at this point, or are we going to see these tried and tested combinations throughout day one?
I'm trying to think. Maybe the Electric Seeds on the Calyrex Ice Rider, and then it's like Body Press. I know I'm trying to come up with something on the fly here, but like that would be entirely. I've tried out Electric Seed with Leech Seed, and then the Ice Rider is incredibly difficult to take down, especially if you pair it with screens. Who knows?
That's true, and I think the screens can really add a few different dynamics into the match, because these trainers, they're going to be prepared. They will have really run those damage calculations. They should know their teams inside and out, but then when you factor in things like Reflect and Light Screen, that's where your calculations can go a little bit awry, and you have to make sure that you're using that game one to get as much information as possible to facilitate yourself through the rest of the set.
Yeah, and we've also seen what Iron Hands on that team as well, and we saw it broke into the top 12 graphic that it wasn't anywhere on in Prague, and as I think it makes perfect sense given it just won the regional championship last weekend, and people are remembering, oh yeah, Iron Hands, that pairs really well with Maridon because it now has an ability.
That's true. Putting that Quark Drive online, able to give it that boost, does give it a lot more defensive capability, or sometimes even that offensive pressure as well, particularly in Trick Room. I think that's where Iron Hand really can be a little bit of a surprise Pokemon. You're not always expecting it to have the right speed tier, and it's able to come through and do so much damage, as well as have very reasonable bulk.
Oh yeah, and with reasonable bulk.
Okay, very reasonable bulk.
When we have an Assault Vest, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have in the game.
I forgot about Assault Vest for a minute.
What is unreasonable bulk then? If that is only reasonable. No. What's fantastic bulk then?
What's fantastic
bulk?
Yeah,
if Iron Hand's bulk is reasonable, what is good bulk?
I'm trying to think, what is like the bulkiest Pokemon that we're familiar with, other than Iron Hand?
It's like factoring in EVO-like potential. I think it's either Dusclops or Porygon 2.
Yeah, Porygon 2 is so bulky, really hard to get rid of. Dusclops is also very difficult. I mean, Dondozo also can have reasonable bulk, but I think that masquerades often under grassy terrain recovery and leftovers recovery.
Yeah, no, I think it's Giratina, but base form Giratina is what it is, because that's got massive HP and actually very good defenses. We're not going to see it. We'll never see it. We saw the origin form. We're not going to see the base form of Giratina. I don't actually know what the name of base form Giratina is. I know origin form because it's somewhat used, but I think that's the answer. And someone will correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I think it's base Giratina is the bulkiest Pokemon that we have.
Is it the Giratina with legs on the ground or legs in the air? Like, you know, is it the chandelier form or is it the...
Yeah, legs on the ground.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That's how I determine
it. It has more defenses than offenses than the origin form has, which is why it would be bulkier. I don't know, maybe Toxapex is.
Toxapex is very bulky.
Its HP stat is really low, but its defenses are really high, so... I don't know, we saw that last weekend, and that was incredibly bulky and able to just win some games on its own, so...
And also, don't forget potential iron defenses that come through. We see that sometimes on Zamazenta as well to bulk it up even further. And being a steel type, it's one of the best defensive types in the game. So if you don't have a way to be able to break through it, then particularly with that iron defense, it can make it really, really difficult. But a way that a lot of trainers do try and deal with these really bulky Pokemon is by lowering the defense in the field, and that's where Chi and Pao can come in so great.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned before how important just the damage reduction. We said speed control as well, but damage reduction or damage control is also very, very impactful when the meta is so geared towards, well, these are incredibly heavy hitters. Will I only just survive this attack?
Yeah.
And then suddenly, if you're losing a quarter of your defense or special defense, then now that tips the damage over the edge. We saw in the previous match, the crunch from the Chen Pao into an Urshifu switch-in was a tiny bit of chip damage and didn't seem very impactful, but then the Sword of Ruin boosted body press into the Urshifu was able to take that knockout, and you can just, that was an example of just how impactful that Sword of Ruin can be.
And I love Chen Pao with that Dragonite in particular. Dragonite is another Pokemon that has gone through a metamorphosis of items, and we've had it with loaded dice, we've had it with the choice band, we've sometimes even seen it with, not with Life Ball, what's the other one that's had quite a lot of?
Oh, the loaded dice scale shot.
Loaded dice scale shot, we've seen it with the choice band, but there's another one that I've seen it rocking, but I can't remember right now, but there is a third one out there. And I think seeing the synergy of how you want your Dragonite to be in the meta, but it's always supported by the Chen Pao, does just show how tried and tested they are.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like this was a duo that all the way back in Regulation C when Chen Pao was first introduced, like we knew this was going to be good, and a lot of trainers gravitated towards it for their first bit of practice. It's like, yeah,
it's kind of good.
I'm one-shotting things with my Dragonite's extreme speed now, and yeah. Well, this is the last chance for Dragonite to be able to have such a great pairing, right? Because as we have our last tournament here, this is going to be the last use of terrestrialization for probably quite a while. Who knows how long it's going to be until we have terrestrialization back? And it really allowed Dragonite to come to the fore. It hadn't won a tournament for the entire 25 years that it existed until we got to terrestrialization, and that was one of the key parts of its success here, being able to go for the Terra normal extreme speed. Well, now that's doing a 50% extra damage because now you're a normal type. Well, now it's doing even more because you've paired it with the Sword of Ruin. All those multipliers, like multipliers are incredibly important when it comes to damage, whether that's damage reduction from the screens or intimidate, but then also with the Sword of Ruin as well.
Exactly. When you take a look at these stats as well, look at the speed of that Chen Pao. It's so incredibly fast. So not only can it be the great support to the Dragonite, but it can also provide a lot of offensive pressure on its own. It can often go that little bit faster ahead, get a bit of chip, allowing the Dragonite to try and clean up and get the knockout, as well as its attacks out on Chen Pao's side. It's so incredibly powerful, and we've also seen it go through a change of, moves and items. I think a lot of the time we would see things like Ice Spinner, we might even see the Icicle Crash, but then we're starting to see this shift into Icy Wind for a little bit more speed control.
Yeah, and paired with the Assault Vest as well, which was not very common at all. It was usually Focus Sash.
Yeah.
Because Chen Pao's pretty frail. Let's just go with Focus Sash. Okay, maybe a Life Orb Clear Amulet if you're going properly offensive and your Focus Sash is already taken. But then Assault Vest allows you all 4 moves that you would want on the Chen Pao. Actually, you probably want 6 moves, but you have to choose 4 of them.
All the moves.
But you're allowed Ice Spinner to be able to get rid of the terrain. You're allowed Sucker Punch, which you obviously want for priority. And then the supporting moves of Icy Wind and Ruination have really popped up on that Assault Vest set. We sometimes see Ice Shard as well, but Icy Wind for speed control, Ruination as well. It just makes perfect sense with the typing that Chen Pao has as well, because if it's dark typing with the Assault Vest, it's actually able to shrug off Calyrex Shadow Rider quite effectively.
Well, with the speed of Chen Pao embodied, we are now going to be kicking it over to the stage with our trainers are seated and ready for round 3 here at the Utrecht Regional Championships. This is definitely going to be an incredible match, one that you guys have selected as the one that you want to see, so we're going to make sure that we are bringing it to you. And so interesting to see the variety in these teams. We've got different cores, we've got different supportive Pokemon, and for me, it's going to really come down to how they line up in that opening turn. Turn 0, I think, could be critical to set the tone.
Yeah, I think so. But I think the advantage surely goes to Andrea, mainly because it's got a little bit of a spin on Ice Rider and Miraidon. So yes, you would have practiced against Ice Rider and Miraidon, but not this team, because this has the Grimmsnarl that you don't usually see. It has a Volcarona that's usually only on Miraidon and Zamazenta very commonly. However, Giovanni is using a team that is very well established at this point, and surely is one of the teams that you will have practiced against going forward into this tournament. So purely by the fact that there is a slight innovation on the Ice Rider and Miraidon, I'd just immediately give the advantage to Andrea.
I think that's a good call to be looking out for coming into the match, where these advantages are going to fly and how these trainers are going to be able to make the adaptations, because they are both veterans of the competition over the past couple of years, particularly in the Scarlet and Violet era. Giovanni here has been able to get top 16 and top 8 placements at recent regional championships, as well as being the finalist back in 2022 in Bremen.
Yeah, and that was a restricted format as well. And it was against a Dynamax Zapdos was what he fell to in the end.
Goodness.
It was against Kyogre. Yeah, it was back in a restricted format. And of course, Andrea D'Angelo Antonio is actually doing quite well in the Turin Special Championship just a few years ago in 2023, so did start in the Scarlet Violet era, it would seem, and then was able to get a few more accomplishments as recently as this last season.
Exactly, and getting that top 256 place in EUIC after there were, I think it was over 1,400 competitors, does again just show that you're having that testament to make it through a grueling day of Swiss. Diving a little bit deep into Giovanni's team, we now have the revelation that this is going to be the focus Sash Calyrex on here, as well as some classic combinations. The Dragonite with that Choice Band, we've got the Chien-Pao with the Assault Vest, the new trend that is rising up on that Pokemon.
Yeah, nothing surprising here, except it's just, is it Ice Shard or is it Icy Wind on the Chien-Pao? And it seems like Ice Shard is what the move of choice is for this Chien-Pao. And the only small call out as well is probably the Terra Ground on the Chien-Pao, which we did actually see in the Prague Regional Championship. It was on Simone Sambito's Chien-Pao, because he said going from the World Championships into Prague, that was the only real change that he made, was the terrestrialization from Poison into Ground. And that's just going to give Miraidon a little bit of a harder time and a little bit of a guessing game as well. Because obviously, if you outspeed, maybe it's the Choice Scarf one, you outspeed, you just go for Volt Switch incredibly safely into Chien-Pao, especially so because it can't protect, because it's got the Assault Vest. But then just having that slight mind game of, well, actually, are you going to Volt Switch into my now terrestrialized Chien-Pao? No, you don't, and here's an Ice Spinner to the face. Well, that's just an extra mind game. Like, you probably don't terrestrialize Chien-Pao very often, but it's just that tiny little bit of hesitation that it gives these Miraidon players.
It's also a little bit of wiggle room against this Iron Hands as well on the opposing side. It's running that Wild Charge and the Volt Switch, and so those are, again, electric-type moves that Chien-Pao doesn't want to take. Being able to have that ground-type immunity does give it a little bit of flexibility.
Yeah, and we're going to see here Andrea's team. It is going to be that Leech Seed Calyrex, so I got it half right, but it's leftovers instead of Electric Seed. So actually, no, the Electric Seed is on the Farigiraf, so that would be the reason why that Calyrex does not have that. And not even the Volcarona as well. It is the supportive set, though, and it's going to be Covert Cloaks to keep it immune from those fake outs, so it can guarantee that it gets the Tailwind set up, to guarantee that it gets the redirection going as well. And then it's Struggle Bug for extra special defense, special attack reduction. And on a Pokemon that's so physically bulky as Calyrex, that's going to be quite impactful.
Yeah, Calyrex having to share the seeds here, giving Farigiraf the Electric Seed, but keeping Leech Seed for itself, of course, but giving it that recovery option. I think as well the Grimmsnarl with that Light Clay, going to be boosting up the capability of Reflect and Light Screen from 5 turns into 8, will enable it to have more longevity. So even if Grimmsnarl does go down early, the effects of that Prankster, Light Screen, or Reflect that it's going to be able to set up are going to be able to keep actively on the field, helping Pokemon out for the remainder of the match.
Yeah, Giovanni's team tends to be, let's burst through in as few turns as possible with all my offense, with the Chien-Pao helping out my physical attackers, with the Choice Band Extreme Speed with Terra Normal coming out, and then those Terra Ghost Astral Barrages. But then when you're facing down a really bulky team, and this is going to be a really bulky team, not reasonably bulky, this is a very bulky team, then that's going to it's going to put a stop to the offense that Giovanni wants to go for. So again, just based on team preview, I would shift the advantage over onto Andrea's side, because you usually want to just break through in a few turns with Giovanni's team, and you're not going to be able to do that against the Bolt that can come out from Andrea's side. That's going to potentially compound with the screens that can be set from the Grimmsnarl.
Well, let's jump into it. Round 3 is underway, and Grimmsnarl's front and center with that Calyrex Ice Rider paired up on the opposing side with that Zamazenta and the Chien-Pao. Sword of Ruin on the field as one as well, synergizing Calyrex with that Glastrier.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Grimmsnarl immediately to get those screens potentially. And when I say screens, it's Reflect. It's going to be Reflect against the Chien-Pao and the Zamazenta for sure. But then that's one of the nice things about the Chien-Pao, because usually you just have the offensive moves and can't really do much through the screens. But Ruination doesn't care about the screens in the slightest. It will always do half damage, even if the screens are up. And that could be a nice way of bypassing this Grimmsnarl, allowing such bulk available on the Calyrex. I would still expect the Calyrex to be able to survive the attack, even if it is Ruination and a follow-up body press into that Calyrex. It can't defensively terrestrialize into Fairy, which you see very commonly, and that's why we're not seeing a terrestrialization at all.
Well, there it is, the Reflect indeed in the face of these two physical attackers, followed up by the Ruination. That's going to come through into the Calyrex, as you said, Jamie, bypassing anything that Reflect is trying to do. Looks like the Heavy Slam coming through, however, is significant into the Grimmsnarl, meaning that Reflect was also significant in keeping it in the game. Leech Seed will come through, start trying to get a little bit of HP recovery back on that Calyrex in combination with its leftovers.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be quite impactful recovery, which it should be able to go through on the second turn as well. You can even get a cheeky Thunder Wave onto the Zamazenta, given that the Grimmsnarl was able to survive. Even with the Sword of Ruin helping, that Reflect, allowing that Grimmsnarl to survive. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what that Grimmsnarl has been trained to achieve here, and allows that little bit of a Thunder Wave. And your Calyrex, it's going to be the Trick Room variety, and it's probably not going to outspeed the Zamazenta on the Chien-Pao, even if you get Thunder Wave, but you might as well get something like the full paralysis potential in the future. And then, yeah, the Chien-Pao can still go for Ruination into the Calyrex, and that shouldn't put it into body press range, factoring in the Sword of Ruin and the Reflect. But no, it's actually just going to be Ice Shard. Doesn't want to deal with those Thunder Waves. That's going to prioritize that Prankster from the Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, the priority coming in clutch there for the Chien-Pao, getting rid of the Grimmsnarl from play as Zamazenta can follow up with a body press into that Calyrex. Critical hit comes through. Giovanni puts his hands up, says that's the game, and is able to get a double KO on this turn. Giovanni in a commanding position.
I mean, you say that's the game we play, that might just be game immediately. This first game. Yeah, Farigiraf going to join the field. It's going to be Miraidon as well, of course. But yeah, that Calyrex was set up very, very nicely there. Behind the Reflect, almost certainly going to get a second Leech Seed on the Chien-Pao, maybe get a Trick Room up, and then get the Leech Seed afterwards. But yeah, that is one of the downsides of running a Screens team. The more and more turns that are available, the more and more chances build up for a critical hit. And usually, your team is very, very bulky behind the screens. But if that crit breaks through, then it really breaks through and disrupts the strategy. And we saw that immediately here.
I mean, the defensive capabilities of this Farigiraf are very interesting right now as well. It's behind the Reflect, and it's got the Electric Seed boost. The issue is, even if it does stay on the field, it's got to be able to get through an onslaught of 4 Pokemon on Giovanni's side. Miraidon, however, I think one of the best Pokemon to try and help it out in that regard.
Yeah, that's where all the damage has got to come for now. We'll have to see who's going to be faster between the Miraidon and the Farigiraf. I wouldn't be surprised if the Miraidon on Andrea's side is built slower and bulkier to benefit from the screens. Again, compounding with those screens, potentially. And defensive terrestrialization coming here makes absolutely perfect sense. Even if this isn't going to be Dazzling Gleam, which it probably shouldn't be, given that you can just go for Wide Guard in the future if that is. Defensively against the potential Ice Spinner coming out could be quite useful here.
Yes, helps out against a potential body press as well coming through. But as you mentioned, it is choice spec, so it's going to be locked into whatever it chooses. Dazzling Gleam, not going to be a wise option. Ruination coming through, doing 50%, and it is indeed the Draco Meteor. Also a bold choice, because this is going to be lowering its special attack harshly after every turn. Farigiraf, however, goes for the Trick Room here, wanting to try and get the speed on its side, so that maybe Farigiraf has a time to shine.
Yeah, and now it's very, very limited offense going to be coming out from this Miraidon. Where even is the damage into the Zamazenta now? Like, Psychic Noise is going to do, like, a little bit of a tickle, and Draco Meteor is going to be resisted. So, yeah, I guess because you've got the Leech Seed on the Zamazenta, it might just start to add up and help this Miraidon. Because, yeah, it took the Ruination, actually has got reasonably healthy now, but I think that the Electro Drift would have probably been preferable. But then if there was Electro Drift, that's what the Terra Ground on the Chien-Pao was for, right?
Yeah, maybe worrying about that Terra Ground, so didn't want to lock into the electric type attack, but maybe the Farigiraf could then have dealt with it. We're just going to see the Heavy Slam come through into that Fairy type, putting it down into the red as another Draco Meteor comes through. This, of course, will be enough to be able to deal with that Chien-Pao and remove it from play, but Miraidon now at -4 special attack. It's going to be in a really dangerous spot.
Yeah, it will be for sure. There's just not going to be the damage anymore coming out from Andrea's side of the field. Yeah, the Leech Seed is still active and is still helping out this Miraidon, but based on the damage that Heavy Slam did previously, well, to be fair, it was Sword of Ruin boosted Heavy Slam, so maybe it's not going to KO. However, a Raging Bolt's coming in Trick Room is definitely going to just underspeed this Miraidon. That's going to be a very, very safe Thunderbolt into the Miraidon. It's in range, guaranteed, and then there's just going to be no offense coming out from this Farigiraf anymore.
Yeah, Farigiraf can do many things, supportive, setting up the Trick Room, being, you know, great with blocking priority, but it's just not got enough in the tank to be able to get the damage on the board. So, Andrea locking in the forfeit. Giovanni takes game 1, thanks to a very dominant start at the beginning of that match.
But that critical hit was very, very crucial, right?
Yeah.
The Calyrex Ice Rider would have been able to survive the combination of attacks that was going into it. The body press would have done some pretty good damage, but it would done nowhere near enough to be able to KO. And then almost certainly got either a Leech Seed or a Trick Room. Both would have been very, very useful. And then the Calyrex Ice Rider would have been pretty much set up for success. If you get 2 Leech Seeds on the opponent, well, then suddenly you're recovering a huge amount of HP, especially paired with the leftovers as well. So I think the advantage would have surely still been on Andrea's side, but a very, very nicely timed critical hit coming out for Giovanni.
But ultimately, this is why we play a best-of-3 set. And I mean, the analysis coming into this game, Jamie, you were looking at Andrea and kind of saying there's an advantage here, there's bulk, there's longevity on the field. And yes, game 1 doesn't go your way, but then coming into game 2, you still have that advantage, possibly from like a team preview perspective. Secondly, you've gained a little bit more information from Giovanni's side, and you can adapt accordingly. So the game is definitely not over yet, as long as Andrea can stay composed and focused going into this next match.
Yeah, this is an example of a game where the loser doesn't really need to adapt. The strategy was entirely sound and just a little bit of a misfortune on that second turn. And if that doesn't happen, well, then surely the Calyrex is still set up for a lot of success. So I wouldn't be surprised if, even though Andrea lost this first game, still goes with exactly the same strategy. I think going with the screens makes perfect sense against this. Like we mentioned, Giovanni's team likes to just be able to pick up very, very quick KOs, and when it usually can't, it just goes for Ruination, and then picks up a KO, because now you're only at half HP. But then a Pokemon as bulky as Ice Rider behind a Reflect would still be able to survive a body press even after a Ruination.
Well, let's see how Game 2 is going to unravel. It's once again that Calyrex and the Grimmsnarl refreshed and ready for action with both the restricted out here for Giovanni. The Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta front and center here in Swiss Round 3.
Yeah, I quite like this as a mix-up for Giovanni because you can set a screen, but you can't set a screen for both the Zamazenta and the Calyrex on the same turn. Whereas against the Chien-Pao and the Zamazenta, well, obviously it was going to be Reflect. But now you've got to choose. Do you want to get the light screen going? Well, then you still probably need to terastallize your Calyrex into the water type so it's not taking as much damage from Astral Barrage. Or do you want the Reflect so that you'll survive the Heavy Slam? Because the Grimmsnarl will drop to a Heavy Slam if you don't click Reflect. We saw that the damage from the Sword of Ruin boosted. Reflect does a little bit more damage reduction than the Sword of Ruin does offensive. So it will be in range, and therefore you need the Reflect to be able to survive with the Grimmsnarl to get a screen in the future. Or if you go for the light screen with the to help the Calyrex from the Shadow Rider, well then now you're going to lose your Grimmsnarl. So there's a little bit of an awkward choice here for Andrea, but I think the terastallization into the water type surely implies that you're just going to go for Reflect, keep the Grimmsnarl, and then be able to bulk it out because you're now not weak to that Astral Barrage.
Yeah, really trying to keep things safe onto this Calyrex. Up goes the Reflect once again from that Grimmsnarl as the Astral Barrage will fly across the stage. Will connect on both of Andrea's Pokemon. Do a respectable amount of damage, about a quarter and a third across the board there. As the Heavy Slam follows up, that will be able to get the KO. Grimmsnarl is down with that critical hit coming through. This Zamazenta is on a rampage, but critically, as you said, the Reflect is up, the terastallization is there. Calyrex is now able to go for this Leech Seed and start getting up that recovery. So as long as it can stay out of the way of any potential critical hits, it looks like Andrea is in a good position with a free switch in here as well.
Yeah, I think that the Grimmsnarl would still have been KO'd to the Heavy Slam even if there wasn't a critical hit, mainly because the Astral Barrage helped with a bit of chip damage, and therefore the Grimmsnarl was only afforded one screen here. But to be fair, there's only really going to be the Calyrex as the potential special attacker. I guess the Raging Bolt could be as well because that did come to the game, but Reflect going to be able to reduce the damage from the Zamazenta very, very nicely. And the Calyrex hasn't really taken too much damage. You can see the impact of the defensive terastallization here. Here comes the Miraidon as well to be able to threaten absolutely massive damage into the opposing Calyrex and Zamazenta. It could very easily just be a Volt Switch and a Glacial Lance KO into the opposing Calyrex, but then you could go for White Guard with your Zamazenta, but then you're not doing anything with your Zamazenta that turn. And it could have just been a Leech Seed into the Calyrex as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Leech Seed into that Calyrex because based on the damage that Astral Barrage is doing, you'd be able to recover most of that if you've got 2 Leech Seeds going. And there's really not much damage potential into this Miraidon at the moment. We still have to see if the Miraidon is incredibly slow because it wants to benefit from the screens, because that means the Zamazenta could outspeed it, and I don't think we've seen that interaction perfectly just yet. So we'll have to... no, the Dragon Meteor did go before the Zamazenta in the previous game, so actually it's going to go before the Zamazenta because Zamazenta's not even moving this turn. It is switching out instead, and there's the Amoonguss.
Yeah, Amoonguss going to join the fray as well, going to be able to eat up electric type attacks much better, as Calyrex actually just goes straight for the Encore. Says no Glacial Lance today. I want to bring the Amoonguss in nice and safely. You are locked into that Leech Seed, and Leech Seed, yes, it might go down into the Calyrex, but Amoonguss isn't going to worry about that at all. It still takes a respectable amount of damage from that Volt Switch, but it's a nice pivot off the field for Andrea here, locking in some damage on the board, but being able to bring in that third, or I guess fourth Pokemon in the back, and it's going to be the Iron Hands. There it is, Jamie.
Yeah, no Farigiraf coming out for Andrea on this turn. And is Leech Seed going to target into the Amoonguss? It did, so that was probably going to be either a Glacial Lance or Trick Room, because if it was Leech Seed, you would have surely been targeting the Shadow Rider and then would have still hit it, but then that was the 50-50 chance, and it hit the Amoonguss instead. So no extra recovery coming out for the Calyrex here, and also not breaking the Focus Sash on the Calyrex, because the Leech Seed would have also been able to achieve that. And then with the Electric Terrain boost and the Quark Drive boost, Wild Charge would threaten the KO into the Calyrex. But there's not really a reason here for us to see no Rage Powder coming out from the Amoonguss, because you do want to be keeping this Calyrex safe, especially because it wants to be doing even more damage now it's using its Ghost-type terastallization.
Some beautiful control exhibited by Giovanni there, bringing in that Amoonguss. The Fake Out is going to come down into that slot, being a Ghost-type. We know that Calyrex Shadow Rider was going to be not taking that damage at all, as Calyrex now can go for this Astral Barrage, boosted up by the Ghost terastallization as well. It is on an all-out offensive approach here, targeting down into both of Andrea's Pokemon, taking them down into that orange zone.
Yeah, no light screen means that's a really, really good amount of damage. The Leech Seed now connecting with the Calyrex is going to put that Calyrex out of Astral Barrage range, but that Iron Hands is looking pretty close, and it's definitely in range of Psychic as well, based on the damage that it's taken. And we could very easily see that because it can't protect, and if it switches out into Miraidon, that's still going to be taking a huge amount of damage on the way in. So Yeah, this, and especially because this Calyrex is locked into Leech Seed. Now it just can't do anything on this turn. You can't Leech Seed a Pokemon you've already Leech Seed, and you can't Leech Seed the Amoonguss because it's a Grass type. So, yeah, I think that Giovanni is still absolutely in the driving seat here.
And I also like the fake out, though, from Andrea there, knowing that the Rage Powder was potentially coming through to try and distract from that Leech Seed coming through, but instead shutting that down, getting that Leech Seed, breaking the Focus Sash onto that Calyrex in prime position. Miraidon going to switch in, however, now, bringing that Hadron Engine back online as Amoonguss jumps out for Giovanni.
Yeah, and that could have been a Leech Seed into that slot, and that would have actually started some recovery going quite nicely, but Raging Bolt joining the field instead of that Amoonguss, getting that Regenerator, also getting that special attack boost with the booster energy. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out.
It certainly is, and Calyrex going to switch things up with this Psychic as well, targeting just down into the Iron Hands, wanting to remove it from play entirely. That is a Nulla KO coming through. Andrea down to just 2 remaining Pokemon. It's going to be both the Restrictors coming through, and you have to deal with this Calyrex that's not only Terrestrialized, but also has this Grenade boost.
Yeah, and there's no light screen, so it's just going to be able to do a huge amount of damage here. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if the Calyrex is in range of that Astral Barrage, because based on the previous Astral Barrage at neutral, it did just about half, and that looks like it's under 75% to me on the Calyrex. The Miraidon should be able to survive at full HP, but then the Raging Bolt would be able to finish up with a KO, and even if it doesn't, then the Zamazenta and the Amoonguss can do it in the future, because this is just going to be an Astral Barrage for sure.
Yeah.
You got to protect your Calyrex almost certainly to try and KO the Calyrex, because it has been Leech Seeded, its Sash is broken, and then maybe you're able to sweep through with Miraidon and Calyrex afterwards.
And I love this Protect on the Raging Bolt, keeping it safe so it can Thunderclap and clean up whatever the Calyrex leaves for it to deal with. As the Astral Barrage does come through, it's going to connect on both Pokemon. That's a KO on the Calyrex. Miraidon now in that red zone. Even though Miraidon's going to be able to get some damage off in this next turn, the priority Thunderclap coming through that will be inevitably boosted up by that Electric Terrain is going to be formidable.
Yeah, that's just going to be the game here for Giovanni. It is going to be the Draco Meteor. Again, not Electro Drift, but I don't think it particularly matters at this point. Yes, you've been able to take care of this Calyrex, but look how low that Miraidon is. And Giovanni has 3 Pokemon remaining, and all 3 of them can just pick up the KO on that Miraidon. So we're just going to go through the motions for this last turn. We could even have seen the Amoonguss get the Sludge Bomb KO, because that would have been in range as well. But yeah, it's just going to be a double attack here and the game for Giovanni.
Yeah, battle is cancelled. Giovanni Piscatelli is able to take a commanding 2-0 victory.
Being able to break through the incredible bulk coming out on Andrea's side of the field. Like I would have thought that the advantage would have been on Andrea's side of the field. But it was just like, well, here's a Leech Seed, and here's a Leech Seed, and then there wasn't really offense coming out from Andrea's side of the field. Like, it's nice to be able to survive the attacks, but you also need to actually pick up KOs as well, and there just wasn't the offense coming out, because it was Grimmsnarl that set a Reflect and then got KO'd, and just Leech Seed and Encored into Leech Seed, and there's a Fake Out, and the Iron Hands didn't do anything, and then suddenly all the resources have gone.
There just wasn't the momentum swing that I think Andrea needed, and I fell for that Grimmsnarl because the Reflect was kind of in vain. It set up with this Reflect, yes, it got KO, but it thinks, hey, my job is done, I'm protecting my teammates from the Zamazenta on the opposing side, and then Giovanni just switched the Zamazenta out and it was nowhere to be found. Special attackers coming forward instead, and you could feel almost like the Grimmsnarl was in its Pokeball just going, what did I do, what did I do, why did I not click light screen?
Yeah. And I think the adaptation for Giovanni was the crucial thing in that second game, because, like we said, Grimmsnarl can set one screen, but it can't set both, and it chose Reflect, and then suddenly here's the Calyrex sweeping through with Astral Barrage, because in that first game, it was facing down 2 physical attackers, well then obviously it's going to be Reflect, and then suddenly the Calyrex is in a great position, but then obviously it's no longer in a great position because there was the critical hit on the second game. And then at that point, like when your strategy seems to be going very well, and then you have to, well, now I have to come up with something like, how's my brain going to come up with this? You have to think like a tarantula and crochet at hyperspeed to be able to come up with a new game plan, right?
So true.
But obviously at that point, that game was just over. Even if you come up with a new strategy in that first game, no chance after that.
Yeah, I think it was definitely chaos then. Really, really difficult to try and pull back from that. And I think when you see the critical hits coming through, I think it was both heavy slams in games 1 and 2. I know that one in game 2 wasn't that important, but maybe then if I was that Grimmsnarl, I'd be thinking, what's the point in setting Reflect? You know, these heavy slams are just going to keep critting through anyway.
It was able to survive the first one in the first game. It was the body press massive KO into
was body press, not heavy slam.
Yeah, like the Grimmsnarl was incredibly well trained because it survived the Sword of Ruin heavy slam in like that's surely what it's got to be trained for, right, to be able to survive that. But yeah, the Calyrex was really set up for success in that first game, but then the adaptation afterwards was very, very impactful. So you can see here, the Grimmsnarl had to be KO'd to the Ice Shard, and that was huge. Absolutely. Like, Giovanni obviously realizes it as well. Because, yeah, the Miraidon locked into Draco Meteor, and the reason why would have been that Terra Ground on the Chien-Pao, right? Because if it goes for the Terra Ground, well, then suddenly you can't hit it anymore with its electric moves, but if you can go for Draco Meteor, you're just not doing the damage anymore. And speaking of damage, that Calyrex really, really got going, because it did huge damage with the first Astral Barrage. Well, now you're in range of Psychic, and then look how much damage this now boosted Astral Barrage does.
Yeah, absolutely takes down that Calyrex. Is devastating into that Miraidon. I think though as well, like you make a good point, Miraidon going for the Draco Meteors was in fear of that Terra Ground. I wonder if there was a world where maybe Miraidon could have locked into the Electro Drift and constantly target down maybe the partner Pokemon. I know it was still going to be a tall order for Farigiraf to deal with the Chien-Pao, but Chien-Pao, if it did go for that Terrestrialization, would no longer be immune to Psychic-type moves. You maybe then could have allowed Farigiraf to keep chipping away at it, willfully hoping. It had a lot of defenses in play with the Electric Seed and the Reflect, so maybe that would have been another utility option, but I'm not saying it would have been the most successful. Just another option.
I don't think it would have worked, given there was still the Raging Bolts that came in afterwards. Because that is able to quad resist the Electro Drift, right?
Yeah,
so
okay,
yeah, the critical hit just immediately sealed the game one. There was no path back for victory for Andrea, and that's the first game. But then the second game, the adaptation, even like we said, Andrea doesn't need to adjust because it was a good plan and just a little bit of misfortune. Whereas Giovanni had like a reasonable plan, but was able to take that first game. But then suddenly the second game, he was able to blast through with a really good adaptation. So I'm going to be really excited to hear from him and how he was feeling after that game. So we've got the interview ready for Giovanni, so please take it away.
Thank you so much, Jamie and Lou, for talking us through that game. It is now an honor to talk to Giovanni, our winner of the third round. How are you feeling?
Yeah, hi, Bella. I'm feeling great, also because in this season, I always lost my streamer game. And so I'm happy. I'm now 3-0 in this tournament, and I'm really looking forward to the other games.
Yeah, I mean, you brought Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. Was that knew you were going to use that for the last tournament?
Yeah, I used Kalizama also in the last Regai. It was a different version, the one with the double fake out. Now I went with the Kalizama of the World Championships. I already used it in Prog, but I had Thorn instead of Dragonite, like Marcus used in the American Regional. But in the end, I prefer to go again with Dragonite this time.
Yeah, we saw that very first game. Your opponent was playing a more defensive play style with the Reflect setup, with the lead seed. Like, how do you feel playing against those positional defensive teams?
Okay, I think the matchup wasn't really great, but it was a 50-50 matchup. And I thought he would bring Volcarona, but I never see the field. And I had some game plans against this kind of team. I also faced in round one similar team. It didn't have Grimmsnarl, but it was with Farigiraf, Miraidon, Iron Hands, etc. And also it's my third Miraidon in a row, and I faced Life Orb Miraidon, Scarf Miraidon, and now Specs Miraidon. So I missed only the AV one that it is uncommon, and I faced all the Miraidon version.
I mean, one thing I want to point out about your team specifically, you're running the Terra Ground Chien-Pao. How has that served you throughout the tournament, facing 3 Miraidons back-to-back?
Okay, the Terra Ground with Chien-Pao Terra Ground is good against Miraidon because it forced him to use Draco Meteor, and so he dropped his special attack. And as we saw in the game, I also survived the Draco Meteor, so it's not a problem. And I can just keep the Terra for other months. Also because the other Terra that usually are used on Chien-Pao are not too common. You don't click too much the Terra with Chien-Pao. So I put it the ground for a better matchup against the Miraidon teams.
I mean, the very first game went in your favor when you landed that very important critical hit into that Calyrex Ice Rider. We saw in game 2 your opponent stick to their plan, still had the Grimmsnarl and Calyrex Ice, but you switched it up. What was your thought process going into game 2?
Yeah, I thought in game 1 my plan was really good against him and against his 4. I thought he would adapt with maybe Volcarona in the lead, with Grimmsnarl, maybe Grimmsnarl Volcarona or something else. I thought about Iron Hands, and in fact he bring it. So I brought Among Us because usually I brought Among Us against this kind of composition. And so I want to do more damage in early game, and I dropped the POW because I thought it was less useful than Among Us against the full Trichrome mode. But in the end, it didn't even get the Trichrome up once.
I mean, you had quite a few tricks up your sleeve with the Encore play as well, locking that into the lead seed and maybe making your game plans a little bit easier without giving away too many more secrets of your team. Is like, talk us more through your season. How has it been so far, and what's your current record and standing in the leaderboard?
Okay. This season, I play a lot of tournaments. This is my 5th or 6th, I think. My best result was the top 16 in Lille with an 8-0 start in day 1. Then I finished 9-3, so I made it for Resistance. And without this one, I always ended up with 5-3 or 4-4 and a 9-3 in Frankfurt, but I started 1-2, so I made only top 64. And now I'm sitting at 721 CP, I think, more or less. And if I made top 64 here, I should have locked my World's Invite. And it will be a great thing, also because last year I played few events. I only played 4, and I missed my invite for 50 points.
So what would it mean this season if you would actually qualify for our 30th year anniversary with the World Championships in San Francisco?
Yeah, it will mean a lot because in my next season, in my next year, I don't know if I could play a lot of tournament to qualify myself. And so I have to qualify this season because I don't know what I do in the future.
All right, I mean, good luck with that, and hopefully you have more success in your next rounds as well, taking it all the way to day 2. Maybe towards the end, any shout outs, any people you prepped with, any people that helped you?
Okay, thank you, Bella. I want to shout out obviously Il Server, especially Stefano Greppi, Simone Sanvito, and Luca Ceribelli that helped me for this tournament, and also the team Sax, and all the Italian community, and my local leagues where I play the locals.
Yeah, final question for you. We've seen Toxapex make quite a scene in the last few tournaments, especially in LA now. How do you feel running into Toxapex this weekend?
Yeah, I don't really want to face it, but I have my I don't know how to say, my thing to deal with it.
All right. Thank you so much for all the time you took, and
thank you.
Hope we can take a little break before the next round. We're gonna take a little break before our next round on stream.
You know what's coming. Woodhammer goes down into Rillaboom. That's a knockout. And Simone Sanvito with Rillaboom by his side with Alone and Ninetales in the team is your 2026 Gdansk Regional Champion.
Hello, my name is Simone Sanvito. I'm your 2025 Gdansk Regional Champions, and honestly, winning feels amazing. My biggest obstacle for this tournament was, if I had to pick one, it's probably my top 4 match, as I played my opponent in Swiss. I also won there, but the game was super close, and even after my win, I didn't feel as good about that win, because I think that if I had to play him again, I would have lost. So winning there in top 4 gave me a big confidence boost. To prepare for this tournament, I just tried different kind of teams, and when I landed on this one and when I was practicing, I felt like I could play this team better than the others. So I said, okay, this is gonna be my pick for the tournament, and I went with it. Oh, Ninetales, the Pokemon that helped me in every situation this tournament, despite not appearing in finals, was Ninetales. With Anchor Disable and Blizzard, if you get what I'm saying, she bailed me out of a lot of very difficult situations. I just played versus my friends and versus other people just to get a better feeling of the team. Learn how to approach different matchups, how to win them. Also, it's important how to lose them, so you don't repeat those mistakes or those positions in tournament. My advice to one day win a regional champion or even something bigger is to get out there, play, lose, learn from your mistakes, try harder next time, and if you still lose, then try harder the next time, and so on, until at one point you got it. The community is amazing, and Pokemon VGC is a beautiful game. Also the other, TCG and Go as well. But I've been a mainstay in the Italian community for VGC for a very long time. For more than 10 years, I saw the community be born and grow, and the community is amazing. I'm happy to be a part of it, and I'm very grateful for that.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
put it to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
And taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory,
Wow.
so wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man, okay, Gio defying all the odds, he believed in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Mariah.
I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here.
And the Luca survives!
On, what's it gonna be?
Luca Cherubelli.
Cherubelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion!
Luca Cherubelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon video game world champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Ceribelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach Day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favorite Pokemon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Ceribelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the world championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Utrecht Regional Championships, where the action is more packed than a Dunsparce's family tree. It has been an incredible tournament so far. I am Lou Akjosh Cromie, and I am joined on the desk by Barish Akjosh. How are you feeling here at the final Scarlet and Violet Regional here?
I mean, it's been a while since I've been behind the desk, and well, being called back for this so important tournament, it's going to go into the history books as the last European tournament of the Scarlet and Violet era. Being here to crown our last champion, such an honor.
It's been so many incredible moments throughout this tournament so far, and throughout the years of Scarlet and Violet, throughout the different regulations. I believe we've had 9 variants of regulations that we've been able to have here in the competitive sphere, and it just brings us so many different Pokemon, many trainers, new champions to be made.
Yeah, Regulation J with the mythical Pokemon never made it to the regional stage, but beyond that, 9 different formats, switching up, bringing in new Pokemon, old Pokemon, ruins were suddenly allowed, Paradox Pokemon, that, like, a lot switched up. We brought back some of the old favorites. Urshifu made a comeback, Calyrex, Incineroar, of course. And seeing how we close it down on this weekend, really inspiring.
I think when you think right back to the beginning, I mean, video game had a little bit of a hiatus at the beginning of the season. Throughout kind of September to December, there were no events for us, but we could just practice. And then Regulation A dropped. It was San Diego. It was the very first region. I remember we were there as well. We could really feel the excitement of all the trainers ready to battle out in Scarlet and Violet for the very first time. 10 rounds of Swiss on that day 1. It was relentless, I can tell you. And there were so many trainers so excited to play with new Pokemon. Dondozo, Golden Go, for example. I think everyone was so excited to see Regulation A in action. We only got it for a month, but it was a beautiful month, no less.
Yeah, I remember. I think you actually went 7-3, outplacing me in San Diego as well. So
I did. Thank you.
There's that.
I did. I mean, that's where it started. It kind of went downhill from there, which is why I'm back this side of the desk where I belong. But I think, again, setting the tone for such an incredible tournament, San Diego and the other regionals that were there throughout January really got everyone so excited for Scarlet and Violet. And then they just completely unlocked things with Regulation B, where we had the Paradox Pokemon come forward.
Yeah, before we jump into Regulation B, I was talking to Jamie earlier, and he said there was only one Regulation A tournament in Europe. He happened to cast it, so he could actually never play the regulation himself. He missed that. But yeah, in Regulation B, we got the Ruin Pokemon joining us. Switching up a few things, enabling maybe new strategies, something like the Dragonite, right?
Oh, that was, I think Regulation C was the Treasure of Ruin. You can't forget those paradoxes. Fluttermane, hello. Great Pokemon. I mean, you're right, though. The Paradox Pokemon unleashed so many new synergetic capabilities amongst Pokemon because we suddenly had those abilities, Photosynthesis and Quark Drive.
Yeah, setting that up with maybe your electric terrain. I think Pinchurchin didn't really make a big showing there, but we had the Torkoal, of course.
Yes.
And that enabled a lot of the photosynthesis Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think some Pokemon were maybe trying to go for that manual electric terrain as well, just to be able to give, you know, a boost to those Quark Drive Pokemon. But the booster energy item, activating it as soon as they came onto the field, did give them that little bit of a tip in their back pocket when they weren't able to activate it as easily as those Pokemon in the sun with Torkoal. Then Regulation C, as you said, the Treasure of Ruin Pokemon came along.
Yeah, and I was a little bit ahead there, but yeah, Treasure of Ruin Pokemon.
They are the best, I get it.
Tianpao, one of your favorites, of course.
Yes.
And yeah, enabling Pokemon like Dragonite, and that suddenly became a stable with that Terra Normal Choice Band Extreme Speed. Yeah, I mean, Chi-Yu as well, Chi-Yu Fluttermane, Flutterfish as we called it.
Such a great combination.
Yep. It took a little bit of time until the other runes kind of made an appearance, but eventually the balance core around Ting-Lu, and eventually we had some people falling for the last Ruin Pokemon.
We had Wo-Chien believers out there. They might still be believing. I don't know. But you're right, Ting-Lu, particularly the poison terrestrialization type with Dondozo teams, I think was quite relentless. You would often have, was it the Sandstorm trapping them in?
Sandtomb and then Yawn combinations.
Yeah. And then, you know, just Fissure. Fissure was a thing. I don't know if that's upset a few people, you know, being like, don't remind me, Lou. But it was a thing, and it was iconic in the Scarlet and Violet era. One of the most recent chapters, however, we talked a little bit about the past, but let's kick back up to the present. The LA Regionals that happened just the previous weekend. That gave us a lot of very interesting Pokemon to talk about. In a format regulation that we've been able to have repeated again, seeing Terrapagos get to second place, finally, so close to getting that title, compared up with the Toxapex as well, which is a Pokemon that I didn't see coming.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Earlier this morning, we talked about the European meta and how dominated it was by the Zamazenta. Looking over to those teams, no Zamazenta in finals, a double Miraidon here, and then the Terrapagos that you just mentioned. I think the set with Electric Seeds and Calm Mind actually became a staple and being really important, dealing with the maybe a little bit of defensive side lacking, especially in the match against the Zamazentas.
I think as well, when you set up the Calm Minds that the Terrapagos really likes to do, obviously that only boosts the special defense. So your physical defense is a little bit weaker. So giving the Electric Seed boost really does help out in the face of a lot of those ferocious physical attacks, the body presses that could come through, maybe even a rogue close combat from an Urshifu. These are things that the Terrapagos does not want to take. I also love on Emilio Forbes' team that Iron Bundle. You've got that double Ice Core here. You've got the Calyrex Ice Rider that we know can be so formidable with those Glacial Lancers. But the thing with the Iron Bundle was when it first got unleashed, I think back in Regulation B, everyone was so excited to use it because it was so fast, it was so offensive. You really had to find a way to shut that Pokemon down early doors or it was going to start steamrolling through your team. And it's kind of back here being like, surprise, remember me, supported so well with Pokemon to block priority like the Farigiraf, so you don't have to worry about Thunderclaps, you don't have to worry about Sucker Punches or even the Fake Out from slowing it down.
Yeah, back in the days, you might have to run the booster energy to like increase your speed and maybe outspeed opposing Fluttermanes. Now with the Miraidon on your team, you can actually run the Focus Sash, having more versatility, more longevity, I suppose, in these teams. On the other hand, however, my parent Dr. Aaron Trailer, run Toxapex along that very common core of Miraidon and the Terrapagos. Toxapex specifically, it was a really interesting development late into this metagame. I saw Marcus, one of our co-casters, pick it up on ladder or see someone use it on ladder, which later turned out to be Federico Camporesi.
No way. Okay, great minds think alike, I see.
Yep. And then Marcus picked that up and like kind of shared that with our building group as well. And then it happened to be Edward Fan used it in Hong Kong. And then quite a bunch of our friends. There was Aaron Trailer, Brandon Zhang, Justin Karras, and yeah, there was all three of them.
All in LA, right?
All in LA. All leaving a scene. I think they all finished 7-1 on the first day with quite impressive run as well.
Well, they definitely were the talk of the town at LA running that Toxapex. You know, it wasn't just Aaron being able to get it to second place. We were able to see it running throughout that tournament and everyone was thinking, you know, Scarlet and Violet coming to an end. Are we going to keep seeing these Astral Barrages come through? What's going to shake things up? And Toxapex certainly did throw a thorn into the spanner works.
I mean, if it wasn't for Justin Karras playing Aaron Trailer in top 16, we might have seen even more of those in top 8 or even higher. So yeah, that was a bit unfortunate in terms of pairings.
Imagine a Toxapex mirror. That's not something I would have ever thought was on my bingo card. But we can take a look at the whole top 8 as well to see what other Pokemon alongside Toxapex were phenomenal in LA. my first impression is all the horses running around. We've got obviously the Calyrex Shadow Rider, Calyrex Ice Rider being so dominant, but for me, it's the Kyogres coming in with Shane and Gavin then 6th and 7th place, being able to have that rain mode on the team, providing support to their grass type Pokemon. I mean, Gavin's got 2. You've got the Rillaboom and the Amoonguss there.
Yeah, you got your support Pokemon there. I mean, Smeargle on one hand, Rillaboom on the other side, maybe with some fake out supporting your Pokemon. Urshifu is stable, especially if you have Kyogre to set up the rain and further increase your damage output with Surging Strikes. Quite oppressive there on the teams. We've talked about Zamazenta. It still made an appearance. Of course, our very own German European trainer Louis Markel finished top 4 with his very particular core with a double fake out Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And I think as well with that Ogerpon Hearthflame, a Pokemon that's been really dominant, often able to capitalize on maybe opposing Koraidon, setting up the Sun to boost up its Ivy Cudgel even further. But even without the Sun, the Ivy Cudgel with that increased critical hit chance can be so devastating, as well as providing great redirectional support to help out Pokemon like the Calyrex Shadow Rider as well. And I think that's why we see Amoonguss doing so well, also Smeargle there to be able to provide follow me redirection. I think a lot of the time these partner support Pokemon are what enable the more offensive Pokemon to shine so beautifully.
I was looking at the standings and it's really interesting. 2 Terrapagos. It was not just the Toxapex Aaron Trailer team, but a very similar core here by Jeremy Cote, also in top 4. Terrapagos outplacing Zamazenta completely in Top Cut.
Let's go Terrapagos. Maybe this is the tide of things to come. We're going to see Terrapagos doing well here in Utrecht. It wasn't quite on our day 1 usage stats. We didn't see it in the top 8 of the restricted Pokemon being brought to this tournament, but who knows, maybe it'll be out there and doing well to make it onto day 2. But again, taking a closer look here at LA, I think the cornerstone Ogerpon is also a Pokemon we need to talk about. Navjot using it to great success, because having that rock type move that's actually guaranteed to hit opposing Pokemon can be such a relief to trainers.
Yeah, it's very rare that we have that. Otherwise, you will have to run moves like Rock Slide, which currently cause a lot of stress in Regulation MMA over in Champions. But yeah, having that rock Ogerpon dealing a lot of damage with the Rock Ivy Cudgel. On the other hand, we talk a lot about restricted Pokemon, especially with this format being the last time we play on Scarlet Violet. On the other hand, however, we don't know when and if the terrestrialization mechanic is coming back.
True.
And I'm really interested to see which Pokemon will leave a mark as a really prime user of that terrestrialization. Because, of course, Ogerpon can maybe also be played in a format where we can terrestrialize. But Terrapagos, you kind of want to have that mechanic to use it to its full potential.
I think you're right. It's the same way, you know, when we've had Mega Evolution or the Z Crystals, there are certain Pokemon that thrive the best within that format. And Terrapagos, definitely, its time to shine is here on the beautiful and bejeweled stage when you are able to get that terrestrialization shining. I think it's interesting as well, taking a closer look here at Shane's team. Shane has got this Tornadus. Now, Tornadus, a really great Pokemon to have that priority Tailwind, Rain Dance if you need to reset out for the Kyogre, for example, but also the Bleak Wind Storms can be devastating. And when I think back to last year's Utrecht Regional Championships in day 1, it was actually in the top 12 graphics. So coming into that regional a whole year ago in this very location, trainers were banking on Tornadus to get them to success. So far here in Utrecht, it's not really doing, it wasn't on our usage stats, for example, we're not really seeing it out there, but as Shane has proven only last weekend, it's still a reliable Pokemon to get you to the top 8 of a tournament. So I wonder if we will see more here this weekend.
I mean, it has the speed control with the Tailwind.
Yeah.
And some form of speed control with the Bleak Wind Storm if you manage to hit it and then maybe get a speed drop, right? But if you have Kyogre on your team, if you set the rain, it's actually guaranteed to hit both targets, which is really crucial in this matchup. So maybe if we see more Kyogre on top, we might see more of those Tornaduses as well. On the other hand, Tornadus is also a staple in the Zamazenta and Calyrex, because with that Tailwind, like being first to attack with Body Press or Astral Barrage can be crucial in the mirror.
And I think sometimes, particularly early on in a tournament, you can catch your opponent by surprise if you're running Kyogre and Tornadus, and you just click the, you know, Tailwind button, then the Water Spout button, and then Devastation. If they haven't got a wide guard or a switch in or a way to stop that from happening, it can really be a turn 1 disaster for your opponent.
Yeah. One thing that's really going for Kyogre is the potential to run it in teams we call like Tail Room, which have Tailwind and Trick Room.
So flexible.
We saw that in Tornadus having Tailwind, and then maybe your Calyrex Ice is running Trick Room as well. So if you run Kyogre just at the right speed, that it can like take advantage in Tailwind, doubling speed, outspeeding everything, and also being just slow enough that in Trick Room would also attack first. That's going for Kyogre.
Well, these are certainly some notable Pokemon to keep an eye on, but let's take a look at the notable matches that we've got coming up in the next round of Swiss. So many many incredible trainers, but these are the ones that we're kind of narrowing in on. Our feature match will be Livio Sandberg versus Joseph Martin, with some very interesting Pokemon choices, but there's some great matches out there as well, Barish.
Yeah, I mean, Livio was one of the players to watch out for. He's from the Netherlands, and I think it was the highest CP ranked player currently we have from the Netherlands in contention for the invite. And he also finished top 8 just recently in Prague. He's running the double fake out Zamazenta Calyrex combination. And on the other hand, we have a quite interesting team running that Galar Weezing.
I haven't seen that without Dondozo in a while. I wonder why it's ditched its, partners in crime there with Dondozo Tatsugiri, but instead it's picking up with some core Pokemon that are doing well at the moment. The Iron Hands, the Brute Bonnet as well, previous world champion there. It does give it a lot of flexibility on the team.
Yeah, keep in mind, in this particular combination, trainers sometimes opt to run the ability shield on the Koraidon, which still allows you to set up the sun, get the boost, everything you need, while your opponent can't intimidate you, doesn't have Prankster Rain Dance on Tornadus, for example. Prankster in general doesn't work. Ability is just turned off, while with your ability shield, you just keep the option.
Exactly, because the neutralizing gas on that Galarian Weezing will stop all abilities from activating on the field. You don't want that to affect your Koraidon, so the ability shield is a great way to be able to protect that in play.
Yeah. Before we head into our feature match, I just want to look into those notable matches a little bit closer, and we see that Michael Kelch, actually our champion, Utrecht champion from last season, he's running at least one similar restricted in that Calyrex Ice.
Yeah, last year he was actually running Calyrex Ice, Miraidon, Incineroar, Urshifu, Grimmsnarl, and that Landorus. But it looks like we've got, that's all of them almost, except the Grimmsnarl.
Amoonguss just replaced Grimmsnarl.
There we go. So a lot of those tried and tested favorites. I believe last year he was the one who really broke out this Leech Seed Calyrex into the fray, and one that was maybe operating a little bit more in that tail room, as you mentioned. So it's going to be interesting to see if that's the same one he's opted for to try and reclaim the title. But Lorenzo Silvestrini, a very formidable competitor, again running those pivoting powers of Incineroar and the Rillaboom, paired up with that Smeargle that if you were able to catch the finals in Prague, that was an incredible match, and Smeargle definitely really stole the show.
Yeah, we talked earlier how in Europe Zamazenta is on the forefront and is basically taking like 6 out of 8 top 8 spots. And the Leech Seed is really effective because Zamazenta really doesn't want to switch out. If you get that out early, that can be crucial. But for now, let's actually focus on our feature players for this round.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really looking forward to being able to see that match. Livio, as you mentioned, did incredibly well over in Prague recently and wants to be able to keep that momentum going to try and maybe carve out his name as a champion on our European graphic at the end of this weekend and in the last chapter of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet.
Yeah, players on stage getting ready, making sure they're all set up and taking a last breath. I mean, here, keep in mind, on stage, right? You have finished top 8, so you were featured before, but whenever you go back on stage, I was talking in the interview earlier, I was like, you might lose your, I mean, he probably lost in top 8, so his last stream match was a loss. So coming back into this moment and be like, hey, now it's still early on in the tournament, but I actually want to give him my best and make sure that this round is actually on my end.
Yeah, but he's got to get through the competitor of Joseph Martin as well, running such a unique team that Koraidon back in play has the potential to obviously set up that sun and make the Chi-Yu even more formidable. One of my favorite Pokemon, not quite as nice as Chi and Power in my book, but one of those Treasure of Ruin Pokemon that is just so devastating, and you have to make sure you have a game plan into.
Yeah, we see them shaking and greeting players outside, at home, and in the crowd here,
They're
getting
excited.
their moment. They're excited to play as well, of course. It's always a pleasure to be on stream, be featured, get the chance to show the world your skill set and how you honored or etched your skill set.
And of course, there's so many trainers at these events. We've got hundreds, sometimes even thousands, depending on the event, and we can only snapshot a small mirror of them for you. So to introduce Livio Sandberg, Prague top 8, as we have mentioned only a couple of weeks ago. This season as well, European Internationals top 32, as well as Lille top 16, and then a couple of years ago, Dortmund Regional top 32. So a lot of top placements here, but no medals in sight. Could this be the event?
Yeah, on the other hand, however, we have Joseph Martin here with a top 128 at EUIC as his last big finish. But keep in mind, he actually finished top 8 in the Global Challenge. A kind of different format to what we're playing here, where it's best of one, close team shits, you don't exactly know what to expect from your opponent. So to be able to finish so high in those online environments is really important.
I think it is testament to how flexible he is as a player, and if you can do well in a closed team sheet meta, then you are already trained to expect the unexpected, and very few things are going to throw you off off your game. Let's dive into the teams as well. Livio running Calyrex, Zamazenta, Incineroar, Ogerpon, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom. At first glance, one of the things that really stands out to me is that Incineroar, we've got the Parting Shot, the Helping Hand, and the Fake Out. The only really damage-dealing move here is the knockoff.
Yeah, with Calyrex and having double Fake Out and Follow Me, setting up a Calyrex and then eventually getting the crucial support and Helping Hand. Because after you set up one Nasty Plot, going for Helping Hand is actually just as important, or it boosts your damage output as much as going for a second Nasty Plot. So having that option to further boost both Body Press and Nasty Plot, Astral Rush, basically making sure that, hey, I want to deal as much damage as possible with my restricted Pokemon, and I don't need to rely on Flare Blitz on Incineroar.
And I like that Terra Dark on the Calyrex as well. We've sometimes seen it going for the Terra Ghost to be able to boost up the Astral Barrage even further, but the Terra Dark gives it a little bit of flexibility. It doesn't have to worry about other Astral Barrages coming through and getting big damage, or Sucker Punches coming through, potentially, you know, from a Chi and Pow on the opposing side. And considering that Joseph also has a Calyrex on his side of the field, this could be a very nice terrestrialization for Livio to lean into.
Yeah, enough talk about Livio's team. Let's look over to Joseph and how he's actually implementing that Galar Weezing on his team as there. We see the fist bump. Players seem to be ready to go into team preview, exchanging team sheets, making sure, hey, let me actually have a close look in this open team sheet format, what my opponent is running. And we now have a closer look at Joseph's team.
Yes, exactly. Let's lock in for this match. Joseph is running that Koraidon, Calyrex, Chi-Yu, Galarian Weezing, Brute Bonnet, and the Iron Hands. The Chi-Yu, critically with that Choice Scarf, going to be able to give it the edge where it's going to be a little bit faster, and particularly if it's in the sun, those overheats are going to be devastating if they're able to find its mark.
Yeah, and I called it earlier, and it actually happens to be the ability shield on that Koraidon. Making sure that you can lead Weezing Koraidon immune to Intimidate, still get your Sun Up, Flame Charge, and Flare Blitz are boosted, and your ability, Oracle Compulse, not only setting up the Sun, but in Sun also giving you an attack boost.
Yeah, and talk us through this Weezing as well, because it's got that neutralizing gas. That's going to be really nice to shut down Intimidates from Incineroar, also potentially stop, you know, Dauntless Shield on Zamazenta, grassy terrain from coming through on Rillaboom, but what about its move pool? How is that useful?
I mean, we saw the double setup there with the Poison Gas and the Toxic Spikes. We have seen some similar variants in teams that run Dondozo, where early on they basically spread the Toxic Spikes and maybe poison the active Pokemon with the Poison Gas, and then have Dondozo in the back to just protect and stall out their opponent while they're slowly ticking down from the poison damage.
So Joseph may be locking in for a long game here, going to have to weather through with those toxic damage outputs, but let's see what's coming through. It's going to be Chi-Yu and Koraidon. The sun is going to come into the sky. The fish is going to be ferocious, and on the opposing side, Incineroar and Calyrex have come out to meet them.
Yeah, we have seen Calyrex here with the setup set, which might be a little bit bulkier as well there, making sure you can get the Nasty Plot up. On the other side, we have the Choice Scarf Chi-Yu in the sun. Devastating damage, so you can need to make sure that maybe you opt for that Fake Out, but there's the Terra Ghost potential.
Yes, exactly. So this is where things are going to get interesting. Which Pokemon is going to be able to move first? Calyrex in a prime position to maybe try and get that Astral Barrage off and get some damage down. But I think critically, if you're Calyrex, maybe you want to go into that terrestrialization. You don't want to have to run the risk of taking a Snarl from Chi-Yu.
Yeah, we talked about Chi-Yu being on the field and having offensive pressure, but keep in mind that it lowers the special defense of all Pokemon on the field. So now it also enables the Calyrex to deal more damage.
Yes, exactly. So then Calyrex can be in the prime position to get more damage, as you've mentioned. But at the same time, Chi-Yu, being that dark type, isn't going to worry too much about taking the Astral Barrage. The key thing is going to be where this Fake Out is going to land. Calyrex actually leaving the field saying, I don't want to have to lock in my terrestrialization just yet. So we're going to switch things up and bring Raging Bolt out to play.
Yeah, Raging Bolt carries the booster energy, but actually because the sun is already up, it doesn't need to use it, immediately gets a special attack boost. And it looks like Livio decided, I actually don't like my position, I don't like Calyrex on the field, so let me switch it out. Takes any fire type moves with the switching in Raging Bolt.
Yeah, exactly. And there we see the terrestrialization come through. It's turning into that fire type. It's going to have to take the Fake Out though, so it's not going to be able to unleash its damage, unlike the Chi-Yu that can go straight for this overheat. A perfect Pokemon switching on the Raging Bolt, but look at that. That is a huge amount of damage. 2/3 taken away straight away.
Yeah, you resist the overheat, but Chi-Yu in sun, yeah, do you actually resist it? Keep in mind, it is now locked into overheat, an accurate move which can also miss, but it's now lowered its special attack by 2 stages and it kind of stuck on the field. So this allows Livio, even though he had to take that overheat and Raging Bolt is down to lower HP, keep in mind Koraidon was also intimidated, so both damage output from Koraidon and Chi-Yu are crippled here, and it allows maybe the Raging Bolt to survive any incoming moves and strike back.
Yeah, that's the thing. Without the Wheezing on the field, the Intimidate will still go off. It is not the clear amulet, it's the ability shield, so that Intimidate is still going to be able to come through. So that's something Koraidon has to contend with, but the fact that you've got the Sun up, you've got that Terrifier, if you do want to go for something like the Flame Charge, you're going to still be dealing a significant amount of damage and getting a speed boost to boot. Iron Hand's going to come in saying, hey, if you want to fake out, I want to fake out in the next turn. Instead, Koraidon taking to the skies, going for the collision course. That is going to be a solid knockout with a cheeky critical hit for style points into that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that critical hit actually megaed with the way they're trained here. But yeah, Parting Shot is really interesting move because Chi-Yu was kind of forced to switch out. So not only are you lowering attack or special attack of whatever is coming in, but you also re-pivot, get your maybe Calyrex in and have Fake Out active again.
I really like keeping the Chi-Yu in the back for later though, because as you've said, you're going to reset the drop, but also free up the item or the move that it's locked into by its item, and that could give a little bit more flexibility in the end game. Livio feeling more confident to bring this Calyrex back in now that Chi-Yu is off the field, and you don't have to worry about taking the Fake Out as you are still in that Ghost type.
Yeah, it's just really difficult for Livio. He's trying to reposition himself, but on the other hand, he hasn't dealt really any damage yet beyond the Fake Out. And yeah, I think Calyrex just doesn't have enough damage output to take out knockouts here. So it looks like Joseph took that early lead just by leading the right two Pokemon and is currently in a commanding position.
And another Intimidate lockdown onto that Koraidon as well, so that's going to be neutralizing some of the offensive pressure it's capable of dealing out, as well as that Iron Hands. At least Iron Hands is in the position where it can maybe try and go for that Fake Out, but guess what? So can Incineroar.
Yep. Iron Hands after the Parting Shot and the Intimidate, also 2 stages of attack lowered actually, which make it quite difficult to do anything beyond a Fake Out and then maybe switch out. I think we have seen a Volt Switch actually on that set, so that helps you to reposition and maybe get a fresh Pokemon in there as well. So yeah, both Pokemon lowered in attack. Damage output lowered a little bit, but we have to see how Calyrex can take advantage of that.
I mean, that's the thing. The Chi-Yu, for example, isn't going to worry about both Olivio's Pokemon. It could be an opportunity to try and bring it in, but no hard switches. Instead, Fake Out, Astral Barrage coming through on Livio's side, just trying to get some damage on the board. Does get a critical hit on that Koraidon, but Koraidon just able to hang on, keeping itself in the game to go for this Flare Blitz. The recoil inevitably will fell it at the end of this turn, but not before it's able to make its mark on that Calyrex. It's not able to get true revenge, though. Oh, I mean, it tries. It gets the burn. It is a special attacker, but critically, I think that's going to be about getting the tick of damage, but I don't think it's enough to get rid of Calyrex at the end of this turn. It's going to have to wait another one to reap those rewards.
I mean, it was a really nice parting gift here, surviving the critical hit, getting your Flare Blitz off, getting the burn here, tickle down 1 turn now here. We'll see that it will just barely survive with 10 HP, but 11 damage, so the next one will be enough to take it out. So yeah, the problem, however, you have a Choice Scarf Pokemon that can protect away, and you have Iron Hands on the field, which also can protect away. On the other hand, however, Incineroar already used its Fake Out. You bring in Chi-Yu, you're the fast Pokemon on the field. So now the question is, how do you reposition your Iron Hands, and whatever is switching in, maybe with that Volt Switch, how is that taking it?
You've got to find a way to get through this Incineroar, and I feel like, you know, obviously Iron Hands, something like the Low-Kick is going to be able to do some good damage into it, but Chi-Yu, I think right now, having that speed advantage, wants to deal with the Calyrex, because if Calyrex stays in, it's either going to take damage and go down, or it's going to go down at the end of the turn thanks to the burn. And if Livio wants to switch it into the 4th and final remaining Pokemon in the back, that I believe is the Ogerpon from the cheeky sneak peek we've been able to have a look at, Chi-Yu still wants to try and get some damage on the switch and doesn't want to let it in for free.
Yeah, there's the Ogerpon here. Heat Wave comes off, takes out the Calyrex, decent damage on the Incineroar, and we'll see if that Iron Hands is going for a low kick or maybe switching out with the Volt Switch. We can assume, based on the pick so far, that maybe the last Pokemon is actually Calyrex Shadow on Joseph's end as well.
Yeah, you maybe want to keep that 4th and final Pokemon in the back to close up an endgame, and Livio now in a position where we're gonna, well, on Joseph's side at least, is gonna be able to see that it is indeed that Ogerpon in play. Critically as well, I think the Parting Shot down into the Chi-Yu does mean that obviously it's going to be not dealing as much damage into the next turns as well, and it's that Volt Switch that you mentioned. I think this is a great opportunity for Joseph to start switching up Pokemon, bring that Fake Out in later on, because Livio only has 2 Pokemon remaining now. There's no way to switch out and avoid the Fake Out when it comes back in.
Yeah, so we see the Calyrex actually switching in here. It is the Encore set, so it doesn't have the option to go for any Nasty Plots if it wanted to. You mentioned the Parting Shot going into the Chi-Yu, lowering the special attack, but Sun is still up. Heat Wave is still hitting like a truck. The question is, how do you get around the Incineroar? Because it is resisting Heat Waves. Yeah. It is resisting Astral Barrage. But with these 2 super powerful Pokemon, it might still take a lot of damage into it in resisting Incineroar.
Yeah, that's the thing. Incineroar has the utility to go for the fake out and slow that Chi-Yu down. As you mentioned, it's Choice Scarf, so it has no utility to be able to protect, but then it does leave itself vulnerable to the Calyrex. My question, however, though, is the Ogerpon on Livio's side, because as you said, the sun is still in the sky. These Ivy Cudgels are going to hurt, and Livio still has the utility for terrestrialization. If you go into the Terra Fire, you're going to be able to get that embody aspect, get a +1 attack boost in the sun, Ivy Cudgel, potential critical hit. This could be really devastating into something like the Calyrex, so thank goodness for the Focus Sash on Joseph's side.
Yeah, the Focus Sash basically guarantees that you get 2 attacks over at least survive any incoming move. We see the Terra Fire here from the Ogerpon, boosting its attack further, getting the Sun boost as well. Chi-Yu actually stays on the field though, however.
Yeah, it is still in play, but it looks like Livio is really banking on this Ogerpon to try and get some damage out and clean up some Pokemon. No fake out coming through. Chi-Yu just going here for the Heat Wave, and I think this is good because you need to double up into the Calyrex to get rid of that Focus Sash. Astral Barrage will come through though, first of all. It is going to be enough to remove the Ogerpon from play. However, I think Livio was hoping it was going to be able to hang on just a slither to be able to get the redemption and keep him in the game. But now, with this Grimnade boost coming through as well, I really don't know if there's much Livio can do to contend with the powerhouses on Joseph's side.
That was a really interesting turn because players towards the end of this format have actually opted for more and more defensive Ogerpon hard frames. And there's a chance maybe after that parting shot with the combination with the terrestrialization, like going for the Terra Fire on Ogerpon is really interesting because first you lose your grass type, which means you're no longer hit neutral by Heat Wave, so you resist the Heat Wave. And get an attack boost, so it's both defensive and offensive, but I think we just see Game 1 cleaning up here.
Yeah, the Heat Wave not able to get the damage, so Astral Barrage will have to come through and get the job done. Joseph Martin able to take Game 1 in this Swiss Round 4 in very commanding fashion with the capability of that Chi-Yu, the Koraidon, and I think critically that Calyrex at the end. The Focus Sash really coming in to pull through to the end game.
I mean, it fell all apart at the beginning of the turn where the game were just by the leads having to switch out defensively, taking an overheat onto a Raging Bolt, which was then certainly in range of a collision course as well. And despite all your like intimidates, parting shots, repositioning, Livio just never had a chance to like take back control of the game.
And I think as well, correct me if I'm wrong, but Zamazenta was benched in this game, so Livio was actually only bringing in 1 restricted.
Yep, 1 restricted all in on the Calyrex, and even though it got burned early on, it was still... Yeah, it was still in... No, sorry. Oh, yeah, no, that was the other Calyrex.
Yeah, the other Calyrex went down. But, I mean, on Livio's side, the Calyrex was in a key position. You're trying to get those Astral Barrages down. It wasn't able to get the damage on the Koraidon, though. I think that was the big thing. And Koraidon could then go for that Flare Blitz in return.
Yeah, sorry. Talking about the Calyrex and Zamazenta. Zamazenta was benched, but if you think about it, Terra Fire Koraidon, Choice Scarf Chi-Yu, right? These are all Pokemon, even Iron Hands being super bulky, taking body press like a champ. All these Pokemon are really well positioned into the Zamazenta, so you kind of need to consider, do you really want to bring Zamazenta? And if you bring it, you might be forced to tear it into Terra Water, which is then quite nicely positioned.
That's true, but as you mentioned, there's the Iron Hands in play. So if Pokemon like the Koraidon and Chi-Yu force that water terrestrialization to come through on Zamazenta, Iron Hands is like, hello, let's charge up my electric type attacks. The Volt Switch and the Wild Charge are going to be able to do significant damage into that Zamazenta. So I can see why Livio did bench it, but I always think that's never a move that you really want to do. You always feel like you've got a little bit more of an uphill battle to climb when you are 1 restricted Pokemon down.
Yeah, if your opponent actually manages to just have the right team or bring the right team that forces one of the most common archetypes in Calyrex Shadow and Zamazenta to not bring one of their restricteds, you're in a really commanding position.
Definitely. You always have the advantage as soon as you're getting out there on turn 0 with the match lineups. But these trainers need to try and see what adaptations are going to come through. I wonder if Zamazenta will make a return to glory here or whether Livio has a way to put that Chi-Yu in check. Weezing and Koraidon coming out front and center, though. This is going to be able to stop the Intimidates from coming through and, you know, making things more difficult for that Koraidon. But then I like Livio thinking if the sun is going up in the sky, I'm bringing my 2 Fire-type Pokemon in. Even though the Incineroar doesn't have any Fire-type moves, it still, I think, will just give it a boost.
Yeah, the Fake Out, the Intimidate not really coming into effect here, but you still have Fake Out. Some trainers opt for the Sword Stance set on the Ogerpon, which would be great positioned here. But with the Follow Me, you kind of don't have that setup option. So I guess this is the lead where more like want to spread damage out early. And did you see that? Livio didn't bring any restricted to that game.
That is wild. You know, in game 1, only bringing 1. In game 2, he's like, who needs restricted Pokemon? I'm going to win with my Ulla 4. So let's see how this is going to come through. It looks like a slightly more passive lead coming out from Livio's side, but I think that's mostly because the Weezing is blocking off those abilities.
I was thinking passive lead as well, but I think Livio is saying my restricted in this set is actually my Ogerpon. All out offensive, taking advantage of the sun, going for the Terra turn 1, maybe even picking up the KO, but that Weezing is really bulky.
Yeah, we don't see the embody aspect activate, of course, because Weezing's on the field. Koraidon not going to be doing anything this turn either, thanks to that fake out. And Ogerpon now in prime position to go for the Ivy Cudgel. It wants to get its ability back in line, smacks down into that Weezing, is not able to get the KO as Poison Gas will reach out across the field. This is obviously going to be putting a little bit of a spanner in the works for Livio. Pokemon are going to be poisoned. They're going to have a little bit of a timer on them, but it's still early on. They've still got plenty of HP to play around with.
Yeah, I mean, now having the poison out there, maybe having your Iron Hands in the back, which always buys you turns with a fake out, then can reposition with wall switch. Really interesting, like, game plan from both players. Like, Livio saying, hey, I'm going to dish out all the damage with my Ogerpon at the beginning, and then maybe Raging Bolt coming up, cleaning up with Thunderclap. It also actually runs Thunderbolt and Thunderclap, so it has, like, both options on the electric side.
Yeah, exactly. So having a little bit of flexibility in that Raging Bolt. We've seen how bulky Raging Bolt can be in the past as well, particularly in an endgame situation. So if Raging Bolt can get in somehow around a poison, then it could be in a great position for Livio.
Yeah, and now the Incineroar is kind of threatened here with the collision course, and the question is, do you, like, they can't Terra away. Sorry, they can't Terra away, so they might have to switch out here.
That's the thing, Terrestrialization has already been used as that collision course that you mentioned is coming down. It's going to be ferocious into the Incineroar, so much so that it is able to get a knockout, and that is a great swing of momentum in favor for Joseph.
Yeah, you might not even care about the Rocky Helmet damage here, because that KO is crucial. One Pokemon down. We know what's in the back. Joseph doesn't know it, so we'll have to see how that plays out. There's the Ivy Cudgel, this time into the Koraidon. Resisted, but still decent damage.
I think I would have loved to have seen that going down into the Weezing for this exact reason, to stop the toxic spikes from coming into play. Pokemon like the Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt are not going to appreciate this at all. And now that they're here, you know, there's no poison type to be able to suck them up from joining the field. So that's a great way for Joseph to start setting up an endgame win condition.
Yeah, and as long as Weezing is on the field, we won't see the grassy terrain activate either. So any additional turn you give Weezing to stay on the field and negate all your abilities, we saw that Photosynthesis didn't activate either, right? So it's really doing a great job. And on the other side, if you take care of the Weezing, well, then you let Koraidon attack for free again.
Honestly, this Weezing is running away with the show right now. You might think it's about the restrictor, but Weezing really showing why it is such a good utility on this team. Being able to put these poisons in play and also providing Koraidon with the respect and flexibility to keep its ability in play. With those collision courses as well, that's something Raging Bolt doesn't want to have to deal with.
Yeah, really interesting side aspect of poison is not only like slowly tickles down the Pokemon, but it also might help you to take out crucial KOs like we saw in the Incineroar, which might have been trained more defensively. Here's the collision course though.
Look at that, over 50% damage. This Koraidon is unstoppable. Ogerpon really trying to slow down the pace of play with this Ivy Cudgel. It will connect into Koraidon, it will get the KO, but once again, Livio just leaving this Weezing alone.
Yeah, Koraidon down. If we expect there to be Calyrex in the back as well, then actually though, first let's play this turn out, Thunderbolt, and Joseph's down 2 Pokemon.
Okay, a little bit of a breathing room here for Livio. You've been able to fell both the opposing Pokemon critically. You're getting rid of that neutralizing gas and body aspect and finally activate. There's a cheeky +1 for your efforts as well on that Raging Bolt. You're going to be able to be in the sun.
Yeah, I don't want to see too far in the future, but one play I could see here is like protecting your Ogerpon, getting a Thunderclap out on the Calyrex, and then maybe switching in Rillaboom to get a Grassy Glide. And with that double combination of priority, maybe you have a chance. We see Chi-Yu and Calyrex, so no Iron Hands.
Not gonna lie though, this is a scary combination. We're so used to seeing Chi-Yu with something like the Flutter Mane, but it's traded out a Ghost type for a restricted and one with a Focus Sash no less as well.
Yeah, all the abilities activating now. Chi-Yu also on the field. Raging Bolt, special attack boosted here. We see Rillaboom in the back. Calyrex with the Focus Sash.
Yeah.
Like a little bit more survivability. On the other end, the Choice Scarf here being the fast Pokemon on the field. So it's going to be difficult to position around those super fast Pokemon hitting super hard.
At least you know that the Chi-Yu can't protect. It's guaranteed to attack, so you're guaranteed to land a Thunderclap into that position. But at what cost? Because I don't think it's going to be able to get the KO at this point, enabling the Chi-Yu to be able to retaliate, and something like a Heat Wave is going to be devastating. It may not get the KO, but with that Poison Chip, it could easily get the knockout at the end of the turn.
Yeah, and with everything already being so low, you might even be able to afford to go for a Dark Pulse instead, not having to risk the Heat Wave missed opportunity, and we see the Terra on the opposing side as well.
I mean, even if you do miss the Heat Wave, you've got this Calyrex with that Focus Sash terrestrialization to boost up its Astral Barrages that are guaranteed to connect, that would be able to start cleaning up this game. Joseph really locking in, trying to see the victory. Ogerpon playing defensively, and I think it's one of our first defensive plays we've seen in this set from these trainers, going for that spiky shield. A Thunderclap connects down onto Chiyu, does over 50%, but it's got to land another one. It's got to find a way through this turn. Chiyu actually not even going for its big damaging attack, instead going for the Snarl. It is, in a way, getting the KO here on that Raging Bolt, going to be lowering its special attack, but critically the poison going to be cleaning up there. Maybe thinking, hey, could Calyrex be switching in? That would be kind of wild, considering there's an Astral Barrage also following through here.
Yeah, I was talking about that potential to go for Dark Pulse, but I had another sneak peek at the team sheet, and it's actually running Ruination, which is not a move you want to lock yourself in this late in the game, because it will never pick up a KO unless the opponent is exactly on 1 HP. So Dark Pulse instead, Snarl instead of Heatwave here.
That makes a lot of sense as well. Ruination isn't going to be able to get KOs because it always does only 50% damage to what's remaining. But the Snarl also has the chance to miss though, right?
Snarl can also miss, just as Heatwave, but it is no longer resisted by that Ogerpon Hard Flame, so will deal a little bit more damage. I saw that potential of going for Thunderclap and then Grassy Glide to Calyrex to pick up the knockout, but we actually saw the Thunderclap going to Chiyu, so now maybe with the double Grassy Glide, you could take out the Chiyu, but then Calyrex still with Focus Sash intact, right? It will just run away with this game.
I mean, time's a ticking on these poison counters as well. Rillaboom in the fray. It really comes down to whether it wants to go try and get that fake out down into Chiyu or try and see if it can get some damage down with the grassy terrain.
Yeah, but I mean, not only Thunderclap and Grassy Glide, maybe a double Grassy Glide to Calyrex is also an option to pick the knockout out. So Joseph really needs to make sure that he's considering a protect play.
Yeah.
Depending on the targeting here.
I mean, you can actually not worry too much about this Chiyu. You've got that Grassy Glide coming straight down into the Calyrex. There it is. That's a knockout. Calyrex goes down. I mean, a fantastic observation by you there, Barish, realizing that the Calyrex was indeed the threat. The Snarl on the Chiyu side is nothing that these two physical attackers are really going to worry about. They can utilize their terrain, their speed advantage to get rid of that restricted.
I mean, poison is really important, but only if you can also protect in between to make it even more effective. So now Chiyu heals back a little bit, but is locked into Snarl, can't protect. You get another double attack off, and Snarl can miss at any point as well. The question for Ogerpon is, are you going for that Grassy Glide to get guaranteed damage off, or are you at this point maybe banking on the chance that Snarl would miss and you go for even more powerful Ivy Cudgel?
I feel like you would just go for the double Grassy Glide because you've got the grassy terrain to try and boost that up as well. You know that Chiyu is going to be faster, so you want to try and get that edge. And even if it doesn't get the KO this turn, you have the potential with Rillaboom. It's not going to go down to a Snarl anyway. It could go for it on that next turn. So actually, this Rillaboom coming in the end game, no restricted in this game for Livio, evening up the score here in Swiss round 4.
It is crazy to say that we're in this last moment of restricted Pokemon, and Livio says, you know what? I don't even need them. He's overcoming Koraidon, Chiyu, and like Calyrex Shadow Rider, all without any restricted by himself.
I mean, Weezing at the beginning of that game looked in such dominant form for Joseph, and I loved the strategy that was being executed, the way you were setting up all this poison for the end game, but then Livio thinking, I've just got to keep my calm. I need to eliminate some of the key pieces so that when Rillaboom is in play with that Ogerpon that you said was like a pseudo-restricted, masquerading as that Pokemon here, can be in a position to shine, whether it's with Ivy Cudgel or Grassy Glide.
I'm just so fascinated. We're talking about, hey, maybe Livio needs to reconsider like bringing Zamazenta, but he was like, you know what, not only am I not bringing Zamazenta, I will also bench my Calyrex and go like full non-restricted in this matchup. Really interesting to like see that game plan, right? And then execute it so beautifully. We have seen towards the end of the game the double Grassy Glide, as we've seen, could have picked up both Pokemon. So it wasn't safe for either of the players to be like, hey, I'll just protect my Calyrex, because if Livio like read into that, he could have also double targeted into the Chiyu and then afterwards take out the Calyrex.
I think there was such composure to the way Livio approached this match, particularly when it came to that Weezing. I was sort of saying, get that Weezing off the field, get your abilities back online, but Livio actually targeted down the partner Pokemon most of the time, identifying or maybe accepting, I'm going to get poisoned, it's going to happen, let Weezing do its thing, and I will remove the bigger threat next to it so that in the end game I can clean up.
We just see how powerful priority moves can be. Thunderclap coming off before you get knocked out. Grassy Glide on both Pokemon here in grassy terrain, having priority as well. And just like picking KOs up before they get to attack.
Yeah, and I actually kind of missed that towards the end. The Ogerpon being able to have that grassy glide priority as well. We're so used to seeing it on Rillaboom. And Ogerpon, particularly when the sun is up, kind of wants to lean into that Ivy Cudgel. But the priority, the speed control, so critical in this game, and something that has been testament to the victory of so many trainers. Which trainer is able to get the Icy Wind drop here? Who's able to get the speed boost here from Flame Charge, for example? And all these little crucial increments of speed can be what makes a match.
Yeah, and it's really a testament to both these players' skill set. We talked early on how like the Weezing was so well positioned, got all the toxics off, was in a commanding position, but then it looks like they swapped out their elites.
Hey, it looks like we're seeing a complete change from Livio. We've got Zamazenta for the first time in the set, front and center, paired up with that Ogerpon on the opposing side. Joseph going for a very tried and tested combination. We've got Koraidon here, but we've got the Chi-Yu as well.
I think one underrated or not like so much discussed aspect of Pokemon is the pressure in team preview as well. Not having brought any restrictor last game, it now forced the opponent to reconsider their plan as well. And we see that both of them swap up.
Yes, but these are the two Pokemon that you said that the Zamazenta does not want to see, the Koraidon, the Chi-Yu. So Joseph has called this lead perfectly.
Yeah, call it perfectly here. Question is, Zamazenta really doesn't want to swap out. So at this point, you're kind of committed, and to like withstand any of those fire moves, you might want to go for Terra Water early on in this game. And there isn't like a clear way to punish that. But keep in mind, Chi-Yu is also running that Ruination, which regardless of typing, regardless of your like Pokemon, it will always deal 50%.
It's not going to be dealing anything this turn, however, as Joseph switches things up, gets rid of the Chi-Yu and brings a restricted to the field. Both of them out here for Joseph. Unnerve on the field, as well as that potential for Grimnade boost a little bit later on. Looks like we're going to see Terrestrialization straight away as well, and to no surprise, it's going to be down on that Koraidon, once again dropping its Dragon and Fighting typing and becoming a fully fledged Fire type.
Yeah, making sure that both those Flame Charges and Flare Blitzes will deal extra damage here as well. Interesting swap going out to that Calyrex here. Zamazenta wants to be sure, hey, what's going on here? What is maybe the Chi-Yu locking itself into? But it actually swapped out perfectly into this double protect.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a double protect on Livio's side. That spiky shield coming in here. Flame Charge was going down into that Pokemon as well, so it's going to have to take a little bit of chip as well from those spikes on the shield that the Ogerpon was holding up. But now it's a new board position.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very, very smart swap there, because I mean, you could Terra Ghost if you wanted to play around the body press, but you can also just switch in a Ghost-type Pokemon to also be immune. So if there was any body press going into the Chi-Yu, it would have just been immune into that Calyrex.
And I think as well, you don't want to have to utilize your Terrestrialization in a defensive way on Joseph's team. You want to be able to use it for offensive capabilities with the Koraidon in play here, being able to deal that extra damage in the sun. Now you have to wonder on Livio's side, how are you going to neutralize both of these threats? Are you going to target down the physical or the special attacker?
Yeah, it's difficult to position around just because they're both super fast in Koraidon and Calyrex. Both have super strong moves here and he actually decides to swap out the Zamazenta and forgive the defensive boost.
I think this might be for the best, though, because the risk of getting that double protect is too high. You don't want to take the unnecessary damage from Koraidon, and Calyrex can still wreak havoc with those Astral Barrages, whereas Incineroar, Intimidate, and resisting the Astral Barrage is a really nice pivot in. It will, of course, connect through. Ogerpon, not so lucky, takes over 50% here. Critical hit on Incineroar as well, really showing that it was a great Pokemon to switch into that attack as the Flame Charge comes through, but it finds its mark on that Ogerpon. It is still able to hang on, however, so Ogerpon in a position where it can get play. It goes for the Ivy Cudgel. It hasn't got the +1, but it will do significant damage to that Calyrex and put it in range of being KO'd shortly.
Yeah, we saw in the last game how it was just not bulky enough to take the double attack here, but now this time the combination of Astral Barrage and the Flare Charge just not being strong enough. It's a very low base power move. It does give you a speed boost and helps in other ways, but it's just not strong enough to take the knockout. And now Calyrex being so low, Focus Sash being broken, you're now in range of any attack, including like Thunderclap or maybe a Grassy Glide.
I think that's the thing, though. It forces Livio to have to go for priority here, not only because you need to get that chip on the Calyrex before the speedy Pokemon can get an Astral Barrage in your way, but at the same time, Koraidon trying to boost up its speed as well, and it can now switch on to one of the more offensive moves. Fake Out going to slow down the pace of play, though, not allowing Koraidon to unleash itself just yet, as the Calyrex just goes for the Astral Barrage. I feel like on Livio's side here, you just have to accept your fate. Ogerpon is going to go down, but at the expense of not only a Pokemon, but for a Grimnade boost on the opposing side.
Yeah, it's really, that was such a interesting gambit here, because I think Livio was saying, hey, I might have Rillaboom in the back, and you kind of don't want to lose your Calyrex. So he was saying, I have that switch in and priority grassy glide. So you either protect or maybe even better swap out. So I get a strong Ivy Cudgel into that slot.
But now as revealed, it was the Raging Bolt, so there is no grassy terrain to contend with. There was no priority. The bluff didn't work. Joseph saw through it. You do at least now have the Thunderclap potential.
Thunderclap potential for sure. I think the Sash set was running Encore, so there's always some options around that. You can also Encore the fake out here on the Incineroar.
Oh,
so
true.
Calyrex is so well positioned. It doesn't have to fear the Thunderclap, but on the other hand, Raging Bolt on Livia's side, not only running the Thunderclap, but also the Thunderbolt to play around that.
The thing is, I think Calyrex has a really safe Encore. Shut down the Incineroar, and guess what? If it switches out, it's going to be that Zamazenta, so allow Koraidon to go down into it. Koraidon has so much HP remaining right now, it doesn't have to worry too much about what that Raging Bolt is going to throw its way. But Raging Bolt is going to go on the Terrestrialization and say, hey, you're not worried about my damage? Well, here's a little bit of a boost. I'm turning into a fully fledged electric type. Terrestrialization going to boost that up further.
Yeah, it's another Gambit here because if...
Oh, and the Helping Hand.
Helping Hand as well. This might be enough, but on the other side, are you actually allowing the Calyrex to also get an attack off? There's a Protect on the Koraidon. He might have read this. Livio's not happy about this.
Yeah, not happy to see the Protect come through. Calyrex also going for a Protect. All the cards stacking up in Livio's favor, but at least here, it wasn't a case of a missed target. Both of them going for the Protect, meaning you cannot find your mark, and it's failed. So we don't actually know who it went into.
Yeah, that's really crucial information that Joseph doesn't have. We talked about the Encore pressure into the fake out. Helping Hand is such a great move for that. With its increased priority, it will actually go before Helping Hand and make sure that it can't be encored into like something like the fake out that was used before. Yeah, but now it's come down to another chance of going for Thunderclap. And as we mentioned, Joseph doesn't know where it was originally targeted.
I think that's the thing, though, as you said, that Helping Hand is not the worst thing to be encored into if you're going to help out a powerhouse like Raging Bolt, and particularly as Livio is banking on it right now, utilizing that terrestrialization. It could be exactly what is needed to get a knockout. Koraidon has a little bit of chip, but now the decision comes through. What are you going to do with this Raging Bolt? It looks like it's going to be just going straight for the switch. Livio throwing complete caution to the winds here. Possibly this means that the Incineroar is going for something like a knockoff, trying to deal with that opposing Calyrex. As Koraidon moves first, Collision Course is going to come through. It finds its mark on the Incineroar, completely removes it from play.
Yeah, it looks like another Gambit here. It's swapped out, going for that Zamazenta, but Joseph might have just seen through that again, goes for the Collision Course, and maybe an Astro Barashi as well. It's actually an Encore that will fail, though.
Okay, a sigh of relief for the Zamazenta, because I was going to say at +1 and single target, that was going to do some devastating damage. The sun has also critically gone away from the sky. Raging Bolt can come back in, though, however. It is still in that terrestrialization form, and it has that boosted energy, so it doesn't care that the sun is gone. It can still get its photosynthesis boost, get its special attack up.
So yeah, what looked like maybe a tricky situation to get out of, Livio was like, one more turn of sun. Maybe I can play a little bit defensive this turn. I still have my booster energy to get my boost next turn anyway when the sun is down. But now Flareblitz no longer boosted through the sun, and also Orichalcum Pulse also not boosting the attack. So maybe Zamazenta, despite not having a defensive boost, might still have a chance to like live any of the incoming moves.
The issue is Koraidon has the utility to switch out. Joseph still has all 4 Pokemon remaining, so you can bring that Sunbin back in a little bit later on. Even if you're not able to utilize it, a Pokemon like the Chi-Yu that we also know is in the back there with that Choice Scarf is going to be able to utilize it in the end game. So Livio now is on a time limit. You only have 2 Pokemon remaining. Every single move, every single target is going to be critical. Calyrex goes for the Protect. No reaction coming through on Livio. Looks like he has targeted down into this Koraidon. The Thunderclap comes through, but look at that, it fails.
It actually fails. There's no attacking move. It's Collision Course though on the other hand. So yeah, guess wrong there. Calyrex protected itself. Collision was coming off super effective damage into Zamazenta, but because there was no sun boost, it barely does half.
Yeah, the body press not enough to deal with this Koraidon, but Livio remaining very calm and composed in that Thunderclap moment. Now, do you go for the Calyrex again, or do you try and deal with Koraidon?
I mean, we looked, Zamazenta here, it might be in range of another Collision Course or Flareblitz, either way. So it's really, it comes down to, you might have to like protect and maybe take out the Koraidon first and then later have the pressure. Keep in mind that the Chi-Yu in the back can play around the Thunderclap, so that's another target, but you also don't want to take an Astral Barrage into that Raging Bolt.
But I think the Chi-Yu has all its HP remaining, correct?
Correct.
So it can maybe take 1 Thunderclap, so you have a little bit of flexibility in there. Raging Bolt just going defensive though, going for the Protect, doesn't want to play the Thunderclap mind game on this turn. Instead, maybe having a little look at what's coming through. Collision Pause will be the move choice once again, dealing with this Zamazenta. We got to see it in play, but we barely got to see it do too much at all. And the issue now with that Protect, you are a sitting duck for Encore.
Yeah, it looks like Livio just didn't get that call right here. Encore, Joseph says, hey, I have enough pressure on the field. You might want to like take the Thunderclap knockout on Koraidon, but I can just encore you and then play around the Thunderclap for a while.
Yeah, exactly. Livio looking to this Raging Bolt to see if it's got any wiggle room in this game. Joseph knowing that you have all 4 Pokemon remaining, so one Thunderclap might be able to get a KO, but Joseph still in a commanding position to obviously take this game.
Yeah, we might see the Encore here just for like a last straw and then making sure that your Pokemon in the back can just take care of this Thunderclap Encore Pokemon. If it is, for example, the Weezing, you can just Poison Gas it, never actually attack yourself, and it just slowly tickles down while it's being Encored. But there's only so many more Thunderclaps they can actually use. So let's see this. It is the Iron Hands, so now it is locked into Thunderclap, cannot protect, so it's a very easy fake out Astro Barrage.
Exactly. As you can see, can only use Thunderclap, has to keep going for that. Fake out Astral Barrage is going to be able to do so much damage, particularly with the Grimnade boost that this Calyrex has been able to stack up. There comes the fake out, slowing down what the Raging Bolt is capable of doing.
And it might be a bish bash bosh, as you like to say.
Yes, I do. There we go. There it is. It's down. Raging Bolt has been felled, meaning Joseph Martin is going to take this roller coaster ride of a Swiss Round 4 in a 2-1 victory.
Congratulations to Joseph for taking this game, and commiserations for Livio. He's not out of the tournament yet. Currently with a record of 3-1. All cards are still on the table. Still a long way to go, so no problem. Maybe on stream you want to take the win, but also if you can just like get all your Wooloo back in a Thunderstorm.
Yeah, no, definitely. There was a Thunderstorm cooking up there with the Raging Bolt towards the end, and, you know, I think chaotically, it did feel a little bit like trying to herd Wooloo in a Thunderstorm a bit there, you know, trying to get them all in the lines, all the ducks in a row. And I have to say, game 2, Livio was able to do that phenomenally well. I don't know about you trainers, but I did not expect to see a victory from a trainer who brought no restricteds to a game. 0
restricteds here, piloting that perfectly. We thought at the beginning, giving Weezing too much leeway there, allowing it to spread toxic, both in Poison Gas and Toxic Spikes, but just dealing enough damage across the board and then being able to clean it up at the end was beautifully played.
It certainly was, and I wonder if Livio is coming out of that set thinking, maybe the secret is no restricted. I should have just brought 6 Pokemon that were not restricted, and that was the secret to my success. But obviously, that was just one snippet of a Pokemon journey. He's still in the competition, just taking this one loss, but you need to be able to get that X&2 record at the end of Phase 1 to be able to get into Phase 2.
Yeah, let's see how, I mean, in this field full of Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow, it looks like Joseph just found the right key Pokemon to position around that, force the opponent to maybe not bring any restricted, but even though there were no restricted, still kind of won that second game, so not sure if that is actually in your advantage there.
Maybe it's just, you know, expect the unexpected, and that was something that I think Joseph wasn't expecting. Game 1, however, he was in so much control. This Chi-Yu was able to run rampant on the field, get so much damage down with that overheat at the beginning, then apply pressure with the Snarls, and followed up by powerhouses such as Koraidon or the Calyrex, just spelt victory.
Yeah, and then in the second game here, we come back. Ogerpon Heartflame in the sun with its terrestrialization, dealing a lot of damage left, right, and center, and then having the priority options in Grassy Glide and Thunderclap to just pick up those crucial KOs.
And for me, this Snarl at the end as well was really interesting on the Chi-Yu. That was not what I was expecting it to go for, hoping it was maybe going for that Heat Wave to try and get some knockouts, but it really just opened up the door for Livio to push it to this Game 3. The Ogerpon that had been so tremendous in Game 2 fell very early on in Game 3, and that was a little bit disastrous for Livio.
I mean, trainers at home, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Snarl has a slightly higher accuracy. So he's like, playing to my odds and maybe don't need the Heat Wave, so I can risk the slightly more accurate Snarl.
I guess that's the thing. When you're in those endgame situations, you do not want to have to roll the dice on things that you cannot control, such as accuracy in these types of situations. But it was an incredible showcase of seeing Chi-Yu in action as well as Koraidon. Great to see that Pokemon in form again.
Yeah, but even if you're like didn't want to go for the Heat Wave, Snarl might have also been a really good option if Livio opted for Calyrex as their last Pokemon.
Yeah, but remember, he didn't bring Calyrex in games 2 or 3. I think it was already bold, you know, in game 1 thinking there's only 1 restricted, game 2 none, and then game 3, well, let's go back to 1, but let's bring Zamazenta in. The people want to see Zamazenta. Europe likes Zamazenta. Maybe they're onto something. Just unfortunately for Livio, the cards did not go in his favor. But again, Joseph played so beautifully well, particularly with the way that he was able to switch the Pokemon in and out. I really like the way that Iron Hands was able to come in at the right times for those fake outs, and obviously pivoting in the Calyrex safely, not letting its focus sash be broken for naught, really did set that Pokemon up for success.
I mean, it succeeded in this tournament for sure. I was thinking, bring Zamazenta in game 3, and we talked about how all those fire types are so effective in Zamazenta, and having bringing it, but then kind of being forced early on to swap out again is not what I want to see if you run that Zamazenta. It wants to keep its defensive boost and dish out a lot of damage with that body press.
I mean, you literally said the one thing Zamazenta doesn't want to see in this matchup is the Koraidon or that Chi-Yu, and guess what was in the leads?
Yeah,
both those Pokemon.
We saw them in game 1, right? Then swapped out to Weezing in game 2, lost that game. So my question would be to Livio, what lead was he expecting that Zamazenta would be really strong into? Clearly didn't like the lead, so swapped out the Zamazenta again. Yeah, so I'm thinking, on the other hand, would you kind of expect Weezing to show up again?
Maybe, because it was a good strategy, I think, on Joseph's side, being able to go for that poison, slowing down the pace of play, and it did put Livio onto the back foot, and maybe Joseph was thinking, or Livio was thinking that Joseph would think that I'd be crazy enough not to bring a restricted into this next match, so he's like, he's not going to bring that Zamazenta. He didn't bring a game 1, he didn't bring a game 2. Zamazenta's not coming, so in a way, maybe the Zamazenta was there to throw Joseph off his guard, but he was not to be phased at all. He was the winner of that game, and he is ready with an interview, so take it away.
Thanks, Lou Barish. Of course, Joe, amazingly well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was really nerve-wracking, but yeah, thank you.
I know, and you've got a really cool team as well. We love to see it. I think it looks familiar from last year when you used it at both Utrecht and Worlds, I think.
Yeah. I mean, a big reason of why I wanted to come to Utrecht this time round was just because I put so much effort into the team going into Worlds last year that I really just wanted to give it one more run, just to see how it went, because I do really love this team. I think the Weezing especially, I know a lot of people don't like to see it, but the double poison with, the poison gas with toxic spikes, being able to sort of control the game even after Weezing goes down via the toxic spikes is just something I really love about the team. I really enjoy it.
It is refreshing for us to see as well. Yeah. Completely different way to play the game, isn't it? Just break apart the meta.
Yeah.
What would you say the MVP of that entire team is?
I think it's got to be Weezing, because I think it just pulls the whole team together. Obviously, you've got Koraidon and Calyrex, which are the damage dealers, but having Weezing being able to shut down so many different Pokemon, so many Pokemon are reliant on their abilities in this meta. So, yeah, it really helps, Koraidon especially, just, live attacks. So, in that second game, I was expecting a Zamazenta lead, but with the Weezing, Koraidon's just taking no damage from a body press because it's denying the defense boost. So that's just one example. There's so many different examples that I could sit here all day talking about, but I think Weezing's got to be the MVP of this team.
Yeah, well said. I mean, how are you feeling after that second game when the Rillaboom was revealed and it showed that it hadn't felt any restricted to the match?
I was so surprised because, like I say, I thought for sure there was going to be Calyrex in the back, but because that's why I clicked Snarl at the end, because I was debating whether to lock into Snarl or Heatwave with my Chi-Yu. But I was like, Snarl's more accurate. Even if he's got Zamazenta in the back, I can still Psychic, I can still Pressure. So yeah, when I saw the Rillaboom, I was like, oh, he's not bought any restrictors, and that was such a smart play on my opponent's end. I think that was really smart, really clever, because yeah, I just had nothing for the double Grassy Glide Pressure at the end. Whereas if he had bought Calyrex or Zamazenta, I think that game would have been locked up on the spot. So I think that was a really smart play.
Yeah, fair play to them. But obviously you took it in that final game 3 as well. So congrats on that. So looking forward to the rest of this weekend. What's your goal?
I honestly, like I say, I came here just to have fun because I'm quite far out of the world race at this point, and I just really wanted to come. I've come with my friends just for a nice weekend. I wanted to reuse the team that I loved so much, but yeah. So I think just keep playing, keep enjoying it. But yeah, I mean, my little goal with this weekend was to make it on stream because for all of Scarlet and Violet, I've been hoping to make it on. So it's quite nice for the last event of the in Europe, last Scarlet Violet event in Europe to have reached that goal. So I'm happy about that.
Awesome. And favorite Mega for Champions?
Oh, well, I've been unsuccessfully but trying to make a Mega Ampharos work. I don't know if it'll work, but I really love Ampharos. So if I can make a Mega Ampharos work, I'll be happy. But other than that, I've been playing a bit of Mega Gengar like everyone else, but you know.
Yeah, no, I love the spice.
Yeah.
And finally, any shout-outs you'd like to give, Joe?
Yeah, so I'd like to give a shout-out to my family, to my mum and dad, who might be watching if they saw my message, to my girlfriend, who will be watching as well, all my friends here back home who are watching, and all my friends in the crowd as well who have travelled with me, who are always encouraging me to push myself as hard as I can. So, yeah, thank you to all of them.
Fantastic. Joe, thanks for being with us on the couch. And we get into round 5 really, really soon, so don't go anywhere.
It's been amazing to see
Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championship.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the poison typing. I think the poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet pretty much, just like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That was my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted. In Swish, I really liked that VGC format. The overall strategy was just playing towards rain. You know, Archaeodon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You know, you have Basket Legion 2, who is a massive threat. So multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, like, I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. Like, I can keep my cool during like a high-stress situation, right? Like, I don't, like, when I was playing up on stage, I didn't really like let it get to me too much. Like, maybe like my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're rooting for me. That's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one! Give me 2 more! Oh my goodness! This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all!
I've never been to locals before. Well, this is my first one ever. It feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone win the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known like what EV spreads they use, common line, team comps or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to, and, you know, qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I would win my first regional ever into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to Master of Choice, a game where I, Charlie Merriman, as the Master of Choice, ask Ben Kiriakou and David Partington here, our beautiful 2 contestants, to present to me 2 alternatives, and then I ultimately have to decide who sold it better. And our first topic will be which Ogerpon mask is better in the current meta, Hearthflame or Wellspring. So, who's going to kick us off? Who's going to represent what?
Well, clearly I'm going to get kicked off because I have the best mask out of the 2 of these masks to put forward. That's going to be the Wellspring mask for me with Ogerpon, and it's a little bit more wet form. It's got so many opportunities to do so many different things with that Water Absorb, being able to take away attacks from strong Pokemon like Urshifu, especially with that Follow Me ability. It's got the ability to boost up its special defense with that Embody aspect, and go on the offensive with Swords Dance, so you can boost your defenses and offenses at the same time, and make sure it's always got something great to do.
Okay, but in comparison with the Hearthflame mask, okay, so yes. So, Embody Aspect boosts special defense, sure. But that's only useful against half your opponents you're going to be facing, because a lot of them are going to be on the physical side, and if anything, more than 50% of the moment are probably more physical attackers, including Ogerpon itself. Whereas Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask boosts its attack with Embody Aspect, which it's always going to be using every single time. And on top of that, Fire and Grass complement each other really, really well offensively too. And as a fire type, it's very useful to be threatening against other water types, which you're already doing with your grass typing that you already get. So something like Urshifu, Milotic, Ogerpon Water, for instance, does not want to be Terastallizing in front of its own Hearthflame mask, even when it's Terastallized to the fire type, because with a grass type move, it's still probably going to knock out.
Well, that's all well and good, David, if you're in the ability to be able to attack first. And, you know, both of these Pokemon do get Grassy Glide. They can both go for priority moves if someone like Rillaboom sets up that grassy terrain. But the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon does function really, really well in that Trick Room environment as well, where special threats like Indeedee and Armor Rouge aren't able to, knock it out before it can dish out those Ivy Cudgels and put a lot of damage on the field as well. So, with the boost from the mask, you don't need an attack boost. You can get away with exactly what it has to work with. And water coverage as well is so good, with so many Pokemon in the format at the moment going for that Fire-type Terastallization.
Yes, you're right. Water-type Ivy Cudgel does have good damage into Fire-type Pokemon, especially ones that choose that Terra Fire, something like a Rillaboom maybe. How do you respond to that, David?
Okay, so do you think about, though, why Fire Terra is so common? It's because of Half Flame Ogerpon, because of how powerful it is. Fire and Grass, yes, they are resisted by fire, so it does make sense. But on top of that, there's a lot of Half Flame Mask Ogerpons that are actually running Stomping Tantrum as one of their moves as well, to be able to hit opposing fire types that have terrored into that too, which makes it very, very effective in just dealing damage to the entire format.
Well, compelling points, both of you. And, I can see how Ogerpon Wellspring has maybe a lot more longevity on the field, but equally I can see how Half-Flame Ogerpon, as you say, you're only going to go for those physical attacks, so it's more useful in any given matchup. I think, on balance, I'm going to give the victory to... I'm going to give it to David. I've got to say, you know what? I came in with a preconceived notion of maybe Wellspring being better, but I think you argued that very well indeed, David. So congratulations. What do you have to say for yourself?
Ogerpon Half-Flame Mask is terrific, and I'll be using it a lot in the future. But Ben, commiserations, of course, but another win for me, unfortunately.
And Ben goes home crying, just like that Wellspring Ogerpon mask seems to be doing. Thank you very much for joining us for Master of Choice Trainers. Now let's get back to the action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Barish Akhtaj, and we just swapped a dwarf for an elf for our next Swiss round here. How are you doing, David?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you very much. And a pleasure to be with you for the first time ever, I think.
Yes.
As a duo on the desk. Yeah, really looking forward to this and getting some of your knowledge from the good old days.
From the good old days. Oh, yeah, I was like, yeah, good old days. I mean, we used to compete together a long time ago, and now being behind the desk, like, we didn't have the pleasure to cast together yet, so really excited to see how that plays out.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, only we'll have to see how the meta shakes up of the casters. But yeah, no, we had a really good round 4, didn't we? Like, Joseph Martin bringing a really refreshing team of that Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Koraidon, and then the Weezing really shaking things up of any team that wants to go up against you. And then versus Livio, who put on a really fantastic show. I mean, like, you were obviously casting that game, Barish. Like, how was it for you?
I mean, we talked about the Weezing. It came into game 2, right? Got the toxic spikes, the poison gas all out on the field, but somehow Livio actually managed to win that game without any restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, incredible job. Yeah, I was just speaking to Joe on the couch as well. He was like really shocked because that's why he locked into Snarl in the first place, was because he thought it would be Calyrex in the back and he'd be fine. And then, yeah, Rillaboom, double Grassy Glide Pressure was great. So, yeah, I mean, well played.
Having the courage to actually pick no restricted and then calling the leads and also calling the protects in the late game, making sure you take out the Calyrex and then be like 2 versus 1 against that Chi-Yu in the end game.
Yeah, it was pretty huge moves, honestly. Like, a really, really respectable play. Like, I can't remember the last time we've seen someone bring 0 restrictions, particularly in a double restricted format, and then also take the game at the same time. But you could argue, you know, when you've got Pokemon like Ogerpon and Raging Bolt, they're almost restricted in their own right, aren't they? They're just such good Pokemon.
Yeah, we have seen it before where maybe in a single restricted format, you could afford to like leave your restricted behind. We also saw like Ditto rise in popularity at some point, and then maybe you can like steal and copy the restricted of your opponent. But like in a double restricted with no, that was really interesting to see.
Yeah, it was. Like, yeah, and it made sense too, as we've kind of already talked about. I mean, like, as a pairing, like Calyrex and Koraidon, we don't often see it unless it's with that Weezing pairing as well. And often it is that ability shield on the Koraidon that we see on top of that too. It's like that hyper offense seems to be the only way with Weezing in this restricted pair, unless you've seen anything different, Barish.
Yeah, no, I haven't really, but it's really interesting you mentioned hyper offensive. Like, it is also a super fast team.
Yeah.
Choice Scarf on the Chi-Yu. You have the Flame Charge to set up your Koraidon to be even faster as well, and then attack before your own Calyrex, for example, Calyrex naturally super fast. If you run the Focus Sash set, then you kind of have no reason not to go max offense, max speed there as well. Take any hit anyway. And the on-call pressure as well really played a big role in that game.
Good point. Yeah, it's kind of like that third move on, or even sometimes fourth move on at Calyrex Shadow Rider that really kind of can turn things around sometimes, or really decide what matchups you're going to be facing. You know, we've seen like Psychic, like Pollen Puff, you said Encore, Nasty Plot, all different changes. If you had to bring Calyrex Shadow Rider to this match, or to this weekend rather, if you were playing Marish, what set would you be using?
I do really like the set with the Encore, with the Focus Sash and the Terra Ghost. A lot of players need that life up for extra damage, but if you can go Terra Ghost, survive any attack, like even a Sucker Punch or a knockoff as well, and go for those strong boosted Astral Barrages as well. With the Encore play, I have to say I'm personally a really big fan of Encore, Encore Disable, generally like some moves that help you position yourself. Maybe cheeky substitute as well to like punish a double switch or any switches from your opponent. That would be my kind of play style here.
You a Mega Gengar player in Champions, are you? Oh no. They're the people I keep losing to. Oh, that's really tricky. Okay, so yeah, something to play around, honestly, isn't it? Like, especially if you're going Encore Disable without it being a Prankster Pokemon. Even Incineroar's not even safe from that.
Correct. No Pokemon is safe there, and if even in the mirror your opponent goes for maybe Nasty Plot early game, if you swap in, assuming that at worst it's like a tie break there with the speed tie is what I was looking for. A speed tie, whether or not you can Encore the opposing Calyrex, but if it's Encored into Nasty Plot, we have seen that in previous tournaments as well. It is basically stuck on the field, maybe with a defensive Terra, gets a few turns, eventually get out of that Encore, and then be like at +6, right? If you manage that, then maybe you have a chance to get back into the game, but an early Encore into like something like a Nasty Plot or Protect can just like make it really difficult for the opponent to come out of that lock.
100%. And I think we saw a little bit of that pressure last week in Los Angeles as well, where Aaron Traylor and his buddies running that Terrapagos setup team were really pressured by Emilio Forbes' Encore on that Iron Bundle, for instance, too. Able to just call when Calm Mind was coming out, and then really time that Iron Bundle coming in, or kind of keeping it safe so that Encore pressure is suddenly there to really shut things down. And that made it really tricky to kind of actually do what you want with the team, with the Terrapagos.
And that kind of forced, we saw that Aaron, he was like full out offensive. He didn't even set up his Terrapagos because there was the constant fear of like, if you take a knockout, or maybe if the opponent swaps one of their Pokemon as well, or maybe even pivots with a U-turn or a reporting shot, he can then get the Encore Pokemon in. And then, well, you have the option. Are you getting locked into Calm Mind? Are you maybe protecting that one turn and help reposition with maybe something like the Sinistcha, which can then pull away the Encore, give you a little bit of extra room there as well?
Yeah, plenty of really good plays to kind of come out there, isn't there? I mean, like, something we want to have a look at, though, is because we're on Regulation Set I, obviously, at the moment, and we're back onto it for a second time. So people can look back to the World Championships last year just for a little bit of inspiration as to what they could be running here. So why don't we take a look at some of the top cards from the World Championships last year?
So this is the final standings from the World Championships. We have all seen the game between Giovanni and James in finals. Koraidon leaving a mark in the top 3 standings here, with Hirofumi on 3rd place as well. We've just seen Hirofumi's team, the Smeargle, Koraidon, Calyrex Ice, actually win our last tournament here in Europe as well. So not only finishing in 3rd place at World Championships, but still leaving a mark in the regulation when it came back to win the last tournament here in Europe in Prague.
Yeah, really impressive showing. It felt like it was a really unique duo there that was kind of very much understated. It's not an obvious pairing, right? Koraidon gets the Sun Up, and then that just makes Calyrex Ice Rider even weaker to fire moves. You also got 2 physical attackers. That seems a little bit clunky too. But I think what a lot of players have been doing is playing just with one of the restricteds at a time, and then supporting it with the amazing support that Smeargle provides, that Incineroar provides, and then if a bit more damage, just throw in a Life of Landorus.
Yep, I mean, Smeargle just being able to support both your fast and your slow Pokemon with Follow Me, with maybe a cheeky Spore, potentially some Decorate on some of the sets as well. It's just so versatile. It has, like, literally the biggest move pool in Pokemon.
Yeah, literally, yeah, so there's so many reasons to use it, unfortunately for some. So yeah, and that match in Prague, as you were mentioning as well, was a lot of it was decided by like how you played that Smeargle and how long you left it on the field for, how moody it got, etc. But interestingly, like further down,
talking of Calarek Shadow Rider and Koraidon as a duo, there's a Clefairy little team there on Mao Harada's team, which was really interesting too.
Yeah, Mao part of the scene for a long time with some very high finishes as well, coming in top 8, 7th place here at the World Championships. Koraidon and Calarek's Shadow Rider both being really well supported by a Follow Me Clefairy, not only with Friendguard increasing defensive capabilities, Follow Me even further supporting the Pokemon, maybe like a helping hand as well to boost up the damage, and that allows you to like boost up your Calarek Shadow Rider and then just draw all attacks away from the Koraidon.
Yeah, and something that we'll miss in Champions, unfortunately. Clefairy's not yet available there. So, yeah, making the most of it is Mal here. Little did he know last year, and maybe some other of our players here too. I like how it also reminisces from Regulation Set G too, where it was kind of protect the Calarek Shadow Rider, calm mind. And you'd often see Clefairy kind of paired there too, and maybe sort of the Koraidon, maybe a Raging Bolt.
Yeah, but like one thing I want to point out as well, that both our European representatives here at the World Championships, finishing 6th and 8th with Michel Kelch and Victor Medina, are actually here in our tournament in Utrecht as well, in the same format, running it one last time. I think we have seen Victor Medina in Prague with a very similar team, maybe even exactly the same team he ran at World Championships. On the other side, I saw Michael talk about cooking or like mixing something up. I think he was featured as one of the notable players earlier in the matchups. So we see that he swapped or changed his team from what he was running at World Championships. Now running a Calarek's Ice Rider and Miraidon team.
Yeah, almost the exact same 6, I think, that he used to win Utrecht last year. Maybe with a couple of switch-ups, but we've not yet had him on stream yet, so we don't know the full details, but it would be great to see him at some point if we can.
Yeah, we can see how his run is going, if at any point he will be featured. Of course, if he makes another deep run, as he usually does,
really, doesn't he?
Sooner or later, we might feature him on stream as well.
I know, yeah. What an incredible player. Like, he's a player. You don't have many of them like this, where they just kind of drop into the scene suddenly and like hit the ground sprinting, right? And that's what Michel Kelch has been able to do, isn't he? Just like, there's been no kind of gradual build-up of like performance. It's been here instantly, and he's maintained it on top of that. So showing it's absolutely no fluke at how good he is.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that he finished like in 6th place at the last World Championships. Before that, he was in top 4.
Yeah.
Before that, he was in finals in 2nd place. So
first time.
First time ever at Worlds. Yeah, so it's like kind of like on a very, very high level, slightly increasing, and at least at Worlds. But I think at this point he has like 3 championships to his name with like regionals and special events.
Yeah.
We just talked about Utrecht last season.
Exactly. Yeah, plenty of like times where if Michael's going to be there, like he's a very safe man. Well, we're getting really shortly into our round 5 now. I'm going to show you a few notable matches that are going on at the moment and who we will be featuring for our stream match.
Yeah, we just talked about him. Victor Medina running the team that he finished top 8 at Worlds, running it back again one last time here in Utrecht, and he's facing Sebastian Vögele.
Wow, okay.
Very interesting core.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we will get into that. But let's just have a quick look at our other notable matches as well. Aurelien Sula is here as well. Also, previously getting a top cut at Utrecht as well, either last year or the year before. Versus Tier Team, a French showdown there. That's going to be very interesting to see the results of. Hengwei Jiang as well, and also a top cut at previous Utrecht. Marco Silva, who doesn't know Marco Silva, right? Here he is again, running back Iron Treads, Calyrex, Miraidon as well.
And then on the last slot, we have Forhide against Ruben. Ruben is like really well-established player in his own rights, running the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta core that we have seen on so many teams. Yeah, a lot of really interesting teams, but I want to point out not only Terrapagos, but there's a Zacian and the Cresselia.
Yeah, that is something, isn't it? And like usually we've seen Zacian, and usually it's just a Kyogre team as is the other restrictor that you'd usually pair with it. And there were a scattering of them, maybe 2 or 3 at Los Angeles last week. None of them quite making it, obviously, into the upper echelons of the top cuts, but all consistently doing quite well for those who brought it. But here it is next to Terrapagos, and yeah, the Cresselia too, so I can only imagine some Lunar Blessing strategies here as another way to kind of be that Sinistra that we've seen on the Aaron Trailer version.
Yeah, absolutely great support Pokemon. We'll see how that comes into effect into this matchup here. Aegislash is my favorite Pokemon. And the segue is we have Shield versus Sword in this matchup here.
Right? We do.
So it's really interesting to see which of these legendaries, Zamazenta with a huge buff in this generation, and Zacian, which was so crucial, slightly nerfed in this generation with, I think, Interpret Sword only activating once, just as Zamazenta's ability as well. But In the past, it was easily like switched in and out, constantly getting its attack boost. Now it kind of lost a little bit of its momentum there. And also keep in mind that its main attack is no longer as effective because we don't have Dynamax in the format.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't just be dealing double damage to the main thing or the boss of every battle anymore, unfortunately. But still finding its niche, though, being Steel Fairy is an incredible typing, arguably one of the best in the game. And so bringing that, you're already not going to be weak to too many Pokemon. Landorus seems to drop off a little bit, so ground coverage is not really there on a lot of teams anymore. So it's mainly the fire-type moves you've got to watch out for Zacian. And at the same time, as you said, it still gets that attack boost at least once, and there's a lot of Terra Fairy going around that you can really punish with that Behemoth Blade.
Yep, Terra Fairy punished by their Behemoth Blade, of course, and then Zacian sometimes run offensive Terras to maybe get a Terra Fairy play rough that can suddenly deal a lot of damage that opponents weren't prepared for, or maybe has like a defensive Terra. I've seen some Terra Grounds in the past as well, super effective against, or very great in the matchup against Miraidon, and there might be some like Terra Dragon or defensive Mega Terras as well. Keep in mind, it might also run the Sword Stand set. We have seen support Pokemon in Amoonguss, which can withdraw some of the attacks, help it set up and then attack. Really interesting to see how these restricted specifically will play into each other. You have Terrapagus, which is decent against Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it isn't so well placed into that Zamazenta. So you need some support there. Amoonguss can draw away all the attacks that come from Zamazenta into Terrapagus, but then Amoonguss isn't so well placed into Calyrex Shadow Rider. So how you position your restricteds in this matchup is going to be really crucial.
I imagine that if you're running a team which has Zamazenta Terrapagos, hopefully you've prepared into what is the most common restricted duo in Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta, right? Surely
you have a plan. I mean,
There's a plan. Yeah.
You would really hope so. Keep in mind, in this round, both these players are currently at 4-0, right? So they might have already played some of those matchups, might already like made a name for themselves. I mean, they're not 4-0 for no reason.
Yeah, 100%. Like, and one could just be like very well practiced with the more common restricted pairing, and the other is maybe taking everyone by surprise, because I certainly didn't have Terrapagos Zacian on the map.
Yep, and if you when I was talking to Dr. Aaron Trailer, he said one big advantage for him playing the LA Regional was that people were just not prepared into Toxapex. And if you catch opponents off guard, if they're not, well, like, if they can play, let's say, on autopilot, where they kind of know the matchup, know how to play it, and suddenly on the spot have to make those really high pressure, difficult situations. And if you force them into maybe making one or two more mistakes than they would usually do, that can be the difference in winning and coming out of the game.
So true. And maybe something to do with the Cresselia and the Grimmsnarl that we've seen on this team as well might have that same effect as well on the other side.
Yeah, well, I'm really interested to see which set the Cresselia is actually running. We have seen some like support some support sets, Lunar Blessing maybe to heal up any of your like partner Pokemon, Trick Room, Helping Hand, maybe Ally Switch. There's a lot of potential here, and really interested to see how they opted to train their Cresselia specifically in this matchup. It could be an Icy Wind or like a Thunder Wave set as well, but on the other side we have the Grimmsnarl, which maybe wants to run the Thunder Wave. So yeah, I'm really interested to see how exactly they trained their Pokemon, and we'll see that very shortly once we dive into the team sheets.
I wonder also if it could be a setup option as well. If you don't want to go Terrapagos mode, go Calm Mind Cresselia maybe. Lunar Blessing still kind of helps out your ally a little bit, and then you can go on the offensive. But only time will tell, as our players are now seated in front of us here, and Victor looking his usual happy self, very calm and collected again.
I mean, he has played so many times on streams, from like Swiss rounds to top cuts to finals. He has been there on the stage. He might even be like more comfortable playing on stage than like on the floor. With how often we feature him, with how successful he has been on the European stage, on the global stage. If it's ICs or World Championships, he has been there, he has been featured, he has played and stayed calm and collected in those moments as well.
Oh, and such a lovely guy as well. Like, yeah, really deserving, honestly, of a win at some point, but he's still not quite gotten it. This is the thing. Victor Medina has yet to win a major championship, regional level event, international, worlds, anything like that, but has still got so many accolades to his name in terms of top cuts and final list placements, but never just quite getting it there. And in front of him, he's got to start thinking about Zacian Terrapagos and Sebastian Virgil.
Yeah, quickly before we dive into this team, if you had the chance to trade your one regional champion title against all those second place finishes, like which one would you prefer personally?
Well, currently I'm trying to renovate my wreck of a house, so actually, yeah, I'd change rounds because I'd have more money. Right now, yes.
Okay.
You?
Fair enough. I was thinking, like, I didn't win any big tournament myself, but I was quite happy to just be constantly, like, on a high finish. Right? So I was like, I didn't need the regional, like, or I always told myself, at least, I don't need to win a big tournament. But actually, let's dive into those players' accomplishments. Yeah. We talked so much about Victor Medina, World's Top 8 twice, LASC finalist, Frankfurt finalist, Prague finalist. We're just missing that World Championship title. On the other hand, Sebastian Vögele here, maybe his first time on stream at a big tournament. His current accomplishments say top 128 in Stuttgart regionals, assuming he's maybe a German local player, being here now in Utrecht and maybe leave a mark on the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it could be just that you're starting out and already going 4-0 at a very major regional level event is nothing to shake a stick at, and be interested to see how the rest of his run goes, whether win or lose here. He's already probably pretty happy to get here.
Yeah, we have seen this team over and over again, but let's quickly point out a few key components here. It is the Nasty Plot, Terra Dark, Calyrex. Set up, get your boosted Astral Barrages off. The Zamazenta, Terra Water, slightly more defensive on that end, with a White Guard Protect, no Iron Defense shenanigans. Incineroar actually goes for Flare Blitz on this team instead of Helping Hand, and then the Spore, Fake Out, Follow Me, like super supportive Smeargle set.
Yeah, it definitely is. Something that Victor is just so used to using. He's used this across Regulation Set I almost exclusively, so he's trained and honed this team so well. So even for trainers who know what's coming to them, Victor is confident enough in this team that he'll be able to play a game plan into anything that he faces.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Sometimes players opt to pick one team if they're lucky, and like it is good early on and sticks to be really good. And if you just hone your skills and be the best at playing that with specific team, it can be really crucial. On the other hand, you can be like, hey, I want to build something completely new that nobody's prepared for and maybe catch some of the opponents off guard. Let's look at those really interesting sets here.
Wow, okay, so yeah, some of the things that we've been talking about a little bit here, but obviously not calling everything. So there's the Terrapagos with the Calm Mind, with the Leftovers here, and Flamethrower as the coverage move, which is a really nice set. There's the Sword Stance on Zacian that you call out there, Barish, really nice there, and the Terra Fire as a defensive Terra. Cresselia, there's the other Pokemon that we were really looking forward to seeing how this was run, and it is that dual speed control, but not with the Icy Wind, the Thunder Wave, as well as the Trick Room. So you really don't know what Cresselia is going to be doing to the speeds once it's on the field until it's used it.
Yeah, absolutely. We said that it could be an option, and we said maybe the Grimmsnarl is actually running the Thunder Wave instead, but seems to be like an option here on the Cresselia. We talked about Tail Room earlier, like Tailwind and Trick Room. This is actually Trick Room and Thunder Wave as two options here. Grimmsnarl, interestingly enough, runs Taunt, no Parting Shot, no Thunder Wave, and Spirit Break, which not only lowers special attack, but is then super effective if at any point Victor Medina decides to terrestrialize into Dark on that Calyrex Shadow. On the other hand, we also saw the knockoff, which threatens you if you don't go for the Terra. So the Incineroar and Grimmsnarl combination actually threatens and puts a lot of pressure on the opposing Calyrex Shadow. The only thing that helps you there is maybe some redirection with the Smeargle.
Yeah, 100%. So we're going to have to see how this matchup really does face out here as our trainers are getting into it here for our Swiss Round 5, the Utrecht Regional Championships. There's that Terrapagos and Cresselia versus the Incineroar on Calyrex ends on Victor's end. Tried and tested, but can he deal with this very unique team?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this Cresselia is trained, because of course Astral Rush is super effective move, boosted by the Life Orb. On the other hand, you could either terrestrialize your Cresselia, but then you lose the option to terrestrialize your Terrapagos, which is kind of your preferred option here. And I always like how Victor has a very clear understanding of the board state and like is very quick to like consider his options and like clicking his moves.
Yeah, he definitely is. Like, you can see the thought process going into there because you have all the tools that you're very used to, but it's what's on the other side that counts here. So the question is, does Sebastian want to start setting up? We'll see. It will have to be turn 2, though, it looks like, because Fake Out's coming out first. Terra Shell making that not a very effective move, but a fine thing to go into there, as Nasty Plot is now set up. Victor going right on the offensive here, too. But Sebastian goes for a Trick Room here, because that could definitely put Sebastian into a decent position. But either way...
Yeah, he opts for the other option and goes for the Thunder Wave, which not only a great tool for speed control, but also has that slight chance to leave your opponent fully paralyzed and not attack at all. Terrapagos, thanks to the lefties, might heal up all the damage that Fakeout dealt and has another turn of Terra Shell active here. On the other side, now Calyrex boosted. Definitely taking out the Calyrex unless it's repositioning.
Oh yeah, 100% there. So can Victor crack through this paralysis right now? But yeah, Crusader not wanting to deal with that at the moment. And as you said, may want to be preserving that Terra for the Terrapagos, which is often wanting to go for that Terra almost all the time, making the most of that Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm that it can really throw out.
Yeah, and there's the first Calm One coming off. We also get confirmation that this Terrapagos is now faster than the paralyzed Calyrex here. Calyrex also gets the fully paralyzed. No Acid Rush coming off. We see a parting shot though, which will negate the special attack boost, but not the special defensive boost.
Yeah, I like this game that Victor's playing here. Bringing Incineroar means you can try and win the setup war between this Calyrex and the Terrapagos on the other end. So now Sebastian, yeah, left with just a +1 special defense Terrapagos, and as we can see, Victor's game plan is probably to use the Zamazenta on the physical side to deal with this Terrapagos rather than the Calyrex.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Terrapagos actually run the Electric Seed to boost your defense and then also have a better matchup into that Zamazenta. Here, that's not the case, so Zamazenta switching in kind of forces you to maybe not Terra yet, to use your Terra Shell ability and get like not super effective damage by the body press. On the other side, we see that's exactly what's happening here. A double up with maybe Body Press M Psychic, despite the special defense boot, might put Terrapagos very low.
And there is the body press there into that Terra Shell because it has just healed up thanks to the leftovers from that previous fake out. But yeah, being not very effective, not going to do a whole lot of damage here. And yeah, with a Calm Mind coming off before this Calyrex can actually attack, it's definitely going to be able to take that Psychic that could potentially come out here, which there is a lot of other reason to go for.
Yeah, and one move that we could actually see from the Incineroar might be the Will-O-Wisp here that could negate future body presses. But thanks to the boost and the Life Orb, we actually see also a miss of the Will-O-Wisp.
Oh, that's a massive miss there. As you said, Barrett, that's probably the win condition against this Terrapagos, and maybe the rest of this team is this Zamazenta if this Terrapagos got too healthy at the moment. But yeah, having that Will-O-Wisp miss must have been really devastating for Sebastian.
Yeah, and you now kind of pin down your opponent because it won't survive another body press. Incineroar also on the field, also not really happy to take a body press. So you have two targets here. Neither of them really wants to protect here at the beginning as well. So Victor Medina, just too much offensive pressure.
At the moment, yes, unfortunately. But some Incineroars can survive this body press. So let's see if it can here. No, it can't. Dropping straight down at the moment there. Calyrex not even needing to move. And it's looking really rough for Sebastian. Just unable to get into the position where Terrapagos can actually start making the most of the boosts it's got.
Yeah, I mean, if you go for this full setup team here with Terrapagos, I don't see any. I mean, we might have to see if Amoongus is maybe coming in to redirect those really important. Yeah, there's the Hutsasa in German. Your Amoongus on the field now. Do we see it was Terra Water and not Terra Grass on Zamazenta, so it won't be able to play around that. But on the other hand, my question is, Terrapagos after parting shot and like 2 Calm Minds, will it be strong enough to actually take out the Calyrex? Otherwise, we're going to see attack after attack and knockout after knockout.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be looking amazing at the moment, but yeah, at least with the Amoongus, you can kind of offer Rage Powders at least into this turn, and you can maybe hope that Calyrex still continues to get fully paralyzed, which could always happen at any point from now on. But it's still in a really tricky spot because where is the damage coming from Sebastian's end?
Also keep in mind, if they decide to go for the Terra on the Terrapagos here, Terra Starstorm is now a field effect affecting both your opponent's Pokemon, so you have an easy white card in the next turn. On the other hand, we saw the common move of Flamethrower, which maybe at +1, I'm not quite sure, might be enough damage into Zamazenta. So let's see how this play turns out, and if maybe paralysis will come into effect.
All right, there's that Rage Powder. Amoongus doing what it does best. Body press into it, though, squishing it down a little bit more than it already is, and with a little bit of a punish on with the Rocky helmet there, too. There's that Flamethrower, getting the one-time Terra Stellar boost this time, but is it enough into the Zamazenta? No! Just hanging on again. Victor's Pokemon seem perfect here, and there's that Psychic follow-up, breaking through the paralysis, nailing this Amoongus to the ground.
Yeah, now in a really tricky position because you got the Thunder Wave off, and I mean, one potential player I see around here is maybe now protecting Terrapagos and getting a attack off into that Zamazenta to take it out. But if they read into that and double into the Cresselia, taking it out here, if it gets any attack out with the Astral Barrage, it will take out the Cresselia anyway at this point. So it's really difficult to position, that's what I meant earlier on, position your Terrapagus well into this restricted duo.
Yeah, exactly. I think, yeah, you've got to kind of maybe go for that protect and then just try and get up like a Trick Room, for instance, or maybe another Thunder Wave, because, yeah, you know, Terrapagus is faster than this Calyrex, so here's the Protect. Let's see how it plays out now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the Body Press going into the Protect, so that's protected here, but the question is, will Calyrex be fully paralyzed or get an Astral Barrage off? There we see it's actually faster. The Cresselia is quite fast.
Wow.
Picks up the KO. Might go down now, but maybe then the Terrapagus has a chance against the remaining Pokemon. There's the Astral Barrage. At this point, with all the boosts and the Life Orb, we'll take out the Cresselia here and put Victor one step closer to taking this first game.
Yeah, even Cresselia is not taking this hit here. Yeah, unfortunately, Cresselia is now down. There's a little bit of extra health now on Terrapagus thanks to the leftovers. And again, Calyrex could still be fully paralyzed. So we're still in a little bit of an endgame. And the one Pokemon that could wide guard from the Terra Starstorms is gone. So Sebastian, I feel like, still has a little bit of an out here.
Yeah, the issue, though, on the other hand, Victor has 2 fake-out Pokemon here. We just saw Terrapagus protecting, so there's nothing against a fake-out here, and then an Astral Barrage, or sorry, a Psychic to pick up the KO potentially after all these boosts. And then afterwards, you have the Focus Sash on the Smeargle, so you can just protect and Spore. So it's really going to come down to if and when Calyrex attacks, because any further attack at this point will probably be the end of that Terrapagus.
As you said, Barish, there's that fake out, and that's going to make the Terrapagus flinch now, because we know it's already faster than this Calyrex. Followed from the Psychic with that boosted special attack already is enough for a KO on this Terrapagus, and Victor goes up 1 game in this 3-game set.
And this is what happens if you give Medina just 1 turn to set up. 1 turn very early on. He traded a Nasty Blood against a Thunder Wave. He got paralyzed once throughout the set.
Yeah.
But just that boost was enough to then basically pick up KO after KO after KO. The Will-O-Wisp miss was kind of crucial, but at that point Terrapagus was already so low in HP that it kind of needed to terrestrialize, and then maybe hope that with the extra HP gain through terrestrializing that it would be strong enough to take 1 more Body Press.
Yeah, and to be fair, the Psychic was still doing a lot of damage as well, even despite the Body Presses like still coming out there too. So either way would have been quite tricky. But I think the question is, we've seen the Terrapagus. Where's the Zacian? Do we think Zacian is going to come here? I feel like Behemoth Blade looks strong, Play Rough looks strong, it's just some big damage, and that's what Sebastian was lacking there. He just needed to try and set up with anything before he could actually do damage.
Yeah, first game, we see full-on support for that Terrapagus. We had the Incineroar, Cresselia, Mungus, they all lack offensive pressure themselves. They have some supportive moves like Will-O-Wisp, Thunder Wave, and the Spore Rage Powder, but they don't do anything themselves. And if you don't manage to take care of the Zamazenta early enough to give an out, to give an opening for your Terrapagus to actually shine in that set, it's going to be really difficult to then withstand the offensive pressure. Like, Calyrex Shadow and Zamazenta are so popular for a reason. They have so much offensive pressure into any team, especially if they need extra turns to set up.
Yeah, and unfortunately that is the case, isn't it? I mean, Grimmsnarl, I think we could maybe see here too. It's a Dark type, but isn't weak to Body Press. And it starts out resisting both of Calyrex Shadow Rider's attacks. So I think I'd like to see that here, maybe with some screens and some taunt to potentially kind of turn this game around and add that additional box so Terrapagus doesn't take too much damage.
Okay, we see 1 Calyrex Shadow and 3 support Pokemon on the field. You just mentioned there's a Grimmsnarl paired up with an Incineroar, and on the other side, Smeargle. So now another case of giving your opponent potentially a chance to set up. We see the double fake-out pressure. You can also at any moment swap out, bring your own Incineroar in, lower the attack of both Incineroar and Grimmsnarl, which want to attack on the physical side. So, do you want to go for Protect or maybe already a Nasty Plot? But keep in mind that Incineroar might just go for a knockoff as well.
True. I mean, or do you want to switch out Calyrex at this point? Like, what is it going to do even if it does set up or make it into the next turn?
Yeah, you kind of are forced to give your opponent 1 chance if you leave Smeargle on the field, and that's exactly what's happening. It's Incineroar coming in with a defensive swap here, with a Protect. You then have the combination of a Fake Out and a Nasty Plot in the next turn, but this also gives Grimmsnarl all the chance to set up maybe a Light Screen, a Reflect, and get all the defensive tools into place.
Okay, a very positional turn here, you could say, with the Protect on there, and the Taunt actually now going into what was that Smeargle. Yeah, a very safe target there to really shut down that annoying Pokemon. And the parting shot into the Calyrex here. So actually, yeah, Victor does position himself very nicely here, losing nothing really, and now having Fake Out pressure.
Yeah, Fake Out pressure. Beautiful swap into that Incineroar, being immune to the taunt, still having the option to go for a fake out now, and then a parting shot afterwards, having lowered the attack of both opposing Pokemon, and now maybe gives an opening. Spirit Break, yes, lowers the attack, special attack by 1 stage, but you lose the, I guess, the race against the Nasty Plot.
Yeah, that would be the problem at the moment there, but at least you're getting damage out at the same time if you're that Grimmsnarl. So either way, I think Grimmsnarl's still in a decent position to kind of do what it wants, start getting those screens up, and then kind of maybe a slow parting shot to get in your Terrapagos.
Yeah, on the other hand, our Calyrex might also just opt not to go for setup because of the pressure off the taunt. They could have Terra Dark there to be immune to it, but it just says, hey, you know what? I'll just start dishing out damage.
Okay, and damage is the name of this game, and especially Calyrex Shadow Rider's name. And with Life Orb, yeah, that in front of 2 resisted hits, that is still doing a lot of damage. Like, that is significant, right? It's in range of so many other things now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really great way to mitigate the damage output of Calyrex because you have 2 Dark-type Pokemon, both immune to Psychic, both resist Astral Barrage. You have Taunt and Parting Shot to make sure they can set up and you can reposition at any moment as well, which essentially forced Victor to swap it out.
So yeah, here comes that Zamazenta coming in now, as you don't want to be taking either Spirit Break or Knockoff in this position. And this is a much safer slot. Unlikely to be taking a Will-O-Wisp as well in this position at least. But first, the Reflect from Sebastian's end. And that's going to be up for another 8 turns. And there's the Will-O-Wisp predict actually from Sebastian as Zamazenta comes straight in and it connects. What an amazing call here. And Victor's going to follow up now with that Incineroar on that parting shot. But yeah, like a very, very good prediction there.
That was beautiful. Not only the Reflect despite Calyrex being on the field, but doubling down and saying, you know what, eventually you will have to bring out your physical attacker. So how do you feel about Reflect and Will-O-Wisp targeting into the right slot, basically predicting the Calyrex to swap out there? Beautifully played. You might think, hey, these are just 2 defensive Pokemon, but if you position them well and if you just call the right swaps there, it can bring you so much further into this game.
Oh, 100%, yeah. It's giving me Sword and Shield vibes here. Incineroar Grimmsnarl, a classic lead in that sort of format there. You set your screens, party shot into what you want to Dynamax and go. But we're here in Scarlet and Violet. We've got Terra online for this weekend, but not for long after that. So let's make the most of it here. Why not? So Calyrex in now. Astral Barrage, we know how much damage that does here, but with a Zamazenta follow-up, could that do more?
Yeah, could that do more? For sure. We will see Light Screen pick up as well. There was a Protect on the Calyrex. Not setting up, not dealing out any damage, and there's a Body Press. We said that it can live at full HP, and we see that the burn, basically halving the damage, will basically make sure that Incineroar stayed on the field. Through that Reflect on top of that, it was not able to pick up the KO. And both these defensive Pokemon, keep in mind, Sebastian led with Incineroar and Grimmsnarl. That's all he did so far. Victor, on the other hand, had to swap through his entire cast of team there and got basically neutered so far.
Yeah, exactly. Like, not a lot of mileage made, but if Incineroar does go down this turn, that could really kind of free up Victor a lot with the rest of his Pokemon.
Yeah, we've seen Astral Rush come out here, and after the Light Screen might not be enough to pick the KO on the Incineroar. Stays on the field, just one more turn, maybe can get a crucial parting shot here. But there's a double up here.
Okay, yeah, so just making sure that Incineroar does go down, I think that makes a lot of sense from Victor's perspective, because the worst that this Grimmsnarl can do is maybe Spirit Break into that Calyrex, which is going to do all right damage and good utility in that special attack drop, but at the end of the day, you're still in the green, and you've gotten rid of a really defensive piece from Sebastian's side.
Yeah, on the other hand, Incineroar runs the Citrus Berry, really interesting item choice. We have seen a lot of Rocky Helmet and maybe Assault West here. Unfortunately, against the Calyrex, you cannot activate any of your berries, so that didn't come into effect here. Otherwise, it would have been really nice to survive the Astral Barrage, heal up even further, or have it held up like earlier because it was already in the yellow. Not coming into effect here, but now I feel like Sebastian found an opening where Calyrex lowered special attack, Zamazenta burnt, and you bring in your Terrapagos, start setting up and getting away with this game.
Yeah, it's looking likely, isn't it? I think Victor's going to maybe need to position around a little bit more, try and get in that Smeargle as Grimmsnarl maybe goes down so you don't have that taunt pressure anymore. But speaking of taunt, it's coming out right now to deny that setup battle that both of these restricteds always want to go for. Victor calling that too, knowing this Grimmsnarl needs to go down at some point. But is it going to be enough behind all that light speed and boots? No, not even close. Looking like it's going to need 2 more on top of that. But Zamazenta with that heavy slam should be enough. Yes, okay, it is gone down here. But is it enough to stop Sebastian's setup now?
Yeah, it's really interesting to opt and wait one more turn to Terrestrialize here, because you kind of want to keep your Terra Shell and maybe take damage, like, and a Body Press would deal even less damage here. Set up slowly here, but keep in mind, Sebastian now down 2 Pokemon, while Victor still has all his Pokemon left. Kind of interested to see if we'll end up seeing the Calyrex going down to its own Life Orb damage. And Sebastian saying, I will just take care of all the other Pokemon, because at this stage, the Calyrex is no threat to my Terrapagos.
Yeah, it's a great point, actually. Like, that's one way of dealing with Calyrex, right? If you just kind of let it deal enough damage and you just heal up enough anyway. So we've got to look at this Amoonguss as well. It's got that Spore, Rage Powder, Protect, and Pollen Puff here. So that's another way to heal up this Terrapagos, it's just with Pollen Puff at the same time. So even once you've put anything to sleep, this Amoonguss is still going to be very useful.
Yeah, I think the screen's really coming into effect here, and the Spirit Break, even though it didn't deal too much damage, it will make sure that a Psychic won't be as devastating into the Hootsasa, into the Amoonguss here. We might see that it still has to come into effect, and there finally is the Terrorization on Sebastian's side. So one more interesting aspect compared to Game 1, this Calyrex is no longer paralyzed in this set, so it will keep its speed advantage against the Terrapagos.
It's a good point, but it doesn't have a lot of special attack behind it, unfortunately, either. And so, yeah, Amoonguss is going to keep itself safe from that Psychic, and Terrapagos is just naturally great bulk and special defense, should be able to shrug off anything the Calyrex wants to do into that slot instead. So the question is, can this Terrapagos deal with this Calyrex to free up the Amoonguss now? First, that body press, behind Reflect, the burn, really not doing a whole lot of damage at the moment now. And yeah, Terra Starstorm, here it is from that Turtle that did so well last week, into both of these targets, and Calyrex goes down.
Calyrex down, and therefore one more tool into that Amoonguss off the field here, which frees it up to maybe go for a Pollen Puff in the next turn. Beautifully positioned from Sebastian here. In the end game, really well with the Amoonguss now, and the Terrapagos took the body press like a champ. It did like, what, 30%, even though it doesn't have the defensive boost, but just with Reflect and the burn, beautiful, like predicted the swap earlier. We see Incineroar actually has the safety goggles, so we'll be immune to Spore, it will ignore the Rage Powder, but it also knock off, I mean, it will get rid of the lefties, which can be important in the long term of this game on the Terrapagos. On the other side, Flablets won't deal too much damage either.
Yeah, true. This is probably the best tool you could bring into this duo right now for Victor, especially with that item choice that it's got at the moment. But this Zamazenta is also on a timer, like that Calyrex. It's got that burn chip too, so the longer you spend trying to slow things down, fake out, the Zamazenta is getting lower and lower, and just needs one more Terra Starstorm for that to go down too. But I think you're right. How does the Incineroar actually get dealt with on Sebastian's end if the damage from the Incineroar comes out instead?
Yeah, that's one big question. We see a potential Terra, Water, and White Guard here, which basically blocks out Terra Starstorm, and then your Terrapagos is down to only Flamethrower, which is resisted both by Incineroar and by your Terra, Water, Zamazenta, but Zamazenta is kind of on a timer with that burn damage, so maybe the combination of Flamethrowers and burn eventually will take it out. We'll see if the Rocky Helmet will also play a big role. Keep in mind, Smeargle is in the back, but it doesn't have any attacking move.
Yeah, great point there, exactly. So this Incineroar seems to be the main way to do that damage. And yes, a good call from Victor there. Wide Guard blocking that super oppressive Terra Starstorm there instead. But we've yet to see either this Incineroar or the Amoonguss still go for that move. So knock off first into the Amoonguss now, getting rid of that Rocky Helmet, making it a lot safer if it was to Rage Powder away any further attacks from both Zamazenta and Incineroar. And the Pollen Buff instead, no Spore into that Terrapagos, putting it right back up to full.
Yep, no Spore coming out here against the burn and the safety goggles. Pokemon's on the field, of course. On the other hand, heal Terrapagos all the way up. So now it comes down to how do you take care of that Incineroar? I think getting rid of the Rocky Helmet was really important here, because now if a body press, as you mentioned, is redirected, if a Flare Blitz is coming out, you only take the recoil from Flare Blitz, but not on top of that from the Rocky Helmet. So maybe it is time to protect your Amoonguss and start dealing out more damage with the Terrapagos. And it's also going to be constantly a mind game between, is my opponent White Guarding or not?
Yeah, really true. Otherwise, you're not getting a whole lot off at the moment. So Victor choosing to go for the second Wide Guard in a row here. Let's see if Sebastian has fallen for it a second time. No, it is the Flamethrower here. Not going to do a lot, though, as you said, Barish. There's a 2 resisted hits, but this could be enough, though, to put it in burn KO range to stop this Zamazenta blocking what this Terrapagos loves to do.
And buying just enough turns for Amoonguss to stick on the field with another Protect. 2 HP survival from the Zamazenta. We might see another Protect here, but eventually all that Terrapagos needs to do is maybe Protect here and then take care afterwards with Terra Starstorms. It's going to be tricky, yes. We said Smeargle doesn't have any attacking moves, but it does have the Follow Me for potential Flamethrowers. It also has the Fake Out and White Guard, I believe, and Spore. So it might come down to sporing Terrapagos, knocking off the leftovers, and then slowly whittling it down.
So there's the third wide guard here, the last bark of the Zamazenta in this game, as we know it's going to go down to burn next turn. And so actually the second Calm Mind here, not a bad call there, as you know Zamazenta's going down either way, and you're probably not KOing Incineroar either, and makes you a little bit more bulky too. But there's that Flare Blitz, but not enough into Hutsasa there. Instead, taking some recoil, and Amoonguss is now free to do another Pollen Puff, it looks like, but going on the damage end instead into Incineroar. And now Zamazenta doing all that it could, now leaving it all up to Incineroar and Smeagol to try and close this out.
Yeah, it was a crucial call to say, wait, you might go for another white guard. I actually don't need to attack here because Zamazenta's going down anyway. Let me use that turn to get up another Calm Mind to then have those even stronger flamethrowers into that Incineroar while Smeagol has the option to go for white guards into this game. So maybe this is another turn where you protect both Pokemon through the fake out pressure, and I don't think Smeagol has any way to punish the double protect.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Yeah, there's no kind of Encore or Taunt or anything on the Smeagol, or any setup or Decorate, for instance, that we often see. So yeah, protect from Amoonguss, but doesn't look like a protect from the Terrapagos, yeah, that just takes the fake out instead. Okay, and so that's going to flinch, but yeah, does not make a huge difference unless, yeah, okay. If, I'm going to say, if the Incineroar went into the Terrapagos there, that would have been very good for Victor, but yeah, not quite this turn.
You kind of wanted to protect your Amoonguss against that fake out pressure because now Smeagol typically trained faster than the Incineroar, doesn't have really any out, it can't go for Spore, we see a defensive boost and an attack foul, neither of those will really matter against that Terrapagos. So Amoonguss now has the option to Rage Powder away any Spore plays, and then gives Terrapagos another opening for another extra attack here. Flare Blitz needs to take care of the Amoonguss here. Extra recoil, even though it is just a little bit there. And then now at +2, the Flamethrowers will really hurt.
Okay, Zamazenta's down, but it's still living on through this Smeagol. Wide guarding yet again to keep everything safe. But again, Sebastian not falling for it. Flamethrower now into that Incineroar, doing over half of what it had left. Really nice play there. As Flare Blitz now going out into the Amoonguss does get rid of it here. But you are staring down a turtle with a lot of boosts.
Yeah, one thing we haven't really discussed yet. This game is going on for quite a while. We have the Spore pressure on Victor Medina's end here with that Smeagol. It doesn't get a speed drop, so it should still be faster potentially than the Terrapagos. Putting it asleep and just making sure you run the clock against your opponent here. We see a Protect also actually plays into your cards because it just uses up even more time this round here. And if Victor somehow manages to put the Terrapagos asleep and use enough time to finish the 20 minutes and be 2 versus 1 Pokemon up, that might be the winning condition that he might have to go for here.
That's a really good point, actually, Barish, as well. And Smeagol kind of boosting up here nicely. He's going to make sure that it can take maybe multiple flamethrowers if it's able to kind of call that once Terrapagos has woken up from a potential Spore, right? But I think we've also not seen the speed interactions yet between Terrapagos and Smeagol, I don't think yet. So, but it is Smeagol that is the fastest.
There's a confirmation. Right. Protect was actually quite interesting because assuming the Smeagol is faster, if you just give them one more moody chance to lower their speed, you would have then been faster the next turn, which could have been crucial. And now it will come down to this knockoff. Decent damage. There's no leftovers left at this point, but keep in mind the only damaging moves we have is Knockoff and Flare Blitz. Knockoff will do even less damage now that the item is off, and Flare Blitz would actually take recoil and eventually take out the Incineroar. So you're kind of forced to go between Follow Me and White Guard and then use Knockoff until that Terrapagos is going down.
Yeah, this is really interesting, actually, because, yeah, as every turn Sebastian has to call whether he goes for Terra Starstorm or Flamethrower. So it looks like as a second turn of sleep now on Terrapagos, it could still be asleep for another turn, but I think that's the third time we've seen a special defense boost now on Smeagol. So it's very much likely to be able to take multiple Flamethrowers. So Follow Me looking very safe if Flamethrower is locked into, and therefore Sebastian might want to go for Terra Starstorm instead, and that means Victor probably wants to go for Wide Guard over Follow Me. So there's so much going on here.
So many mind games, and keep in mind, if you win the right mind game while Terrapagos is waking up, you then just have the option to go for another Spore afterwards. But on the other hand, we talked about the total match time. Keep in mind, Victor is down to 1 minute of your timer, so you can't take too much time to figure out the play in this endgame.
Wake up!
And a Flamethrower as well. This might take out the Incineroar. It is actually into the Smeagol, though.
Wow.
This game is still going on for a few extra turns here. Smeagol takes their like a champ after all those boosts. Flare Blitz coming out. Not enough. Is the recoil enough to take out? No! Incineroar survives on 2 HP. So maybe a Follow Me and Flare Blitz will be enough to close out this game.
It just might be as well there, right? But like, if you Follow Me and it just goes for Terra Starstorm, that's like clears the board as well, right?
But wait. There's a speed drop.
Yeah.
The speed drop is
Still
really
no
crucial
speed boost yet either. So yes, Smeagol needs to still call it this turn. Do you wide guard or follow me?
It all comes down to this turn. There's a follow me. There's a shaking head from Sebastian. He might not be happy about this. We see Flamethrower come out. Confirmation here. And if this Flare Blitz is enough to take out Terrapagos, then the set will go to Victor Medina. So will it be enough?
There's Smeagol going down at the moment now, doing what it did best. Why God, all follow me. Flare Blitz now, Incineroar into the Terrapagos. Yes, it's enough! Victor Medina takes this game somehow with a Smeagol Incineroar endgame. What a play! Victor Medina, your winner of round 5.
Congratulations, what a set. Seeing through this endgame, knowing that, well, I have to go for knockoff initially anyway, that was clear. Maybe a second knockoff to then bring it into range of Flare Blitz. Keep in mind, if the first Flare Blitz, for example, critted, that would have not been enough to take out the knockout, but you would actually go down to recall. So a lot played into those very last turns, and it was all coming down to, I mean, we didn't stress out enough how the speed drop on the Moody was also crucial in the end game. And then just calling it right on the follow me versus the white guard in this end game, well played for both players.
Yeah, really honestly well played. Like you can only ask of so much for our players, right? And like when you roll the dice a lot with those Smeagols, the sleep turns and the Moody boost at the same time, that's what you sign up for, right? If you've got that Moody, and it can help because obviously it could take multiple flamethrowers or it could really hinder at the same time. And yeah, but Victor just about to close it out there, really managing his health bars very well there too with that Incineroar damage. Like as you said, he just knows his team so well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that he looked at the HP of Incineroar as well to make sure it was on 22 HP, 1/3. Are you dealing more than 60 HP damage? That's actually, it all crunches down to those 1 or 2 HP. The way you trained your Pokemon, did you go more offensive or maybe train those few extra HP points that will help you survive that recall damage here? We see a few clips, highlights here. Terrapagos was the option. We didn't see Zacian come out at all. Terrapagos almost ran away with the second game after this beautiful setup of Incineroar and Grimmsnarl so early on.
Yeah, and it was so close as well. Sebastian's probably going to be thinking about this game for a long time. Like, if he'd just clicked Terra Starstorm, we'd be in the game 3 right now. But no, Victor just, I don't know. It would be interesting to just hear from him later as to what his thought was in his head. Was he just well, I don't know, I'll just click follow me, or was there some thought behind that? I don't know. I think you've been playing longer than me, Barish. How would you have dealt with that in you and Victor's situation?
I mean, interestingly enough, Sebastian got every single call right up until that very last moment.
Yeah, he did.
Every follow me was called. I mean, I think there was a flamethrower where he could have Terra Starstormed as well, so that was that play. But at the end, it just comes down to those moments, and it's really hard to make those decisions. There's no right or wrong, right? You kind of have to did your opponent give anything away throughout the set that would make them go one way or the other? But with Smeagol having both options, it's really difficult to find the right path. Sleeping turns come out. It could have woken up even earlier and then give even more chances. Moody played a big role in a flamethrower. I mean, it was still a 2-8 KO, even though it had so many boosts, but it's just really tricky to find the right path there. And yeah, no, really unfortunate for Sebastian.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Honestly, well played. Really cool team to see too. With that Grimmsnarl, I thought that was a really great adaptation in that second game to be able to get off those screens, and that we saw it's Incineroar and the Grimmsnarl to survive just multiple hits from these really powerful restricteds. That Will-O-Wisp call as well. You expertly positioned that too. But yeah, it was just that closeout right at the end. It looks like Victor just was able to kind of preserve the supportive options in that Smeagol Incineroar, and that just was enough.
Yep. And this is what separates the good from the very best players. Seeing an unorthodox team, you play in Pokemon that maybe you haven't seen paired up, maybe you haven't really gotten a perfect plan, or haven't put aside your plan yet, and then making up on the spot how to go there. But keep in mind, Calyrex is just such a strong Pokemon. If you get the Nasty Bot off, it doesn't matter what your opponent has. It's those Psychics and Astral Bars is going to hurt.
Yeah, so true. We didn't really see a lot of just Ghost and Psychic coverage very early on when Calyrex Shadow Rider was played, because on paper, they've just dark types in general just will resist you, and so we saw a lot of fairy type moves instead. But we've just realized that actually just Calyrex is just too strong, right? And so why not just run these moves and you'll do the damage you want to anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested to hear what Victor was thinking about this set, especially about game 2, maybe falling behind early on. So Couch, please take it away.
Yes, that was certainly a game 2 to talk about. That's going to be one for the ages. We're, of course, here with Victor Medina, who was able to win that in a 2-0 fashion. And I think that's been the game that I've written off the player the most. And then somehow you've won. So how are you feeling after being able to take that?
I'm feeling great. It was a very good best of 3. I think my opponent played so well. I really struggled against Terapagos with this team, so I was happy that being able to break through that defensive core. And honestly, it was a crazy match. I was already thinking about the game 3 when I reached that endgame, because I was like, I have to get like 4 turns right. There's no way. But I was able to make it, and it was a great match.
It's coming from a great player to be able to make those great reads, right? How are you feeling about seeing Zacian and Terapagos? I know the Zacian didn't come to the game, but that's not a pairing you've been prepared against, right?
Yes, I was surprised because I actually played Zacian and Terapagos a bit before Worlds. I was testing it a bit, so I was surprised when I saw the team sheet. Honestly, I think it's interesting because Zacian is a Mon with a very good defensive typing, so you don't need to Terra him that often, while Terapagos, you want to Terra him almost always because, well, his attack is double when he Terras. So I think they make a great pairing. I was surprised of not seeing Zacian. I was expecting a Zacian adaptation in game 2. But yeah, I think he had a lot of tools for Sama. He wanted to bring the Amungus and also the Will-O-Wisp Incineroar for my Samacenta. So I think he played amazing. And I was a bit lucky in game 1.
Yeah, you mentioned the Will-O-Wisp, right? You dodged the Will-O-Wisp, and that made the game 1 pretty comfortable. But that Will-O-Wisp on the switch in, that was very nicely done from him. So I think that was the moment that maybe all of us started thinking it was going to a game 3. What were your thoughts when he landed that Will-O-Wisp?
I thought about that. That was a play that he could do. I was thinking like, okay, if he does that, I think his last one, it's not Zacian at that point. I thought it was Amungus, and I was like, if he does that, I think I can KO in the next turn the Grimmsnarl as I did. So I think it's not completely over. I think when I thought it was completely over was when he KO'd my CSR. I didn't expect him to go for Terra Starstorm in that turn. I was a bit greedy, not white guarding there. So yeah, I really expected to lose in that moment, but at the end, I won.
Yeah, like I mentioned, that I think all of us expected that game 3, but you were able to take that 2-0. So that's putting you still undefeated going forward in this tournament. We saw such a fantastic performance from you in the Prague Regional Championships. Is this going to be the one?
Well, you never know. I always try my best. I will play as the best of my abilities. And honestly, even though the 1 is important, I am very proud of my consistency. I've went to 4 events with this team, and I top cut 4. So this is my 5th event with this team. I really want to top cut to keep that streak going. So yeah, I think the consistency is good, is there, and I'm not worried for the tournament win right now.
Yeah, you said you're proud of yourself. You absolutely should be. And I'm sure loads of your fans watching at home are incredibly proud of you. Do you have any words that you want to give to any of your fans that are watching?
Well, thank you to everyone who is supporting me. Thank you to my esports team, Giant, of course. Thank you to Antonio, to Shufi, to everyone who I tested with. Thank you for the international community. It helps a lot. And a message for the community and the stream watchers. I'm sorry that they keep putting me in player 1. I try my best to not AV, but it is my thought process. I just do it while I'm thinking, so I'm sorry for that. I hope it wasn't really bad this time, but it's a bit funny. But yeah, thank you to everyone.
Yeah, that's just how some thought process works. And we actually get to see some live thought process from such a strong trainer as Victor Medina, who is still undefeated going into this. And congratulations. Good luck for the rest of your rounds. We'll be cutting to a very short break, and we'll be right back with the next round here in the Utrecht Regional Championship.
reach a Superbowl status. He might be the greatest of all time. Marto Golden is your 2025 Latin America International Champion.
Charged up overheat, doesn't hit anybody. Overlord's going straight to score. Here comes Trainer, he's cleaning up the trash. Call him the street sweeper because 2Z Esports has just been buckled in Brazil.
Once again, your former world champs are your LAIC champions, Luminosity.
There's Luminion, and the Thornton comes out. As long as it switches a Pokemon that's been in play for a turn, like this Rotom, Rare Candy, Curse Blast onto one of these bench Pokemon, and Henry Kuninari will close out game number 2 with a powerful Burning Darkness and becomes your LAIC champion. I think that could be the only risk here for Gabriel, and that's why he's going to target this Mew EX down and try and just shut every obscure option out of the door.
Yeah, we know that's not possible because the amount of the energy switches used, but absolutely, just in case, that is absolutely the right move to make. Super heads up from Gabriel.
And now the doors are shutting on Justin. What can he do in this spot? Just a prime catcher. And he extends the hand. Back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the international champion here in Latin America.
It's just going to be the Haxorus going for a big knockout here with the Dragon Pulse.
And I've got to say, Kyle, this feels like checkmate. Prince is going to take one last look, but I think he knows the situation. Miloslav with a grin on his face. He is so close to becoming our champion. And Prince doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand, and Miloslav Posledny becomes the Latin American International Champion.
Golden Ghost switches in, but Ursaluna's facade will connect on Rillaboom, and that picks up a one-hit KO. Takumi's biggest offensive threat into the remaining Pokemon of Ismail Hoagie has gone down in a double KO.
And we've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it. Ismail Hoagie is your Latin America International Champion of the Junior Division.
It is really, at this point, just as simple as clicking the Rage Powder and the Expanding Force to pick up this KO on Sneasler. Pietro Nihal Calidora Silva will be your international champion here in Latin America in the Seniors Division.
Heatwave is going to connect onto both of these Pokemon, and so our Chalion does survive with this Assault Vest.
A fake out, but it's just Heatwave. Single target connects, and that's it.
It's just a one-hit knockout. Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva defends his LAIC title and makes history as the first three-time international champion in the Masters Division.
I'm feeling great. I didn't expect to win the whole tournament again 2 years in a row.
It's a dream come true.
Very emotional. It was a big win for the team.
This was a really nice win because it's my first win in Senior Division.
Eu estou me sentindo muito bem, muito aliviado.
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível.
VGC competitors converged in Frankfurt for the first European regional of the 2026 season under Regulation Set H. Across 8 Swiss rounds in Phase 1, Pokemon were pulling out all the stops for their trainers. In Round 2, Jamie Boyd was able to get both a Blizzard Freeze and a Diaclaw Sleep to help him win the set versus Julio Talao. And Doan Garcia was able to secure a Phase 2 spot in Round 6 versus Jacob Margott after his Dondozo successfully hit 4 fishes in a row. Phase 2 brought 4 more Swiss rounds and standout teams like a Spathra Psyspam and a Quiver Dancing Frostmoth. And as the top cup bracket unfolded, major names clashed. 2023 World Champion Shohei Kimura was on a tear to potentially take the invite from the European scene. But in a tense 3-game set in top 4, Emanuele Briganti was able to stop him in his tracks with his snowy Ninetales team. On the other side of the bracket, one of the world's top trainers, Victor Medina, overcame Davide in 2 straight games to secure his finalist spot with an impressive Rain team. By the time the finals began, both players had proven their mettle, and all eyes were on their final showdown, Snow versus Rain. As soon as the battle starts, turn 1, Emanuele makes the perfect play. As Victor's Golden Go protects, he uses Fake Out and Blood Moon into the other slot, just as Pelipper comes in, instantly taking it down. His decisive play paved the way for him to take the game without dropping a single Pokemon. In Game 2, Victor made it much harder for Emanuele to nail those knockouts. But just like in Game 1, Emanuele eventually catches Golden Go playing defensive, allowing Ninetales to safely position in. However, Victor gets a double protect, swinging the momentum back. But Emanuele doesn't despair. Over a few turns, he repositions again, and with a powerful Icy Wind, fells the Golden Go, sealing the match convincingly 2-0. With that incredible run, Emanuele Briganti was crowned the Frankfurt Regional Champion, punching his ticket to Worlds.
Hey,
David.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
This isn't the first time we're actually meeting today.
No.
I've kind of seen you before, but
Yeah, it's been 3 years of Scarlet and Violet. We have met on occasion.
we have. That's
On
true.
occasion.
Yeah, and rocking the Scarlet kind of look as well.
Yeah, I've got the hair.
Yeah.
The violet, kind of the purpley colours are in there.
Sort of. Yeah, that's what I was trying to go for. A little bit of Scarlet, a little bit of Violet. I got Scarlet, so it's my favorite game.
And I got Violet.
You got Violet.
So there we go.
There we go. Yeah. Okay.
We knew we'd meet somewhere in the middle and make it work.
We would, but at the moment, all we want to be with is Victor Medina, don't we?
That is very true. I am Victor Medina's #1 fan. I was sat backstage watching that game, and then when Jamie was doing the interview, I was there kind of cheering him on. I just am so happy to see him doing so well, particularly after, Prague coming second place. That is an incredible accomplishment, but for a trainer who keeps getting second place, it's got to be heartbreaking every single time.
Yeah.
So now, coming into Utrecht, he looks like he's in contention to go all the way. I know I said that in Prague, but hey, if I keep saying it, sometimes I'm going to be correct.
Yes, and
he will win one day.
It only needs to be once as well.
Just once.
Yes, and then everything is finished. We've completed Pokemon. Once Victor Medina lives up to his name in Victor.
So it's not completing the Pokedex, just completing the Victor Medina lore.
Yes.
Putting him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And then we've completed the game.
That's the story. Yes, exactly.
Can we retire then, or I don't know.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do after that.
Yeah, there are no other Pokemon trainers, but there are. There are so many vying out to become the champion here at the Utrecht Regional Championships, the very last regional in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet in Europe.
I know. I'm kind of getting a little bit emotional about it, last time we're going to see, well, for at least a while, a lot of Pokemon kind of putting on funny hats.
That is very true. What was your favorite? Okay, I'm going to ask you twofold questions. One, just your favorite Terra hat generally, and then second, your favorite Pokemon wearing a Terra hat.
Oh, great 2 questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so my first Terra hat that I like.
Just the favorite generally.
The favorite generally probably is the steel one, because
with the axe.
It's quite funny to have an axe there, because I can imagine it probably makes them quite off balance as well.
Yeah.
When you've got it on your head, so I'm used to seeing Golden go with it like that, and it kind of does this as well, so it's kind of bopping it.
Yes, I know what you mean. Almost threatening that it's going to come down and just be like, "Hello, axe attack." It would work.
It would.
Yeah, and then your favorite Pokemon with a Terra hat doesn't have to be steel.
Wheezing.
Wheezing? That's a good one.
Especially Galarian Wheezing when it already has a hat. When it has another hat.
And now it's got another hat on top of the hat.
Yeah, so just more hats is better, basically.
I always quite liked Sandy Shocks.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's on the one that's spinning on the side, so
That's
it kind
true.
of looks a little bit like it's at a circus or something. It's quite fun.
Love that. And your favorite Terra hat overall?
I had to say Terra Bug. I think
okay.
it's simple, so it's really effective. And I remember at one of the EUICs, Flavio Del Pidio running Terra Bug Gastrodon. And that just gave me the best excuse to talk about Terra Bug and Gastrodon. So, that was a big Scarlet Violet memory for me.
And that's what we're here about, aren't we? We're kind of reminiscing on our favorite memories here. And yeah, now you have any excuse to kind of bring back that memory constantly to talk about Gastrodon.
Exactly. And speaking of Gastrodon, it is in my caster pick for this tournament.
Another one.
It is. I mean, you know, did you doubt me for a moment there? I have to be honest, there's method in my madness here. I think, you know, the eagle-eyed viewers at home will notice this is not necessarily a cohesive team of 6, but because it is the last event, I wanted to bid farewell to 5 of these Pokemon. Gastrodon has been around before, but the other 5 were introduced during Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, and they have such places in my heart. These are my favorite Pokemon that got unleashed in this generation, plus Gastrodon that's going to be there for forevermore. I just love to see them, and some of them have had some great competitive viability. Golden Go's had its moment in the spotlight, Gouging Fire as well. Lots of trainers have picked up. Tatsugiri would be nowhere without its good partner Dondozo, but I have a little bit of extra dignity that I didn't want to keep Dondozo on this list. And Chi-Pao, such a formidable Pokemon, my favorite treasure of Ruin Pokemon. And Sprigatito, my favorite first partner Pokemon. It was, I think, the first time I ever picked a grass-type first partner Pokemon because it is a little cat, and it's called Sprigatito. And I never evolved it, David. The whole way through my playthrough, it stayed as a Sprigatito because it was just too cute.
That's pretty impressive, actually. Yeah, sticking to your favorites.
Got to level 100.
Wow.
As Sprigatito. Yeah, I thought he was adorable and I didn't want to evolve him. And, you know, Meowscarada was very cool, I will admit, but that Sprigatito was my first partner Pokemon. So when I got a second Sprigatito, that's when I evolved it up for my Pokedex.
Okay. You realize it's all level 50, actually, when you bring it to the championship here. It doesn't stay at level 100.
Yes, but in the game and in my heart.
Yes. Okay.
It is always there. And Gastrodon, as we know, it has been there. But what about your picks? Yours look a little bit more on meta, let's say.
Well, like on meta in terms of, yes, I've got 2 restricteds, but I've intentionally picked it because it was hopefully off meta as possible, but still with a good result. So at LA last week, we had Felix Boogie, a Canadian player, using these 6. And I thought, Quasar even, like, just doesn't really get a lot of use at all. And I used it a lot during 2019 and 2016 as well, so I really loved using it. And I just thought Source Dance Dragon Ascent is quite fun to use.
Oh, I love that. That's, again, it's the place in your heart where Rayquaza has been a Pokemon you've used before, and now possibly where we see it maybe cropping up sometimes in the meta. You could use it in this regulation too.
Exactly. And so that's what I would be bringing this weekend if I was competing. But unfortunately, we're not, and we're here. We have to sing the tales of everybody else, which are obviously very happy to do as well. We can't do it all, unfortunately.
Exactly. There's not many players out there running Sprigatito, so maybe I'll just be the one singing that song for now. But other Pokemon out there, like the Golden Go that was on my team, we have seen some trainers run that. For example, Chi-Pao, we know, is kind of everywhere at the moment. And I was just speaking to some trainers out on the floor who have been, you know, doing their first preliminary rounds and talking about Dondozo and Tatsugiri. It may not be on top of the usage stats, but trainers are still relying on it.
They certainly are. Like, it's a Pokemon that can provide a lot of utility, and Gastrodon has Storm Drain as a fantastic ability too.
Because it's amazing.
And what's a really good water type right now? Urshifu Rapid Strike.
I always say that Ghost Terra Gastrodon is the way to completely block out Urshifu Rapid Strike. Because you've got the Storm Drain, all those water type moves, the Surging Strikes, the Aqua Jet, can't do anything to them. And then if you're a Ghost, you can't be hit by close combat. So you know what? An end game where there is a Gastrodon and a Ghost Gastrodon and an Urshifu, you know who's winning.
Gastrodon.
Yeah, I always think Gastrodon, there's always an answer to every single Pokemon. You know, because it has Ice Beam for the grass types. We ignore speed tiers and what happens beforehand, but just in a technical, hypothetical situation, Gastrodon has an answer for everything.
Wow.
Literally everything.
With Terra as well. Yeah. Even without Terra in Champions, I've been wanting a Gastrodon. I keep checking to see if I can have Gastrodon, and then it's not in the decks yet.
It's because it's too powerful right now. So when we jump into the future era, we need to have, a more restricted meta of Pokemon that, players will be seeing in Turin. And then once they've got to grips with the basics, that's when they will unleash the powerhouses like Gastrodon.
Oh, I see. Okay, right.
I say that. We don't know, but I'm hopeful. I think they'd be crazy not to.
Okay, well, yes, they would. I mean,
we need Gastrodon.
We need Gastrodon, okay. Yeah. While you're being quite loquacious about Gastrodon there, we can maybe move on to talk about some of, the more meta-relevant Pokemon that we've kind of been seeing a little bit at the moment.
I see you.
Because they've not quite been able to pick up on all of your subtle hints yet, Lou, I don't think, at the moment. But, if our players had to run something other than Gastrodon, what would you pick?
I think, again, Urshifu, as we've said, is that water type of choice. When we're looking at the Fire, Water, Grass core, we've got Incineroar, we've got our option of Rillaboom, Whimsicott, or Amoonguss as well for the grass type, and then the water type tends to generally be that Urshifu, like I said. But I think in a double restricted meta, I'm going Kyogre. If I want to bring a water type and I want to show off my water prowess and also my bulk, Gastrodon's pretty bulky, but Kyogre, okay, fair enough. You got Gastrodon beat there. You're even bulkier.
Oh yeah, you are. And actually, Kyogre was a Pokemon that really popped off last week in LA as well.
It did. 2 in the top 8.
2 in the top 8, exactly, with running with that Calyrex Ice Ride at the same time. And you can see its stats there. It only gets Drizzle, that's all it needs. But yeah, like big special attack, big special defense. And we saw a lot of people just using it to like run over teams just with its water moves, like Gavin Michaels, for instance, too.
Yeah, and I think as well, like I always know it has a strong special attack, but I forget how strong its special defense is as well, particularly if you have a Grimmsnarl. And Grimmsnarl, actually, a very fun fact is if we look back to Utrecht last season, for example, in 2025, Grimmsnarl was actually one of the most popular Pokemon in day 1. It was on the top 12 graphic in 4th place. So if you have a Grimmsnarl going for these light screens, then you have your Kyogre next to it, you know, has that really, really strong special defense, they can be a perfect combination. And Grimmsnarl, we actually got to see earlier on in today's broadcast, not necessarily to great success. Unfortunately, it took a critical hit and things went a little bit awry and its partner took a critical hit and we don't mention these anymore. But Grimmsnarl itself is a fantastic supportive Pokemon.
Yeah, 100%. We saw it in our last match as well. It's able to get up those screens, and still being dark type as well means it's immune to the other kind of prankster shenanigans that other Pokemon can provide. So other Grimmsnarls, but Whimsicott more namely too.
Yep.
Because that often carries Encore. It's really big in a restricted meta, and it's not going to stop Grimmsnarl from what it can do. Given also the bulk it can provide, it can also shrug off some Moonblast from Whimsicott at the same time.
Yeah, and when you take a look at the moves as well, that Prankster moved ability, Prankster is one of the best ones. It gives that priority for the screens and also a Thunder Wave that can come through as well. That can always be quite detrimental. Frisk and Pickpocket we're not going to see too much of. I mean, Frisk can be useful on a closed team sheet ladder, for example, but I think with Grimmsnarl, its utility really is in that priority.
Yeah, 100% is. There's so many options that you want to provide on it, and it's also known for using Thunder Waves quite infamously as well. But again, didn't see it on Sebastian's team that we've just seen either. He was running the dual screens, Spirit Break, and that Taunt. And actually, that final move Taunt, which is maybe not as commonly used, was really great at kind of shutting down the opposing setup on the other end. And so his own Terrapagos was able to kind of win the setup war that was kind of going on between the Astral Barraging nasty plot Calyrex and the Calm-Minding Terrapagos.
I think Taunt is one of those moves that you kind of always see everywhere and then it pops up where you're not expecting it. We've seen in the past like a trend with Taunt on Fluttermane, for example, you know, being very fast, being able to kind of go, you're going to maybe set up and I don't want that to happen, let's shut that down. But also we've seen it on Incineroar before as well. You know, being that dark type, maybe just wants to be up to a few tricks, going for Taunt. And Incineroar, I always think, has so many support moves it can utilize. You know, you have Will-O-Wisp, you have Helping Hand, you have Parting Shot, but also having that Taunt can be really useful.
Oh yeah, it definitely can. Like, we want it to have so many moves. And yeah, look at that kind of really nice even spread of stats there. Kind of neutral, and that's what makes Incineroar so good. It means that nothing's particularly low, and then so it's not got any obvious weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, with that 4th move, because we often want Fake Out, Parting Shot / U-turn, something to pivot, and then almost always knock off, especially in restricted set, the regulation set I, where we've got Lunala, we've got the Calyrexes, which are so weak to dark moves.
Yeah.
And so then it's that 4th move. Do you want Flare Blitz, Will-O-Wisp, Taunt? There's a lot of options there. And so that's the main thing we see that's slightly different across all of our sets here. Champions is a whole nother thing. It's got a little bit less options there, actually. But at the moment, when it's that restricted meta, we find that Will-O-Wisp particularly is a little bit more useful.
Into their physical attackers.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, we saw that as well in Victor Medina's last game. You know, he switched out, I think it was the Calyrex, brought in the Zamazenta, and it took that Will-O-Wisp, which was detrimental to his game plan, put him on the back foot a bit.
It did, and Zamazenta's not used to having its body press neutered like that because it's not affected by Intimidate, because body press is based off of your physical defense in terms of its damage. But it's still boosted up by the ability Sword of Ruin on Chien-Pao. But yeah, a burn is something that will definitely shut it down. And so that's where a lot of players are trying to kind of use their Incineroar as damage mitigation bot to like...
target here.
Yes, to like lower the damage of everything else, even if it's a Zamazenta.
I think Zamazenta, though, is a Pokemon that's been very, very dominant in Europe. I think it was in Prague. It was on 6 out of the top 8 teams in the end, and it's just kind of everywhere. But if we, again, compare 2025 Utrecht, taking a look at that top 8, I only see it twice. So it really shows that in the past of a year, a lot of trainers, I think, have started to believe and tap into Zamazenta a little bit more.
Yes, exactly. Like, I mean, it's such a flexible Pokemon, Zamazenta. Like, you can put it onto so many different restricted competitions because it's not often that you're offering a lot of fighting coverage that is not affected by Intimidate, but you're also supporting at the same time because you've always got room for Wide Guard, which is so useful versus all our Calyrexes, our Kyogres, our Groudons, and a lot of Pokemon that just like to go for those spread moves. Oh, Terrapagos, another one.
Yeah, well, I'm still hoping Terapagos is going to be able to go all the way here. So let's take a look at the notable matches to see whether or not a Terapagos has made it onto this particular graphic. I don't see it in our selected match that also looks awesome. Look at that. We've got the Grimmsnarl we were just talking about. There's also Pokemon like the Chienpao that I love with Ruben versus Tia Team. But again, taking a look through these other teams, we've got some very interesting Pokemon choices.
We do. So Joseph Martin and Giovanni, two people we've already seen on stream, now up against each other this time. So only one of them is going to remain undefeated. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Hengwei Zhang was a player who got top cuts at Utrecht in previous years, and I think was running the Ho-Oh at the time last year, doing really well, but unfortunately he's not bringing it this time. Maybe going for Lunala Miraidon, slightly more a typical restricted duo here instead, but up against Audric Davids, also Lunala Miraidon mirror as well. So it seems like this has been really picking up here. And of course, at the top is the trainers we will be featuring for stream, and yet again, another Miraidon Lunala.
That was a great callback for Hengwei's team, actually. You're right, there was the Ho-Oh, but also the Iron Bundle was on the team back in 2025 Utrecht Championships. So considering the Iron Bundle just won LA as well, I'm surprised to maybe not see it making a reappearance, but then you have some other trusty Pokemon there, like the Whimsicott, the Ursaluna as well. It's been such a dependable Pokemon of late.
It really has. Like, when you've got like a Trick Room mode at all, and Lunala is a great setter of it, then Ursaluna is probably one of the best at kind of really making the most of Trick Room, right?
Yes.
Because as soon as you get it in, if it's like a swap within that turn, Flame Orb instantly activates, and then anything that like doesn't resist normal is just gonna drop to that Pokemon. Like, with that facade, it's so powerful.
It certainly is, and it's always a nice little flex when you're able to get it in, because it's knowing that it's on there already on the team sheet. One of the things you always think looking at your opposing Ursaluna is, I don't need to let this come in and get the Flame Orb boost up. That's going to be, you know, difficult for me to deal with. So when an opponent's able to get it in for free, you're always kind of thinking, oh, rats, how did I let that happen? Now I really have to adapt. And your opponent has so much momentum knowing that they've been able to get this in safely for free, and they're all ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of opportunity to kind of switch around those Pokemon and get them exactly where you need to. And so at the moment, we've seen Tia Team is now going to be one of our featured players. He's, I think, #2 in Europe in terms of championship points, doing incredibly well here, and still wanting to get that little bit more, right? Because even though you may feel kind of safe for that those championship points in terms of that top 80 invite, it doesn't hurt to get a little bit more. And on top of that, you can try and earn points for that travel award.
I think Tia Team has been a proper legacy throughout this season and throughout Scarlet and Violet generally. You know, not only have we been able to get to know Tia Team well on the regional broadcast side of things, but we've also seen him kicking up a storm on the international stage as well. Such a formidable competitor and a trainer who, when you see your pairings and see you're up against Tia Team, you know you're going to be in for a rough ride.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's not going to make it easy for you.
Not at all. He's so composed.
So composed. And a little bit like Victor Medina as well. Doesn't usually kind of go too much far outside the comfort zone of what is meta.
Yeah.
But just one of those players who's great at playing meta, right? And so you've just got to respect that they're probably going to know your answers to their team well enough to adapt for that.
I think that's the thing, though, when you're so flexible and versatile with your own team and having practiced against so many of those core teams in the meta, Tia Team will have an answer for everything. We'll always be able to see an out, know how maybe a team positioning needs to be to deal with that main threat on the opposing side as well. So knowing that you have an opponent who's well-prepped and well-versed, that's going to be something intimidating by itself, let alone in the match.
Yeah, 100%. Like, so you've got to be really thinking about that super hard when you're facing this amazing French player in Tia Team. He's gotten a few wins behind his belt as well, I think in the last season, but not quite this season this time. So maybe wanting to kind of really secure in that win at the moment to kind of really lock things up for him, particularly if we've got a few more events coming up. There's some chances that people might overtake him in the CP leaderboard as well. We'll have to see. Maybe he's unable to kind of go to Turin potentially. We'll have to see how his kind of trainer journey's mapping out across this year.
But I think as well, you know, being such a well-experienced trainer, coming into this final Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet regional, you want to be able to take that title and say, hey, I was the one who closed it out. I'm the one that ended the whole series, because that's going to be such a thing that you remember.
Yeah, it really is. Like, there's so many memories, especially on this final weekend of Scarlet and Violet. All the funny hats that all these Pokemon are going to be bringing, it's going to be great as well. And like, it feels like we've come so far to the point that we've seen these restricted. We've seen Urshifu since its debut in like regulation set D, I think, since like the Pokemon Home kind of came into play. And so we've had multiple years of this. It's gonna feel strange when we go to Champions now, and a little bit sad. And so, like, who do you feel like you're gonna miss the most?
That's a really, really good question. Do you know who I think I'm actually going to miss the most? The Ogopons.
The Ogopons, really?
Because they, for me, yeah, I mean, we've got all the casters are wearing a different Ogopon pin, and, you know, commiseration that's kind of the end of its era at the moment. But I think for me, that was a Pokemon that has gone through so many ups and downs. I think at the beginning, everyone was like, it's all about Half Flame, big damage, a body aspect, the special, the attack boost, brilliant. Then everyone was like, actually, I quite like this Wellspring Ogopon. That's kind of good, you know, able to draw in the water type attacks with Urshifu that were dominant at the time. Then slowly, some trainers were picking up Teal Mask. But Ogopon Cornerstone, the one that you are representing, I think took the longest to be unleashed. And I think eventually people were going, accurate rock type attack, sturdy built in, so an invisible focus sash in a way. I feel like this is a really good Pokemon, and now we're seeing it be so dominant. So depending on what chapter you look at throughout the Scarlet and Violet era, once we got, you know, obviously from the DLC, these Pokemon released, that's where we started to see the tale told by Ogopon and whichever mask it was wearing. And I think that's a really nice story.
Yeah, I really like that, Lou, actually. I think it's something that has filled in such a big part of all of the regulations. Not only being powerful, having all those different variety of types, and that redirection that it provides as well.
Yes.
It means it's such a staple on so many teams. So yeah, I think a lot of players are going to miss it. But we do have this weekend and a couple of other regional level events across the world as well over this 1 week and next week. So our players are getting ready now on the screen to close it out for us here in Europe.
Yeah, diving straight towards this match. We've got a little Arbok on the stream there, which is really cute to see. Not going to necessarily be in the teams, but always nice to see which Pokemon these trainers have by their side as a mascot, as a memento, as a sentimental piece of Pokemon lore. But Tia Team, the trainer you can see right here, we spoke a little bit earlier about some of his accomplishments, has a lot of these international top finishes, 2025 EYC top 8, and more recently, top 4. That's a trophy in LAIC. You know, that's something to go on your trophy cabinet.
Yeah, 100%.
On your mantelpiece.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Tia Team's got plenty of that as well. He knows that if he's going to come to these events, he's going to probably do pretty well. He's going to come home with some CP. He might come home with some prizes, booster boxes, etc. But of course, Ruben Gianzini is a champion on his own on the right there. Only a couple of seasons ago, 2024, the Bologna Special Championship champion. I was there when he ran it. I was nowhere near his ability at the time, but it was amazing to kind of see him take that. And especially when in the following year, he got into the final at the same time.
I think that's the difference between these trainers, though. They're both currently 5-0 here in Utrecht, but Ruben has been able to take home that champion title. We talk a lot about how Victor Medina is one of the greatest trainers to never actually win a title, but Tia Team is also, I think, in that same boat, has so many great top accomplishments, has been able to get to a final this season, no less, and knows what it takes to be able to go to that stage, but has he got the edge to take it all the way? That will still be determined in tomorrow's broadcast, but the fact that we've got a trainer who's so ready, has so much experience, he's going to be one to watch, and this is going to be his team of 6 he's going to try and do it with.
Here it is. Yeah, so Miraidon Lunala here. And typically with this composition, you do see that choice Scarf on the Miraidon to provide a little bit more support, able to outspeed opposing Scarf Urshifu, for instance, which is quite a common Scarf Pokemon, and just kind of nail it with like an Electric or Volt Switch. But at the same time, you can kind of go up against Calyrex Shadow Riders, which are normally naturally faster, but now you threaten them with Snarl. And with the Hadron Engine special attack boost that you get, Snarl can often get like even close to like a one-hit KO on Calyrexes as well. And as we look at the rest of the team, Grimstar, we already touched on that quite a bit too, is here to set up screens and just kind of end game with ideally that Lunala that's here to just set up with that Calm Mind as opposed to like something like a Terapagos and hopefully sweep through the opposing team.
I'd be interested to hear your take as well on Choice Scarf Miraidon, because I think we're seeing a trend to trainers kind of opting to use it with the Choice Specs again, and it's already such a fast and speedy Pokemon. Why do they need the Choice Scarf in this meta?
It depends on what you want your Miraidon to do for your team. On Tia Team's team, we see that like the focus is on that Lunala with the boosting up. And the Miraidon is there to kind of support, get that electric terrain online, so you shut off Amuga's spores, for instance, and provide a lot of damage mitigation. Whereas Choice Specs, suddenly the team is more focused around Miraidon. You want to keep Miraidon safe, have follow me around the Miraidon instead, and then kind of get it into positions where it doesn't matter if it doesn't have Protect. Question is, how does Ruben Gianzini's team kind of face up against this? So we can see it on our screen here. He's got that Calyrex with the Encore, which might be very key here for shutting down Calm Minds on the Lunala's end. And of course, Zamazenta doing Zamazenta stuff. It's going to always be very good here. And Raging Bolt in its own right is kind of pretty strong too, especially if this Ogerpon wants to terastallize on the other end.
Well, I think you make a good point that the spotlight on tier team side is on that Lunala, and so therefore Ruben is going to have to try and find a way to target down against it. Priority moves such as the Thunderclap, the Grassy Glide, for example, even the Sucker Punch and the Chimp. I mean, that would be devastating, 4 times super effective. But the fact that that is what's going to try and break that crucial Shadow Shield on the Lunala, leave it a little bit more vulnerable. You've also got Astral Barrage that we know is going to do a huge amount of damage. There's all the utility to try and get that Lunala off the field. So I think tier team has to come up with a way to keep it safe.
Yes, exactly. And that's going to be the key, that he's going to be looking, scouring Ruben's team to see what he has to deal with this Lunala. You're going to be looking for things that hit Terra Fairy for super effective, like Poison and Steel moves, like that Heavy Slam on Zamzenta, exactly, or anything that can deny setup like Calyrex's Encore.
Yeah, and you've also got that Sludge Bomb and Amoonguss. Who knows? We might see one of those rogue choices where Amoonguss is able to get a KO. But hold on to your Pokeballs, trainers. We're getting into the match here. We've got the Grimmsnarl and the Incineroar, 2 perfect, dynamic synergy duos out front and center against the Restricted on Ruben's side.
Okay, so TT Blue do that Incineroar and Grimmsnarl, which is exactly what we saw Sebastian do in our previous round in that game too, which was really strong into an opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider lead, which doesn't now kind of offer too much, especially with just Astral Barrage and Psychic, right? But at least it does have that Encore that can kind of punish things going into a second turn, because it's not a Prankster Encore. And so we'll have to see what tier team ends up locking into for this turn instead. So instead, the Zamazenta is definitely something that he needs to respect here. Fake out, quite obvious into that slot there. It's quite obvious to also maybe try and want to go for that Will-O-Wisp into that slot, as we saw Sebastian do it again in that last game, as Grimmsnarl wants to try and set up so that Lunala can eventually come in here. So I like Ruben's lead, having a lot of offensive pressure on bringing the 2 Restricteds, meaning that tier team is not free to just set up whatever he wants.
So many choices, so many options. It looks like Calyrex doesn't want to have to make a decision on what it wants to go for here, making the adaptation. Amoonguss coming in. Looks like from tier team side as well, though, you can really slow down the pace of play. Maybe go for some setup with those screens, go for a fake out to slow things down. But it looks like the Incineroar doesn't want to slow things down too much. It's going to turn into that adorable Terra Bug. This gives it a little bit more capability into the fighting type attacks or ground type attacks that potentially could come through. I think the critical thing, however, is of course this body press. That's exactly what the threat was on Zamazenta's side, and being a beautiful bug, it's able to take that so much better, as the Grimmsnarl just follows straight up with this Spirit Break. That's going to just do a little bit of chip. I think critically, not only would have broken the Focus Sash on the opposing Calyrex, but was trying to get that special drop as well.
Yeah, so a really good targeting attempt there into that slot, but yeah, Ruben playing it nice and safe, getting in that Amoonguss, which is so good at sponging up any sort of attacks. Obviously, not as much of Flare Blitz, but it's very safe here because tier team's Incineroar doesn't have Flare Blitz. So actually a really nice bring into this matchup, where Ruben's kind of recognizing where the weaknesses are and the trade-offs that tier team has had to make on his own team. So now, going to the next turn, what do you do here? Grimmsnarl has already gone for a Spirit Break, and so you're still on the field wanting to get up those screens, ideally. You've committed your whole item to getting up those screens, and that Light Clay, you really want them up at some point. And also, we've got the Terra already committed on Incineroar too. But it looks like actually we're going to see the switch out instead.
No screens quite yet. I mean, turn 1, both these Pokemon went on the offensive to deal with that Calyrex, but hey, maybe you need to bring in the big powerhouse in the form of that Miraidon, sending the Electric Train on the field. This is also going to help out from any potential spores coming through from the Amoonguss. You cannot go to sleep if you're grounded on that Electric Train. The Heavy Slam doing minimal damage as the Incineroar can follow up with that Will-O-Wisp. It finds a Smite down from the Zamazenta. That's going to give it a little bit of chip, but also neutralize its offensive pressure.
Wow, really great call there from tier team.
Oh,
Poison does help, obviously, for Ruben there. Putting this Miraidon at a little bit of a timer now. But yeah, really nice call to just go for that Will-O-Wisp, because this is not safety goggles Incineroar. It has a Rocky Helmet. It's not Terra Grass either. That Amoonguss could have just Rage Powdered away a Will-O-Wisp, keeping the Zamazenta really safe. But instead, goes for the Sludge Bomb instead, maybe trying to just KO that Grimmsnarl as we saw with that double up. Heavy Slam plus Sludge Bomb would have been enough. But no, the Miraidon switch, also really great, not only defensively to keep Grimmsnarl safe, but also to shut off even a Spore option. So tier team replaying this very nicely. Ruben doing a nice defensive switch into Amoonguss, but tier team saying, I can do that too now.
Yes.
Bringing it into that restricted this time. And now it's here on the field. Choice Scarf, it's the fastest thing in the field too. You're threatening most likely a knockout into the Amoonguss with a Draco Meteor, and maybe closely followed by an Electro Drift into the Zamazenta too. So Tier Team needs to lock into something though, and Ruben might be able to kind of respond to this with a few protects.
Yeah, there's nothing really that could have switched in to take that Draco Meteor, but it looks like Tier Team may be predicting there could be a Protect coming through on this Amoonguss, wants to utilize the opportunity to bring that beautiful Lunala in. Doesn't look like a Protect, but it is a defensive play nonetheless. Amoonguss getting out of there, and Ruben bringing in the Rillaboom instead. This is a lovely way to override that terrain, but critically, Tier Team one step ahead, has the electric terrain in the back, so when that Pokemon comes back, it's going to overwrite the terrain that Rillaboom has put into play. Heavy Slam comes through, critically breaks that Shadow Shield on Lunala, leaving it a little bit vulnerable as the parting shot will come through for its efforts, but I feel like it's a little bit in void. You've got the grassy terrain for recovery, and this Lunala is also running leftovers. That Shadow Shield will get intact very soon.
Yeah, the Zamazenta is not looking very good at the moment on the field. It's had its attack lowered, it's burned at the same time. Even if a Heavy Slam was to come into this Grimmsnarl now, given all the drops, I don't think the Tier Team's going to be worried about it at all. So it's getting to the point where, like, trying to use the Zamazenta to, like, actually do damage. It's kind of like trying to parallel park on Dozo, you know? It's going to be really tricky. So Lunala now is in an excellent spot to start setting up that Calm Mind and just like doing what it needs to be doing to set up, right?
Yes.
And so, and as you mentioned earlier, Lou, now Miraidon is in the back. It's actually really good now to be able to switch back in and lower the damage that this Rillaboom can do. And also you have Incineroar in the back that can further limit that damage as well. So I really like Tier Team's positioning at the moment because it would have been so obvious to just attack on that previous turn with Miraidon, but instead switching it right back out, predicting Ruben to kind of be able to reposition and get Rillaboom in instead.
I think if you're Lunala now, you want to start really setting up, closing out an endgame here. We're going to see the Calm Mind come through. This is exactly what Lunala likes to do, get a boost to its special attack and its special defense. You don't have to worry too much about the special defense right now with these physical attackers, but critically, it's about when you go on the offensive, what you're going to do. Grimmsnarl is actually out of there. We're not going to see screens come through on Grimmsnarl's side, so now Lunala really has to cope with the defensive capabilities it's got naturally.
Okay, so there's the Wood Hammer that, yeah, does take down Grimmsnarl very handily. So a nice play from Ruben to kind of make the most of it, because this Rillaboom looks like it's going to be one of the core pieces of like trying to dismantle Tier Team's team. Yeah. Especially getting around any of the special defensive boosts that Lunala can set up with Calm Mind. It's still not going to be able to take on the Rillaboom hits very well. But at least now you have Miraidon in.
Yeah, exactly. Miraidon overriding that terrain is now having its Hadron engine activated, and it can now be so ferocious with something like an Electro Drift, maybe trying to go down into this Zamazenta, or to be honest, Zamazenta's not doing anything. Unless you think there's going to be a switch, you can kind of ignore it and target that partner Pokemon. Ruben most likely wants to get rid of that Rillaboom into the back to reset that grassy terrain a little bit later on, but then Lunala just has free reign to go for a devastating Moongeist Beam, or do you think he could play risky and go for another Calm Mind?
It's a good question. I think another Calm Mind is going to be the play here because you want to get into the position where you can take an Astral Barrage from Calyrex.
Very true.
You don't have Wide Guard to support you, and you've spent Terra on Incineroar already for that Terra bug. So yeah, Ruben's likely playing to get in Calyrex into a position where he can just click that Astral Barrage button. But if you can maybe get another Calm Mind or something, you'll feel a lot safer in front of it.
Well, Amoonguss is going to switch out for its Grass-type partner here as the Draco Meteor comes through. That is going to connect, and Amoonguss is able to take that just about hanging on. Great bolt on that Pokemon as a Big Splash comes through. It's going to be another body press into Miraidon, and now it is time for the Lunala to unleash the capabilities he has got. It calls on the moon, goes for this Moongeist Beam, and finishes up on this Amoonguss. I like the double up play here. Either, you know, the Rillaboom stayed in, the double up would have likely got the KO, and then at the same time, you've got Amoonguss coming in. You're able to remove it. It could redirect into the Zamazenta if needed. I think it was a very solid play from Tier Team.
Yeah, definitely solid play. You know you're getting guaranteed damage at that point, and you're leaving Zamazenta alone, which we know at the moment is still doing nothing. And so Calyrex is now becoming a little bit more safely here, and it's probably the best time as well, because if you're Tier Team, you most likely, the obvious play is to kind of protect and get in Incineroar, right?
Agreed.
And because then you know you're going to take on Calyrex's hits very well. Worst you could probably take is a like half-powered, because of the burn, body press into that slot. You could play it a little bit safer though. You could just protect and then let Miraidon go down instead. But then you run the risk of like giving that Calyrex a special attack boost if it manages to get the KO with Astral Barrage. And then you're kind of losing the 1v1 in terms of the setup.
And you have to think about the terrain a little bit as well. As much as Miraidon might want to keep its terrain in play, so maybe switch out if that Rillaboom comes back in, if you know, you go down, then Rillaboom's going to get the terrain anyway. So you have to think, is it worth keeping that terrain in check? Looks like Tier Team wants to preserve the Miraidon in the back, and I think critically follow your strategy there, David, and bringing in the Incineroar. That's going to be in a better position to take the Astral Barrage. It doesn't have to worry so much about what Zamazenta is doing. In fact, nobody really has to worry about what Zamazenta is doing in this match at the moment. However, Ruben just going defensively, not going for the Astral Barrage right now. Maybe he's trying to scout out what Tier Team is utilizing here as the body press comes through. A little bit of chip into that Incineroar, but the bug typing once again really helping it out. Lunala now has the opportunity to go on the offensive again. It goes for this Moongeist speed, but it is targeting down the Zamazenta now. Actually thinking it's time to get you off the field. That burn chip is going to be enough to remove it from play. Now, Ruben only has that Rillaboom and the Calyrex in play. Critically as well, it's going to lose terrain. You cannot switch it out to regain it later, so as soon as the Miraidon comes back in, electric terrain will see us through to the end game.
Wow, yeah, really nice call from Tier Team there. Like, I mean, like, I'm a bit suspicious of that protect, honestly, on Calyrex, because you're already focused at. You know you can take at least one hit, and so even if Moongeist Beam does go into that slot, you're not going down that turn, and at least you're then getting off an Astral Barrage at some point, punishing the Incineroar coming in too. But now, yeah, Rillaboom comes in instead. Yes, you've got that fake up pressure with Calyrex, but can you still defeat this boosted now Lunala? Incineroar also has come in, like, this turn, so
very
also
safely.
offers fake out. Yeah, very safely, exactly. So Rillaboom could only target one slot here. Do you fake out into the Incineroar to deny it, and then Lunala just goes on the offensive with a Moongeist Beam? Or do you use Rillaboom's physical damage to actually deal damage around the special defense that this Lunala has to deal the damage too? It's a lot to kind of think about in this turn at the moment. I don't think we can cover it all, but Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to do something with its Astral Barrage, it looks like here.
As you said, David, there's so many moves and counter moves in utility to the end game of this game one. However, Terrestrialization was still in the back pocket for Ruben, trying to boost up the Astral Barrage potential, particularly now the Shadow Shield has been chipped by that priority Grassy Glide. Astral Barrage will come through. There is no Y guard. It's going to find its mark on both of Tier Team's Pokemon here. Lunala is not able to hang on. Incineroar goes down as well. That's a double KO. Ruben is back in the game.
Wow, okay, what a call out from Ruben there. Just, yeah, chipping the Shadow Shield, getting that Ash Barrage down was an amazing play right there. Unfortunately, yeah, Tier Team had a few things he could have done there to kind of get around that, but unfortunately not calling it. You could have switched to Miraidon.
Yeah.
You could have faked out the Rillaboom. You could have protected Lunala instead. But yeah, no, Ruben seen through all that. Nails that Lunala at exactly the right time to be able to swing this match in his favor.
Fortune favors the brave, and that's exactly what Ruben was able to articulate here. Miraidon could have come in, overwrit that grassy terrain and denied that priority from the Rillaboom, but no, it's now come in, poisoned, in with a forfeit, meaning Ruben is taking game one here.
Wow, okay, yeah, that suddenly swung so quickly around.
Take a breath, wow.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, we saw how, like, the preservation of that Calyrex was so key there to be able to deal damage through all those Calm Minds. So yeah, maybe Tier Team's probably looking back a few turns. You know, we saw that turn where he got rid of the Zamazenta.
Yeah.
That kind of really kind of unlocks things for Ruben in some way. He kind of wants that off the field so he can get in things a bit more safely.
I agree.
Maybe a second Calm Minds there might have been quite good to actually instead get up a second special defense. Maybe you start taking Astral Barrage slightly better instead. Then it makes it a little bit easier in that end game. You can still heal up your Shadow Shield if Heavy Slam kind of comes into that slot instead. Yeah, I don't know. But also that whole, like, last turn could have been slightly different too.
I think you called it perfectly earlier in the game, though, when I said, you know, should he go for the second Calm Mind? And you were like, yes. He's already used the Terrestrialization on that Incineroar. He needs a way to protect this Lunala against the Astral Barrages coming through. And as it turned out in that endgame with only the one Calm Mind, it simply wasn't enough to keep it safe, particularly considering Calyrex had the Terrestrialization that was very late game Terrestrialization, but I think critical, without that extra boost of the Ghost type moves, it's very likely Lunala would have stayed in play.
Yeah, exactly. I think it still would have been tricky, right? Because you've still got a lot of physical damage from Ruben's end. But yeah, I think that's probably what Tier Team wants to kind of go for here. I think the other problem as well with that game is that the Grimstar didn't really do a whole lot in this match.
No.
It didn't really get up all the screens it wanted or do the disruption it wanted to do. It didn't spread Thunder Waves. There was a few good defensive switches from Ruben's end and just Spirit Breaks that didn't really pay off very much.
Broken Amoongus, right? That was all it did.
Yeah, exactly. So it was kind of like Tier Team was playing with 3 Pokemon after that.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Tier Team maybe tries to run it back a little bit, plays a little bit more around Ruben's defensive play, makes more use of it, and actually then Lunala can be in a position, maybe not with a second Calm Mind boost, but with a light screen up, that would help too.
Well, we're going to find out very soon as we jump into Game 2. It is, again, this core of the Grimmsnarl and the Incineroar out front and center for Tier Team, but on the opposing side, we've got the Amoongus in the front now with that Calyrex.
Okay, So Ruben's still leading with that Calyrex now into Double Dark, which before he just switched out instead. But yeah, I like the Amoonguss lead here though, because you are threatening Spore into both of these slots, and that means Tier Team's tempted to try and bring in Miraidon, but you really punish that if Calyrex suddenly goes on the offensive with an Astral Barrage at the moment too. So Tier Team has to really think about whether he wants to kind of go for that play or not. But what could be safer here is, say, you can like fake out into Amoonguss, and then Grimstar can just go for whatever it wants. It's not really being threatened by anything from this Calyrex. It can't set up with a nasty pot either because it's the Encore set too.
True.
So the worst it could do is maybe Encore Incineroar on the same turn into fake out, but that's a big call to make.
Thinking maybe Spirit Break, break the Focus Sash, lower the special attack, but a switch was just so obvious into a Pokemon like the Zamazenta that is really not going to mind taking a Spirit Break and wasting a turn of Tier Team's momentum. Instead, Light Screen comes up here on Tier Team's side, wanting to protect it from any of those Astral Barrages. There was also critically no fake out. The Will-O-Wisp, however, comes through. I feel like Tier Team's in great control, able to get the burn on that Zamazenta once again. It came in fully fresh and ready, but will have to once again take that burn as the Sludge Bomb comes through. So critically, no Spore. A lot of these Pokemon, David, I don't think did what I was expecting them to do in this turn.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah, no, they're absolutely right. Again, as we've seen in the previous stream match, it's that Will-O-Wisp predict into the Zamazenta switch and was really big there. Yeah, really great, because it would have been so easy just to ignore it and let Zamazenta come in for free instead. And so, yeah, a burn Zamazenta is obviously great, but obviously we still saw Ruben still use it to kind of pilot it to a win. So it's obviously not everything, but it's still very big here. And we can see Ruben respecting the option for Miraidon to have come in there, set electric terrain. And so Tier Team, knowing that that's an option, means Ruben's probably going to want to go for that Sludge Bomb, start dishing out the damage into the Grimmsnarl. But we now know, as you said, the light screen's up. So Grimmsnarl's at least done something in this match already.
Yeah.
And now has the opportunity to get a Reflect up as well.
I mean, it has got the light screen up, but as you said, Amoonguss not only got damage, but it also got the poison. That's it's on the edge of 50% damage into that Grimmsnarl. So definitely put in a lot of work in this turn. It's going to switch out, however, because I feel like, as you mentioned, it's not going to do too much. You have the threat of the Spore being null and void with an electric terrain switch in, and the Calyrex rejoins for Ruben. So now you're hopefully getting Tier Team in a position that you're going to be able to have those Astral Barrages in play. The Reflect goes straight up, though, however, thinking, okay, well, I'm still on the field. Let's get my defenses up. With the Body Press coming through as well, Grimmsnarl able to take that so incredibly well, and to add insult to injury to the burn, Incineroar is going to follow up with the Parting Shot.
Yeah, so really nice play from Tier Team, really setting everything up now. Both screens are up. Zamazenta's burned and at -1 attack on top of that. And now, yeah, here comes Lunala in front of this Calyrex now, which is really interesting in terms of a pivot up here. Perhaps Tier Team wanted to maybe spend the Terra Fairy option on his Lunala in this game, now that he hasn't spent on the Incineroar early in this game instead. Because otherwise, why are you bringing Lunala here, right? In front of an Astral Barrage that just, like, one-shot you Lunala last game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, really safe position now to get that up, because the only thing threatening Terra Fairy is the Heavy Slam from Zamazenta, which we now know is burnt and at -1 attack.
Exactly, and I feel like as well, you know, the weight of the Lunala is going to carry it a little bit as well. Heavy Slam working off the weight distribution between these two Pokemon. It can put Lunala into a great light. You have the Reflect in play, you have the Burn in play. It does give it a bit more flexibility, but at the same time, is that too obvious, and is that something Ruben can play around?
It could be something he plays around, but also, like, there is no punish there at the moment for that Terror, at least at the moment. So let's see how Tier Team kind of plays this turn at the moment. Because, yeah, Grimmsnarl's not doing a whole lot right now the screens have already gone up. So Miraidon instead coming in here, but yet has Ruben kind of pivoted around for that.
All 4 restricteds on the field here, Pokemon trainers from Tier Team and Ruben, and it looks like Ruben is now, Tier Team is now going to go for that Terastallization. As you said, it is going to be on that Lunala, dropping its 4-time super effective weakness to Ghost typing and embodying the inner Fairy type. This is also going to boost up its Moonblast if it wants to go for that at any point in time. Calyrex playing defensively, going here for a Protect, possibly giving an opening for this Lunala to go for that Calm Mind and start setting up. Miraidon very happy to take that damage, and that's exactly what we see Lunala go for. The Calm Mind, utilizing opportunity to get its special attack and special defense boosted up.
Okay, so yeah, Tier Team's getting into the position that he really wants at the moment now. Because with that low special defense boost, suddenly the attacks from this Calyrex are really not going to do a whole lot. Lunala already has naturally very good special defense. So on top of the Shadow Shield as well, I can't see Ruben doing very much damage here.
And the Light Screen.
Light Screen, but what he does have though is the Encore on this Calyrex instead. That is pressuring down this calm-minded Lunala at the moment. So Tier Team needs to use this Miraidon now to help deal with that. That could be in the form of a Snarl plus a Protect on Lunala here to kind of dish out the damage, and then that means you should then threaten with a second Snarl in the following turn to prevent the Encore going into that position from there.
I wonder if the encore looks too obvious, though, and if then Ruben's going to capitalize on that and going for the Astral Barrage, trying to catch Tier Team off guard. The Amoonguss rejoins the field here, and we are going to see this Terrestrialization. This is going to be on that Lunala, of course. So now it's once again setting itself up for the Astral Barrage to do the maximum capacity damage in play. Things are a little bit different, though, however. Lunala still has a Shadow Shield intact, I believe, and you have that light screen up. So it's not going to be the same fairy tale that we saw happen in Game 1. Calyrex having to take a huge amount of damage from the Miraidon as well.
Okay, no protect on Lunala here, so it's just going to be that Volt Switch into the Incineroar. Ruben kind of head in hands at the moment, so it looks like he might have gone for the Astral Barrage, especially given that Terra Ghost that we've already seen here, and knocked the Encore. And yet, there it is, Eclad Spectile is coming out now. It's going to do a decent amount of damage, because it's a Calyrex Shadow Rider, okay?
Yep.
But behind the light screen and, through the Shadow Shield, that is almost nothing. Now, Lunala responding.
Yeah, the Terra Fairy as well, really helping out, and Calyrex goes down. It so boldly and so bravely tried to get damage on play, but as you said, all those multipliers, the Calm Mind boost, the light screen, the Terra Fairy, everything was just keeping Lunala in the game so beautifully in contrast to Game 1. And to make it even worse for Ruben, there's leftovers on there. So it's going to be able to recover and get that Shadow Shield intact once again.
Yeah, exactly. That's the power of the leftovers and this amazing ability on Lunala that kind of very much mimics Terrapagos, isn't it? It's like, it's still set up Calm Mind, and then once it's at full health, it has this kind of cool ability. But the typing and the amount of damage that you do and the type of damage you do is very different. And so people's answers in Terrapagos might not be the same as into a Lunala instead. So Tier Team is really just putting on a masterclass as how to protect this Lunala now. And I mean, I can't really see a lot of ways to deal with it at the moment.
That's the thing, Ruben doesn't have a lot of options. You have the Zamazenta that would normally be quite a ferocious powerhouse into a fairy type, but it's burnt. You have the Reflect up as well. It makes things very difficult. Amoonguss, yes, you can maybe go for something like the Sludge Bomb, but we've just seen how little an Astral Barrage with the boost that it had can deal to this Pokemon, so I don't know what Amoonguss is going to be able to do here.
Yeah, so not a whole lot as the attack goes straight into the Lunala there, not doing a whole lot of damage as the Dunier comes into Amoonguss there. That parting shot lowering the physical and the special attacking stats of that Amoonguss, as it's going to switch out, obviously, into, well, kind of whatever it wants, really.
I mean, my question is, what is the fourth and final Pokemon on Ruben's side here? If it is something like that Rillaboom, maybe, then you can overwrite this terrain, you can try and get some priority damage off, and particularly on the physical side, that can maybe bypass some of the Calm Mind boost that Lunala has got the capabilities to deal with.
Yeah, so a double into that Lunala there, yeah, isn't going to do a whole lot. As you mentioned, Lou, that leftovers is slowly kind of getting back up to the Shadow Shield again, so it's not going to really take much damage at all. So going to the next turn now, you've still got a very boosted Lunala, you've got a Grimmsnarl that's in a great position too, that to just throw out a lot of attacks. And then Tier Team could obviously just keep it safe as well and switch back into Incineroar, lower even more damage. Yeah, even if we get to the position where Electric Train expires, say Lunala goes to sleep, then what? You need to deal the damage into it. Leftovers probably can still recover so much, you know? So Ruben is, I would imagine, has Rillaboom in the back, though.
Okay, yeah.
Yet to be revealed, so you can maybe switch it in and suddenly get a Spore in at the same time. And then, so that's why I think we've seen Tier Team locking the switch into the Miraidon right now, because if Zamazenta switches, it switches first into Rillaboom, and then Grimmsnarl will switch. And actually, no, it's the fight that we've seen from Ruben.
We're never going to know. I liked your path to victory you were carving out there. I think it would have been a very interesting endgame, but it looks like Ruben is just saying, no, we're not going to play this out. We're going to jump into the Game 3 because he had such great momentum in the endgame towards of that Game 1. But critically for me, Tier Team has done two things very well in both Games 1 and 2. Yes, I know we lost the first game, but he has burnt that Zamazenta in both games. And that meant both times Ruben is kind of playing at 3 Pokemon and lost one of the restricted. And particularly in that Game 2, all Tier Team had to do to close out the victory was just target the partner Pokemon, leave the Zamazenta, you can clean it up at the end. What is it going to do to you?
Yeah, 100%, and that's kind of what we saw. You knew he couldn't do anything about that. But what we could see the option of, though, is Ruben just trying to play a little bit safer with that Zamazenta and try not to switch it in on a target that's potentially going to be Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah.
That same play that Tier Team did. And what you can do by that is trying to be threatening that Incineroar from the get-go, so that it doesn't have the opportunity to go for that Will-O-Wisp. Because what we saw happen in the first game is that Tier Team felt the pressure to Terra that Incineroar into the Terra Bug. And that made the endgame a lot smoother when the Calyrex Shadow was then able to deal with the Lunala, because it couldn't tear away from its Ghost Resistance. So maybe if we saw the same sort of positioning where Ruben could get that Zamazenta to pressure the Incineroar to do that, at least then you trade a Terra for a Will-O-Wisp, and we saw that was enough for him to win it.
I think that's a great observation, actually. The terrestrialization was key for Tier Team here. Being able to unlock that Terra Fairy did give Lunala a lot of flexibility, a little bit of breathing room, and that's something Ruben cannot afford to give this Lunala. In Game 1, being able to unleash the Terra on the Incineroar, I think, was great in that moment, stopping the body presses from dealing with Incineroar. Incineroar is such a key Pokemon on Tier Team's side, but then it was at the sacrifice of Lunala in the endgame. So Tier Team, I think, has to maybe think, how do I keep this Lunala in the safe position? And Ruben has to think, how do I deny this completely? Looks like the opportunity he's trying to go for is that Amoonguss and Zamazenta once again, and Tier Team sticking with what he knows. It's going to be Grimmsnarl and the Incineroar. Now my question is the Will-O-Wisp going to land a third time?
Well, I'm going to say I doubt it, because I think Ruben's prepared exactly for this, because you've got Zamazenta that needs to deal with this Incineroar, but you've also got something that can redirect away a Will-O-Wisp from it as well. Now, we saw in Game 1, actually, Tier Team just went for the Will-O-Wisp, even despite that positioning, but Ruben still is getting Tier Team to respect it now, at least, at the very least. So, yeah, Zamazenta now pressuring with super effective damage into either target is definitely where Ruben wants to be now, because it was those supportive pieces that were allowed Tier Team to make Lunala so safe. So yeah, what do you do here? Do you try and Spore in the front of Miraidon that could come in? But at least a screen's going up first.
Yeah, that's a Reflect on the field right now. As the body press comes straight down into that Incineroar, it is going to be able to take it. We didn't see a Fake Out come through, so assuming the Will-O-Wisp is going to come in play. And critically as well, there was no Rage Powder on that Amoonguss, so for a third time, it actually happens. Will-O-Wisp connects down onto the Zamazenta, and Ruben has one of his restricted Pokemon completely neutralized in play. Amoonguss is finally going to be able to do what it does best and land a Spore, but I think the damage is already dealt. You can wake up from a Spore, you cannot shake off a burn.
Yeah, very true. So unfortunately, yeah, Zamazenta burnt yet again here. But I think this is the first sleep we've actually seen in this entire set, despite Amoonguss being in every single game. So at least Ruben kind of calling that nicely at the same time. So trading status for status now. But Zamazenta's still in a position to still threaten decent damage here. Like, Grimmsnarl still doesn't want to take a super effective Heavy Slam, even at -2. So it's still a lot of ways to kind of still whittling away the supportive pieces. And again, Amoonguss can go on the offensive here with Sludge Bomb to both of these targets too, particularly that Grimmsnarl that feels threatened enough that we're seeing a switch out.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl not wanting to utilize the opportunity to set up a light screen to, avoid any of that potential damage that Amoonguss could deal out. Critically, I think, going to try and stop any future spores, setting that electric train up on the field and wanting to capitalize on the fact that this Zamazenta is neutralizing. Calyrex is indeed not on the field. Body press is going to come down into Miraidon, do just a little bit of chip damage as the Spore does, of course, fail thanks to that electric train. Now, in this next turn, the speed advantage clearly on Tier Team's side. Can Ruben adjust accordingly?
Well, if Rillaboom is in the back yet again for Ruben, then he still has the option of switching in Rillaboom and then sporing the Miraidon slot, which at the moment is going to be, like, largely uncontested, as Miraidon is already on the field and still can't get back in. So there's, like, that play that's going on there, but that still means Lunala is still lurking in the back, ready to come in yet again. And now you've also got a position where Draco Meteor could just come out into this in Amoonguss and deal a lot of damage too. But I think, yeah, here's the Rillaboom play. I mean,
Rillaboom as well doesn't want to take a Draco Meteor, but it has that Assault Vest, so it's going to be able to have a little bit of flexibility, and Amoonguss so bulky, it's likely going to be able to hang on. Incineroar going to just completely switch out here, wants to be able to bring that Intimidate in a little bit later on, maybe try and catch the Zamazenta in the future, or this Rillaboom in play, as Lunala graces us with its presence. Looks like the Volt Switch is going to come through straight away. A nice little pivot here, considering Rillaboom just joined the field, and you've got the Grassy Terrain, and if you are that Miraidon, you want to be able to bring the Electric Terrain back in play. Critically, though, Grassy Terrain is in play for right now. Could we see a Spore follow-up?
Yeah, we could. So Tier Team's predicting this, I think, and like being able to get that Volt Switch means you can get your already sleeping Incineroar in to actually take it for you. So let's see. Yes!
Yeah, that's it!
What a play from Tier Team there. Really nicely done. Not only is now Lunala in a great position here, you've like spent the Spore turn on Amoonguss, and now Miraidon's in the back again. It can come back in to now allow Lunala to be much safer and also lower the damage of this Rillaboom's grass moves. Like, expert positioning there from Tier Team.
I have to credit his reservation, because where you've got the Miraidon in play, it must have been so tempting to try and get some big damage off. Go for an Electro Drift, but instead saying, actually, I need to think a couple of turns ahead. I don't need the Spore to come through. Let's get off the field and adjust and bring in that Incineroar, just like you said.
Yeah, like really well done, honestly. Now, question is, what do you do from Lunala's perspective now? Do you start to set up? Because there is always the chance that Ruben could try and get in Calyrex to the point that you can threaten an Encore into this Lunala. That might be how Ruben kind of needs to play this now.
Yeah.
So, like, but can you get it in safely in front of a Moongeist beaming Pokemon.
Oh, that can always be so difficult, but at least this time it doesn't have the Calm Mind in play, so it isn't going to be dealing as much damage in this turn. The electric terrain does come onto the field though, so once again Amoonguss sad to not be able to spore in this play. The Moongeist beam is going to come through though, drawing on all of that Lunar energy and connecting down onto the Rillaboom. Thanks to the Assault Vest though, it is going to be able to take that very respectively as the U-turn comes through. Critically, I think, to re-break that Shadow Shield and allow a little bit of positioning so Rillaboom can rain on Miraidon's Parade a little bit later on and turn the field green.
Okay, so what is he going to go into? That is the question. There's so many threats here. We've got all 4 Pokemon still on the field in this final game as well. There's so much back and forth. And there's a lot of potential for everything to heal up as well. Leftovers on the Lunala, Pollen Puff on the end. No, sorry, not Pollen Puff, but the Regenerator on the end. Yes. The Amoonguss can heal itself up too. But yeah, there's that Calyrex. But yeah, Spore, unfortunately, not going to come through here. Ruben maybe trying to overextend on, maybe get attaching Tier Team to overpredict a little bit. But no, keeping it nice and safe right on the field to stop that.
And I think critically as well, in contrast to games 1 and 2, this game 3, we're in a couple of turns deep and we haven't had a single KO at the moment either. Both these trainers kind of playing a little bit slow, a little bit steadier, going for these status options with the burns, poison, sleep, these different types of things.
Okay, so now we're in the position where obviously Calyrex is now threatening this Lunala with a lot of damage, right? And so yeah, we saw the Terra Fairy being really good for Tier Team in that second game. Chances are he's going to probably want to go for it again, because the main thing that's going to be threatening it is the Amoonguss Sludge Bomb. It's not the most offensive little mushroom, unfortunately.
That's true.
But it could still get the poison either way. That's probably the most thing to worry about. And you'll get the poison if you're Terra Fairy or not, right? So yeah, locking in that... Well, Terra Ghost, it looks like a Ruben Zensi. Again, Draven trying to capitalize, just try and get some damage on before this Lunala can set up too much.
3 for 3 on this Calyrex Shadow Rider, going for the Terra Ghost here, and it looks like the Sparkles are going to be matched on the other side of the stage by Tier Team. It is going to be that Terra Fairy, just like you mentioned, David. So both of these trainers capitalizing on their restricted Pokemon, trying to get them in the best position in order to try and get that damage on the board. The Rage Powder comes through, Amoonguss doing its best to draw in all of the attacks and preserve its precious Calyrex by its side, as the Miraidon does go for that Snarl. So not only is that going to do great damage to Calyrex, it is lowering its special attack by 1 stage, making these Astral Barrages less formidable.
Wow, great play there. It's going to be the Astral Barrage instead, but yeah, -1 special attack. This Terra Fairy on this Lunala is not going to do a whole lot of damage, yeah. And even to the point where Miraidon might even be able to take another one with a responding Moongeist Beam.
Yeah, here it comes, connects right down onto that Amoonguss, does take it down into the orange zone here, but it is able to hang on. Critically, however, look at this Lunala and the leftovers recovery. It's going to be able to, if given the respite going for, you know, Protects and things, it's going to be able to heal that up. Again, Protects maybe not the safest thing in the face of an encoring Calyrex.
Yeah, exactly. So you might as well just stick with what Lunala does best and just go for the attacks. You're still not being threatened at the moment. You don't actually need those Calm Minds, do you? Because there's like maybe, yeah, again, the Amoonguss Sludge Bomb, you're still in a very strong position. You've got other ways of damage mitigation in your screens that we've had, and the Snarl that the Miraidon is providing. It's kind of the same thing, isn't it? And either way, Calyrex being that Focus Sash just needs 2 of anything, really, to go down.
Yeah, so Miraidon getting out of here, maybe wanting to make sure the terrain is preserved for later, and also not wanting to have to take an unnecessary Astral Barrage at this point in time. Incineroar, a Pokemon much better positioned to be able to deal with that, as well as anything that this Amoonguss throws its way. I think even though it's asleep, it's still just by its typing and the fact that you can have potentially the Fake Out a little bit later on, does keep Incineroar as a key Pokemon in play.
So Zamazenta's coming in now to try and help deal with something that Tier Team can do here. I mean, like, you've still got that burn, though. It's still in a very good position. Now Rillaboom coming in, resetting that terrain here, but Miraidon expertly is now in the back yet again.
Tier Team is always 1 step ahead of this terrain game, has the Miraidon in play. Now Lunala can once again take to the skies and connect down onto that Rillaboom. The Assault Vest does keep it in play at the moment, but again, you have leftovers on this Lunala, now you have the grassy terrain, so it's almost like Tier Team is happy to capitalize on grassy terrain when it's in play, getting that Shadow Shield back to full.
Yeah, there it is, back to full, unfortunately. And there's the more of the reveal of the speed interactions of our Pokemon here, which isn't something that we need to be too concerned about, given that Zamazenta's not doing a whole lot of damage. Rillaboom is the main thing that's going to be able to do damage into this Lunala. But now, yeah, taking a Moongeist Beam on the way in is not what you want to see. And with Miraidon in the back, that can just easily come in, lower the damage of this Rillaboom's attacks. You can't, like, crit through a lack of terrain boost either.
Yeah.
So, like, that's also still quite safe, even if a crit comes out, I think. And so, yeah, I think that's what we're seeing here. Not wanting to contend with, like, fake out shenanigans. Incineroar loves to be in the back anyway, so it can come back in. So, Tier Team just really strong in this position right now.
It's nice to see you, Incineroar, but it's also nice to see you leave to bring Miraidon back onto the field and set this electric terrain. The fake out critically going into the Lunala, saying, no, that Shadow Shield needs to be broken once again, but critically it's not followed up by anything, so the leftovers is going to be able to regain that back up. The body press was trying to go down into that Incineroar. Looks like Miraidon's going to have to take a little bit of chip, but once again, Miraidon's in the driving seat. It's switched off the priority Grassy Glide, so you don't have to worry about that either. And to be honest, I want to see Tier Team jump on the offensive now. I want to see damage. I want to see a KO. We're still without a KO in this game 3.
Yeah, we are, unfortunately. I mean, like, all Tier Team needs to do here now is just get Miraidon back out.
Yeah.
Because Ruben gets Rillaboom back out, you want to get your Miraidon back in.
Yes.
In case Ruben wants to get their Rillaboom back in. That's the name of the game. And so, yeah, we see Tier Team locking into kind of that Volt Switch is kind of unpunished at the moment to kind of get it out. Incineroar can come back in fairly safely too. And then, yeah, I see Lunala can go on the offensive here. Rillaboom with that Assault Vest cannot protect, so Moongeist Beam to that slot, very, very safe. And that's something coming in from that Rillaboom is going to take the hit, or Rillaboom has to take it itself and go down, and then that win condition's gone too. So the question is, how can Ruben actually get into the point to deal with this Lunala? And that, I think, is saving the Rillaboom. That's going to have to be key.
I almost feel like he needs the Zamazenta to go down so we can bring in a Pokemon safely and go on the offensive, because that Zamazenta is just doing nothing on the field. Tier Team even able to capitalize on it by getting decent damage, getting the pivot, but not getting the KO, so that you only really have to worry about that partner slot. So expertly done. Look at that. Barely anything into the Grimmsnarl. Lunala once again rising up into the skies, bringing down this Moongeist Beam. Rillaboom, the first Pokemon felled in this game 3, goes down. You don't even have to worry about the terrains anymore. And critically, Ruben, yes, gets the free switch into a Pokemon here, but it's not on the Zamazenta slot. So Zamazenta, once again, really applying no pressure whatsoever. Tier Team in a prime position to be able to get damage on the board critically as Reflect has gone off and Grimmsnarl's back in.
Yeah, perfect positioning yet again for Tier Team. Just really not seeing any outs at the moment for Ruben. And Ruben's probably trying to wait for Tier Team to give him a Protect or give him a Calm Mind that he can Encore into. Just something. But no, Tier Team's just staying true, going for that Moongeist Beam. But I suppose something that he could contend with is the power points left on that Moongeist Beam. We see he's down to 4 left. Maybe if Ruben tries to stall out Moongeist Beam, then maybe he's only stuck into Moonblast, and then that might be something. But again, like Moongeist can probably take that a little bit better, redirect that away.
Yeah.
But then how do you stall out 4 of those with the Protects that you've got? Oh, it's a really uphill battle right now.
4 doesn't seem a lot, but it might very well be enough. I think, you know, you just need the 1 Moongeist Beam to deal with the Calyrex, and then, yeah, maybe throw 2 of them into the Amoonguss. Amoonguss critically as well, if it wants to switch out here, it can reset its, you know, it can use its Regenerator ability, but you just don't want to afford the switch into your Calyrex. Light Screen actually critically comes up here. I think the Grimmsnarl realizing actually we don't need to worry about setting up our Reflex anymore, because the only Pokemon that I really have to worry about is the special attacker in the back of that Calyrex. Here we go, number 5 of the Moongeist Beams into the Amoonguss. Still not enough to be able to get the KO in play, so allowing the Sludge Bomb to come through. Respectable, little bit of chip. That's going to take a little bit more of that leftovers recovery to get back in touch.
I like what Ruben's trying there. Like, getting a poison at least would like mitigate the healing on this Lunala, but no poison unfortunately on that Sludge Bomb. So yeah, Ruben like really back into the ball. Health is so low, and we see the forfeit lock as well. Tier Team taking this match 2-1.
Congratulations, Tier Team. What an incredible display of Lunala action. Not only that, but being able to have the utility of pivoting supremacy with Incineroar, Miraidon, Grimmsnarl, and Lunala all working as such a divisive team in that game.
Yeah, wow. That was just like piloting, like, you know, the president or the prime minister, you know, like
Masterclass 101.
It really was, yeah. And like you could see how the restricted in Miraidon was used as that supportive piece, right?
Yeah.
To keep the Lunala safe, getting that electric terrain to kind of shut off spores, shut off Rillaboom's damage, snarls to mitigate damage pressure, and just dealing really nice special attacking electric type damage too. So it just seemed unbreakable for Ruben at the point where the terror was committed into the Lunala specifically.
Yeah. I think so, and that as well with the Zamazenta. This poor Zamazenta that just could not get out of harm's way with those Will-O-Wisps. 3 for 3. I mean, not only did he, you know, it connect, first of all, because we know sometimes Will-O-Wisp is not always your best friend, but Incineroar was able to find its mark time and time again. So even though in that game 3, Incineroar spent most of the time asleep, it set up the victory for Tier Team.
Yeah, it was really impressive actually. There was no time where Tier Team Will-O-Wisped and it like didn't work.
Yeah.
Every time he did it, it was like, right, Zamazenta's got it. Cool, got it.
I honestly think Rotom Wash trainers are like hanging their heads, being like, why can my Rotom Wash not have Will-O-Wisp prowess like Incineroar? And it's because Incineroar is the #1 Pokemon. In case you're just tuning in, we've got a little bit of a replay here. Ruben was able to take a commanding game 1 in the end as soon as Zamazenta went down, and you got Calyrex on the field. Those Astral Barrages were so powerful, but they were nothing compared to these Moongeist Beams.
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, didn't even need the Moonblasts either, to be honest. It was just Moongeist Beam hitting left, right, and center there. Ruben, I think, was bringing the right Pokemon, though, as well. Like,
I agree.
You could have, like, yeah, do you want to, like, bring Raging Bolt instead? Do you want to bring Chien-Pao? I mean, like, Ice Spinner, you could argue, could, like, shut off the electric terrain.
True.
And then kind of put Spore online a bit more for Amoonguss. But it's kind of that extra damage that you want to see, Lana, not really kind of delaying things. So, it could easily kind of get dealt with the Miraidon, and the Incineroar lowers its attack too much. Grimmsnarl could Spirit Break it. Yeah, I don't know if Ruben's like really ever winning this if his Zamazenta gets burnt.
That's the thing. I think Chien-Pao has, yes, some options, but as soon as you're in that Lunala with the Terra Fairy as well, then there's not really a lot Chien-Pao can do to it necessarily, and the Moon Blast can be really, really devastating. I think we didn't actually see a single Moon Blast in that game, right? It was just Moongeist Beam.
Yep.
Throughout the whole set, just Moongeist Beam, trusting on one of its unique moves and showcasing it so beautifully. Miraidon as well, like, I mean, you called it, I think, so perfectly when we were analyzing, you know, why is there this choice scarf for Miraidon? You said, because it's not about Miraidon, Lou. It's about the Lunala. And that's exactly what Tier Team was able to showcase. Miraidon was really there, almost in support. I don't think I really saw it do too much other than Volt Switch. It went for a Snarl, and also just bringing that terrain into play.
Yeah, I think, like, it probably would have been just as useful if it was a Pincurchin, I think, like, which is the other electric terrain set.
Bold claim, but quoted here, you know?
Yeah, it would have been absolutely fine. But, like, if you're able to set up this Lunala and make it unbreakable, that's the way to do it. Like, you need to shut off anything that can stop your setup, and Amoonguss is a big problem. And so you can see why there's so many different ways to deal with it. You've got electric terrain on Miraidon, you've got the Follow Me on the Ogerpon, you've got more grass types in that Rillaboom on the same team too. So yeah, like, Tier Team knows the weaknesses and knows how to counter it.
I mean, there was a lot of recovery in that game. We had the leftovers, we had the grassy terrain, we had the regenerator ability. But I think it's time for us all to take a little bit of a break as well and regenerate and recuperate after this game. So we're going to throw to a very quick break, but the action is going to continue here in Utrecht very soon.
My name is Simon van der Borgt, also known as Schman. I'm here to compete at the VGC event here. I love competing and honestly, just meeting friends every time and time again. I started playing competitively in 2017 at the first EUIC. It was quite an experience because I brought a Seaking as well, which was not a very meta-relevant Pokemon at the time. My favorite Pokemon is actually one of the most recent ones, Fuecoco. It is just round, it is cute, it is perfect. The player I look up most to is probably Eduardo Cunha. He's just such an amazing player. He's so good, and I've been able to talk with him as well, and he just has such a different insight of the game, and I love being able to just listen what he has to say about it as well, because he makes the game 10 times more interesting to me. The reason why I'm competing is I love the game. That's first and foremost the most important thing. Being able to meet so many people and doing well and people cheering for me, it is mesmerizing how fun it is when people are cheering for you and you're just together with people and being able to celebrate accomplishments as well. So that's why I try to push myself further and further and beyond, because I get happier, my friends get happier, and that's the way it goes.
The 2025 North America International Championships were exciting times down in the Big Easy. However, the event would be anything but easy for the trainers trying to qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim. New Orleans was the last opportunity to earn championship points on the season, so much more was on the line than who would win the title. For the first time in VGC International Championship history, not a single home region trainer was represented in top 8. With 4 of the final 8 trainers remaining in the field, Italy paraded their way into the finals, thanks to Marco Silva taking down former IC champion Eric Rios and Federico Camparisi defeating Kazuki Kobayashi. But Kazuki still went home a winner by earning that direct Worlds invitation from top 4. As friends, teammates, and fellow countrymen, Marco and Federico wanted to prove that the Italian VGC talent is unmatched. And with a 4th IC win, Marco could make his claim not just as the best player in New Orleans, but the best player in the world. Federico caught Marco off guard in Game 1 with a perfectly timed wide guard, stopping Astral Barrage. Then in Game 2, after another well-timed wide guard, Marco landed a critical hit for a KO and forced a Game 3. With the championship on the line, Federico relied on his trusty Lunala for Trick Room. He would find his championship moment under those twisted dimensions.
He goes for the moonblast! Federico Camporisi is your 2025 North America International Champion!
In the junior division, Joaquin Roquette used the power of the sun to shine through with Fluttermane and Koraidon, winning the set 2-0. And in the senior division, Brazil's Isaac Marrero neutralized the competition with Galarian Wheezing. As poison gas ticked away at Lunala's health, Isaac secured the championship. What will happen in Anaheim? Will EU ride this momentum and continue their international dominance? Will NA defend the throne? Or will another region take home the title of world champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
Can we just talk about how intense that last clip was? The music, the atmosphere, you could see the tension and concentration in all of those players' face across the arena here in Utrecht. What a beautiful moment to capture, to see that sense of what's going on here this weekend.
Yeah, it's something that we don't actually get to see too often because we get our feature match and that's always great. But there's so many other great matches that are going on and so many great conversations between great friendships that are forming as well. And yeah, I think that clip really encapsulates that quite nicely.
Across, all of the games as well, we saw a little bit of the Pokemon trading card game there as well, and it's one of the beautiful things about this community. It's whether it's the trading card games, Pokemon Go, Pokemon video game, everyone here is speaking this universal language of Pokemon. It's what's bringing everyone together here this weekend, whether you're in the venue, whether you're spectating at home, all to celebrate playing some competitive Pokemon.
Or if you're trying to get that World Championship invite, which a lot of our trainers are trying to achieve, and we're getting to the point where we're starting to decide who is actually going to make it into Phase 2 of our tournament. Of course, we've been able to see previously Tier Team get that 6th win, guarantee their place into the Phase 2, and we're going to be able to feature another game very shortly to determine who's another player that's going to be able to make it.
Do you know what? I've completely lost track of time. That was round 6?
That was round 6.
So we're now on round 7?
That is how numbers work, yes.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Confirm.
It is going so quickly. I mean, time does fly when you're having fun, and we're definitely having a blast here in the final European event for Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. Honestly, the fact that trainers are now locking in that Phase 2 is so exciting. Just something that kind of went whoosh over my head.
Well, yeah, I've said previously, this is like crunch time, right? For a lot of these trainers. There's a few that are pretty secure in their invite, let's say, with over 1,000 championship points.
Confident.
However, there's going to be some that are just riding very closely towards that invite, and they just need that extra finish. And of course, the further you make it into the tournament, the more championships you'll be able to acquire. So being able to see who's actually in those positions to make it potentially into that Phase 2, or who has made it, because of course there's been 6 rounds, there's been some 6th wins, and therefore we've got some people that have made it into the Phase 2 already.
Yeah, I definitely need to be caught up. So it'd be great to check out those standings and see, as you said, who already has locked in that Phase 2 part of the competition, and maybe identify some names for you viewers at home to keep an eye on as well, because these are going to be the hot favorites going into that part of the competition.
Yeah, of course, we were able to confirm Tier Team was able to make it to 6-0 as well. Giovanni Piscatelli was also someone that we featured on stream earlier and was able to make it into that Phase 2 with 6 wins. Piloting, that's Cataract's Arizon's team that we know and maybe love at this point, depending on your view on it.
I mean, I certainly love Dragonite and Pao in combination together. I think they are a perfect match, being able to support each other with that devastating devastating attack. That Dragon Knight, particularly if it's rocking that choice band, Terra Normal, extreme speed, priority galore with the Sword of Ruin on the field does just make for so much formidable pressure on a match, and I love to see it.
Yeah, it's a team that we know is very consistent, and no surprise to see it make it into that phase 2 already. So
Yeah.
very, very nicely piloted from Giovanni. We'll have to see if he's able to make it even further, because of course the more wins that you acquire on the phase 1, the way better standing you are in going into phase 2. 8 wins is exactly what you're looking for, and Giovanni's already on the path to achieve that.
And those restricted duos as well, the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, I think they really are a European favorite out here. So definitely you can see why it's having a lot of success for Giovanni in this tournament. Second on the match though here, Hengwei Zhang, a trainer who actually made it into top 8 at Utrecht last season as well.
Yeah, and was piloting him right on Ho-Oh back then. And
yeah.
Ho-Oh's kind of dropped off, hasn't it?
It definitely has. It was a trend.
It was a trend. I faced Ho-Oh on stream last year in Utrecht.
And how'd it go?
Absolutely got bodied.
Oh, no, not
but
so
yeah,
good.
Ho-Oh kind of disappeared. It was just that one of the World Championship. But no, Hengwei's now switched up to Murano and Lunala instead. Again, a team of 6 that's no surprise to see it already make it into the way it's phase 2. I just think that whether the trend of its choice specs or if it's life orb now on the Miraidon is the only real interesting thing about the team, because we've already seen choice specs featured on stream going back to what it was, and it wouldn't have been a surprise to see that, but now the trend has gone towards life orb, and just, is that going to be the same life orb for Hengwei, or does he stick with choice specs? Maybe that's what he was more comfortable with.
That's the thing, are you going on what you think is maybe the correct medical, something that you think is going to be the right choice for a tournament, or do you want to go for the thing that you're a little bit more well versed with, you know, the calculations a little bit stronger? I mean, interestingly enough, this is a very drastically different team to the 2025 event that Hengwei was bringing a team to. As we've already mentioned, there was the Ho-Oh, but there was also the Iron Bundle, a Pokemon that Emilio Forbes just used to win the LA Regionals last weekend. So possibly would have been a Pokemon that Hengwei looked at and thought, hey, maybe I should bring you back again. Let's get you back out of the PC, out of the Pokeball, but deciding it's not quite got the fit for that team.
Yeah, well, speaking of going back to what worked last year in Utrecht, Michael Kelsch was able to win that tournament with a very, very cool innovation with a max speed Incineroar with a Assault Vest. And well, would you look at that? It's exactly the same team of 6 as he won the tournament with last year. And I don't think it's a surprise to see him bring that. Like, he's in a very comfortable place in terms of championship points. Why not run it back, right?
There's just one change. He's got a Moongus on here where there was the Grimmsnarl previously.
Okay, so not quite. Oh,
pretty much. 5 out of 6 ain't bad, you know?
Disappointed. Oh, I could have done the run back.
Well, it makes me ask the question, why drop Grimmsnarl and why put in a Moongus?
Yeah, usually trainers maybe scoff at, oh, a Moongus on Miraidon team, well, now you can't spore because you've turned it off yourself. It's mainly because, well, Rillaboom is such a good counter to Miraidon. Well, thank you very much. Now I will spore you, is how it usually ends up working. And there's nothing wrong with just going for Rage Powders instead as well. Like, yes, a Moongus wants to go for Spore as often as it can, but it's one of the redirection Pokemon, so just bring it on the field, even if Miraidon's there. Well, I'll just redirect, and therefore my Miraidon and my Calyrex are completely safe.
I mean, the irony is Michelle has decided to not bring the Grimmsnarl this particular time, even though it's the reigning Utrecht champion Pokemon. But we're actually seeing a plethora of it on the broadcast as it is. Lots of the trainers opting for that Light Clay, being able to go for the Reflect and the Light Screen to be able to boost up those defensive capabilities from 5 turns to 8, and it's having great success.
Yeah, we mentioned before that it was actually around quite a lot in the Utrecht last season, but seemed to fall off going into this regulation, but now it is definitely coming back.
Yes, and I believe what is actually coming back around are the matches. So the notable matches are ready, so we can see exactly who is paired up as we go into round 7 of phase 1. And oh my goodness, what an incredible match. Lewis Markle versus Adrian Langer here. And Lewis has just come out of some incredible tournament runs. Lots of tried and tested Pokemon on here, but that Ogoplane Half Flame, I love to see it.
Yeah, very successful last weekend in Los Angeles, able to take that top 4 spot and almost certainly going to be running back exactly the same team. It was very successful a week ago. Why wouldn't it be now? And yeah, facing down a Calyrex and Kyogre, it's definitely a very strong pairing, but it's not the most common. And it'll be interesting to see how that matches up into what it would be considered a very standard team.
Lena versus Michelle again would be a phenomenal match to feature. They are currently both 6-0. The rest of our matches are 5-1. So Wei Deng and Forhad Choudhury as well. I love seeing that Smeargle on the team with the Kyogre, being able to give a lot of pressure with that rain to help out the Calyrex, help out the Amoonguss as well from any potential fire types on the opposing side. But also at the bottom there, Dil Yeoman's a previous EUIC runner-up against George Foley.
Yeah, and looks like Dil's running back their team that they were able to make EUIC finals with, I'm trying to remember the Pokemon that Calyrex Ice Riders over, because the other 5 are still the same. So long as that is the single strike Urshifu that they had instead of the very much more common rapid strike cards. It's escaping me right now, but it is at least the same 5, so long as that is single strike.
I mean, the Farigiraf, I remember in the end game there of Game 3 at EUIC, such a Pokemon that Dill had by their side the whole way through, but our feature match... Oh,
it was Iron Hands.
Iron Hands, there we go.
Iron Hands over the Calyrex. We got there, yes. And of course against George as well, with Koraidon and Terrapagos as well, which isn't the most common of pairings. So, yeah,
well, I'm surprised Iron Hands isn't there still, considering it's quite good right now.
It was actually picking up, it made the top 12 graphic again once again. So, yeah, a little bit surprising to see Dill drop that going forward. But of course, it's not going to be Dill Yeomans. We're going to be featuring our 2 trainers that you can see on the screen here. Lewis coming off a really, really solid performance, and Adrian as well, going to be having to face down someone so experienced with their team. Like Lewis was able to make top 4 last week in Los Angeles, was also able to make finals of this tournament last season as well. So it might be an uphill battle for Adrian here. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to cope.
I mean, I love that travel and that experience. You know, Lewis being able to have, like you say, top 4 in LA just last weekend, and now here making waves, trying to get into the top cut here in Utrecht as well. Possibly having gone across the pond, got a little bit more experience, a little bit more wisdom with the team, and bringing it across here to try and become the champion.
Yeah, we will have to see if this is going to be going forward into the Phase 2 and making it even closer to that championship title. As we've seen, Lewis has been able to make top 4 at the Los Angeles Regional only a week ago with the same team, so is incredibly experienced and incredibly successful with the team as well. Quite a few other notable accomplishments coming out for Lewis here, but for Adrian, if he's able to win this game, this will be his first Phase 2 that he's been able to make, and that is already going to be a great accomplishment, just one step away.
And I love that storyline. As we're closing the chapter on Scarlet and Violet, we're kind of opening up the accolade chapter for Adrian here potentially as well, being able to say at the end of this event, I made it into a Phase 2. I have these accomplishments to add to my roster. So all to play here on Adrian's side. Lewis as well, critically, was the runner-up here at the Utrecht Special Championships in 2025. So has a lot of redemption here, wants to be able to try and get into that position once again and go one step further.
Yeah, and go with the same team of 6 that he's been piloting so successfully in previous Regulation I tournaments. We've got the Nasty Plot, Life Orb Calyrex, that's able to do so much damage. Back in the finals last year, it was able to Nasty Plot 3 times and get to +5 because of a Spirit Break, getting it to -1 from that. But yeah, it was able to do a lot of damage there, and then just not quite enough for the sweep in the end game. So we'll have to see if it's going to be a little bit more successful this season.
But I think that's the key thing. When you have a Calyrex with that Nasty Plot and so many supportive Pokemon in the form of Incineroar, Rillaboom with those fake outs, those priority attacks as well with Grassy Glide and Aqua Jet on the Urshifu, and Grassy Glide on Ogerpon as well, no less, you're really in a position to do a Victor Medina and protect that Calyrex at all costs. And that's really what Lewis has the utility to do here. You also have the potential Wide Guard on your Zamazenta to help against Glacial Lancers or the Origin Pulses or Water Spouts on the opposing side.
Yeah, the Zamazenta will be actually very useful into this match. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Leech Seed coming out from the Calyrex in order to counter that, because on Kyogre and Ice Rider teams, Zamazenta could be quite an issue, but then Leech Seed flips that matchup into the Ice Riders' favor. So yeah, very standard team coming out from this, very experienced with the team, and has been very successful as well. But Ice Rider and Kyogre, it's found some success. It has won a regional. It won the last regional of the previous season of Regulation I over in the North American region, and it's actually still quite a strong duo, and it's not one you tend to practice as much. Like, if you're prioritizing practice, is one that maybe go, oh, I'm not too worried about this one. I'll focus on the more common, and then it can catch you by surprise.
True, if it's low on the priority list, you're not going to be hoping to come across it, but then when it does, you need to make sure you have a plan. And Adrian has a lot of great utility on here as well. The Grimmsnarl that we've been speaking about really picking up here this weekend, Light Screen and Reflect to help out the defensive capabilities of the team. But critically for me, it's this Landorus, because Landorus, Sheer Force, Life Orb can do so much damage. The fact that it's also a special variant means it doesn't have to worry about Intimidates coming through from something like the Incineroar, and it can do some really ferocious damage.
Yeah, and paired with the Kyogre, it's going to get 100% accurate Sandstorm Storms in the rain as well, which is one of the shaky consistency things about Landorus in previous formats, where you still, a lot of trainers opted in for Sandstorm Storm and then just maybe hope that they connected, but no need to hope if the Kyogre has set that drizzle. And it's going to be a really bulky Kyogre as well. We most commonly see Mystic Water, Triple Water, and then Protect on the Kyogre. But going for the Assault Vest here, and that's actually going to compound really nicely with the screens available on the Grimmsnarl. Because if you got a 1.5 times boost from your Assault Vest, and then you got another 1.5 times boost, or not quite a 1.5 times boost, but another boost from the Light Screen, then the Kyogre is going to be able to shrug off even a nasty plotted Calyrex.
That's actually something really interesting to consider, and it's something that Lewis hopefully will have been able to spot, because if that Kyogre gets behind a special defensive wall, then a Pokemon like Calyrex, as ferocious as it is going to have to go into those nasty plots to try and contend with it. It's going to be so difficult to break through. That said, Lewis has, on all the other 5 Pokemon, physical attackers, so they have a way to be able to break through, and he also has 2 incredible grass types.
He does indeed. So let's get into this game. We're seeing the Grimmsnarl paired up with that Calyrex Ice Rider, and Ogerpon and Calyrex starting off for Louis' side of the field. So nasty plot potential here, and doesn't even need to worry about the Thunder Wave that could come out from the Grimmsnarl if you just go for the Follow Me on the Ogerpon. But of course you do want to be going for an Ivy Cudgel into that Ice-type Calyrex if you can get away with it. So and it's a little bit awkward because there could also just be that Kyogre switch in to keep it safe. So do you prioritize getting the screens up? Do you want to try and get the Thunder Wave going so you can get some speed control? Because either option would be entirely reasonable here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Calyrex does go for the Terrestrialization in the face of the Calyrex. But then you would really need to switch in that Kyogre because it's the Terra Grass on the Calyrex, and that doesn't help against the Ogerpon. And that's actually, I think, quite a smart lead coming out from those. Even though there is Kyogre, it's not currently on the field and could switch in. The Ogerpon is still threatening a lot of things. It could threaten an Ivy Cudgel into the Calyrex. It could threaten the Follow Me just to keep that Calyrex safe from a Thunder Wave as well.
That's the thing, Ogerpon really has a lot of decisions to make here, and the temptation certainly is there to go for the Embody aspect, get that +1 attack, and be able to go on the offensive. Looks like Kyogre is not switching in, and Lewis has made the call to invest into this Ogerpon, so it is going to go for the +1 attack, Embody aspect, and if this is an Ivy Cudgel, finding its mark down on either of the opposing Pokemon, it's going to do some formidable damage. Critically, I think, though, as you mentioned, you want to get rid of that Calyrex from play. Adrian also going for the Terrestrialization, utilizing that on the Calyrex. You have that grass typing. However, if this is indeed going to be where the Ivy Cudgel is landing, it's going to be devastating.
Yeah, this could be a lot of damage here. Is it going to be the Thunder Wave, or is it just going to be a screen to be able to get some damage reduction? That looks like the Reflectomy, so the physical damage not going to be as effective.
Certainly not going to be as effective, but that is going to be no contention for this Astral Barrage. It finds its mark on both the opposing Pokemon, does about 1/3 of damage, very respectable, but it's critically about where this Ivy Cudgel is going to follow up into. It's going to be popping out from behind the mask and finding its mark down onto that opposing Grimmsnarl. It is going to take it from play.
Yeah, so that Calyrex got away with it. The Ice Rider not hit by the Ivy Cudgel and might have still been KO'd there. And that means it's able to fire off a Glacial Lance now. That's going to do very respectable damage. I say respectable damage. Almost knock out that Calyrex Shadow Rider with a critical hit.
Yeah, that definitely is giving a swing of momentum to what that Calyrex is capable of, but it wasn't quite enough to be able to get that Chilling Neigh boost. But of course, Calyrex on Lewis's side is running that Life Orb.
Yeah, so that means it's only got 1 hit left in it now. The Grassy Glide won't do too much to that Kyogre, even though it's physical and bypassing the Assault Vest. We've got the Reflect now going to be keeping it safe. The Calyrex really won't do too much to that Kyogre because of the Assault Vest as well. And then if it attacks, then it's going to sacrifice itself to its own Life Orb recall. So a very brave play coming out here from Adrian. That could have been the Ivy Cudgel into the Calyrex, and I think even with the Reflect, that would have still KO'd. But now this is a fantastic position for Adrian.
Yep, nice defensive play from the Ogerpon here, just going for that spiky shield as the Astral Barrage does come through once again, utilizing its speed to try and get some damage on the board. Still not enough to deal with that Calyrex, and of course we know the special defensive capabilities of this Kyogre. The Life Orb will be the victim to that Calyrex, so Lewis losing one of his own Pokemon by default as the follow-up was coming through. But of course the spiky shield going to keep the Ogerpon nice and safe for now.
Yeah, is this going to be Trick Room though? Yeah, it is. So that Calyrex has completely flipped the script, and now the training on the Kyogre is going to be quite important into this Ogerpon. Maybe not so if the Rillaboom comes in, because if you're going for Grassy Glide with the Ogerpon, then it wouldn't actually matter with the speed order between the Kyogre and the Ogerpon, because that Grassy Glide would then gain priority. But this is still a really nice position for the Calyrex. Yeah, there is that Rillaboom that's going to be joining the field. Not only getting fake out pressure to try and start stalling out some of these turns of Trick Room, but activating that priority on the Grassy Glide so that even if the Kyogre is slower and therefore would move first in Trick Room, that Ogerpon can now threaten a lot of damage. I'm very dubious if it's enough to KO through Reflect, though. It would be very close. I think you'd need to double it up with both the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon, but then that would allow this Calyrex free reign to go for a Glacial Lance into that Rillaboom.
That's the thing, though. Sometimes with that grassy terrain and playing and the little bit of extra energy from these Pokemon, you could always go through with something like a critical hit.
Well, you've spoken it into existence now, haven't you?
I'm rolling the dice on this, and I feel that's what Lewis might have to do as well. You've got two Pokemon that have the utility to go for that grassy glide, and possibly that is what the Kyogre is afraid of. So it is going to be leaving the field, and instead we're going to be rejoined by a Landorus here. So great to be able to see this in play. The Fake Out goes down into that Calyrex, however, so it's not going to be moving on this turn, as the grassy terrain, grassy glide using the terrain went down into that Landorus switch in.
Yeah, the Reflect quite important there, because that would have easily been a two-shot if the Reflect was not up, but that Landorus gets in relatively unscathed. A double up of two Grassy Glides would still KO it, though, so it's an awkward position for the Landorus. It would have been maybe even preferable to sacrifice the Kyogre there and get the Landorus in at full HP, because if you're able to get off a Sansir Storm when you don't even need to worry about Earth Power now, you can absolutely go for Sansir Storm given that the rain's up and get some extra chip damage into Rillaboom, because Rillabooms can survive Glacial Lance, but not if that extra chip comes from the Sansir Storm. So I think whether the Landorus is able to fire off an attack this turn is going to be very, very crucial here. And actually, it should be able to, given the Rillaboom is not going to be going on the offensive. It's switching out into the Zamazenta instead.
Yeah, Zamazenta coming in, maybe wanting to try and use its Steel typing to combat a Sludge Bomb that could come through from this Landorus on the opposing side, but it is going to be the Glacial Lance being unleashed, first of all, in this Trick Room environment by that Calyrex. Does a little bit of chip to both the opposing Pokemon, and it is the Sansir Storms of both of Louis' Pokemon go down to this ferocious Landorus, using the rain to guarantee its accuracy and guarantee the KOs.
Yeah, clearly predicting the Protect there, because you only switch in the Zamazenta and not Grassy Glide if you are predicting that Landorus to Protect, which is entirely reasonable. That could have been two Grassy Glides, and that should have been able to pick up the knockout based on how much damage the first one did. But Adrian able to read through that, just standing brave in the face of those two Grassy Glides, getting that Sansir Storm off, nice and consistent in the rain, and able to take this first game very, very comfortably, because here comes the Rillaboom. Doesn't particularly matter at this point. That's just going to be a Glacial Lance and then send us into that game too.
Yeah, Rillaboom's got a bit of a tall order to climb through here. But I have to admit, Jamie, I love the way this Landorus came in towards the end game and has just been so dominant. Trick Room was able to be set up on Adrian's side. That makes things a little bit easier for Pokemon like the Calyrex. But then the Landorus just so formidable with the offensive pressure it can deal out. It has a utility of options, but that Sansir Storm being guaranteed to land its mark does just show what an incredible move it can be when it does make the connection.
Yeah, and the fact that it unsped the Ogerpon, I think, was quite important there as well. It doesn't tend to be consistently one's faster than the other, because yes, Ogerpon is naturally faster, and if run as fast as possible will outspeed, but Ogerpons tend to run pretty bulky so that they can survive the attacks while they're going for follow me redirection. But then if Landorus is run at maximum speed, that will outspeed the opposing Ogerpon. But also you want to prioritize bulk on the Landorus as well. So it seems like because there's the Grimmsnarl, and that compounds with any bulk that you invest into your Landorus, not so much speed investment, actually quite important there to get that underspeed and therefore get that Sansir Storm off.
Remind me, Jamie, did we even really see the Kyogre go for anything other than setting up the rain?
It went for an attack into a Protect.
Yeah, we didn't even see it get any damage down on the board, but just the sheer presence of it on the team set up these Pokemon for such great success, critically landing those Sansir Storms. So it was great to be able to see, you know, this Pokemon that was on, there were two of them in the top 8 in LA. We're now here in Utrecht. Maybe it is the Pokemon that is going to start cleaning out through Scarlet and Violet.
Potentially, because like the Assault Vest is not what you would have prepared for going into this tournament. If you did practice against Ice Rider and Kyogre, which like it's fringe usage, you might have considered it. It was usually the Mystic Water set. But by having the Assault Vest against the special attackers like that Calyrex Shadow Rider, it's going to be able to shrug off those attacks way more comfortably and also get one extra coverage move. Like, you always run Protect on the Mystic Water one, and therefore, well, like, do I want all 3 water moves because I need Water Spout for the most amount of damage? That one's guaranteed. Do I want Orange Impulse so I can still do spread damage when I'm not at full HP? Do I want Hydro Pump so I can get past Wide Guards? Do I want Thunder so I'm not just running water moves and therefore I have some coverage? Well, if you run the Assault Vest, you get all 4 of them.
Oh, it does make things so difficult to think which options do you want to go for, and you have to step back and think about the full team synergy at these points in time to see which combination is going to be the best. Coming into this game too, however, I think Adrian felt in the driver's seat for so much of this game. Even though at the beginning, Louis was kind of capitalizing on the Ogerpon and, you know, Kyogre didn't come in, so had the utility to get some good damage off. What does Louis need to do to adjust to be able to gain momentum back in this game too?
Well, if in that turn 1 he would have Ivy Cudgeled the Calyrex, I think even through Reflect that would have KO'd, because there was no Kyogre switch in to reduce the damage output from that Ivy Cudgel, and that would have been a massive swing of momentum in Lewis's side of Lewis's favor, because then there's no Trick Room in the future, and therefore your Calyrex can now just start sweeping. Your Ogerpon, we saw, outsped the opposing Landorus. It would be able to knock that out as well, even if that rain was set. An Astral Barrage and an Ivy Cudgel, even in the rain, should still be able to pick up the knockout on that Landorus. So, yeah, I think that was potentially a missed opportunity from Lewis. Yes, getting rid of the Grimmsnarl so that there wasn't the second screen is always a nice thing. Only having to deal with one of those screens is quite nice. But given that the Calyrex was taken down so low very quickly on that first game, granted it was a critical hit, well then only physical attackers were remaining, and therefore the Reflect was actually quite impactful.
Well, we're going to be jumping into game 2. It's going to be that Grimmsnarl paired up with the Calyrex Ice Rider for Adrian, and on Lewis's side, it's going to be, once again, that Calyrex Shadow Rider paired up with a teeny tiny Pokemon that I can't quite see.
It looks like it's going to be Ogerpon that's going to be hiding just underneath there.
There we go.
Yeah, so we are in the same mind game as that turn 1. Yeah, we can see there. That's going to be the Mold Breaker just activating, confirming, even though Ogerpon was just doing a little hide and seek there, was actually in the lead. But yeah, we have to contend with this mind game. Like we saw, on the first turn, Lewis did just target the Grimmsnarl and could have targeted the Calyrex. Well now, if he does decide to do exactly the same thing except Terra Ivy Cudgel into the Calyrex, well that can be defeated by just the Kyogre switch in, reducing that damage output, and should allow that Calyrex to be able to survive. Granted, you won't get a screen, but you should still be able to KO that Calyrex with the combination of the 2 attacks, and look at that, we are seeing that switch out.
Yeah, these judgment calls can be critical, but Adrian going to be bringing in that Kyogre, so trying to rain on Lewis's parade right now, particularly if that Ogerpon has been banked on once again to deal the offensive pressure, and as the sparkles take to the sky, it looks exactly like this is what Lewis has opted for. You are going to get the embody aspect, you are going to get the attack boost, but at what cost? It's not going to be able to do as much damage. Adrian doesn't even have to necessarily utilize terrestrialization on his side of the field if the rain is up in play.
Yeah, we would have to if it's Astral Barrage, though, and yeah, we are going to be seeing that. Yeah, you make this play if you're confident that with dropping your Ghost-type weakness, you're still able to survive this attack. Because obviously this Terra Grass doesn't help in the face of the Ivy Cudgel. You're weak to fire regardless, but that is why that Kyogre switched in.
Exactly, and we're going to start seeing all the moves coming through, and it looks like Calyrex is taking a moment to compose itself, going for that nasty plot, getting itself up to +2 special attack. So even though this damage is going to not be able to get the KO, it puts the opposing Calyrex into such a dangerous position. Critically, however, that Trick Room has gone up, and the speed advantage is going to be on Adrian's side.
Yeah, so now you can get a Water Spout at full HP.
Oh, true.
But in order to stop that, you can switch out your now nasty plotted Calyrex into the Rillaboom to be able to get that priority Grassy Glide. And that should actually be able to KO the opposing Kyogre. So, yeah, based on the damage that happens... Oh, yeah, we're just going to see a double protect stall out Trick Room. That makes perfect sense to start off with. But based on the damage that happened into that Calyrex Ice Rider, did about 80%. So, therefore, with Reflect, it would have just done just over half. And that's actually incredibly close whether it would have KO'd in that first game based on that damage it took.
Yeah, you can see the Glacial Lance coming through, but of course to no avail. Lewis, I think, wisely burning through one of these turns, just going for the defensive play, and then quite possibly in the next turn could go for what you said, bring in that Rillaboom and just go for that Grassy Glide priority, because the damage capabilities of what this Kyogre can deal can be ferocious. You know that it has very good special defense, particularly with the Assault Vest, so you need to hit on the physical side. Yeah,
you do, and it's probably worth sacrificing your Nasty Plot at this point, because otherwise Water Spout will just clear the boards. You have to be able to deal with this Kyogre, and yep, that's what we're seeing. The Nasty Plot sacrificed. Here comes the Rillaboom.
There we go, Rillaboom comes in. It is the Gourmet Gottrum here, and it is going to be able to set up that grassy terrain, nicely putting it into a position to allow the priority to go to that Ogerpon. And that's exactly what we see. Kyogre goes down in one hit. The Embody aspect giving it that attack boost, really guaranteeing that the opposing Titan can be felled. Adrian, down a restricted Pokemon, but critically, you still have your Calyrex in play. It can go for that big Ivy... what's it called? Glacial Lance.
Glacial Lance.
Glacial Lance.
Glacial Lance. And the Rillabooms are trained to survive that as well, as we saw Rillaboom able to clutch it out with the Glacial Lance. Very, very nicely done, because now it gets to go for Fake Out. So even if the Landorus comes in, if there wasn't Fake Out pressure, if the Rillaboom KO'd, that's probably still a sweep for Adrian by just going for Glacial Lance. Sandsear Storm, rains up, can't miss the Sandsear Storm once again. But now, because that Rillaboom did survive that attack, you do have Fake Out pressure. You can go for Fake Out into whatever comes in. And that's almost certainly going to be the Landorus, unless it wants to be the Grimmsnarl to get some screens. But I don't think that's going to help now. The Calyrex took so much damage from that initial Ivy Cudgel, it would be in range of another one, even if the Grimmsnarl comes in and goes for Reflect. So this might need to be Landorus, but then double protect to stall out like a turn of your own Trick Room here. But no, that does seem like it's going to be the Grimmsnarl instead.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl comes back into play here. You have the utility to go for some of these screens. At the same time, you can always try and start slowing down some of the pace of play, something like a Thunder Wave.
Yeah, you might need to consider that because you've taken so much damage. And yes, if you go for Thunder Wave, it might seem counterintuitive to slow down on opposing Pokemon in Trick Room, but maybe you do need that full paralysis chance.
That's it.
Like for this one, because yeah, the fake out's going to happen into that Calyrex. At least there's no damage this turn, and that is going to be the Reflect, but that shouldn't save the Calyrex from this Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, that's the thing. Reflect can only do so much, but Grassy Glide does come through. That's just going to chip away at that opposing Grimmsnarl here. I mean, maybe you're looking at the Trick Room turns and how they're expiring, looking at the rain. You know how long you have to contend with the Kyogre resetting that up. So possibly the Ogerpon's carving out a way to just deal with the Calyrex on its own.
It should be able to now, because it should be the last turn of Trick Room, and you can just Spiky Shield here. And then we've already seen if that is the Landorus waiting in the back, then you will be outspeeding it. So then you do need to contend with the fact that Thunder Wave can happen into the Ogerpon, because if it doesn't, Ivy Cudgel should probably be able to sweep through the rest of this game. You can just go for a Protect and maybe switch out into the Zamazenta as well, because Zamazenta is basically a perfect switch in here. The Rillaboom doesn't want to take the Glacial Lance. It wants to be able to reset its Fake Out pressure. And then Zamazenta, yes, you could lead see the Rillaboom predicting that, but that's still going to be way too passive and won't be making use of your Trick Room turns as effectively as you could. Oh, it's not even the Zamazenta.
No, not Zamazenta. It looks like only one restricted has been brought to this match for Lewis Markle here. Instead, the Incineroar is going to come in and intimidate critically against that opposing Calyrex. It is going to go for the Protect, however. That does leave it a little bit more vulnerable to the potential Fake Out in that next turn as the light screen goes up. So late on in this game too, Adrian able to get both screens up on the field.
Yeah, but it might be a little bit too late at this point, because the Trick Room is about to expire, and he's on the last turn of Trick Room, he's had to sacrifice it by going for the Protect on the Calyrex. And now, because it's gone for the Protect on this turn, you can just pretty safely go for Fake Out into the Calyrex and also Ivy Cudgel, and especially so because the rain has also just disappeared. So even if the Landorus switches in to try and take that attack, it probably won't. And Body Aspect, by giving that +1 attack boost, allows that Ogerpon to pick up a load of one-hit knockouts. Granted, there is the Reflect, though, so the Landorus should be able to survive at least one of those attacks. So it is probably worth sacrificing your Calyrex and just trying to find a position to be able to sweep with the Landorus now. That might be Thunder Wave the Ogerpon, get some full paralysis potentially, but at least it would still put it slower than the Landorus in the future.
The issue is if Landorus does come in from the back, it doesn't have the reliability that it had in that game one because the rain is no longer in play. The Fake Out actually critically goes down into the opposing Grimmsnarl, leaving the Calyrex nice and free for the Ivy Cudgel to find its mark down. Now that Trick Room is over, that Pokemon is going to be the faster and will be able to fell the second restricted on Adrian's side.
Yeah, incredibly safe there. No Thunder Wave shenanigans coming through on this turn because there was that Fake Out and because there was the Protect already on the Calyrex. Unless there was a double Protect attempt, which might have been worth considering, and then next turn go for Thunder Wave into the opposing Ogerpon. Because now we're down to the Landorus once again, has just joined the field. Probably still does need to click Sandsear Storm even without the rain, because we've got basically full HP Pokemon on Lewis's side of the field. Sandsear Storm should be able to pick up the KO on the Ogerpon, given it dropped its grass typing, and depending on the training of the Incineroar would be able to survive or not. It would be quite close. So yeah, Thunder Wave into Ogerpon, maybe you need to gamble on that. But at the same time, there could be a very easy just switch out and Protect coming out from Lewis's side of the field, because then on the next turn, whatever happens, whether the Rillaboom joining the field survives this turn, you go Fake Out, but if not, you get the paid switch back into the Incineroar to get Fake Out to stop the Thunder Wave.
This is why they're called the pivoting pals. They switch in and out with each other and always apply that Fake Out pressure going forward. And that's exactly what Lewis has been able to position up here. You have the Fake Out to slow down whatever that Landorus wants to do. It is going to have to take that Earth Power damage, however, so Rillaboom does indeed go down. But as you mentioned, Jamie, it goes down. Doesn't matter. I've got an Incineroar in the back, says Lewis, and he can bring that in to apply that Fake Out pressure again.
Yeah, so going for the safe, consistent Earth Power there. Probably predicting the Spiky Shield coming out from the Ogerpon, because if it is going on the offensive, or at least you predict it goes on the offensive, it kind of does need to be Sandsear Storm. Otherwise, if it gets off another Ivy Cudgel, that might be just game over. So if the Incineroar comes back in, which it probably should, given you want to stop the Thunder Wave potential, there's just one small mind game left of, well, do I Fake Out the Grimmsnarl and Ivy Cudgel it? Because then I definitely get that KO and also stop the Thunder Waves that could be coming out? Do you fake out the Landorus just to be able to stop the Sandstorm Storm and maybe gamble with the Thunder Waves? Do you fake out the Landorus and double the Landorus? Because that should still be able to do absolutely massive damage, even if the Thunder Wave targets the Ogerpon. Wouldn't matter that the Ogerpon would then be slower on that turn because the Landorus would be flinching.
I guess it comes down to if you want to roll the dice on the Sandsteer Storm, and Lewis says, I'm not playing that game today. The Thunder Wave will, of course, come down and connect into that Ogerpon, so it will make it slower, but critically possibly deny it the chance to attack if it does get fully paralyzed, and that is... No, that was the flinch. That's okay. My German is improving. Now Ogerpon is going to be able to come through with that Ivy Cudgel. It is able to break through the paralysis and actually get rid of the Grimmsnarl for its troubles. Almost saying, hey, if you're going to paralyze me, you got to be able to take this damage, and you sure can't. Now it is just one Pokemon on Adrian's side remaining. Yeah,
and we still got an entire full HP Calyrex waiting in the back, so you should just hard switch your Incineroar out here. Calyrex can survive any attack that Landorus wants to go for, and if it's Earth Power, well, then you still keep an entire Pokemon around. And if it's Sandsear Storm, well, that's going to give the KO into the opposing Ogerpon if it does connect, giving the paid switch back into the Incineroar, and then it's just fake out Nascapot Astral Barrage. Or if it does end up dodging the Ogerpon, if it breaks through the paralysis, then we just get the Ivy Cudgel KO.
Yeah, Landorus just looking to be in a very difficult spot here.
Oh, there was a dodge.
Oh, there we go. We're going to see the
double dodge.
Double dodge. This is what I mean. It's a little bit like being a Magikarp with a dream. You can have high hopes, but it's not always going to be easy to land that damage in play.
Look at that.
Is able to hang on. Is going to be able to maybe try again and get some damage off on the board, but I just think Lewis has all the answers here.
Yeah, the Landorus won't be able to do it here. Even if it was somehow faster than the opposing Calyrex, it's a full HP. Critical hit Earth Power maybe KOs Calyrex, but probably not. So it's just going to be an Astral Barrage to be able to take us into this next game. So very nicely done from Lewis there, especially so because he dropped one of the restricteds. The Zamazenta seems like it's actually quite good in this matchup, given you can White Guard on the Glacial Lance, therefore Ice Rider can do no damage on that turn. And also there's two very powerful spread moves coming out from Kyogre in the Water Spout and the Origin Pulse as well. But the fact that he dropped it allowed the pivoting action that we've seen so commonly across all the regulations. Yeah, there is the forfeit, just confirming that we are going into that game 3.
I think Lewis was able to masterfully gain momentum in that game by getting rid of that Kyogre, just like you said. It was such a powerhouse in this match, and for Adrian, it provided a lot of support, particularly with that Landorus, and removing it so effortlessly with that one Grassy Glide that came through just meant that, you know, this wasn't a utility option that Adrian had. You weren't able to apply all of that pressure with the Origin Pulses or the Water Spout that had been set up so beautifully in game 1.
Yeah, that you kind of need the Reflect to be able to survive that Grassy Glide. I'm pretty sure it would be a guaranteed KO into that Kyogre, even if it was trained incredibly defensively, because you get that +1 from the Embody aspect. You get the Grassy Terrain boost as well. So, yeah, very, very nicely done to be able to store that Trick Room, because on that first turn, if that had just been, again, Astral Barrage and Ivy Cudgel into the Calyrex, it would have been a KO, and therefore there was no Trick Room, and it would have probably been a much smoother game. But the fact that, like, there was Nasty Plot, and then it wasn't even used, it was just switched out immediately and sacrificed to get that Grassy Terrain. The fact that Lewis was able still to find the path to victory through that Trick Room, when it could have been a much smoother game 1 and game 2 if there was Astral Barrage and Ivy Cudgel. Very, very nicely done. So are we going to see that in the game 3? Because 2 times in game 1, if it was just Astral Barrage, Ivy Cudgel, game over probably immediately. Is that going to be the same in game 3?
It's amazing how that turn 1 can be so intense and really set the tone for the way that the whole match is going to play out. Whether or not that Kyogre is going to rejoin the field, and if Lewis really wants to capitalize on going for the Terastallization constantly onto this Ogerpon, is whether it's going to be able to pay off or not. I think one of the key things he did well when that Trick Room went up was able to stall it out so magnificently, going for those double protects where needed, buying a little bit of time, and critically removing the Pokemon from play that were able to thrive within that Trick Room environment.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if there's going to be any adaptations coming out from Adrian. Getting a screen would be useful. Getting that Reflect allows the Kyogre to survive a Grassy Glide. Getting the Light Screen means that the Calyrex Ice Rider would be shrugging off any Astral Barrages very, very comfortably. But are we going to see the same leads and the same mind game? No, we're not. There is a switch from both of these trainers here.
Jamie, I love this. Isn't this fantastic? We're going to be able to see the Urshifu join the field, paired up with that Grimmsnarl on the opposing side for Lewis. Zamazenta front and center with the Rillaboom.
Yeah, there we go. What a switch up for both of these trainers here. The Urshifu is threatening some pretty reasonable damage into the Zamazenta, but it also is at threat from the Grassy Glide that can come out, and that would out-prioritize the Grimmsnarl going for its pranks to Reflect, because Rillaboom is faster and therefore would do huge damage. But at the same time, you probably do want to put a stop to this Grimmsnarl. If you go for Fake Out and Heavy Slam, no screens will happen, because Heavy Slam should be able to pick up the knockout, and you would sacrifice a lot of your Zamazenta's HP from either a close combat or asserting strikes, but that's probably worth the trade to stop any of those screens.
That's the thing. The screen's going to be able to come through. Not today, says the Rillaboom. The fake out lands directly down into that opposing Grimmsnarl as the U-turn is able to come through from the Urshifu there. Going for a little bit of repositioning. Adrian wanting to adjust the ball position, thinking, hey, I don't want to keep my water type in against this Rillaboom with that potential priority Grassy Glide, utilizing the opportunity that maybe fake out was going to be wanting to be capitalized on. You now are able to bring this Calyrex Ice Rider into the field.
Yeah, and if this is just a heavy slam once again into that Grimmsnarl, that should be able to pick up the knockout quite easily. No reflect, and yep, there we go. Goodbye, Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, that's Grimmsnarl out of here. A fantastic double up on Lewis's side, identifying that the screens and the protection and the paralysis are all games he does not want to play here in Swiss Round 7. So already takes a Pokemon down early doors.
Yeah, so if that's going to be the Urshifu coming back in, yes, it can threaten the Surging Strikes. Yep, there we go. There is that Urshifu joining the field. And close combat probably KOs the Rillaboom from this range. And there is no reflect, so Grassy Glide will still do absolutely massive damage, but Grassy Glide doesn't KO a Scarf Rillaboom. So it should be able to get off at least one more attack if it does want to. And then you can go for your Leech Seed into the Zamazenta, start racking up that recovery, because you can't safely go for a Glacial Lance on this turn because there's always the threat of White Guard, but at the same time, the Zamazenta probably does actually just want to attack, and therefore you could consider going for the Glacial Lance into the Rillaboom to be able to pick up that knockout. That would allow you the Urshifu attack into the Zamazenta instead, whether that's close combat or Surging Strikes will do pretty respectable damage either way.
But I do think the Scarf makes this Urshifu so vulnerable because it can't protect, so it cannot find a way around a priority Grassy Glide coming through from the Rillaboom. Terrestrialization will take to the stage, though, once again here, and it is once again going to be on this Calyrex. It's going to be turning into that Grass type, giving itself its protective, defensive capabilities in play.
Yeah, it's going to be able to take the Grass attacks very, very comfortably now from the opposing Rillaboom, but the Grass attack does go into the Urshifu. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Assault Vest, you know, giving it defensive support, but not going to be making it the most offensive, even though the grassy terrain wasn't playing and boosting up that grass type attack. The Urshifu was trained to survive it, was able to hang on and could retaliate with that U-turn. So Adrian able to switch up the ball position once again, brings in the Kyogre.
Yeah, but if that's a body press into that slot, that's going to do a huge amount of damage and put it in range of Grass Glide. There it is. Oh, look at that damage.
Oh my goodness, right down into the orange zone. Yes, you may set up your Trick Room, but you've got no way to block that priority that the Rillaboom is capable of going for still. It was able to hang on. It's getting that little bit of recovery. Kyogre, you can recover as much as you like. We know how much that Grassy Glide will do.
Yeah, I think this game's over. It's White Guard Grassy Glide twice into that water type slot, and then it's just a 1v4, and nothing can be done by this Calyrex. You can only Leech Seed the opposing Zamazenta, and that takes far too long to be able to get rid of it. So I think this is just a perfect pin now.
I feel like in this set, Lewis came out a little bit slow at the beginning. Adrian was able to get that game 1, but through game 2 and now in game 3, Lewis is not stopping at anything. Adrian forced to switch one water type out for another, brings in the Urshifu as the Zamazenta wisely goes for that White Guard to stop the potential spread attacks on the opposing side. But Rillaboom knows what it needs to do, goes for that Grassy Glide. One Pokemon down, there's only 2 remaining now on Adrian's side.
Yeah, and it's just going to be exactly the same play next turn. And yeah, there was the Glacial Lance. It kind of had to be. You had to, I think you just had to play for Louis, not going for the White Guard there. But yeah, Glacial Lance blocked by the White Guard. We're going to see exactly the same play next turn. There is no reason not to just White Guard and Grassy Glide the water type once again. And then you should easily be able to take care of this opposing Calyrex, especially because you can actually just click White Guard and whatever you want for the rest of the game.
Yeah, pick a move here because the only offensive one on Calyrex's side is that Glacial Lance. You'd be forcing it to go for Leech Seed in any way, but the White Guard stopping all that damage from coming through and most critically protecting up that Rillaboom that can just go straight for this Grassy Glide. That's another Pokemon down. Rillaboom is unstoppable. Now you just have to deal with this Calyrex on the opposing side, but Lewis has just got his 2 lead Pokemon out front and center, hasn't even had to make any switches. Yes, you're able to get the Leech Seed down on the Zamazenta. Good for you there, Calyrex, but you cannot go for the Leech Seed into the Rillaboom.
Yeah, this game was decided pretty early on, I think. Getting rid of the screen potential on the Grimmsnarl, that just freed up your Rillaboom to just go on the offensive completely. As soon as everything was in Grassy Glide range, White Guard Grassy Glide becomes incredibly safe and cannot be punished at all.
I mean, you're not even switching out the Zamazenta here. It's going to be the Rillaboom bringing in the Calyrex, which is the perfect play. You can go for that White Guard once again. And sure, if you want to go for the Leech Seed, maybe calling a switch, you can get a little bit more recovery. But all it's going to take is a single target Astral Barrage to start dealing with this opposing Calyrex. It doesn't even get a second Leech Seed off. It's just going to go straight for a Protect, try and reap up some of the rewards it can get from the grassy terrain and the leech seed, but Lewis already starting to set up for this end game. He's got his eye on the prize of phase 2.
Go on, let's see another +6 Calyrex, right? He did it in the finals last year. You can just go for White Guard and Nasty Plot 3 times, right? But you probably only need one to be able to get that KO. But yeah, White Guard Nasty Plot is just going to be unbelievably safe here. Are we going to get that +6?
I don't know if we're going to quite get to +6, but it looks like at the very least we might be making it to a +2. Leech Seed does come through, will connect onto that Calyrex, going to be giving a little bit more HP to the opposing Calyrex as that first Nasty Plot comes through. As you said, Jamie, we're going to need to see 3 for a complete run back here of what Lewis was able to mastermind last time, but I feel like it might not be necessary.
It's probably not necessary, but when do you get the opportunity to get to +6, right?
Do we care if it's necessary or not, Jamie? Is that what we're saying?
No, it's a throwback.
The nostalgia.
Exactly, that's why you're doing it, because you were able to Nasty Plot 3 times in the finals last year. Surely you go for it again here now. Astro Barrage and some body press will be able to KO. The Trick Room's going to be up, therefore you can just go on the offensive here. And yes, +2 Astro Barrage, single target and body press will be enough to pick up this KO. It's going to be one more turn to be able to do that. The Calyrex is going to protect it. Maybe allowing another round of, or do I actually get +6 because of the nostalgia? Go on, do it.
Do you know what would have been wild if you actually predicted the protect on the opposing side and went, do you know what, I'm going to go for another Nasty Plot just because I can. Like, why not if you're predicting a protect? But better to play it that little bit more safe and just go on the offensive now because there's only so much time this Calyrex has left.
I mean, to be fair, if the Calyrex gets an octuple protect, that's technically a win condition. Like, I haven't done the maths for octuple protect, but no, not even going to be going for that. Single target Astro Barrage even just picks up the KO. And what a turnaround for Lewis Markle here, able to advance into phase 2.
A +6 Calyrex, but Jamie, we got to see it get that end game scenario for Lewis. What a phenomenal game 3 in such a commanding position, once again identifying the key Pokemon to take down. Game 1 didn't go his way, but game 2 it was get rid of that Kyogre and win, and in game 3 it was get rid of the Grimmsnarl and get the glory.
Yeah, that game 3, I think it just subserved by Chaos for Adrian there. Like, as soon as there was the Grassy Glide, well, now you're in range with the Urshifu, and then Grassy Glide, well, now you're in range with Kyogre. It was just a pin. That's what White Guard can do. White Guard can shuts down that just Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider so well. Yes, 1v1 Ice Rider beats Zamazenta if it has Leech Seed, but 1v4, no chance at all.
Yeah, it definitely gets a little bit difficult there. And I think one of the critical things for me as well was the fact that we actually got to see a Zamazenta that didn't get burned in a match. You know, so far the story of day 1 and phase 1 has been these burned Zamazentas just being so neutralized, but the Zamazenta on Lewis's side was able to avoid any burns, you know, it wasn't in contention, it wasn't in play, and just do what it does best, go for those White Guards, provide that beautiful defensive support.
Yeah, and did some pretty reasonable damage as well. The body press was necessary to put that Kyogre into Grassy Glide range, which allowed that perfect pin. So, yeah, dealing with the Grimmsnarl pretty quickly in that first game. That was play, unfortunately, because that was an opportunity to KO the Calyrex. We saw in that game 2, once again, there was an opportunity to KO that Calyrex on turn 1, and it wasn't but able to get through that Trick Room very nicely by dropping the Zamazenta to get both fake outs available, allowing this Ogerpon completely free reign for Ivy Cudgel after Ivy Cudgel. But then the switch up to bring the Zamazenta that was dropped and actually was incredibly impactful in that game 3 because it just had that perfect pin with the White Guard.
And the thing is, the Ogerpon as well was such a key Pokemon for Lewis. Yes, it wasn't always able to find its mark, but the threat of it meant that the mind games were in play right from the very beginning, based on the leads of these games. And you can see here in this game 3, as soon as this Rillaboom was able to get through with these Grassy Glides, it was KO after KO. Both the water types on Adrian's side just did not stand a chance.
Yeah, and there we go. Single target Astro Barrage as well, just cleaning up. It would have been nostalgic for the +6, but I guess we'll take the +2 single target instead. And
it's in your heart.
It is, yeah. Well, I don't know. Lewis has made phase 2, right? So yeah, there's no reason why we can't see him again if he's still getting that success. And
so there's still hope.
There's still hope for that +6 again.
If we're able to see him in multiple matches, even if it's not +6 in that game, but if he gets another Nasty Plot boost up and then another one, is it like +6 over the course of the day? Does that count? Is that close enough?
Potentially.
Is it acceptable?
Acceptable is probably the right word.
Okay, we'll go with that. Yeah, we'll appease you in that way, you know. But I feel like someone needs to tell Lewis that if he's in a position, he needs to go for that +6 for the nostalgia.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, he only got to +5 in the final because there was a spirit break on the way up to the 3 nasty plots. So it was only actually +5.
So what you're saying is only +5. So you need to go.
What
for
I'm
+6.
saying is, why didn't you break your record rather than match it? That was a perfect opportunity to be able to, especially because there was the Calyrex Ice for going for the protect on that turn. That was a free nasty plot that was unnecessary, but it was a free nasty plot.
I mean, it was definitely for a little bit of flex. We do sometimes see, trainers go for these opportunities when they know they've, like you say, pinned in their opponent. They can always go for something that's a little bit flashy, maybe a little bit unnecessary. But sometimes one of the best places to try new things, maybe try out a little new Pokemon or a new strategy, is in your local event. So check this out.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
And if you want still some Regulation I action, if you don't want this to be your last time having that, then please do scan the QR code to be able to get to your nearest local tournament. I know that I'm actually going to be going to a couple more as well. I've got something that I cooked in Regulation I, and I just wasn't quite able to bring it. It was just one adaptation. I think we've shown what the team I would have brought here was, and there's a small adaptation that doesn't actually appear just by showing the 6 Pokemon, but I'm going to be bringing it to some of my locals very shortly.
That's the thing, the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet journey isn't necessarily open for those local events, so you can try and get your last chance to get some points, to get some memories in this era of competitive Pokemon by doing exactly what Jamie said. Scan that QR code and find an event near you.
And there will be some champions
não zerou Platinum ainda? Não, eu dei um tempo do Platinum.
I think we're all excited for champions. Of course, we've
Eu
got our
acabei dando
send-off here
tempo e acabei
Regulation
jogando
I and
outras
Scarlet
coisas.
and Violet, and champions is right on the horizon.
Zerei
And that
o
is going to be
Mario,
something that is available.
tô
No
jogando o
championship
Zelda
points, no
Ocarina of
qualification
Time
for World
agora.
Championships if you attend those, but
E é
in
isso.
after the month of May, champions it is.
E aparentemente eu descobri um problema de descarregar tão rápido no meu telefone. É o VTuber. Quando eu uso o VTuber, parece que descarrega muito mais rápido.
And now we're back behind the desk commentating these incredible games. So you never know where your Pokemon story might start, and it could easily be just at a local
Não,
event.
basicamente eu ainda vou zerar, ainda falta a Elite dos 4 e a Cynthia só.
Because of just what came from it, like the friendship that we now
Basicamente
have,
só falta Elite 4 e a
the class
Cynthia.
behind the desk as well.
Aí eu zerando eu vou pra um nova.
Incredibly
Tem que ver
great
se
decision that we
vão
made.
escolher
And it
Black
could be
ou
your
White.
decision as well. If you go to your first ever local, who knows what can sprout from there.
Quem esse VTuber deve exigir mais no seu telefone, sim. E como meu telefone também é meio que antigo, né? Então ele acaba não tancando, né, de certa forma. Mas é isso. Quem a gente viu zerar esses dias, foi o Simon. Simon jogou Platinum. A gente reagiu aqui ao vivo. Ele zerando o Elite Four, né? Ele enfrentando a Elite Four e a Cynthia. Foi bem legal. Tá aí no canal se você quiser ver. Aí agora ele tá... Ele zerou o seu Silver, né, em off, agora tá no... Ele tá no... Peraí que eu tô com um pouquinho de sono ainda. Ele tá no Pokémon Black? Não, ele tá no White agora, né? Ele tá com o Zekrom de capa. Aí como eu nunca joguei nada de Black and White, eu falei, ó, Simon, você tá completamente no escuro, porque eu nunca joguei. Tava zerando o Mega Ruby, usei Tile, Maquena, Macargo, Waylord, Galete e Maguire. Só bicho bom, hein? Oh, Ryubi, também perdeu esses dias aí, eu tava jogando Brilliant Diamond, porque eu tava atrás de um dito Shiny, né, pra fazer meus negócios. Tá. E aí, na ausência de um Pokémon Shiny, eu demorei pra caramba pra conseguir, né, através do Poké Radar. E aí, na ausência de um, o jogo me deu 3 ditos Shiny. Falou assim, já que você tá atrás de Shiny, toma aqui o Shiny. Eu fiz uma corrente de 47 e consegui 3 ditos Shiny. Mas por que isso? Isso foi pro jogo me recompensar. 3, sorte não, isso aí foi culpa do jogo, tá? Isso aí foi o jogo se sentindo culpado, porque eu tava fazendo um time pra jogar Pokémon Champions, né, que é o novo competitivo de Pokémon. Ele é o novo jogo de Pokémon. Inclusive tem até vídeo no canal aí eu jogando o Global Challenger, né, que é o campeonato que tem de Pokémon. Aí eu tava treinando, eu tava procurando uns, tava upando uns Snorlax pra evoluir. E aí eu tava numa parte do Underground, do Platinum, que só aparece, alguns Pokémon Dark e tal, né? Só que, não, mas calma lá, você vai entender a culpa do jogo. E se pá, teria sido melhor o jogo me dar os dois, né? Os dois Shines. E aí eu tava upando com Cacturne e Beldon, né? Aí numa dessas, fui, derrotei o Cacturne e tal. Aí eu vi um Beldon isolado. Ryubi, quando eu fui enfrentar esse Beldon, o Beldon não era Shine. Eu achei um Beldon Shine no Underground. E eu tava só com os Snorlax. Você imagina o sofrimento que foi pra fazer esse bicho não perder vida ridiculamente fácil, e eu consegui capturar esse bicho. Salve, Belzinho! Bom dia, como é que você tá, cara? Desejar um ótimo sábado. Resumo do rolê, Ryubi. O Beldon ficou sem ataque, ele só tinha tackle. Ele ficou sem ataque e ele se matou. E eu perdi o Beldon. E detalhe, o Beldon, o Metagross Shine é o meu segundo Shine favorito. Só perdendo pro Gengar. O Gengar era o meu primeiro Shine. E aí depois veio o Metagross Shine. Então imagina a dor no coração que foi perder o Shine. Já jogou Hollow Knight? Nunca joguei Hollow Knight, Belzinho. Tenho vontade de jogar. Tenho vontade de jogar e assim, um dia, quem sabe, eu trago aqui no canal. Então, né? Aí o jogo se sentiu tão culpado que me deu 3 ditos Shine. Comecei a jogar hoje. E o que você tá achando, Belzinho? Tá gostando? Eu já vi vários gameplays e tal, mas eu acho o jogo bem difícil. Tenho vontade de jogar um dia, quem sabe, né? Trazer pro canal. Mas eu acho que eu não tenho essa habilidade toda ainda. Achou da hora? Legal. Espero que você ache da hora até o final do jogo. Espero que você jogue ele até o final, porque... Meu Deus do céu. Um joguinho difícil. Eu achei, inclusive, um joguinho bem legal. Eu achei um joguinho bem legal, inclusive. Sobre alguns irmãos. Tem pra mobile. Se não quiser gastar dinheiro, é só pesquisar vosso querido buraco conhecido como Google. Sim, eu tô ligado, eu tô ligado. Quando eu for jogar, eu vou pesquisar por ele. Só que haja coragem pra jogar esse negócio aqui. Não sei se é um dos Metroidvania mais difíceis, mas... Indra, você acha que vale a pena zerar Shadow of the Colossus? Com certeza, Hayup. É o meu jogo favorito. Hayup, tu não tem noção do quanto eu tenho vontade de jogar esse jogo. Eu acho que quando eu conseguir jogar esse jogo, e principalmente jogar aqui em live, eu acho que eu vou desabar de chorar, porque tanto que eu acho esse jogo lindo, e a vontade que eu tenho de jogar esse jogo, você não tem ideia. Esse jogo tá na minha lista definitivamente de jogos que eu quero jogar e zerar. Nossa, eu acho o jogo lindo, cara. Lindo. Às vezes eu até acho... às vezes eu até me pergunto, será que tem pra telefone? Será que dá pra zerar no telefone? Vou zerar então, tava um tempo com ele só parado no console. Pô, jogue e aproveite a ambientação, porque é muito legal. Hayup, não sei se você já chegou a jogar algum Zelda. Já chegou a jogar algum? Conhece a franquia? Já chegou a jogar algum? Deve ser no celular, mas deve ser muito pesado. Hayup, já joguei o LoL de telefone e o COD Mobile, então assim, mais pesado que isso eu acho impossível. Sim.
Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams, don't just decide, hey, I'm gonna book a flight and not know anything.
Não joguei Zelda, só vi gameplay. Então, eu tô jogando em live, Hayup. Eu tô jogando o Ocarina of Time do 64. O emulador que eu usei pra jogar o Super Mario de 64, eu tô usando pra jogar o Zelda Ocarina of Time. Aí depois eu vou pro Majora's Mask. Já tá engatilhado aqui. Assim que eu zerar o Ocarina of Time, eu vou zerar o Majora's Mask. Que massa, eu vou comprar você jogar então. Eu tenho que inclusive ver se eu tenho a playlist. Mas, ô Hayup, tu chegou a ver que eu zerei o Mario com 120 estrelas? Eu zerei com 120 estrelas, entendi. Espero que você goste. Ô Bielzinho, depois do Hollow Knight, se eu não me engano, tem o Silk Song, né, pra jogar, né? Não sei o quanto você pretende jogar de Hollow Knight. Não sei se você vai pegar só zerar ou fazer platinar o jogo. Mas depois do Hollow Knight tem o Silk Song, eu acho. Não vi, perdi essa live, tá bonito. Então, Hayup, eu zerei Super Mario 64 com 120 estrelas. E sanei a dúvida que todo jogador de Super Mario tem. Será que existe um Yoshi em cima do castelo? Existe ou não? Assista e descubra aqui no Nindra Joga. Foi bem divertido. As últimas estrelas foram, assim, pegar 120 estrelas é basicamente pegar todas as 6 estrelas da fase, mais a 7ª, que são 100 moedas de cada fase, fora as extras. Nossa, as mais chatas foram as últimas, porque tem uma fase do arco-íris lá que você tem que acertar. Eu tenho que usar o boné, o canhão, e aí eu tenho que as moedas ficam em cima de nuvens e umas ficam no ar. Nossa, Ryuki foi um saco, tá? Pra conseguir. Pô. A minha favorita é a fase do Big Bull. A Big Bull Hunters, né? Big Bull House, se não me engano. Aí eu pretendo jogar mais alguns jogos assim. Eu não sei se o pessoal aqui do canal, se o pessoal curte Crash Bandicoot também, que é um que eu tenho vontade de trazer. É uma franquia que eu lembro de ter jogado um jogo, mas não lembro de ter de me aprofundar tanto na franquia. Salve, Alexandre! Bom dia, como é que você tá, cara? Desde já um ótimo sábado pra você. Legal isso, eu nunca tinha visto muitos jogos de Mario. Então, Mario eu não sei se eu vou trazer mais algum. Pessoal, o Marlon pede bastante o Super Smash Bros, né, pra eu jogar. De Mario, eu acho que eu joguei o Super Mario Strikes. Eu acho que agora com o controle dá pra cogitar pensar trazer ele de novo. Tem o Gate of Darkness e o Pokémon... Como é que é? O Colosseu, que eu tenho vontade de trazer também. Tem muito jogo que eu tenho vontade de trazer. Tô meio mal, mas tô bem. Melhoras aí então, Alexandre. Melhoras. Ô, Ryuki, se tu gosta de Pokémon mesmo, te recomendar um canal que é esse cara aqui, ó. O Colecionador Rick, não sei se tu conhece. Basicamente, ele joga jogos de Pokémon, coleciona jogos de Pokémon e faz Shiny Hunt também. Ó, por exemplo, ontem ele tava fazendo o Shiny Hunt do Jirachi direto do Pokémon Colosseu. De um CD, de um bônus disc, né? De um CD de bônus que vem numa mídia física americana, que você consegue pegar o Jirachi através dele. Ele tava fazendo também, ó. Ele fez a Shiny Hunt, ele tá fazendo a Shiny Hunt do FIBA Shiny pelo Pokémon. Como é que é? Pelo Sword, pelo Pokémon Sword. Ele tá fazendo uma DTQ, né? Que é jogar com o time dos sonhos na versão Shiny no Heart Gold. Aí ele tá atrás do Unknown. Ele tá atrás do Unknown. Ele tá indo atrás do Zygarde Shiny nas Dynamax Adventure no Pokémon Sword. Tá fazendo o desafio do Professor Oak no Pokémon Platinum, que é antes de cada rota, antes de cada ginásio, capturar todos os Pokémons da rota pra ter toda a Dex. Mindra de meu save no Pokémon Mega Ruby. Tá salvo, tô zerando pós-game. Boa, cara. Você consegue aí fazer bastante coisa. Ó, ele tá fazendo... Cadê? Ele jogou Pokémon Ranger, que é um outro jogo também. Ele foi atrás do Deoxys. É bem legal o canal dele, é bastante interessante. Ele é bem nostálgico, que eu não sei, chat, não sei se vocês já ouviram falar numa revista chamada Recreio, revista Recreio. Não sei se alguém do chat aqui conhece. É uma revista muito legal. Tinha bastante coisa de... como é que fala? Curiosidade de época, essas coisas. Ele faz leitura dessas revistas. Eu já usei muito no trabalho de escola, já colecionei muito essa revista. Eu escolhi a Chikorita com o professor lá. Boa! Nice. Pera, como assim escolheu a Chikorita? Não tá jogando o Omega Ruby? Ou é o Heart Gold Soul Silver? Inclusive, o Alexandre, nessa DTQ que o Rick tá jogando, veio o Cyndaquil Shine pra ele. Ele tá jogando só com Shine, né? Cliquei o clique dá 3k e 200 de dano. Com o medidor cheio fica 5k e 900. E tem uma forma no morro review. Caraca, o dano tá bruto então, hein, mano? Ah, legal! No Omega Ruby, o professor da inicial te ensinou e o nova. Sério? Caraca, eu não sabia não. Olha, eu joguei o Emerald. Quando a gente for pra 3DS, vocês vão querer que eu jogue Omega Ruby e Alpha Safira? Né? Quando a gente for pra XY, né? Vocês querem que eu jogue o Omega Ruby e Alpha Safira, mesmo jogando o Emerald? Se eu usar a habilidade da raça V3, o que vai acontecer? Vou fazer o teste. Sim, quero o Omega Ruby porque tem dano. Se quiser sim. Bom, o item aumenta o dano da fruta aí. Ele é possível. Nossa. Tu fica imparável agora, né, Marlon? Então, basicamente, teu dano tá... Tu dá o máximo de dano possível. Então, ó, Hayupi, esteja aqui nas lives de Pokémon Black and White, tá? Porque Pokémon Black and White, quem vai escolher meu time é o chat. Ou seja, eu estou completamente lascado. Do inicial até Elite Four, todo o meu time vai ser escolhido pelo chat. Então, todo o ginásio... Vou estar então. Todo o ginásio, o pessoal que vai escolher meu time. Estou lascado, mas... Depois que eu terminar o pós-game, vou pegar mais dois iniciais porque sim. Podia tentar pegar eles Shines, o Alexandre. O Hayupi, inclusive, eu também peguei um... Como é que fala? Eu também peguei um Fiba Shine. Eu tava fazendo ovinhos, né? Eu falei, vou fazer ovos de fibas, né? Eu quero um Shine. Aí acabou que coincidiu de eu pegar um Shine. Peguei em 240 ovos. Tô fazendo agora Tô fazendo 3 Shine Hunts ao mesmo tempo. Tô indo atrás de um Halt pra fazer uma Gardevoir. Tô indo atrás do Giratina. E tô fazendo do Beldon Shine também. Por enquanto foram 270 alvos e nada de Shine do Beldon. Fibas, sim. Vou fazer isso com ao vivo. Legal. O bom, Alexandre, só ver depois como você vai conseguir passar isso pro home, se você consegue passar isso pro home. Porque quando lançar o Champions você pode usar eles. Fibas, meu Deus, o Milotic é muito bonito, sim. Milotic é bonitaço. Mas pra fazer ele no... E pra fazer ele no Brilliant Diamond, Hayupi, que eu não tenho como trocar. Nossa, eu tenho que fazer uns poffins, né, que é uns bolinhos. Caraca, o tanto de poffin os bolinhos que eu errei, Hayupi. Tu não tem ideia da quantidade de bolinho que eu errei até acertar, até saber a receita direito e aquilo. Se ele ficar com uma certa quantidade de estrelinhas lá, eu acho que, se eu não me engano, é mais 10. Eu não posso mais dar poffin pra ele, porque ele não aumenta em nada, ele tem que aumentar a beleza, né? Nossa, é complicado. Eu já pesquisei sobre isso. pelo que eu vi, eu ia ter um PC com um 3DS. O 3DS é a porta pra tudo. Melodic evolui por troca, não lembrava. Usa aqueles aplicativos de troca de Pokémon. Evolui por troca por alguma scale, se eu não me engano. Eu tenho que usar uma Heart Scale, uma Prism Scale, acho. Algum scale que você equipa dele e aí você evolui. Mas agora que eu sei fazer os poppings, eu vou fazer uns melhores que você faz no parque lá em Reagindo. E aí você faz uns poppings que aumenta todos os status ao mesmo tempo. O que eu queria fazer, eu queria ganhar uma fita com a Melodic, que é no contest. Aí eu tenho que ganhar, eu tenho que ser o vencedor do contest de alguma categoria no Master Rank para ganhar a Ribbon daquele rank. Aí como eu ainda não ganhei, eu vou deixar pra ver se eu consigo ganhar depois. Aí eu ganhei algumas com alguns Pokémons que eu tenho. Eu tava atrás de ganhar uma de pegada, né? Por andar de amizade, né? Com o meu Pokémon, com os Snorlax. Mas caraca, Rayupi, eu tava sofrendo, eu não consegui de jeito nenhum. Eu peguei com um monte de outros Pokémon, menos com os Snorlax. Aí com os Snorlax eu só deixei e acabei pegando outro. E o legal dessas Ribbons, né, que você pega, é que teu Pokémon fica com uma descrição, Rayuki. Impressionante, que eu nunca vi Mega Áudio no Shine. Esse é o seu momento, Alexandre. Que, por exemplo, se eu tenho um Dragonite do Soul Silver, ele derrotou o Red, ele tem a Ribbon lendária lá. Se eu trouxesse ele pro Pokémon Champions ou pro Scarlet Violet e equipasse a Ribbon, ia aparecer Dragonite The Living Legends, né? A lenda viva, que é a descrição da Ribbon, né? Já que eu derrotei o Red. Da Melodic, quando eu ganhar do contest de beleza, acho que é Melodic a mais bela, alguma coisa assim, entendeu? Os Pokémon ficam com descrição quando você tem essas Ribbons. Eita, não lembrava dessa coisa. Sim, é legal. Vale muito a pena tu fazer isso no jogo. Eu tô fazendo no Brilliant Diamond, eu quero pegar algumas Ribbons. Tem algumas Ribbons, ô Rayuki, se eu não me engano 3, que eu tenho que ter 100k, 100 milhões e 9.999, o máximo de dinheiro do jogo. Se eu tiver, eu consigo 3 Ribbons assim também. Tem a de pegada, tem a de semana, tem a da semana, né? Que eu vou em Sunny Shop pra pegar ela por semana. Tem a de esforço, quando eu treino todos os EVs. Tem a de amizade, que é a Full Sprint, né? Que é a da pegada, que por você andar bastante com seu Pokémon. Tem a do Contest. Tem muita Ribbon, é legal fazer a coleção dela. Né? Ele é Shiny roxo, agora no Mega não sei. Não deve mudar quase nada então, Alexandre. Eu peguei a Mega Gardevoir. Legal, legal. Eu tô pensando em fazer uma Gardevoir, que eu tô montando um time aqui pra fazer pro Champions, pra fazer vídeo pra vocês. Inclusive, ô Rayuki, esse colecionador Rick que eu mostrei pra você, ele pegou 1000 Shine no Pokémon Emerald japonês, se eu não me engano. E o objetivo dele é passar... ter todas as Ribbons possíveis com esse 1000. Então ele vai pegar o 1000 e passar pro Pokémon Stadium, que quando você ganha você ganha lá os Pokémons level 100, você ganha uma Ribbon, aí ele vai pros jogos da gente, vai pra Fire Red Leaf Green, né, que tem a Ribbon do Red, Blue e Yellow, né, se eu não me engano. Aí ele vai jogar um Mega Ruby, Heart Gold Soul Silver. Aí vai pegar as do Contest no Platinum, se eu não me engano. Aí vai o Nova. Ele vai passar por todas as gerações e pegar todas as Ribbons possíveis. No Pokémon GO, eu evolui meu Charmander pra Charmeleon. Aí eu achei um Charmeleon, era um Zorua. Ah, legal. O Zorua tem de fazer isso. Quando não é dito, é Zorua. Eu acho maneiro. Eu acho que tu tem a chance, Alexandre, inclusive, de pegar um Zorua de Hisui. 12k de dano. Caraca, é muito dano. Se não tem uma outra ilha... Ô Marlon, se não tem uma outra ilha, então você tá no máximo de dano da ilha máxima, né? Caramba, caraca, ele vai conseguir então. Ele pretende fazer isso em live, só que como ele tá com... Como ele tem muito pedido, né, de coisas pra jogar, ele tá na fila. Entendeu? Hoje ele vai fazer, se eu não me engano... Hoje eu não sei se é o... Hoje eu não sei se é o desafio do professor no Platinum, ou se é o... Como é que fala? Se é o... Seu Zygant, entendeu? Mas cola por volta a partir das 11 horas, das 11 em diante, o Ryupi, fica de olho no canal dele pra você dar uma olhada. Tu vai gostar. Ah, tô sabendo. Aí eu mandei esse Zorua pro Rony e troquei por um Zorua de Hisui. Oh, nice demais. Mas tem um porém, o tempo da segunda vida limitada. Ah, então tem que ser bem rápido. Mas já que deu de perder a primeira vez, faz o tempo dobrar. Pô, então é bom pra caramba. Aí fica de olho no canal dele, o Ryupi. Eu colo lá de vez em quando, eu colo lá. Inclusive, acontece umas coisas muito aleatórias. Esses dias, ele tem uns personagens que ficam mandando live pics pra ele, que é o Dark Lugia e o Rick Safado. O Dark Lugia é o inimigo do canal. Toda vez que o Rick não consegue algum shine ou alguma coisa, demora muito, o Dark Lugia ele comemora. E aí o Rick jogou o Gale of Darkness, né, que é um jogo de Pokémon, onde o boss do jogo é um Dark Lugia. Aí ele até capturou, e aí esse Dark Lugia ficou sumido por um tempo. Aí quem apareceu foi o Rick Safado, que é uma versão do Rick, só que como o nome diz, né, safado. E aí ele fica mandando coisas de tipo, ele fica pegando algumas pessoas, alguns nomes no chat, né, e falando que é brincadeiras safadas com as pessoas. Esses dias o Rick Safado cismou comigo e falou: chat, tô com um Nindroid na cama, como é que eu faço pra mandar ele embora? Foi muito engraçado. Olha o Scrag, cara, de Evil Light. Para tudo, não é um treinamento, Scrag. E é de Evil Light ainda, né? Vai ser massa ver isso. Só que eu acho que, se eu não me engano, o Dark Lugia levou capturou o Rick safado. Mas se tu voltar algumas lives, tu consegue ouvir o Rick safado falando. É muito engraçado. Ô Marlon, tá certo isso aqui? Gente, eu tô acordado. Eu tô acordado mesmo. Tem um Scrag de um lado e tem um Groundon e um Walking Wake do outro lado, é isso mesmo? Mano, e que multiverso da loucura é isso? Aí vai lá, e era verdade. O pessoal tá aproveitando que tá acabando o Scarlet Violet e tá fazendo toda a bizarrice possível. Ah, Marlon, deixa eu te falar uma coisa. O dito agora tá possível no Champions, tá? Ou seja, chat, esperem coisas muito engraçadas vindo por aí, tá? De Pokémon Champions aí pra vocês. Agora que é possível o dito... Eu só quero saber se dá pra usar Butterfree no... Olha, aí ainda Shine. E tá permitido no novo regulamento? Cara, tem que dar uma olhada, mas aparentemente o dito tá. Eu vi lá, o dito tá permitido. Eu lembro. Ela aumenta em 50%, acho que as duas defesas, se o seu Pokémon não estiver no estágio final, Alexandre. E como o Scrag não é forma final, né, que é o Scraft, ele aumenta as duas defesas, a especial defesa e a física, se eu não me engano. O Marlon deve saber direito o que ela faz. Mas eu acho que é isso.
Maybe sacrifice Miraidon, it does mean that Calyrex Ice Rider can start making the use of these trick returns.
Oh, já tô até vendo. O meta com lendário vai ser um saco, hein? Caraca, quando o Groundon, Kyogre forem permitidos no meta do Champions, cara, nossa, vai ser um saco, porque esses bichos vão mega evoluir. Nossa. E realmente, viu, Marlon? Mega Evolução 7.2 M2, então vamos ver, né? You've got to be careful though, because it does have the foul play, and so that can definitely punish an opposing character Ice Rider coming in, for the same reasons that we talked about why Scraggy has foul play too. So Adrian can kind of counteract both of that, potentially go for the terror. Não quero nem imaginar isso. Sabe qual é o pior, Alexandre? Tá arriscado você e você, Marlon, e todo mundo que jogar pelo telefone pegar o 7.3 da Mega Evolução, ou seja, se não liberou agora, provavelmente quando vocês jogarem que vai ser permitido a Mega deles, ou seja, vai ter Primal Groundon, Primal Kyogre, os lendários. Nossa, vai ser uma dor de cabeça. Se bem que permitindo os lendários e só a Mega Evolução, o Rayquaza vai ser o maior counter deles. O Rayquaza vai ser o maior counter. Então assim, lá se pá, vai ser de boas. Mas eu acredito que quando o Champions lançar pra vocês, vai ser já o... Como é que fala? O 7.3 de mega evolução. Felicidade de pobre dura pouco, pô. Alexandre, a felicidade de pobre durou até Black and White 2. Black and White 2. Por quê? Dragão era soberano naquele meta. Aí você vai pra XY. XY não tem fada, ou seja, quem usava o dragão não é mais soberano. Beleza. Aí você sai de XY pra Lola. Pronto, aí começa o pesadelo. Incineroar mandando no meta dali em diante. Se bem que eu acho que o Incineroar só entrou no meta em Ultra Sun e Ultramon. Foi, Marlon, sabe dizer? Porque eu acho que os iniciais não tinham a Hidden Ability ainda, né? Porque as habilidades era Overgrow, Blaze e a habilidade que buffa os ataques de água. Acho que eles só foram ter depois. Mano, é uma batalha de sobrevivência mesmo, porque os dois estão com 5-2. Mano, como é que é o nome do ataque? A gente tem o Leon. O Leon não usando Charizard? Que raro. Se o Marlon tiver ele, vai saber. Olha que doido, né? Eu tô com o meu bonequinho, né, meu PNG, e não desceu a bateria. Agora, se eu tivesse com o meu VTuber, definitivamente desceria. E o engraçado é que o meu telefone não tá quente. Ele tá um pouquinho, mas quase nada. Comparado ao que ele fica. Isso é triste, né? Coaching. Pronospa. O nome do Pokémon. É, Groundon. Foi bom enquanto durou. Acordei 6 da manhã. Tô acordado até agora. Vai dormir, Alexandre. Aproveita. Eu tive que madrugar. Eu tava fazendo esse negócio e falei, cara, 4 da manhã a live, vixe. Eu nem dormi. Deixei a live rolando, inclusive, e fui fazendo os negócios. Aí eu fui na rua agora há pouco. É quando acabar a live eu vou tirar um soninho. Dormir antes de entrar na live? Não, mas o certo é dormir 8 horas, né, Alexandre? É fazer aquele famoso. Faz que nem eu, deixa a live aberta e vai dormir. Quando tem alguma live que é de manhã e eu tô com sono, eu deixo a live em lurk, né? Que eu deixo a live aberta da pessoa e eu vou dormir. Eu faço isso muito com o moço padrino, né? O moço português que aparece aí nas lives. Ele normalmente abre live de manhã aqui, né? Pra gente é bem cedo, né? Mas pra ele é 4 horas de diferença. Então, por exemplo, enquanto aqui é 8 da manhã, lá é meio-dia, entendeu? Lá já é de tarde, é 7, 8 horas da manhã que ele abre. por aí. Aí muitas das vezes eu tô com muito sono. Aí é notificado pra mim a live dele. Aí eu vou e abro, deixo o like, né? Deixo a live dele aberta no Lurk. Que é sempre bom, né, gente? É sempre bom ajudar o pessoal, né? É sempre bom deixar a live aberta porque isso ajuda bastante. Não confio nisso, podem pegar meu celular e ver as mensagens do WhatsApp. Mas aí tu tem mensagem SUS então, Alexandre. Já diria o famoso ditado, quem não deve não teme, pô. Falando nisso, eu vou fazer o seguinte, eu já volto, eu vou fazer um cafezinho aqui pra mim e eu já volto, rapidinho.
Actually, Rocky Helmet would take out the Scraggy as well. But he said, I don't want to risk the Imprison here, so I'm going to fake out and high horsepower. There is actually Glacial Lance, no Imprison coming, and confirmation as well that Adrian's Calyrex will be faster, dealing solid damage here. I mean, Brute Bonnet also faster than the Calyrex. High horsepower takes the knockout. Now it's a 1v1, but with Imprison and Leech Seed, I don't see any way for Leon to overcome the opposing Calyrex Ice.
Yeah, this looks really tricky now, doesn't it? Because you can just, and you still got the Citrus Berry, but to be fair, like you've got the Unnerve ability on Leon's end, which is going to prevent that other Calyrex from actually eating its Citrus Berry. To be fair, like you've got some boosts, 3 attack boosts is something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Maybe I spoke too soon, and that like +3 high horsepower, like twice, will actually be enough. There's the Leech Seed, so no Imprison coming off. Wants the recovery first. And the question is a +3 single target Glacial Lance enough to pick the knockout here?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like it at all, no. And like, interestingly, yeah, you going for the Glacial Lance actually kind of makes sense here because it's pretty much a very similar power level, one single target compared to a neutral high horsepower. So rather than wanting to risk the miss on high horsepower, they're going for the Glacial Lance instead. But I think, yeah, given the speed, the amount of health they've got now, I think high horsepower does seem worth it.
Yeah, and that's a very crucial turn here. Calyrex survives the Glacial Lance, and in return there's a high horsepower. Will that be enough? A +3 it is!
What a play from Leon there to kind of pull it out of the bag of that high horsepower there and actually taking it with all of those attack boosts, bringing us to a game 2. And Leon being one game away from getting their first phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we kind of we're already like thinking, oh, this is going to be really hard for Leon to come back. But one thing the oversight was that Adrian was a little bit too passive and was waiting too long to bring in their own Calyrex. And at this point, Calyrex was suddenly at +3. Right? And even if like high horsepower is the only move, if you're at +3, that's really gonna hurt. And like 2 high horsepowers at this stage would have been enough to pick up the KO. So I think for Adrian, the key component will be make sure that you lock down that opposing Calyrex Ice earlier so it can get the knockouts, it can get the boosts, and it will stay at neutral or maybe +1 max. So then it can't like crush out all these damages and KOs.
Yeah, I think that's got to be right. I mean, you've got Imprison on your own Calyrex for a reason, right? So makes sense to try and use it against Leon's Calyrex because he won because Calyrex swept with Glacial Lance, right? Yep. So yeah, just try to get into that more safe position in front of, yeah, the Farigiraf. And I think you called it well, Barish, there. He was just a little bit too safe with trying to get it in the right position.
But also like, props to Leon. He like, the one key turn in this game as well was when he decided to go for coaching and Glacial Lance and caught the opposing Brute Bonnet in the switch in as well. Suddenly down to like in the reds. But they're ready for game 2.
Yep. Okay, same leads, running it back for both sides. Fluttermane is gonna get that speed boost again, it looks like, and there's gonna actually, no, sorry, not that speed boost, because it's just sat in the... oh, sorry, no, it is the sun. I was like, where's the Koraidon to give the sun boost? I'm like, no, there's a Groudon. There's a Groudon, David, come on.
Yep.
All right, we still got a Groudon. All right, Groudon's still relevant, everyone, all right? Okay, so yeah, going to this turn, do you do the same thing again? Like, because a Miraidon KO turn 1 seemed amazing for Adrian, right? But obviously it didn't win in the game.
It was really well positioned here, and it looks like Leon doesn't want to risk it this time and potentially immediately swap out here. The Precipice Blades won't deal too much damage into these Pokemon, so it seems kind of fair. So the question is Fluttermane maybe going on the offensive here? And with a double up, maybe with a cheeky crit, can cause some problems for Leon here. Otherwise, we will just see a very easy Trick Room setup with the Farigiraf.
Yeah, true. So let's see if Adrian can potentially punish this play, as there's the Moonblast burst into what was that Miraidon, and follow up by the Precipice Blades. This is gonna not KO, but do a lot of damage into both of our targets there. Yeah, there's the Trick Room again. So, yeah, would you say that this is better or worse for Leon, Barish?
I mean, we talked about free and paid switches here. This was a paid switch, but like the Calyrex had to pay the cost itself, basically. I mean, in game 1, I was seeing black for Leon, where I was like, this Calyrex won't be able to turn around. Now it is on the field in Trick Room, but already down to 68 HP.
Mais pãozinho pra mim.
Really gonna be difficult.
Peguei um Ashokon lotado.
Take the knockout
E
here,
let's go.
and then you're down to like what?
De novo o Groundle amarelo.
Scraggy has 2 of your main Pokemon, followed by your only damage output, so it's gonna be difficult to see. Now, of course, the Intimidate will help a little bit to survive that Precipice Blades, but then you won't be able to take any knockout because Fluttermane has a Focus Sash, and we potentially see a Terrestrialization on the Groudon as well.
Yeah, so true. So Leon's got his back against the wall here, but instead of protecting, going on the offensive this time. So maybe hoping Adrian's not going to double into this Calyrex, and maybe going for that Scraggy instead, which is definitely a Pokemon you need to respect in this meta. Respect Scraggy, please. As Ground now goes for the Terrifier, which was very good doing last game to resist those glacial lances, but wasn't quite enough to bring it back this time.
Yeah, now I mean, there's the Glacial Lance, as I mentioned, but because of the Focus Sash and the Terrifier, both these Pokemon withstand it. If we see a Precipice Blades and maybe a Moonblast into that Scraggy, it might go down immediately.
Okay, there's the Precipice Blades coming out now. Is it going to be enough onto this Calyrex? Not quite, thanks to that Scraggy's Intimidate. And yeah, okay, there's that Moonblast into the Scraggy. So not doing a whole lot this turn, unfortunately, but it does mean Calyrex can get away with one more turn to do something.
Yeah, but it's now really, really difficult to get around that Groudon. And yes, the Intimidate was crucial to survive the Precipice Blade, but now
Ei, chat, planos pra hoje? Eles vão sair, vão ficar em casa, vão dormir, irão jogar. O que vocês pretendem fazer hoje? Até hoje eu não entendi a lógica do Groundle Shine, cara.
I mean, like, we've seen Adrian go for that protect before, so they couldn't try and do it again, and Leon could capitalize there, and actually said then go for that high horsepower double up, but may not even be enough given Groundle's physical bulkiness.
Absolutely, we see a protect on the Calyrex here, so let's see how this turn plays out. There's a Fallback coming off, pick up that Fluttermane quite easily, the 1 HP left over. The question is, what move are we seeing from the Groudon? Might be another Heat Crash here?
Yeah, we saw how much damage that did before, didn't we?
But it actually decided to go for high horsepower itself.
Wow, okay, so not even going for the Precipice Blades there, wanting that extra bit of damage that the single target move gives you over the Precipice Blades, and maybe slightly more reliability as well.
Yeah, slightly more accurate as well.
Vai, Leon, ganha 2-0 aí. Eu, por mais... Cara, o cara do Scratch vai ganhar, isso mesmo? Cronospa, cara. É Coronospa. Nossa, o Calyrex se chama Coronospa.
I think Leon must be starting to think, like, how do I turn this game around? One good thing is that Groudon can't protect, Calyrex can't protect. You have a choice specs Miraidon in the back, which can now attack everything with an Electro Drift.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, we're kind of thinking we're in the same position as last game, but no, you have a whole nother restricted in the back. But high horsepower with a helping hand is not quite enough on this Groudon. And now Glacial Lance comes back in response from Adrian, able to pick up that annoying Glacial Lancing Calyrex on Leon's side, finally, in this game too, putting Adrian in a really decent position here.
Yeah.
Nem ferrando que vai ser empate
We'll see which attack it actually opts for. It is a Precipice Blade, connects as well. It might just take out the Farigiraf.
Mano, vai... Ah, não acredito que o cara empatou.
It's clear to say at this stage that Adrian is winning the second game and is
Mano,
taking the
é
set.
impressão minha ou o Groundle bugou aqui? Foi crítico ainda. Ó, ele vai olhar pro chão e depois, ó, ele... Oxi! Tá bom, né? Mano, o Ground olha pro chão e fala, é pra olhar pra frente.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So, interestingly, I feel like in that first game, Adrian went obviously for the Moonblast play instantly into the Miraidon, right? And that Precipice Blade at the same time.
Yep.
So, if that Ryan had survived the Moonblast, the Volt Switch still would have come out there instead. But I'm guessing Adrian was kind of like just going on the offensive, and maybe it's expecting Leon to do exactly that. Because then, if he doesn't Moonblast, then Carrick just takes the Precipice Blades and then can maybe still win it out.
Pô, Leon teve a chance de fazer o que a Pokémon mais odeia, pô. É fechar a transmissão 2-0, pô.
And then in the next turn, you don't need to double up into Fluttermane. You can just take it out with the Glacial Lance, and you're free to redirect your second attack into the Groudon as well. But the Groudon seemed to be like a very stable, very good lead here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it again.
Yeah, I mean, it was putting in work, wasn't it? It was just dishing out a lot of damage, and we're seeing it yet again. But, yeah, we still got the Calyrex and the Miraidon on the other side. It's not the Ferrograph instead. It's in the lead of it, but you would still do that same sort of Trick Room play, though, this time. And particularly if you've got the Terra Water on that Calyrex, that looks quite strong into what Adrian's offering.
Yeah, the question really comes down to, will you survive the Moonblast? And if you survive the Moonblast, which attack are you picking into that Groudon? We see a potential Trick Room coming up here, but whether you go for Volt Switch here, maybe bringing in your Scraggy to start setting up, or if you go for Draco Meteor because you need the damage into the opposing Groudon, maybe you expect, oh, there's actually a switch here in what they bring, and it's the Landorus in the back.
Wow, okay, so maybe a less Trick Room based game potentially here, depending on how speedy this Landorus actually is here. There's a lot of variations to how speedy you
será que não trouxe Scraggy agora?
So maybe we'll just see Leon going on the offense here. But first, that Terra Water, making sure that you can take on those fire moves and that Shadow Ball, namely on the Fluttermane side here. And if the Glacial Lance can come out immediately, yeah, that's going to do a lot of damage. So burst out Shadow Ball, dealing still a respectable amount of damage, to be fair.
Pior é se verem minha galeria.
Another Precipice Blades
Não tem
here.
nada demais, não tem umas coisas mais luminosas, meu Deus. E por que você ainda tem essas fotos? Se disfarça das provas do crime, pô. É por isso que eu não tenho nada demais no meu telefone. Eu só jogo.
Glacial Lance hitting both targets, and if you force the Terra Fire and then punish it with something like an Earth Power, that could get you back into this game.
Rapaz, desde que não tenha personagens animalescos despidos, tá ótimo. E belas moças também, né, no caso. GG.
Groudon absolutely taking it down. That is such a slow Landorus. So well played from Leon there. I just did not expect that to be the case.
I don't think anyone expected this to underspeed, but maybe if you think about the Icy Wind on the Fluttermane, you were like, he might want to go a slightly faster Groudon to
Nunca teria esse tipo de foto no meu celular.
On the other side, Leon was like, hey, I am running a Trick Room team. Maybe this is a full bulk Landorus with barely any speed, and in that specific combination we see
vai ser só da cremosa, né, ô Alexandre? Sou louco, mas não é esse nível. Só da cremosa, né, Alexandre? Aliás, não vai nem precisar, pô. Vai estar vendo ao vivo.
Wow, Leon just identifying what he needs to do to deal with this Groudon that could just sit there for the last couple of games. Absolutely nails it with that Landorus now. So, going into this next turn, though, you still got a pretty helpful Miraidon in the back when Leon is then out of Trick Room, and we know the MVP.
Quando que eu aumentei a classificação indicativa dessa live? O Scrag, realmente ele trouxe o Scrag. O Scrag tem time. Cara, eu não sabia que o Scrag tinha time date. Muito bom saber disso. Mano, que aleatório, uma pergunta do nada. Deixa eu pegar um Pokémon aqui, qual que eu vou usar? Já sei, vou pegar um Scrag. Ia ser engraçado se o cara fosse campeão com esse Pokémon ainda.
Prison is finally there, so Glacial Lance obviously cannot even be clicked, as well as the Trick Room on the Calyrex's end. But the Scraggy is
tanto Pokémon que o cara usar, esse Pokémon muito engraçado.
Foulplay that Calyrex, and Leon's still in a decent position, right?
Yeah, we have two combinations, so there's either the fake-out play, but I mentioned this very early on, if your opponent goes for the Imprison and you have Scraggy on the field, you can't
No YouTube não tem nada demais, mas o perigo mesmo é olhar em disco. Ah, se tu não tem nenhuma foto, Alexandre, tu não tem nenhuma foto no teu telefone, a foto ou fica com o símbolo, ela fica cinza, tipo com uma bosta na frente, ou ela carrega por causa do armazenamento dos arquivos do próprio disco, entendeu? Mas aí também você está fazendo coisas sujas, então. Ó, Alexandre, um ditado pra vida. Um ditado pra vida. 3 coisas que não ficam ocultas por muito tempo: o sol, a lua e a verdade. Então, a verdade sempre aparece. Então tem que tomar cuidado com isso. Então, se você estiver escondendo alguma coisa de alguém, a verdade uma hora aparece. Do nada um cavalo com uma cita. Mano, será que o cara realmente o Leon não vai ganhar? Vou ver qual o gol mais barato do carro. Que isso, pô? É o que eu falei, se ele elimina, exclui isso aí, tira isso da tua vida e é isso. Really maneuvering with that Landers taking the knockout, now in a prime position to make Scraggy enter phase 2.
Yeah, that's a great point actually. And actually, you might be able to consider the Dazzling Gleam here, right? Because then you can still deal super effective damage into the Amoonguss, and it's also 100% accurate as well. You're also dealing damage into the Calyrex Ice Rider, and then you can follow up with that foul play, which we know isn't quite enough yet to deal the rest of the damage into the Calyrex.
Yeah, there's a sucker punch, won't deal too much damage, even with a critical hit. So Dazzling coming off, you were absolutely right. Just barely missing the KO here, but there was no spore potential, and you're still locked into the Imprison. So I really, really like what Leon is doing here, saying you can have the Imprison as much as you want, but I'm encoring you, and now actually you are the one imprisoned away.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we're seeing. But I like what Adrian's trying to do here, though, bringing it down so that Fluttermane is still in here. Outside of the Trick Room, and it's got Icy Wind as its spread option, but not Dazzling Gleam, unfortunately. That's exactly what you would want at this point, but instead it's the Moonblast Icy Wind Shadow Ball Protect set. So is there still a way that you can kind of close this out?
Yeah, the only way I see is that maybe with the Rage Powder, you can, like, yeah, that's what's happening here, the Rage Powder, and then if you are actually maybe winning the speed tie here and get a Moonblast out, that's what's happening, or at least you're faster, take out the Miraidon. Now Scraggy's attack is going in. Scraggy left, the power play won't deal too much damage. You probably get more in return from the Rocky Helmet. So the question all comes down to can your Landorus take an Icy Wind? Era mais fácil ter acertado a Flutter então, pô.
Yeah, it's so low, isn't it? So actually, it may not even need to
Nossa,
be
pior
an Icy
que
Wind.
ainda tem chance do Leon perder aqui, cara.
Shadow Ball if it's enough, but we also know it's a bulky Landorus. Yep. So it might actually be able to survive either of those attacks. So it might need to be the Icy Wind.
Yeah, and now the question is, I mean, yeah, Leon sees that and says, I might just buy myself another turn and go for Protect. Could be punished with a Moonblast, of course. There's the Protect. Adrian isn't too worried about that. We see a little fist bump there. So let's see what's happening. There's the Rage Powder coming off, making sure that your Fluttermane will survive this turn. And it actually was a Moonblast here, so fair enough. Okay. And it's just another foul play. It's basically just a matter of time at this point. And the question will come down to,
Mano, acerta a Flutter, caramba!
So Adrian could just go for the same play now. Otherwise, Leon was in such a spectacular
Nossa, tem chance ainda, caraca, ô. Vamos, Scraggy.
But just the crucial amount of training on this brute bonnet means that
lançaram um trailer do update do Inverso. Já? Caraca, não tem nem uma semana que o jogo lançou? Ou tem já uma semana? Tem, né? Porque foi semana passada. Caraca, já tem uma semana que o jogo lançou. Que isso, cara? Ele cai? Não. GG.
second. No, I don't think Icy Wind is not taking 2 knockouts. No. You go for Earth Power and Foul Play, and this might be the game for Leon.
Yeah, I think so, because this Buffwing doesn't have Dazzling Gleam. Icy Wind is its only move. Icy Wind doesn't freeze as far as I know. And so Earth Power should be enough. So yeah, here's Icy Wind, not even with a super mega crit. Is that going to be enough on Leon Scraggy? And it's Scraggy in the final 3rd game here that KOs the Fluttermane of all Pokemon to take Leon into phase 2.
Aí eu não vi muito do trailer, eu dormi e quando eu acordei tava no vídeo Pokémon Implantout. Aê, o Scraggy venceu!
I have Encore, and like we saw the imprison go off, but then it was using imprison for the rest of the game basically, and just became a sitting duck. And like, what a better like finish could we have than Scraggy taking the final knockout?
Yeah, we couldn't ask anything better. And like the Lander has been so clutch in that game as well, being like slow enough that it undersped the ground on, which is arguably like is naturally slower than Landorus.
Foi de Pokémon para Ben 10 muito rápido, então, né? Ao contrário, né? Foi de Ben 10 para Pokémon, né? Que doideira. Aí, ó. Antes de acabar.
I'm honestly shocked it survived that.
Yeah, if you ever wonder why it is important to like find just the right like distribution of stats for your Pokémon, this
mas tu não chegou a ver, né? Qual foram os heróis que lançou, né? Cara, agora me deu vontade de ir atrás de um Ground Shine.
Yeah, it really did, and just like the ace in the hole right at the end for Leon there, like, and consistently bringing the Scraggy every game as well to really support it too, in that consistent foul play damage, the fake out as well, that's really nice, the intimidate onto the ground on and the Calyrex earlier too, just enabled him to kind of do enough damage, and yeah,
mas é hoje que lança ou amanhã?
Honestly, like, the seal in the coffin, honestly, for that Calyrex.
And we mentioned how, like, maybe you could have swapped out the Calyrex to, like, play around the
porque aparece na thumb e já falaram.
It was maybe the right call to stay in, and Fluttermane coming in, taking first knockout on Miraidon, then threatening knockouts in both Pokemon, with just barely missing on the Landorus.
Wow, yeah, there it is, foul play, and then Fluttermane goes down. Oh, with a critical hit as well, I just noticed, I didn't even see that last time. Yeah, okay, Leon must be so chuffed as well to get this far with a really cool team, but obviously commiserations to Adrian as well. They've obviously played a phenomenal day 1 as well, and also with a really cool team, bringing that ground as far as it could go.
Tem que ver isso aí. Porque se o jogo lançou aqui, Zurling, bem-vindo de volta, Zurling. Vi que você tava aí, desde já um ótimo sábado. Zurling, você acabou de perder um Scraggs ganhando e passando pro dia 2. E um Groundle olhando pro chão como se não fosse nada.
I think we've seen it at one Asian tournament. I don't exactly recall which specific tournament it was, but it was one player bringing Scraggy. I've seen it in this particular core as well. And saying, hey, I really like this core. Maybe I should bring
Minha mãe comprou algo da Copa. Caraca, boa sorte pra colecionar, hein? Eu soube que tá 7 contos a pacote de figurinha, né? Caraca, hein? Não, Scraggy. Scraggy, sim, aqui, ó. Aqui, ó. Cadê? Aqui, ó, um Scraggy. Ah, exatamente o Scraggy. Ah, inclusive ele vai dar um golpe na Flutter, ó. Viu? O Scraggy. Oh, foi muito engraçado. Teve uma parte aqui que o Groundle olhou pra baixo e falou: ah, eu tô jogando, né? Deixa eu olhar pra frente. Deixa eu ver qual é a parte. Tô sabendo, cada vez mais caro. É. Deixa eu ver se é agora. Ensina pro Ash como que joga com o time dele aí. Então, né? Deixa eu ver, foi nesse que ele olhou pra baixo? Cara, teve uma hora que o... Não foi nesse não. Teve uma hora que o Groundle olha pra baixo. Acho que foi na partida passada.
previously went down, hasn't taken out any knockouts. So this time it's a little bit easier to lock it down with an Imprison and with the lead seat combination. Sabrina in the back, which can...
The helping hand on Leon's side, finally, in this game too. Putting Adrian in a really decent position here.
Yeah, that was such a crucial survival here. We'll see which attack it actually opts for. It is a precedence rate, connects as well, and might take out the Frigga ref. With a critical hit, I don't think that matter at this stage, and I think that's clear to say at this stage.
Ô Zuli, olha isso aqui, o ground. Tem uma coisinha no chão. Ele olha pro chão do nada. Do nada, do absoluto nada. Ele, tem uma coisinha no chão. Pera, eu tô jogando.
Then it's what my ride on against 3 and that was possible.
Well, speaking of trickery, you did fantastically well in game 3. We were very surprised to see Hollanders go first. Were you surprised as well?
Não, mas o... me fala me fala um Pokémon de Unova que o Ash usou mal. Acho que só o Oshawott. De resto, o time dele, ele sabe usar, até a Livene. Eu acho que a Livene e o Crocodile, eu acho que era os mais queridinhos dele, tá? Inclusive, o Ash eu acho que é o único treinador que pegou Pokémon já com item dentro do anime. Valdora, esquive do tri-ataque de um Reagindo. Essa parte eu não vi. Essa parte... Não, essa parte eu não vi não, essa parte eu não lembro. É que o Nova não me é refrescado na memória. Então vamos lá, todos do Alexandre, todos. Tá louco, ele não foi um treinador tão ruim assim no Nova. O que me mais vem na memória é o Oshawott, porque o rival dele, né, o rival de Unova percebeu que o Oshawott usava o Aquamissile de olho fechado. Isso foi contra quem, Zulin? Tu lembra? Como dizia o sábio, orangotango simplificado. Tudo que é ruim pode piorar. Então, e só depois de 2 Pokémon cair, ele falou com o tipo lutador. Mas isso foi contra quem, Júlio? Tu lembra? Reagindo. Foi contra o Draven, eu acho. Draven que fala. Mas ele tinha Pokémon lutador? Pera, o Ash tem Pokémon lutador? O Scrag, né, no caso. Eu esqueço que o Scrag também é lutador. Foi um cara extremamente genérico que achava que a Liga de Unova estava no isopor. Meu Deus do céu. A Liga de Unova cavijotou. Caraca, o cara tá muito bem situado na geografia, né? Usou o Pignite. É o Pignite. Ué, o Pignite já é lutador? Oi? Glamoro Soul Blaze. Sim. Caraca, eu achei que ele era lutador na forma final já. Só. Mas Isa Question, o Zulin, ele só usou o Pignite ou ele usou algum golpe lutador com o Pignite? Porque até onde minha memória vai ser horrível em Unova. Mas eu não lembro do Pignite ter algum golpe lutador, não. A única coisa que eu lembro quando fala do Pignite do Ash Ele usando carga de chamas. O lança-chamas, né? Que era o brasas, né? No caso. E o carga de chamas, só. Tanto que se eu não me engano... o carga de chamas, quando o T-Pig aprendeu, um pouco depois ele evolui pra Pigmite, né? O mesmo cara, extremamente genérico, levou 5 Pokémon pra luta 6v6. Meu Deus do céu. Eu tô na jornada de zerar todos os jogos de Pokémon. Eu me recuso a jogar BW no BW2. Ô louco, pô. Até eu vou jogar, ô Alexandre. Por que você não pode jogar? Ué, então. This strategy's effectiveness was too much for almost all the players to handle, and Ashton finished top 4, almost winning LAIC for the 3rd time. So let this be a lesson to never underestimate Komodo, and know that when you least expect it, this peculiar pig might just be at its most powerful. Enzurli. Aliás, tô na mesma jornada, vou abrir o Hardcore agora. O Simon terminou, Zurli. Ele pegou... Ele passou do Red. Ele tomou um susto, tá? Com os Pokémon do Red no 80. Ele não fazia a menor ideia. Mas ele pegou... Tirando o trio de pássaro de canto, os outros lendários ele pegou. Ele pegou o Lugia, pegou o Latios, ele pegou o Roll, pegou o Mewtwo e o Groundle. E não tomaria um susto se não soubesse então, né? E nova, o único Pokémon do Oeste que não evoluiu foi o Oshawott mesmo? É isso? Acho que eu vou voltar pro Pokémon. Oi, falar em Pokémon, ô Alexandre. Nossa, sonho de consumo isso aí. Olha isso, cara. Mano, olha isso. Ah, não, tem uns Knives, eu tinha esquecido. Mano, pera aí, na moral, chat. Olha isso aqui. Caraca, mano, que coisa linda. Nossa, muito ter isso aqui. Ah, então foram 3. Chegou só pra botar velho. Pô, olha lá. Nossa, ó, isso aqui também. Ó. Poxa, que tristeza. Então foram só 3, né, Zori? Foi o Oshawott, o Snipe e o Scrag, né? Eu não sei se o Scrag conta muito. Porque o Scrag, ele é... Como é que fala? Ele veio de ovo, né? Se bem que o Ash teve um Lucario, o Riolo, né? Em ovo e evoluiu, né? Mas os que só evoluíram uma vez foram o Pigmite e o Baldor.
Wow, okay, there's plenty, obviously, as you can see here at our prize for the Utrecht Regional Championships, and that was just one regional here. You may even find
os que evoluíram 2 foi o Crocodile. Nascer e evoluir? Não. E os que evoluíram 2 vezes foi o Crocodile e a Livene, né? Eu não lembro, o Ash chegou a pegar o seu Adam, né? A formiguinha de planta, né? Desde o começo, né? Ué? O Zanfit também, ele pegou o Pidove, isso mesmo. Evoluir e nascer, não. Ué, vai ter round 9? Oxi, só pra completar, é sério? Ah lá. A transmissão já acabou, os caras vão meter mais um round só pra fechar. Caraca, que bando de filho da mãe. O Politoad ele já pegou evoluído também. Aqui também não evoluiu. Ah, ele já pegou como Politoad? Politoad, né? No caso, Politoad. Politoad. Não, ele pegou o estágio básico da Livene, ou ele já pegou como o seu Adel, eu acho, né? Que é aquele que ele tá todo em volta da plantinha, tá tipo, todo encasolado. Aí ele já pegou assim, ok.
Trailer, the Dallas Regional Champion, with over a decade of experience in VGC, was always willing to go for the unconventional play.
É que o Nova passou tão... O Nova não me traz boas lembranças. Pô, se parar pra pensar, eu sou traumatizado com duas gerações. O Nova por ter tirado o investido a trovão do Pikachu, e XY por ter feito aquela roubalheira que foi. Pera, então o time do Ash era Pikachu, Snivy, Oshawott, Big Knight, Scraggy, Livene, Crocodile, Baldor, Politoad. Eu tô esquecendo de algum? Qual roubalheira? Ah, o Nova foi o Pikachu ter perdido o investido a trovão. Pra mim, o melhor ataque do Pikachu. Tiraram o investido a trovão pra depois dar o bola elétrica pra ele. E em XY ele ter perdido pro Alan, né? Já que eu achei justa a derrota pro Alan. Você não sabe o que está falando, Zurli. Ele ter perdido pro Alan Patrick foi sinistro. E desses, o único... Tá, pelo menos o único que eu sei que eu acho que eu consigo acertar é o Sendai eu ter vindo com Black Glasses, né? É porque o Greninja do Ash tinha Kurt, ninguém sabe. Talvez seja porque eu tô acostumado a ver ele perder pra personagens que o Pokémon Company criou do nada. Pô, em um Nova ele ficou top 16 pra aquele... Um moleque lá, nada a ver, que tinha... Eu não lembro se era Trout ou Sol. Qual era o... Ele tinha um dos lutadores, qual era o que ele tinha? Tu lembra, Azul? Um cara também nada a ver. Ele perde, ele fica top 16. Eu acho que o cara tinha um do... Moleque.
theoretical anti-synergy
Era pra esse
isn't
moleque
actually as
mesmo
bad as it would
que
seem,
tinha o rei
and
do...
it has to be Scraggy over Scrafty. Scrafty's a little bit faster than Scraggy is.
Eu não lembro do Reagindo, mas esse moleque não tinha o Trout ou o Salk, sei lá, um dos lutadores do Nova. É uma luta 6v6 os Urlin, mas ninguém fala que obrigatoriamente você precisa ter 6 Pokémon, viu? Ele não precisou nem de 6 para derrotar o Ash. Colocou Ferrotorn contra o Ignite. O Ash não perde pro cara do Miau no Invoen, né, se eu não me engano? O cara que tem um Miau com o chapéu. O Ash perdeu pro Tobias e ensinou, né? Sim, mas aí foi top 4, pô. Mas aí também, Alexandre, qualquer um ia perder, pô. O cara tinha um Darkrai, um Latios, provavelmente mais 4 lendários aí. Colocou a Suana contra o Pikachu. Então, esse claramente é alguém que tá começando a jogar.
So we're able to see Scraggy make phase 2 of this tournament, and of course we are
going
to be going into phase 2 as phase 1 has concluded. So yeah, just going to be interesting to see what other really interesting because it those matches there were some quite interesting picks as well. Scraggy, one of the coolest that we've been able to see, found success in the first round of Regulation I as well, was able to get finals over one of the Asian tournaments. Can't remember exactly which one, but they did manage to reach the finals there and made phase 2 here as well.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I mentioned earlier as well that Scraggy has been there before and has like made a scene in Asia. I didn't remember which gen was either, but I knew that it was played before this particular court. Now that we have played 8 rounds of phase 2 was over, we needed these 6 wins to qualify for the next round. And I think let's have a look at the standings and which players actually qualified for the second phase of the tournament.
And also which ones were able, would you look at that? Kelch once again going 8-0. Was able to win the Utrecht Special Championship last year, and now the Utrecht Regional Championship that we do have this year, and piloting a very, very similar team as he was able to achieve just a year ago as well.
Utrecht might just be his town. I remember last
Ô Zuri, deixa eu te refrescar a memória. Nessa mesma temporada do ginásio elétrico, ele não levou um Pokémon só, achando sei lá que ele ia ganhar. Ele levou um Pokémon, perdeu, ele teve que... Pera aí, rapidinho, pausa. Aí vai lá pegar o Pokémon. Então, a gente tá falando do Ash de
True run back and a little bit of a missed opportunity, but I'm sure he won't mind if he is being as successful as he currently is.
Yeah, then on the other side, we have some of the 7-1 players here as well. So maybe let's have a look at Isaac's team. He's also been featured a few times and is currently at 7-1 here, running the Lunala Miraidon forward that is so popular throughout the season.
And for good reason, right? It was able to win one of the international championships, and an adaptation of it was able to make top 8 of the world championships as well. I think the only just crucial thing is it choice specs or is it life for one Miraidon? Because we've seen a little bit of a trend going back to the choice specs when after the world championships, life will seem to be the way to go on this Miraidon. So I am curious to see if Hangwei, if we're able to feature him going forward, because of course he is 7-1 now, main phase 2. Which Miraidon is going to win? Because for me, that's the only real crucial point of what personal preference do you have with this team? Because everything else will almost certainly be as expected.
I mean, choice specs is there for a reason. I really like the idea of having the option of going Drake Video first and then Wall switching out next, so you don't like lose completely a turn by having to manually switch out. So that flexibility that LIFO gives you could be crucial and change how this game or how this certain matchups are being played.
Yeah, and finding very, very good success with it here. A team that popped up right near the beginning of the format and then just stayed very consistently at the top tables for most of the Regulation I format, so no surprise to see Hengwei, who was able to get top 8, so no, top 4 I think it was even, in the Utrecht Championship last season, able to make the run back here and with a 7-1 record.
I mean, all these players, Michael currently at 8-0, the rest at 7-1, in a prime position going into phase 2, clinching 2 more wins to get get at least 9 wins to qualify for our final top cut phase here. So let's look a little bit further down actually what else we have.
Yeah, we've got a lot of the trainers actually we were able to feature have already been on stream. So yeah, like Lewis Marco was able to have a very good showing in his round. Comfortably won the second and the third game. After that game one went kind of wrong for him, was able to adapt really, really nicely.
Yeah, got one goal wrong, and the opponent just sprayed out on offensive with the Sandsmear Storm, taking out the Ogapon, Half-Flame, and the switching in Zamazenta, but just bring it back, and then also winning the next round, and now he's 7-1. Top 4 finish in LA. Overall, I think he's 4th in CPL award as well, and just like off to another great start.
He might be getting into that top 3 of the leaderboards after already getting a great finish here and guaranteed himself some of those championship points. There's no surprise to see him still very consistently able to pilot this team. We were talking about the run back in the previous Utrecht with Michel's team. This is the same team of 6 that that Lewis was able to make the finals of previously. Was able to get those 3 nasty pots in that game 3. That was so memorable as well. And then the Assault Vest Incineroar only just able to clutch that. It was so much damage coming out from the Astral Barrage there. So no surprise to see Louis making that run back very, very successful. And actually, like I mentioned, a lot of the trains we were able to feature and win on the stream actually made the 7-1 record. So very, very nicely done from them.
One player we haven't seen on stream yet, so maybe let's have a closer look at their run through this tournament, finishing phase 1 with an 8-0 record. I'm talking about Michael Couch. I mean, last year's champion, now back at 8-0. Let's see which matchups he kind of had to face and how they went throughout the day, and then get a better impression of maybe which specific matchups he had to overcome to get 8-0 again, which players he had to face.
Yeah, at least in this restricted meta, it's always interesting for me, mainly what pairs did you end up facing? Well, did you end up facing something that's theoretically not a great matchup for you, and then you were able to overcome it here? But look at that, that's half of the teams that he was facing was that classic Shadow Rider and Zamazenta.
Yeah, Zamazenta, Killer Shadow Rider also won 2 actually, so he faced in total 6 Shadow Riders, and when it wasn't Killer Shadow Rider, there's one more in Lennon Christie with the Killer Ice Rider. So a variety of teams here. We see Reggie Lackey, we see the Iron Bundle as well in the first round. So, and then of course we also have some big names like Jordan Citelli, which we have featured on screen before, overcoming those Lorenzo Silvestrini in the 4th round. So he seems to be, if one thing is clear, Michael is coming prepared to really
Oh, for sure. I don't know if he'd have been prepared for a ride on Zacian in that very first round. That's probably the most standout of the restricted pairings, because Proud on Ice Rider is actually a pairing that has found a little bit of success previously, but Zacian Maridon, that's the most uncommon out of those I'm seeing for sure, but still able to overcome that using the experience that he's had with the team.
I mean, Michael Couch, what a player, in his very first season, finishing 2nd place in the World Championship, topping that, or going for another top 4 finish the following year, top 8, basically back-to-back top 8 or better at Worlds, which is super impressive, and I don't think we have seen that before. I think maybe Cedric Park came close. I think he had some good runs in the seniors division and then in the Masters.
Yeah, he was definitely able to make at least one of the top 8s, because he had the Magmar back then. That was a really, really interesting pick back at that tournament. So yeah, very, very great accomplishments coming out from Michael here. And of course, this is therefore he's going to get top 16 at this World Championships that he is definitely already qualified for, given how many points he's going to be able to have acquired across the season and already now with this 8-0 record.
Yep, of course, a golden ticket is still up for grabs also for Michael, which would then pass down the invite to even one player further down. We haven't had any repeat champion this season so far. And obviously we had a lot of Italian champions at the beginning of the season. So let's see if after Spain and France taking titles, maybe it is finally Germany's turn.
Hey, what about UK? You know, obviously that would be a personal preference of mine if we were able to do that, because we haven't been able to achieve that for quite a while at this point. It was Eden Batcher was the last one that we were able to get a UK champion for, so over a season ago.
That is fair, that is fair. I think we had maybe a few more Germans, like 2 titles with Michael Couch. Florian Temmer also won a regional championship. So we had a few. I don't like, Germany isn't too bad off. I'm not complaining about Germany, but of course, this season so far, I mean, Italy, 5 out of 8 so far. So let's see, of course, maybe the next country to leave a mark on our champions group.
Well, you mentioned that Germany was able to do very well in the last Utrecht championship that we did have, because both of the finalists were German. It was Markl that was taken down by Michael Couch
push. It was a really, really interesting match, and you can see the teams that were actually able to make the top 8 here as well.
Yeah, this is from last season when Michael Kalic was winning against Lewis Markle in the finals. But a few more notable players. We just talked about Heng Yu-Zhang actually, also currently at 7-1 last year with that home opener right on board, now switching it up a little bit. And top of that, we have some Dutch players, Kieran and Jorijn from the Netherlands here in top 8, and then Nikolai ever present as well.
Yeah, Nikolai and his brother Frederick as well, able to innovate very, very nicely with that Ursaluna that is obviously their favourite Pokemon. And the teams that they end up coming up with always have a really nice, well, I'll go for this fast option, then this slow option, or I'll go for these 2 leads Pokemon, and therefore, if you're able to deal with it, suddenly here's my other duo that I have in the back. So it was no surprise to see Nikolai get that far in the Utrecht Championship that we did have last season, because he definitely put on a good show when he was on stream.
Yeah, I think Alexander and Michael, like first and fourth, were actually building together as they're running the exact same core here. And I remember how this tournament was so crucial for Germany because it locked the invite for Alexander. Obviously, Michael got his second title of the season, which was taking out all the crucial championship points as well. So all of these tournaments towards the end of the season can like make or break, basically decide whether or not you will play at Worlds this season.
Yeah, this is definitely a crucial time, especially for the players that are maybe in around 100th in Europe at the moment, where they're not quite at the threshold currently, but will give them the invite if they make it into the top 60 after we've taken away the direct invitees. But also the players that are quite low down and maybe, well, I have to have this miracle run to be able to get my World Championship invite. I think that Alexander was one of those players, right?
Alexander was one of those players who definitely needed the championship. He was coming into this tournament and saying like, I need a high finish on the season for me, and like, I remember, like, I'm in the group chat with Alexander, I remember how happy he was to finish top 4, take home a medal, the 3 medals for Germany. They were like cheering you on.
Yeah, it was a really, really good tournament, and of course we've got this tournament here as well that has been absolutely fantastic so far. I've been really excited to see the games that come out here, because maybe some people thought the regulation I was solved, and therefore we're just going to see these standard teams, and we've seen some of those, but then we've seen some of the innovations come out in this tournament as well. Like we've been able to feature on stream the Scraggy was probably the most interesting of those, which was a very notable match for us to be able to pick.
Yep, so it doesn't seem to be like a soft moment, and we'll probably, in a few years back, like think about the times we played those double restricted formats on Skull and Violet with the terrestrialized mechanics. We had double restricted formats in the past, always with different dynamics, maybe with some mega Pokemon, but let's have a look at the notable carries of our 9th.
Yeah, of course we're into phase 2 now, and we're going to see who we're going to feature. We've been hyping up Michael a little bit. It's time we do feature him, given he is at that 8-0 record. Going to be facing down Valentine Visser here.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting matchup. Both run the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Rhino Core. Slightly different support, though they don't have any overlap in the rest of the team. We see it either. Maybe it's one of those choice star final gambit variants. Maybe a focus sash taunt combination there as well. So a lot of potential. Down the line, though, I don't think we have talked about Dill a lot. Like, I mean, he is the runner-up of UIC, right? I think it was single restricted, now it's double restricted. Very similar core. I think he just added.
As far as I can tell, the Ice Rider replaced the Iron Hands that they had on their team. Because so long as that is the single strike, Shafir, we can't usually tell from the graphic which one it is, but they were running the single strike that was able to make finals in the UIC last year. Was one of the innovators of, well, Iron Treads is actually a worthwhile Pokemon to be able to bring, so no surprise to see them having success here, making day 2 once again, and having to now take down the Toxapex, which maybe we're the scoff go, but we were able to see it do a lot of work in that stream in Los Angeles last week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Violin picking up the Toxapex team here, making phase 2, now facing Dill here. On the other hand, we have featured Joseph on stream before today with the Galarian Wheezing leaving a mark, Poison Gas and Toxic Spikes really crucial there. And then Mark Mullender actually coming off a top 8 finish in Prague, now back in phase 2.
Yeah, so showing some very, very good consistency there, and that's gonna really secure their place at the World Championship based on where they were, because Mark was one of those players that needed a really good finish back in Prague, got that really good finish, and now is still getting a really good finish here in Utrecht. So going to have to take down Patrick Backer there with one of the teams that is probably a team that we had expected going forward. It's usually, well, is it Ogapon or is it Raging Bolt? Because I have a Dragonite, but now we're actually seeing both of them come out for Patrick.
Yep, and then the match we will feature in Michel against Valentine, right? Michel currently at 8-0. I talked how important it is to get your 9th win to qualify for a top cut. So this is actually a win and in for Michael. And either way, depending on how the match goes, both players are still in the tournament. Nobody will be knocked out. They still have 2 more rounds to play tomorrow. So Valentine on the other side, he wins this game, he's like 1 win away.
Eu saio do fã clube e ele aparece na minha frente.
There's a lot on the line. Like,
É porque tu tem que...
there is than finishing day 1 at 9-0 and already being called.
Não lembro se era em Cerulha.
Going to be one of the best feelings that you could have going
Ele
forward in a phase one, right? And we can see the
você
trainers
acha
on the
ele.
stream right now. Valentine on our left and Michael
Você
on
acha
the
ele
right.
aí, eu acho que ele vai te dar o inicial de vôlei. Eu acho que ele te dá o inicial de vôlei.
Players can still enjoy that moment and not maybe too
Inicial e o Beldas.
Oh yeah.
But eventually they will lock in and then think about the matchup a little bit.
I mean, I remember having a good chat with Michael in the top 4 of the Stockholm regional last season. Because yeah, like, we were both pretty chill in that match, and it wasn't too much of, well, let's get out of focus, because we'd already faced each other in Swiss, so we already kind of knew what the stress was going to be, so we just had a good chat before we got into the game.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Michael back in top form here at 8-0, now facing Valentine. Yeah, on the other hand, our final Swiss round for today. Let's see how it plays out. Let's see how Michael can maybe show the stream why he's 8-0. And let's see how the matchup also plays out with those different support Pokemon.
Yeah, it's an Ice Rider Miraidon Mirror, but I say mirror, it's entirely different teams. They will function completely differently. Like, you've got the Annihilate, which at this point we're assuming it's Choice Scarf. It usually is, because you can either go for Final Gambit Trick Room and then sacrifice your Annihilate to get a switch in Sweep and Trick Room, or you can just immediately start coaching yourself on the Ice Red as well. Whereas on Mike's side of the field, well, that's a team that we've seen very classically with Ice Rider on, was able to win in the senior division with that team of 6. So that's probably the version we would expect to see more. So does Valentine, with the adaptations that he has, is that going to give him a slight edge over what would be considered the standard version?
Yeah, one thing I also want to mention on top of that is potential different in items we see on the Miraidons. We talked all weekend long how there's Choice Bags, Choice Scarf, Life Orbs, a lot of different variants here. And in this mirror game, having maybe the faster Miraidon might make a big difference.
Yeah, it might indeed. We can see the accomplishments now. We've already hyped up Michael. Alphonse was able to get finals, and then top 4, and then top 8 at back-to-back World Championships, as well as winning the Utrecht Special Championship back in last season, and is already undefeated in this Utrecht Regional Championship.
On the other hand, Valentine also very strong season so far, finishing in Frankfurt with a top 8 finish, coming back with the top 16 in Prague, and now back in phase 2, facing Michel in our 9th Swiss round here. So either way, very accomplished players, and I really enjoy how much fun they're having for this game.
Yeah, it's always nice to see that the trainers just having a good time. You do get to a point where it's like, okay, I do actually kind of need to focus now and then get down to the game, but it doesn't seem like we're at that point yet, because I'm sure both of these trainers are very happy with the records they currently have, with a 7-1 and an 8-0 respectively. That's the place you want to be going into phase 2.
Yeah, we kind of talked a little bit about potentially what exactly they're running, so maybe let's jump into it and have a look at how these players have trained their Pokemon, how they have, which items they have chosen, and which attacks they went for in this kind of like mirror of restricted duos, but completely different support Pokemon. On this side, Valentine actually with Elite Seed calibers.
Yeah, so not going to be the high horsepower that's more classically paired with Miraidon. It is usually high horsepower. Yeah, Leech Seed and the Leftovers, another set that definitely popped up on Ice Rider and has been very, very effective. Mentioned about the Scarf and Eye, that is going to be the case. It is going to have Final Gambit and Coaching as its main options that it wants to go for. The Roar and the Ferrograph, I think, is probably the most interesting thing that I can see there. Is usually potentially stop Poison Trick Room. And the main synergy it has with Miraidon, which you obviously see Ferrograph and Electric paired with, is you can go for a Draco Meteor and then immediately side roar yourself so that you don't ever have the drawback of, well, now I'm -2 on my Draco Meteor, because suddenly you switch out, switch back in, and it's reset everything.
If you can combine it with a KO, that is like a perfect time. Take one Pokemon out from your opponent and switch out into any Pokemon in the back. Iron Bundle actually running double ice moves with Encore, so no potential Hydro Pump hitting any of the fire types, such as Incineroar or maybe the Landorus on Michael's team. It also doesn't have Freeze Dry, so it doesn't have a way to super effectively hit the Urshifu. But yeah, talking about Urshifu, let's have a look at what Michael actually brought to this tournament.
Yeah, because in the previous tournament, he ran a very slow Urshifu that was able to underspeed his incredibly fast Incineroar. We'll have to see if that's going to be the same kind of train, because he did switch up and spawn on the Pokemon, and there's no reason why he couldn't have switched up the training as well on his team. Going forward, we can see what he's going to be running. It's going to be probably as expected from most of these sets, because you can see here, well, it's not going to be an Urshifu that underspeeds Incineroar now, because if it's Focus Sash, you run that as fast as possible.
Yeah, I was going to say the item is a kind of giveaway sometimes. There's no point in running a very slow, bulky Urshifu than not.
Acho que deu pra entender o nome que colocou no Pikachu.
We've seen Incineroar once again with the Assault West and
Então,
so the speed here, it might not outspeed the Urshifu, but it might still be very fast and surprise opponents.
It could still outspeed the Landorus, that was the case last season as well, but if the Urshifu sped
sim,
up,
mas exatamente ele, o Dragapult. A Pokémon viu que ia acabar o regional cedo, aí me vai colar com uma última rodada aí. Só de graça. Então ele chama o Blastoise de Blah, o Charizard dele de Chá. É isso, ô Zolin? Isso que você tá me dizendo?
So having Pollen Puff as an additional option here to support your own Calyrex and heal it back up when it already took some damage could be very important in the late game to basically survive even more attacks and give you more options.
Apesar de que o nome do Pikachu não ajuda
let's see how it's going to unfold as we get into the first game of our phase 2 here in Utrecht.
O mangá ele só tem um Venusaur estrelas iniciais. Sério? Ué, então o fato dele aparecer com Charizard no... Inclusive mega evoluir no Charizard para lutar contra o Mewtwo, é tudo fachada? É tudo enganação? É mentira da mídia? Da sociedade? Nossa, parecia os Gate agora do nada.
You can't just safely double protect here to be able to stall out that fake out. You have to just go on the offensive or maybe defensively switch it.
Yeah, that might be one option here. We saw that Terra Ghost was an option to basically withstand that fake out. Maybe with the Volt Switch and Ice Beam take the knockout on the Urshifu before it takes any damage on the opposing team. So a lot to consider here. 9 seconds left. There seems to be a Volt Switch Ice Beam play, but fake out stops that flank.
Yeah, you want to stop the Miraidon over the Iron Bundle here. And yeah, there's the Ice Beam, and that's not the damage we usually see from Iron Bundle in Tertiary because it's so commonly freeze dry. But Ice Beam, the move of choice instead. There is that close combat doing huge damage to that opposing Miraidon. Obviously couldn't go for the Protect to try and stall out that fake out close combat play, so that was pretty much guaranteed.
Yep. Now, I mean,
Parando pra pensar, o Japão deve associar o Red muito mais ao Venusaur. O bizarro, né? Já que o Green deveria ser mais associado, né? O que, aliás, é muito louco isso, né? Existem os jogos Fire Red Blue, mas os remakes são Fire Red e Leaf Green. Sendo que o rival do nosso protagonista é o Blue, ou é o Green, né, na verdade. Esse rapaziada, vou ter que regravar o Fire Red canônico inteiro. Lá se vai mais
not falling victim to a potential encore. The Incineroar is instead going to be switching out here. Miraidon joining the field for Michael. In the face of the Iron Bundle, maybe not the most defensive of switch-ins here, but that's just the Aqua Jet that would have put the Miraidon into Life Orb KO range. Wouldn't have KO'd it itself. Oh, the Ice Beam was the move of choice, but it wasn't into that switching in Miraidon. It was into the Urshifu and taking it down into the red.
Yeah, I mean, after the close combat, having your special defense lowered, more damage, but it just wasn't enough to take the knockout. Very good observation, actually, that yes, you could have lived the Aqua Jet, but then after Life Orb, even if you use Volt Switch, but you got knocked out by Life Orb, you won't have the option to actually switch that turn. So you're basically sacrificing your potential Miraidon there. Good switch in here on the Miraidon, but now, I mean, we talked about ice moves. Ice Beam is great into any of these options here.
Yeah, and you've got double ice options, so you can go for Glacial Lance very comfortably. You can go for Icy Wind to get the KO on the opposing Urshifu, but with the close combat drop, surely it would be in range of that. And then some good damage into the Miraidon. If you want extra damage in Miraidon, you can consider the Ice Beam as well, but the Urshifu doesn't want to be just KO'd to that free Icy Wind here. Going to be switching out. Of course, Incineroar is a very good switch in the face of two Ice-type Pokemon that only have Ice-type attacks, but Miraidon may not be so fortunate here, and that is why we're seeing almost certainly that defensive terrestrialization.
Yeah, keep in mind though, it is Choice Scarf and will actually naturally be faster than the Iron Bundle, but of course with the Quark Drive, it really depends on how both these trainers opted to train their Pokemon. But typically, if you're Choice Scarf and Miraidon, you don't need all the speed, so you can then run a little bit slower, be slower than the opposing Iron Bundle, but get a free Volt Switch out of the situation.
Well, it was definitely going to be slower there after the Icy Wind did move first, but there is that Volt Switch, and that's easily bringing the Iron Bundle down to its Focus Sash. So you did get just a little bit of chip on the way out with that Icy Wind, and then the Volt Switch going to be pivoting here. And if this is a Glacial Lance, then you would KO the Urshifu that switches in, or whatever is waiting in the back doesn't really want to take too much either, unless it is going to be that Calyrex, which we are going to be seeing here. So this is the Glacial Lance. That's going to be shrugged off completely. If it's the Leech Seed, that's going to start getting some recovery. That is probably preferable on this turn, but when you were facing down a Miraidon, you're going to click that Glacial Lance button.
Yep, Glacial Lance dealing almost no damage on either of these two Pokemon, Incineroar and Calyrex, both resisting ice types, and despite being one of the most powerful legendary Pokemon in Calyrex Ice Rider, when you're just intimidated and hitting like against not super effective targets, then your Glacial Lance won't deal too much damage. There was one option that he could have gone for, potentially Trick Room here, but then Michael played right into that and repositioned that even a Trick Room would be out-held.
Yeah, and an Iron Bundle in Trick Room is surely not what you want, right? It's basically the fastest Pokemon we have when it's got its Quark Drive activated. So yeah, the Glacial Lance does make perfect sense there, and it's almost certainly got to be a Leech Seed now, right?
Leech Seed would be an option, especially getting that off early on, and it kind of forces Michael to either eventually switch out the Calyrex or just have constant healing. Keep in mind that Ice Beam also has a very low freeze chance, but that's not what's happening here. There's a Leech Seed into the Calyrex.
Yes, it's going to be no fake outs here from the Incineroar either. So there was that Ice Beam for a little bit of chip into the Incineroar. The Leech Seed connects with the Calyrex, but of course, even though it's going to be quad resisted here, 1 HP is going to be enough to be taken down by that Glacial Lance from Michael's side as well. Going to get that Grim Neigh activated, and now here comes the Incineroar. There's a knockoff. That's a lot of damage into that Calyrex on Valentine's side.
I mean, really well positioned yourself. You got you got your first Grim Neigh boost here. Sorry. Chilling Neigh boost, yep. And on top of that, you got rid of the leftovers on the opposing Calyrex. So you're kind of winning the like Calyrex mirror at the moment. Miraidon also very low from the very early on close combat. So it's really difficult for Valentine to position his Pokemon where, I mean, Miraidon down to 30 HP, that is 2 attacks going down based on the recoil.
Yeah, and you basically at least got a guaranteed Electro Drift or Volt Switch into the Incineroar slot because it is Assault Vest, it can't protect. You could consider it into the opposing Calyrex. Electro Drift, maybe with a Terra Boost, should be able to pick up the KO. Like, without the Terra Boost, it's going to be pretty close depending on how the Calyrex is trained, but at the same time, that's the Pokemon that can protect. So do you just go for the Incineroar slot because that's the guaranteed hit?
Yeah, we saw early in the game that the Miraidon actually manually swapped out instead of using a Volt Switch. Back then, the full team of Michael was not revealed yet, so Landorus could have waited in the back, switch in, and negate any Volt Switch plays. We see Terra activating, no swaps on Michael's end here, so the question is going to become, is Calyrex protecting, and will Electro Drift take a knockout? I think either way, Electro Drift is super... I mean, there's no protector.
There's no protect. Which one is it? Oh, he took the guaranteed hit into that Incineroar, so that should be able to pick up the knockout even with that Assault Vest. Critical hit, not necessary there. That would have been able to pick up the knockout. But if that would have been a hit into the Calyrex, that would have also been a KO, and that's going to allow it the potential to get another Chilling Neigh boost here with that Glacial Lance once again. The Miraidon is so low. Now the Calyrex on Valentine's Field is so low as well. It's gone down into the reds.
Yeah, and it takes another knockout, another Chilling Neigh boost here, and it looks like, at least in this game, Calyrex is taking the lead, taking 2 knockouts. This Trick Room, I mean, I don't think we've
Ele
seen
não acha Venossauro, pô?
So let's see if in Trick Room, maybe it can overcome.
O Blastoise eu não sei, mas ele não tinha uma pira de querer. Começa com o Charmander
back into this game and all
E
depends on this last Pokemon. It is Iron Hands, which has naturally a good matchup into the
Ele acha o Bassauro igual o Ash. Acho que foi por isso que veio inclusive a inspiração.
Yeah, switching in the Miraidon here as the Iron Hand switches in. That's going to activate his Quark Drive, so now it's going to be doing even more damage. The Miraidon can't protect, it's the Choice Scarf variant, but it shouldn't be in range of a Glacial Lance and just a Fake Out here, so you would need to double up if you wanted to pick up the KO. The Calyrex on Mike's side of the field is probably still out of range of Low Kick, but I reckon it'll be in range of Low Kick and Leech Seed.
I think the play he goes for here is that you can only really take out the Calyrex if
Porque
you
eu sei é que
yeah, Volt Switch would maybe take it out as
ele
well.
tenha
That's
feito
what I'm thinking, but if you run something like Electrodrift, then at least your Iron Hands will have a great time. There's a defensive protect here to maybe get some extra damage out with the Iron Hands first. Protect Fake Out.
Oh, classic play. Protect Fake Out, usually not so effective here. But if that's a Volt Switch into the Calyrex, which it was, then that is actually quite an impactful play here. It's usually not so effective to just essentially waste a turn, but that didn't waste a turn. That didn't allow the Miraidon to Volt Switch out. It also allowed extra Leech Seed recovery, so the Calyrex might be in range of Low Kick now.
Yeah, might be in range of Low Kick, and then Glacial Lance dealing a lot of damage into the Miraidon, which might allow Iron Hands to actually win this game in the back. So, well, Miraidon now locked into Volt Switch. Either has to manually swap out or take a Glacial Lance. You could also double the Miraidon actually. If you take that out and the Calyrex is still Leech Seeded, then maybe like the Leech Seed will make the difference here. Valentine's Calyrex might
saberia responder essa pergunta? O Google,
should be able to survive a +2 Glacial Lance. It wouldn't like to, but it will be able to because it is one of the bulkiest Pokemon we have. And you do have a guaranteed hit into that Miraidon, so that is something that could be taken. And if that was going to be the case, that Calyrex on Mike's side did protect. So Low Kick coming out. Miraidon's a very heavy Pokemon, not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but here's the Glacial Lance to finish the job.
Yeah, Michael not happy about that. Of course, it was coming down to a call, protecting his own Calyrex here, but Valentine playing right into that Low Kick and Glacial Lance, taking out the Miraidon and bringing it back to a 2 versus 2. I think Valentine got himself into a prime position to take this very first game.
Yeah, the Iron Hands waiting in the back to try and sweep in Trick Room was very, very crucial now. The Urshifu took so much damage from those Ice Beams. It's down in the red. It is in range of Glacial Lance here. So this is just going to be Glacial Lance and Low Kick, and that should be the game for Valentine.
Yeah, I don't really see any way for Michael to come back into this. But, I mean, we're playing best of 3 for a reason. He has he kind of has a better understanding of how Valentine is approaching this matchup and also how maybe he's tending towards certain plays, and he can use that information in game 2 and potentially game 3 to turn this around.
Yeah, you've got a double protect at least. That might be the way back in. You've got to stall on the Trick Room somehow, right? And there's just a double protect coming out. So how many turns of Trick Room's left? Is it just 1 or is it 2? Do you need a triple double?
Triple double.
I think you need the triple double, right?
Typically a turn that maybe here in basketball, but yeah, might need a triple double here to get through this tail.
The Trick Room, yeah.
Yeah, let's see if it
Okay.
doesn't seem to be that way.
No, it's one more turn, right? Because there was the Fake Out Protect, there was the KO in the Miraidon, there was this turn.
Não, mas
so
se fosse assim, ele teria que ter com Charizard também.
I mean, look at Calyrex. It was down so low, but thanks to that lead seed, it's coming all the way back. Michael says the game is not over.
É porque trocaram, né?
Yeah, got to play for the
Trocaram. Eu não lembro se o Sceptile dele ainda tem o gravetinho na boca.
But keep in mind that even if you get that,
there's a double.
Yeah, if you get that, then lead seed basically from this turn
Brina
and
me
next turn
manda
will also just take out the Calyrex.
3 anos atrás eu tive uma visão da sua chegada.
Taking the knockout here, and now Michael is down to his last Pokemon in the Urshifu. Keep in mind that sometimes in these first games, when maybe you're 4 behind, the game is basically over.
1-0 aqui pro Valentim, isso mesmo?
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's surely what Michael's going to be doing here. And yeah, not going to be able to take this first game. That is going to be Valentine expertly position that Iron Hand in the Trick Room to be able to take that game.
And it's so hard early on to call like who's in the lead and how the game is going, especially with such bulky Pokemon that can just, I mean, we saw Iron Hands and Calyrex Ice Rider just in the end game, basically turning the whole game around.
Michael seemed to be the lead, got close combat off, like ela tá ficando biruta da cabeça, o Zuri. É muita coisa psíquica.
Yeah, that could have been potential Glacial Lance there. surely wouldn't have KO'd the Iron Hands, but it might have been an Aquajet range, and then at that point, maybe you're able to take the game after that. So yeah, very, very nicely called from Valentine. Fake out protects not usually the play that is most optimal, but actually worked out very effectively there.
Yeah, especially with the lead seed, you have to keep in mind that you basically prevented any damage from coming into your Calyrex while just getting one extra round off the lead seed healing there as well. Then maybe you can withstand like a +2 Glacial Lance yourself. So yeah, fake out protect, not very common, but might just have been the right call in that time.
Yeah, and able to take that first game against our undefeated Michael Kelshire. So if Valentine's able to just do that one more time, then we'll get to that 8-1 record and just be one win away from that top cut.
Yep, so my question is, we saw Iron Hands and Miraidon, and of course one Pokemon that is great to both of them is speed control. So maybe if you can position that properly, it can make the difference in this game. But Valentine was well aware of that, and that's why we saw the Iron Bundle.
Yeah, we got
qualquer coisa, né, pra vocês. Jojo fãs é a referência, né? Vocês têm uma doença chamada tudo vocês acham que é referência. Até a referência é a referência. Cara, eu queria estar dormindo. Era pra eu estar dormindo. Agora que resolveu.
And take your first knockout with going for Wall Switch and Glacial Lance into either of these two Pokemon. But keep in mind that Miraidon with the Terra Electric Electro Drift also has a lot of damage output here.
Yeah, and even with just a tiny bit of chip
falar mal de Jojo é Jojo feio, meu Deus do céu. Ela não conseguiu nem utilizar um ataque. Caraca, teus Pokémon estão tão rápidos assim. Ainda bem que ela não usa Trick-Ruins hoje, senão ficava ferrado. Enfim, 14 insígnias já foram, faltam 2. Pera, falta então o Blue. Falta o Blue e o Blaine, é isso?
Yeah, it's kind of got to. If that's going to be a Terra Electric Electro Drift, that's going to be Incineroar switching in to get fake out pressure in the future. But if this isn't a Protect coming out from the Calyrex, this is a Terrestrialization coming out here from that Miraidon, turning on all of the offense.
Falta o cientista de laboratório e o cara do ginásio psicodélico. Ah, como assim, Nidra, de ginásio psicodélico? Olha o tanto de cor que aquele ginásio tem. Tô fazendo a ordem de um jogo de campo normal. Mano, tanto de seta que tem naquele chão, vai dizer que aquilo é psicodélico. Gente, o Michael Kelsey vai perder isso mesmo? Tá louco, bicho.
Yeah, so early on taking a big knockout. I think Michael was well aware that there was an option, but I think he played a little bit around it and said, hey, you could also target my own Miraidon with an Icy Wind and make Draco Meteor combination. So there was the knockout potential on both sides here, and I don't think Michael is happy with this knockout. It's really difficult to come back into this game when you're facing Miraidon Iron Bundle, and we saw in the back. Very bulky Pokemon, and with what you have left at the moment, it's going to be difficult to basically come back into this game. But as we said in game 1, it's not over until it's over, and Michael's going to play to his outs here, and maybe a fake out close combat is taking the knockout on the Iron Bundle. You have your Focus Sash, and maybe then Incineroar is going down to another Electric.
I mean, you could even consider just Protect on the Iron Bundle anyway, because even if Close Combat goes into that slot, the fake out chip that is happening wouldn't be able to break that Focus Sash, and you would still survive at the end of the turn. But it wasn't fake out into that Rhino. That's just allowed a completely free Volt Switch here to bring the Urshifu down to its Focus Sash. So now, even if the Iron Bundle wants to just go on the offensive with Icy Winds, that can be able to pick up the knockout there. And the Rhino will take a Close Combat potentially launched off into that slot. It's going to be one of the bulkier Pokemon that's waiting in the back for Valentine.
Não sei se é do gás, é alguma coisa.
Be able to soak up the damage.
Yeah, any incoming move, whether that's surging strikes, or even that if that's a close combat, like Iron Hands swapping right here, would easily sponge up the damage. Well recognized for sure. And we'll see how in the next turn. You mentioned Icy Wind, of course, slow chance to miss there as well. You could also, but it's going down either way.
Yeah, Close Combat does KO the Iron Bundle, so that could have been a Protect there from the Iron Bundle. See keep its focus sash intact from the fake out and then go down to its focus sash, but instead here, sacrifice and giving a switch into something waiting in the back, and it looks like it's going to be the Calyrex joining the field.
Yeah, the only problem with the protect play is probably that the close combat is still bringing you down to its focus sash, and then next turn the Aquajet could pick up the
Pokémon Company, Pokémon Company mentindo pra nós. Era pra ser o Champions, né? Não, porque antes de fazer abrir o regional, eu vi. Eles estão na Regulation League. Mas é o que eu falei, o Dragapult. Provavelmente o Champions é só lá em Indianápolis. Quando for o regional de Indianápolis, que deve ser que semana sem ser essa próxima, sem ser enfim, eu acho que é no finalzinho de maio. Tem que dar uma olhada depois. Mas se eu não me engano, o Champions é só em Indianápolis. Pelo que estava falando murmurinhos, aparentemente agora é real. Sabe uma coisa que eu reparei que é engraçada? Quando eles permitem lendário, desaparece muito nível Archalodon, Reagindo também não vejo quase nenhum. Muito louco isso, né? Como o meta muda completamente o sistema que você usa para os seus Pokémon.
That damage still. Flare Blitz into the Calyrex at least goes first, but that's going to be a load of recoil now. That's still got to be in Glacial Lance range, even while being it's not very effective hit. I think that's probably going to be all Shiro there now because Glacial Lance is firing off, is able to KO that opposing Incineroar. The Choice Scarf Miraidon can't protect it. This should be another Glacial Lance, and that will
Mano, é isso mesmo?
no longer undefeated.
Yep. I mean, there was a chance of maybe a critical hit or maybe a burn, but at this point,
o Valentim vai ganhar de 2-0 do Kelch? Não, mas vamos lá. É porque o Raging Bolt ele é dragão, né? O Sneasel perde pra gelo? Eu não lembro. GG. Caraca, o Valentim ganhou de 2-0 do Kelch, cara. Chupa Pokémon Company, quis colocar a transmissão do cara uma a mais só pra fazer hora aí, ó. Se ferra aí, 2-0. Bem feito. Oh, olha o Rex só mata o Sneasel. Ah, tá. Ah, tá. Aí, ó. Fizeram você fazer suas 8 horinhas e 49 horas. Se ferraram aí, ó, seus otários. Oh. Não era nem pra aparecer essa transmissão agora, esse round. Cara, passou o round 8 tava aquele resumo, né? Resumo do dia 1. Aí do nada os caras pararam o cronômetro e colocaram round 9. Tá aí o round 9 de vocês, ô seus otários. Não o pessoal do casting, né? Porque os caras estão fazendo o trabalho deles. É o pessoal da transmissão no geral. Quer ficar colocando... Fazendo a gente engolir transmissão aí. Oh. Mas em compensação, o Dragapult, Raging Bolt, Sneasel, somem, né? Em compensação parece essas bizarrices, ó. Iron Bundle, o Iron Hands volta, né, também. Aparece o Dragapult, porque tu não tava aqui. Mas a partida passada era entre um Scraggy e um Groundle. E o Scraggy ganhou, tá? Teremos o Scraggy no dia 2.
as bulky
Quer dizer, eu acho que vamos ter.
Yeah, I just noticed that Superior that Michael had. I can't believe
Se o cara não perdeu agora, a gente vai ter um Scrag no dia 2.
I completely missed that. Oh, my apologies, stream. Can't believe I didn't call that out earlier.
Yep, Flushy game was on top, unfortunately not coming on top out of this game here. Well, 9 Swiss rounds played on Saturday today. We have 2 more tomorrow before we dive into Top Gun. How do you feel after this very first day and the teams we have seen on stream so far?
Yeah, I don't think I'm too surprised. I was hoping for just a little bit of like maybe off meta picks, and we've got a few of those, but we've also been seeing how consistent some of the teams can be, because they're like the team that Valentine was just using is incredibly similar to the team that Ivnia just won the Los Angeles Regional with. There was the Annihilate over just a Pokemon I cannot remember is the 6th Pokemon, because there was definitely that raw Ferrograph that he was piloting very well.
Yeah, I mean, picking up a very similar team to the last regional champion is definitely a good choice to go in here. Being able to pilot it on this high level and take down Michael, congratulations for sure to Valentine. I mean, my caster pick was looking at Toxapex throughout the last 2 weeks. Seeing that one of the notable matchups was actually the Toxapex, I was really invested to see how maybe some of the European trainers have managed to not only take it to phase 2, but maybe beyond.
Yeah, because there was it 5 Toxapex that were entered into the Los Angeles Regionals and 4 made phase 2?
Yep.
So yeah, very curious to see, like, that number's got to increase given it was successful last week, right?
Yep. I mean, the question is, would you pick up a team as unique as like featuring something like Toxapex with like what 1 week of practice between LA and now? It's like kind of risky, but if you were running Terrapagus anyway and you paired it with Miraidon, then maybe it's not too far off to now also run the Toxapex.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty nice meta adaptation that that team has. And of course, this is our last chance for any of those meta adaptations. We've already had our phase 2 decided now, so yeah, this was the last chance for at least us in the regionals to any of the innovation.
Depois do
We do still have
pós-game,
some regulation
eu
items,
consegui
and that is
coisas
at your
iniciais
local
novas.
tournaments, which we do
Boa!
have a video for you here, so please take a look.
Live infinita, então, né? Só falta me dizer que eles vão dar o round 10 aqui.
Do you want to play?
Yeah. I'll use twin cannons. Great game, guys.
Hi.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I've already mentioned before, I will still be
Por um
attending some
momento eu achei
of
que
my
ia
local regulation
colocar o
item
timer
tournaments,
ali e ia
because I've got
falar.
the call that I wasn't able to bring to this tournament because I am right here rather than out there, so I've
Live,
still got to take my chance
live
while I can
infinita.
because we've
Quem
only got a
sabe
few
dia,
more weeks
Zug?
available in regulation I,
Já
and you
pensou?
still have a few more weeks yourself, so if you
Não,
want
mas
to
se
get
bem
involved
que
in your local
eu
scene,
tô...
then please do scan the QR code that will be appearing on your screen, because it's not
Eu não
just
sei se eu
gonna be
faria
regulation
uma live
tournaments.
infinita não,
After
cara.
May, we do have some
O
champions
Dante tá aí,
tournaments as
não sei
well.
se
They
vocês
won't reward
conhecem
any
esse youtuber.
championship points, but they are still
Cara,
absolutely
o
good to
Dante
worth
tá
attending.
fazendo live
They got inspired by the level of play. If you want to get
já
your
tem
hands
uns bons meses, tá?
the last weeks of May, or maybe try
Ah,
to
e o
champion
X ensinou, infelizmente, só depois que eu humilhei a elite dos 4 de novo. Como assim? Dá pra pegar o de Sinnoh também? Caraca, que massa! Isso tudo no Omega Ruby? Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire? É sério? Caraca, agora que me deu ainda mais vontade de jogar o jogo. Caraca, que massa! Então, depois que você zera o jogo a primeira vez, e você ganha... Zerou o jogo, você ganha os iniciais de o Nova e de qual mesmo? Eu queria que desse pra pegar de canto. Ah, mas aí seria roubado demais, pô.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of trainers practice at the locals and then come to the regionals a lot more prepared and have a lot more success. So it's definitely something to get involved in.
Yeah, maybe the secret to Italy's success is that they have such an active,
Como assim, na verdade?
a very active local scene, right? And if you play high
Sinnoh,
level
o
back-to-back
Nova,
local scene
Sinnoh e
every
Jutô.
single weekend, of course
Depois de
it's gonna become
terminar
so much better. If
o
you then start
episódio
exchanging
Delta,
practices
aparece um
together,
trio.
you take that practice into regional stages, well,
Ah,
you have
tu
yourself
zerou a
five
primeira vez, tu
back-to-back
consegue de
regional
Nova e Sinnoh. Ou o Nova e Jutô. Aí depois que você termina o Delta, que é o de Pastreta lá do Deoxys, aí você pega o Sinnoh, é isso? E outra, o Deox é Shiny Lock, o Zulin, sabe dizer? Porque capturar um Deox Shiny seria legal. Rayquaza também. Não, só começa a aparecer os novos depois do Delta episódio. Ah, hoje o 9 é depois do Delta episódio. Ah, tá. Então é Jotô. É Jotô e Sinnoh, depois que você zera o game, né? E depois da treta com Deox é um Nova. Tá, ok.
I would like to hear from Valentine how he was approaching this matchup and also like how he was feeling playing like Michael specifically on the stage. So let's hand it over to an interview and hear from Valentine himself.
Thanks, lads. Yes, here with the winner of this final round of our day one here.
Tô pensando em refazer meu time pra revanche contra ele.
Congratulations. A really
O
impressive
Steve,
win there.
cara, eu não lembro. O Steve tem o. Aliás, isso já é do próprio jogo ou é alguma versão atualizada e jogos que você pegou na loja? Que em um dos centros Pokémon você ganhou o Beldon Shine do Steve. Isso é possível fazer? Isso é possível pegar? Porque eu lembro que tinha uma época que dava pra fazer isso. Se eu não me engano, no lançamento de Omega Ruby e Alpha Safira, nas lojas, o pessoal que comprasse ia ganhar o Beldon Shine. É de evento da época, de horas? Ah. E não tem nenhuma versão na internet com esse evento, Zuri?
Which back then was enough to qualify for Worlds. So I was able to go to Worlds that year, and that just really, kick-started my whole career as a Pokemon player.
Yeah, that must be quite motivating to be able to get the Worlds so soon as well. Yeah, amazing. So I think I can see that you ran the same team back in Prague. Yeah, is that right?
Porque se tem isso na internet, se tem como baixar horas na internet, provavelmente tem a versão desse negócio. Lindas. Para eu despertar mais uma vez minha fruta, eu preciso matar um cabo com a fruta granel. Boa sorte. Mas onde eu vou achar um cara com essa fruta? Não faço ideia, tem que perguntar no chat do jogo. Eu sei que os eventos da gente 4 e 5 tem hoje em dia feito por fã. Como assim? Pera, tem evento em Unova? Qual era o evento de Unova? Eu não sei porquê, mas quando o Marlon aparece, eu lembrei de uma coisa. Marlon apareceu. Tem evento em Unova? Eu não sabia, eu nunca joguei nada de Unova, então faço nem ideia.
Thanks so much for chatting with us. We're going to wrap it on the couch real soon, so see you very soon.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Ah, tá. Agora é o recap do primeiro dia.
He would improvise on the spot. Just always find something to make it funny.
We both have very fast moves. It can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
Tem do Genesect Victini, mas eu não sei quem.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
Terei que colocar meus Pokémon tudo de 70, 80. Beleza, quem vai ser o escravo da vez? Que isso? Ô, Alexandre, tu não tem XP Share não? E Lucky Egg pra ajudar? Ô, coleção nova de TCG, legal! Vamos ver? Título caro. Aura Pulsante. É Aura Pulsante o nome? Aparentemente é, né, o nome. Ó, bicha! Ah, o Kubifu, legal. Aí tem o Shifu, né? Que é a Dark. Nossa, faz uma cota que eu não toco no TCG de... Enfim, lembra aquela vez que eu disse que tava olhando pra Pokédex para Reagindo e precisava de um buff? Sim. Lucky, acho que não. Dá uma procurada, Alexandre, no Lucky. Então, todos esses Pokémon que tem nesse boost legal, né? Aparentemente sim, né? Todos que mencionou. Deve ter alguma coisa a ver. Enfim, voltando ao assunto.
I am joined by the incredible commentators I've had the pleasure of sharing the day with, Barashak Josh, Jamie Voigt and David Partington. David, what a day it's been, eh?
It's been a really fun day, honestly. Like, I watched LA like last week and I actually had a really good time, like seeing Scarlet and Violet all again and how refreshing everyone was kind of taking it. And I think this weekend, even if it's only been one day,
às vezes não, Zurlin. Porque, se eu não me engano, teve uma coleção que foi focada no Mega Gengar. E tinha Pokémons que não tinham nada a ver com o Mega Gengar. Eu meio que revisei a Pokédex inteira de Fahrenheit Infinity e rebalancei ela toda. Meu Deus do céu, imagina como ficou os bichos. Com ferramentas de hacking. Ó, imagina como é que ficou o Charizard. Charizard ficou com 200 de HP nos stats básicos. Vou em busca de um Ralph macho para usar o Galade. Boa sorte. Nas primeiras rotas, né, antes de robusto, né? Aliás, na cidade do ginásio normal, né, do Norman, né? Na cidade do ginásio do nosso pai, no jogo, é uma rota antes, né? Tem a... ou depois. É depois, né? É depois. Eu ia perguntar algo com o Marlon, mas acho que ele vazou. Provavelmente. Ou não. Tem 4 pessoas aqui ainda. Você, Zuri, o Alexandre, meu retorno e mais alguém. Oh, o Marco Silva tá aqui, agora que eu vi. Oh, o Delta no assalto também. Então tem 1, 2,
after still being defeated on string, was still able to make it into that phase 2 as well. We've got an international finalist in Dil Yeoman's able to make it with a team that they ran at EYC when there was a single restricted and just changed one Pokemon on that team to an Ice Rider. Now has a double restricted team and still finding success.
One thing that stood out to me actually in contrast to this list, we've had a lot of Italian VGC success throughout 2026, but we
mas o Marowak é do Moon, né? Do Sun, não? Porque na minha versão, o inglês a control de power. Eu ia perguntar se isso aqui era quebrado. É, como eu não entendo, eu não vou saber responder. Ah, não, realmente o Marowak é do Moon. O Sun é um Salandit, se eu não me engano. Não, Alexandre, eu acho que o Pokémon Sun é um Salandit. Eu lembro de... Eu joguei o Pokémon Sun, eu acho que eu tive um... Acho que eu tive uma Salandit no time. Ok, vamos ver. Vamos ver uma coisa, chat.
One more step, and then a few more Swiss rounds, and then a top cut, and then a grand finals for who will become our champion. There's still so much to play for.
O de amanhã tá programado para 15 para as 4, tá, gente? Então amanhã, 15 para as 4, estamos em live aí, beleza? E aí, segunda-feira eu não sei se eu vou fazer live, tá, gente? Vou ver se eu foco mais nos negócios Vou focar mais no negócio do vídeo. Aliás, vejam o último vídeo que eu coloquei, tá? André morreu nas lives. Não, eu tô tirando um tempinho porque eu tô meio... É o que eu falei no que eu falei lá, o Marco, no Discord. Eu não gosto de entregar qualquer coisa, entendeu? E eu tô sentindo que o canal tá numa mesmice, então assim... E não, cara, eu não consigo fazer um negócio assim de qualquer jeito, entendeu? Tá depressivo? Não. Espero nunca chegar a esse ponto, Alexandra. Apesar de que tudo fora de live contribui muito pra isso, entendeu? Tudo fora de live contribui muito pra isso, principalmente em casa, mas isso não vem ao caso. Aí eu tô vendo de fazer os vídeos. Eu vou ver se nessa de ficar off das lives eu upo logo o meu time no Platinum, pra assim que eu voltar, já voltar também com o Platinum pra zerar logo, tá, gente? Estrogonofe? Que delícia, eu quero. Pode, já vou pegar o meu pratinho aqui, ô Alexandre. Já tô aqui, ó, já pode servir o estrogonofe aí, cara. Eu amo, cara. Meu prato favorito, aliás. Então, chat, amanhã por volta de 3h45 a gente tá de volta aí com o dia 2, beleza? O que seria o... Meu Deus, tá em 360 por quê? Caiu a qualidade do nada? Ô Zurlin, tu esqueceu de um detalhe. O que dá pra... O que entra na categoria do Marlon de roubado? Porque, segundo ele, a Cynthia não é, entendeu? A Cynthia é uma das maiores campeãs da história, uma das maiores treinadoras da história de Pokémon, e ele considera ela qualquer coisa. Então, tem que ver o que ele aplica, né? O que ele considera como ser quebrado. Porque o nivelamento de ser quebrado ou não dele é meio questionável. Esqueci desse detalhe. Então, né? O cara fala que é uma das maiores treinadoras da história. Não é nada. Entendeu? Isso segundo ele. Então tem que ver. Às vezes é quebrado. Entendeu? Mas ele não considera. Mas é isso, chat. Depois de 8 horas e 56 de live, eu vou ficando por aqui, entendeu? Roubado pro Marlon, rival de Senhor. Não. Segundo ele, difícil é a Iris. A Iris é difícil, mas a Cynthia não é. Oh, Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Olha o nosso Harry Potter aí. Então, assim, é bem questionável. Mas é isso, chat. Valeu, Zurlin. Valeu, Alexandre, Marlon, Dragapult, Rayupi que apareceu aí, Bielzinho, o Moço, todo mundo que apareceu aí na live, beleza, gente? Amanhã, 15:45, tamo de volta com a live, beleza? Amanhã a gente tá aí pro dia 2, pra reagir ao dia 2. É isso, gente. Vou ficando por aqui. Um ótimo sábado pra vocês, entendeu? Daqui a pouco ele brota pra falar que o vôlei é fácil. Então, não, ô Zurlin, tá, convenhamos, o vôlei é fácil. Difícil é a segunda forma do Giratina. Porque você pensa que você falou, eu ganhei finalmente do Giratina, Você pensa que acabou, eu tenho minha forma suprema. Entendeu? O vôlei é fácil, o difícil é o Giratina. Tem esse detalhe. Tem esse pequeníssimo detalhe. Mas é isso, gente. Eu vou ficando por aqui. Um ótimo sábado pra vocês, uma ótima tarde aí. Nos vemos amanhã. E falou, chat. Fui! Cara, tem muito Pokémon. Então, né? Falou, chat. Até amanhã. Não esqueçam de beber água, hein? Tchau, tchau!